Chapter 1. Loia was feeling rather disheartened. She had merely dozed off for a moment during class, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself inexplicably transported to another world. Before her lay a familiar yet strange hall, where she could see candles floating from the ceiling. The 4 long tables in the hall were filled with students, while an elderly wizard with a white beard and hair, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was delivering a lecture. This man was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the most esteemed white wizard in the magical realm. To her astonishment, she had traversed into the magical world of Harry Potter. As a child, she had only watched snippets of the Harry Potter films on television, and her memories of them were now quite hazy. However, what concerned her more was that instead of being transformed into a person, she had inexplicably become the Triwizard Tournament's Goblet of Fire. Why was it that others who crossed over received letters from owls and formed bonds with Harry, Hermione, and Ron, enjoying a mysterious and joyous magical life, while she, despite a lifetime of virtuous deeds, had become a mere cup? A voice behind her broke her reverie. I hereby announce that this academic year, Hogwarts will host the highly prestigious Triwizard Tournament. With a deep sigh, Loia grappled with the reality of being transformed into the Goblet of Fire. Listening to Dumbledore's announcement, she deduced that the time had come for the Triwizard Tournament, and Harry would unexpectedly be chosen as a competitor. However, as she surveyed the Gryffindor table from her perch on the stone platform, she was met with unfamiliar faces, and she could not spot Harry, Hermione, or Ron. Loia attempted to inch forward, hoping to continue her search for the trio within Gryffindor. The Triwizard Tournament is a magical competition held between 3 wizarding schools, with each school represented by a champion selected by the Goblet of Fire. Before Dumbledore could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by a loud crash. The Goblet of Fire had inexplicably toppled from the stone platform, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling towards the hall. "Ouch, that hurt! My back!" Loia cried out, her youthful voice echoing distinctly in the silent hall. She tried to move once more, but lost control of her direction, spinning around and rolling not towards the Gryffindor table, but rather towards the Slytherin table. Dazed, Loia finally managed to halt the goblet beside a young boy. The boy, appearing to be around 16 or 17, hesitated for a moment before bending down to pick up the toppled goblet. With his messy black hair framing his pale face, his dark eyes appeared even more intense. The more Loia gazed at his face, the more familiar it seemed. Severus Snape? Am I seeing things? How has he become so youthful? Snape, upon hearing his name, was visibly taken aback, unable to comprehend how the goblet could speak like the Sorting Hat and even know his name. All eyes from the 4 houses were drawn to the peculiar scene of the boy and the cup, whispers filling the air. The youthful version of Lucius Malfoy also cast a curious glance their way. Dumbledore observed the unfolding drama with surprise, while the professors stood in disbelief, watching intently. Young Snape, holding the goblet, became the center of attention, leaving the usually solitary Snape momentarily flustered. Only when Dumbledore called his name did he snap back to reality, stepping forward to place the goblet back on the stone platform. Dumbledore placed his hand upon the goblet's surface, sensing its magical essence. The headmasters of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang couldn't help but glance over in curiosity. After a moment, Dumbledore smiled warmly. "Our Goblet of Fire has gained a soul. She is a girl." Professor McGonagall exclaimed in astonishment. "How extraordinary! I have heard rumors of other goblets gaining souls a century ago, but now our very own Goblet of Fire has acquired one." Loia was taken aback, feeling as though things were unfolding quite differently from the original story, though the source of the goblet's origin had never been detailed in the canon. Professor McGonagall explained that she was the 13th Goblet of Fire, a magical artifact belonging to Hogwarts, created by ancient and mighty wizards. One professor excitedly declared, "Our goblet has gained a soul just in time for the Triwizard Tournament. This year's champion shall undoubtedly be from Hogwarts." The headmasters of the other 2 wizarding schools rolled their eyes at the premature conclusion, though they had to concede that Hogwarts had indeed produced many champions in past tournaments. Cheers erupted among the students, with the exuberant Gryffindor students leaping in excitement. Had it not been for the goblet's position beside the professors, the curious lions would have rushed over to gather around the goblet for a closer look. Thus, Loia found herself unexpectedly transformed into a sentient goblet of fire. The following afternoon, the hall was mostly empty, and Loia, feeling rather bored, began counting the floating candles on the ceiling. Most students were attending flying lessons. To prevent overly curious students from disturbing the goblet, Dumbledore had prohibited entry to the Great Hall except during mealtimes. Lying lazily on the stone platform, Loia stifled a yawn when a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Beep. Sensing host call, your system is now online. Skip the pleasantries. Why have I become the Goblet of Fire? I want to be human. Rest assured, host, upon completing the beginner's task, you will receive a physical body and be transported to 1991 to enroll with Harry Potter. Loia instantly perked up. Beep. Beginner's task activated. Acquire 1,000 admiration points to exchange for a body. Now commencing beginner's task guidance, please follow the indicators to your destination. A large arrow appeared in the void, visible only to Loia. She maneuvered the goblet, rolling about with newfound control, making her way from the corridor to the grassy grounds outside the castle, finally reaching her destination indicated by the arrow. A farcical scene was unfolding before her eyes. James Potter, surrounded by his classmates, was taunting Snape loudly. Snotty Snape. Snape retreated stiffly, having long since grown accustomed to their malicious mockery. James scoffed, waving his wand. Expelliarmus. Snape's wand was immediately sent flying. James' friends cheered. Well done, James. With a flick of his wand, James levitated the wandless Snape upside down. Remus Lupin, standing awkwardly to the side, interjected, James, enough. If the professors find out. James dismissed Lupin's concerns, arrogantly taunting, what now, snotty Snape? Just then, a furious female voice rang out from a distance. Dare to bully on campus, James Potter? I'll smash you with a cup. James felt a rush of wind behind him and instinctively turned, only to have the goblet's base collide harshly with his nose. He staggered back, clutching his bleeding nose in agony. In retaliation, the goblet emitted a burst of azure flames. Loia expertly controlled it, singeing only James' hair. Snape, regaining his composure, swiftly picked up his wand and retaliated. Sectum sempra. A flash of light erupted, leaving a gash on James' cheek, causing him to collapse in pain. Yet Snape ultimately restrained himself, refraining from unleashing his full power. Before the gathered crowd, the goblet stood proudly on the grass to amplify her presence. Loia intentionally shot flames higher than usual. In a chilling tone, she declared, Dare to bully on Hogwarts grounds, James Potter? You shall be sentenced to a year of toilet cleaning. After all, she was now a significant artifact, the Goblet of Fire, possessing some authority within Hogwarts to punish students. Casting a glance at Snape, she noticed him staring at her, and a series of admiration points floated above his head. 30. Loia mused, so this was how admiration points could be garnered. Thus, she struck a pose, lifting her head high. From now on, anyone who dares to bully under the watch of this goblet shall find their hair set ablaze. The students involved in the bullying hung their heads in shame, while several passing Hufflepuff students garnered admiration points. 10. With admiration points accumulating so swiftly, Loia felt a surge of joy, realizing she was not far from amassing enough to exchange for a body. A late-arriving Lily sprinted over from a distance, anxiously rushing to James' side. James, are you all right? Let me see your injury. Upon seeing James' bloodied nose, Lily frowned in concern, drawing her wand and pointing it at the wound. Episky. The wound visibly healed at an astonishing speed. She whirled around, glaring at Snape. Snape, how could you do such a thing? You actually used magic to harm James. You've disappointed me greatly. Evidently, the late-arriving Lily was oblivious to the preceding events. She mistakenly assumed that Severus had initiated the conflict by assaulting James and breaking his nose. With his head bowed, Snape clenched the hem of his robe, concealing a flicker of indignation and anger in his eyes. Yet he had no intention of clarifying the misunderstanding. Loia felt a twinge of headache. It seemed she had exacerbated the situation, unfairly placing the blame on Snape. In a mere moment, James had transformed from the aggressor into the victim. Loia hastily attempted to enlighten Lily, saying, "Lily Evans, you are mistaken. It was James who first used magic to hang Severus upside down." Before she could finish her sentence, Snape strode forward, seizing the Goblet of Fire and turning away with her in tow. "Hey, Snape, I haven't finished explaining. Lily has misunderstood you. There's no need." After all, he had always been the one ostracized and oppressed at Hogwarts. In the end, the consequence was that James was punished to clean the toilets for an entire academic year, while Snape was sentenced to 3 days of confinement by the professors. Within the headmaster's office, the irate Goblet of Fire leapt onto the desk, startling Fawkes, who flapped his wings in alarm, causing parchment to scatter across the floor. "James is the bully, why must Snape be confined? I was the one who broke James' nose. It seems unjust to place the blame on Severus." Dumbledore surveyed the chaotic desk, but did not express anger. He regarded the irate goblet with a knowing blink. Hogwarts prohibits the use of dark magic by students. Since Severus has violated school rules, he must face the consequences. Moreover, given that the Goblet of Fire was an artifact of an ancient great wizard, it was utterly absurd to punish it merely because a student had sustained an injury. Yet Severus was different. He was merely a half-blood wizard without any influential background. Loia found herself at a loss for words, but she couldn't help but assert, "Severus will be your double agent against the Dark Lord in the future." Dumbledore paused, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Loia through his spectacles for an extended moment. "Child, do you possess the ability to foresee the future?" Loia was momentarily speechless. She couldn't very well admit to having watched a film. Ding! Warning. Excessive plot revelation will erase all admiration points and sever the system's binding relationship. The host will never attain corporeal form. The host is advised to exercise caution. A chill ran down Loia's spine. She certainly did not wish to be a cup for eternity. Feigning mystery, she replied to Dumbledore, "I can only predict a fraction. The secrets of fate must not be divulged." Dumbledore seemed to understand, nodding without pressing her further for details. Nonetheless, it was thanks to Loia's retaliatory measures that the long-standing issue of bullying among the professors was finally addressed. After all, no young wizard from any house desired to be scorched bald by the flames of the goblet. Dumbledore couldn't help but envision the comical sight of James, covered in soot and dirt, and even he found himself chuckling. With a smile, Dumbledore retrieved the key to the confinement room from his drawer, placing it on the desk and sliding it toward Loia. "Go visit him." However, the goblet remained unmoved, prompting Dumbledore to regard it with curiosity. "I have no hands. How can I insert the key to unlock the door?" Silence ensued. Inside the confinement room, Snape sat in a corner with textbooks spread across his lap. During these days of confinement, he had been diligently reviewing his studies, having long grown accustomed to solitude. At that moment, someone gently opened the door ajar. Seeing that it was Headmaster Dumbledore, Snape immediately stood up, tense and alert. "Severus, there is someone you know. It is a cup that has come to visit you." Snape looked on in bewilderment as the Goblet of Fire rolled in through the crack of the door. Loia greeted him cheerfully. "Hello, Severus." Snape stared in disbelief at the goblet, astonished that someone would come to visit him while he was confined, even if it was not a human, but rather a magical artifact. The influence of his alcoholic and violent father, coupled with the indifference of his mother, had shaped Snape's reclusive and insecure demeanor. Furthermore, his mixed heritage made him even less welcome in the pure-blood-dominated Slytherin house. For someone like him to receive a visitor, albeit a cup, was astonishing. Yet for the first time in his dark life, he felt a warmth within. As someone expressed concern for him, he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. "I shall not interrupt you any further, children." Dumbledore excused himself under the pretext of attending to school documents, leaving the two of them to exchange glances. Snape longed to say something, but was unsure how to begin. Loia broke the silence first, noticing the Transfiguration textbook in Snape's hands. "You are more suited for potions. My performance in potions this year has been rather dismal. Perhaps I am not cut out for it. Trust me, consider that the goblet has the ability to foresee the future. You will become a remarkable master of potions, the Half-Blood Prince." As she spoke, Loia conjured blue sparks to encourage Snape. Half-Blood Prince? A pen name for you. Though it sounds rather juvenile, who among us did not have their share of youthful exuberance? Haha. Warning, spoilers ahead. Enough, be quiet. Although Severus Snape could not fully comprehend the musings of Luo Ya, he felt a sense of gratitude as he crouched down to gaze levelly at the Goblet of Fire. His pale hand brushed against the goblet, and he was enveloped by the warmth emanating from it. Luo Ya heard Snape's deep voice murmur, "Thank you, Miss Goblet of Fire," the day after Snape was released from the small dark room. Luo Ya, as the Goblet of Fire for Hogwarts, had to attend to her duties. Today marked the day for the Triwizard Tournament sign-ups, and students from the four houses were eagerly gathered around the goblet. Those wishing to compete needed to inscribe their names on a piece of parchment and cast it into the goblet, which would then select the champions. Uncertain of the selection process, noticed that only a small portion of the parchment inscribed with names glimmered with a golden light, and she immediately deduced these were the chosen champions. All she had to do was omit these glowing pieces of parchment, and thus, the champions would be selected. For safety reasons, the Ministry of Magic had instituted a new rule barring students under the age of 17 from signing up. An aura encircled Luo Ya, a spell cast by Dumbledore to enforce the age restriction, preventing underage wizards from stealthily entering. Nevertheless, this did little to dampen the enthusiasm of younger wizards, who concocted various schemes to try and enroll. Gryffindor students were the most energetic, huddled together in animated discussions on how to participate. In contrast, Slytherin was notably quieter. Hufflepuff students surrounded the goblet with an array of flowers and delicacies, beseeching Miss Goblet of Fire for an opportunity to sign up. Naturally, those who did not meet the age requirement were met with unwavering refusal. Ravenclaw seemed disinterested in the competition, as Luo Ya scarcely observed any Eagle House wizards attempting to enroll. Perhaps they preferred the solace of the library to the fervor of magical contests. As for Slytherin, no upperclassmen had managed to sign up thus far. Before long, it dawned on some that the champions chosen by the Goblet of Fire this year might very well emerge from Gryffindor. Footsteps approached, and Lucius Malfoy, a Slytherin upperclassman, strode towards the goblet, causing the crowd to part respectfully. The youthful Lucius was a mere replication of Draco Malfoy, version 2.0. Widened her eyes in disbelief. Would Malfoy, as father, truly enter the Triwizard Tournament? Ignoring the onlookers, Lucius elegantly crossed the age barrier, casting a parchment inscribed with a name into the goblet. However, the name he submitted was not his own, but rather that of several underage Slytherin wizards. Lucius had audaciously submitted entries on behalf of younger Slytherins. True to their rivalry, Slytherin sought to ensure that no Hogwarts champion would emerge from Gryffindor. Yet, Luo Ya was a dedicated goblet, purposefully feigning offense. She released azure flames, the sudden sparks forcing Lucius to retreat in surprise. The parchment he had submitted was consumed by the flames, turning to ashes. His cold voice resonated throughout the hall. "Lucius Malfoy, do you think to deceive me with such petty tricks?" Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, the facade of Lucius's ever-present smile faltered. Gryffindor, witnessing Slytherin's misstep, erupted in cheers and applause. The little lions had their admiration level spike. Faced with the scornful gazes from Gryffindor, Lucius struggled to maintain his noble composure, furiously flaring his robes as he strode away. However, the Gryffindors were not to be outdone. A young Gryffindor named Ailey rushed over, potion bottle in hand, brimming with excitement. Poor Ailey, having missed the welcoming feast for the Triwizard Tournament due to illness, was unaware that the goblet had gained a soul and consciousness during that time. Ailey eagerly showcased his freshly concocted aging potion to Gryffindor. Luo Ya smirked. Did he think the goblet was mere air? To boast of wanting to drink an aging potion before her, yet observing his exuberance. She couldn't help but recall the scene in the original story where the twins made fools of themselves for attempting to enroll with an aging potion. Although Luo Ya's memory of the original plot was hazy, she had heard from friends about the twins' fate. One lost his left ear, and the other sacrificed himself. Luo Ya pondered whether she had the power to alter their destinies. The young wizard, having downed the aging potion, effortlessly leaped through the age barrier. The little lions gasped and applauded. Ailey enthusiastically proclaimed. I shall document the formula for the upgraded aging potion in the library, so that all Gryffindors may compete in the Triwizard Tournament in the future. Luo was at a loss for words. Would the twins perhaps rely on Ailey's notes in the library to concoct their own aging potion in the future? Among the onlookers, Sirius Black shrugged at Remus and said, Just wait for the show. Poor Ailey. As Ailey prepared to toss the parchment into the goblet, it erupted in flames, engulfing him. Recently, Loia had discovered through repeated trials that her flames possessed a disruptive charm effect, and she had learned to control them well enough not to harm Ailey. Once the fire surrounding Ailey dissipated, it appeared as though his aging potion had transformed into an aging draft. And the 15-year-old Ailey instantaneously morphed into a gray-bearded old M in the presence of the Goblet of Fire. Attempting such tricks proved fruitless. The Gryffindors were left blushing in embarrassment, while the Slytherins seized the opportunity to retaliate. Mocking Gryffindor's folly, which earned them a surge of admiration points. Loia was in high spirits. Regardless of house rivalry, she was eager to accumulate admiration points. After selecting the champions from each magical school, Loia considered her duties for the Triwizard Tournament complete. She had no interest in the current Hogwarts students, nor did she plan to attend the competition, especially not the future champions like Harry and Cedric. However, it was not long before a pink toad arrived at Hogwarts. Whether due to a butterfly effect from her crossing over, the protagonist Harry Potter had yet to be born, and the Ministry of Magic had hastily appointed Umbridge as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Luo remembered this control freak who delighted in tormenting students from the original story. Now, Umbridge appeared to be in her mid-30s, her face showing signs of aging, as if she had lived a life riddled with misdeeds, making her look far older than her years. Dressed in a juvenile frock that clashed with her age, she exuded an inexplicable sense of revulsion. With a haughty demeanor, she raised her chin and declared, Thank you for the warm welcome, Headmaster. I am honored to assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Umbridge continued with fervor. The ministry places great importance on the education of young wizards, and I personally believe that there are numerous flaws in Hogwarts' educational system. Young wizards should focus more on theoretical knowledge and should not require practical experience. Luo was incredulous. What use was a solely theoretical approach? Particularly when Voldemort still roamed free? Moreover, it was hardly Umbridge's place to critique Hogwarts' educational system. Dumbledore merely raised an eyebrow, and Luo, with a flicker of flames, indicated she had something to say. All gazes in the hall turned towards the goblet. I oppose your appointment as the defense against the dark arts professor, madam. A collective gasp echoed through the hall as the professors were taken aback by the goblet's audacity in confronting the ministry's appointee. Loia paused before adding, I also believe that your warped sense of aesthetics would further detriment the young wizards at Hogwarts. What nonsense are you spouting? Pink is delicate. How old are you now? Umbridge fumed, her face shifting from green to white, left speechless by the retort. Laughter erupted among the students in the hall. Headmaster, are you really going to allow the goblet to humiliate me like this? Umbridge exclaimed, visibly distraught. Dumbledore turned his head to gaze out the window, feigning an air of serene contemplation, as if he were admiring the scenery, while seeing nothing at all. After all, the Goblet of Fire was a relic crafted by ancient archmages. Although it had only recently awakened to self-awareness and a soul, in terms of human lineage, it was indeed a venerable artifact from the era of the ancestors of those present, relying on the goblet's illustrious heritage. Loia concluded that the Ministry of Magic would dare not act against an heirloom of their forebears. Thus, she sought revenge, having harbored a grudge against Umbridge since childhood, when she had found her exceedingly disagreeable. The impish voice within Loia declared that Hogwarts had no need for a pink toad as a professor, and she commanded, turn left upon exiting Hogwarts gates. Let the doorkeeper send her away, upon hearing the goblet's directive. The reluctant caretaker, Filch, limped in with a begrudging haste. Meanwhile, the irate Umbridge, humiliated and seething, refused to leave. This matter shall not be swept under the rug. Dumbledore strove to suppress a smile and mediate, yet Umbridge escalated her threats, declaring, I shall report this to the ministry. Hogwarts and the goblet must apologize to me. Loia chuckled coldly. You are not even the deputy minister yet, merely a lowly functionary sent here. Do you truly believe the ministry will heed your report? Apologies, perhaps, but a roaring inferno is certainly forthcoming. No sooner had she uttered these words than she unleashed a torrent of flames towards Umbridge, who, overwhelmed by shock, immediately bent her corpulent figure, having narrowly evaded the fiery onslaught. Umbridge felt a chilling breeze on her scalp and detected the acrid scent of singed hair. To her astonishment, she realized that her hair had been precisely incinerated. Laughter erupted among the students of Hogwarts. Filch, delighted to discover someone even balder than himself, affectionately petted Mrs. Norris. From within the crowd, a voice rose. Eli, a young wizard from Gryffindor, who had once attempted to concoct an aging potion to sneak into a registration, only to be ruthlessly exposed by Loia. Professor Umbridge, our family specializes in hair growth potions. Would you like to reserve a case in advance? The jest ignited an even greater roar of laughter among the wizards. Umbridge's face flushed crimson as she clutched her bald head, casting a venomous glare at the goblet before retreating in disgrace. Only Loia possessed the audacity to publicly chastise the Ministry of Magic in such a manner, and the younger wizards began to regard the goblet with newfound admiration. Observing the admiration levels of the four houses rise in tandem, Loia felt a surge of elation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the novice task. Admiration points have accumulated to 1,000. Can I exchange them for a physical form now? Certainly. Only one final step remains. Upon your self-termination, your soul will automatically transfer to the new body. Self-termination? Loia felt momentarily bewildered. In the afternoon's headmaster's office, only the goblet and the slumbering Sorting Hat were present, as Loia pondered the system's words about self-termination leading to a new body. The rhythmic snores of the Sorting Hat filled her ears, growing increasingly disruptive. After days of enduring this auditory torment, Loia finally reached her limit and knocked the Sorting Hat off the bookshelf. Awakened abruptly, the Sorting Hat lamented, in a dramatic tone, that the current artifact was exceedingly impolite. I was deep in thought. Do not disturb me. The Sorting Hat, curious, leaned in and explained that the four founders of Hogwarts had infused their thoughts into it, making it one of the most intelligent magical items in existence. It offered to assist her with any inquiries, despite its reluctance to admit its prior errors in sorting students. For instance, timid students had been placed in Gryffindor, while brave and selfless ones found themselves in Slytherin. And Ravenclaw students had failed all their subjects. However, upon the goblet's return to the headmaster's office, the Sorting Hat realized its mind-reading abilities did not extend to the goblet. It could discern others' thoughts, but not those of this particular artifact. Loia calmly stated, Sorting Hat, I am contemplating how to shatter myself into pieces. The Sorting Hat expressed surprise that such a straightforward question required asking, pointing towards the window. Did you see the astronomy tower? If you leap from there, you shall undoubtedly shatter into smithereens. What a splendid idea! Loia exclaimed, embracing her roommate, the Sorting Hat. Sorting Hat, we shall meet again in our next lives. Do remember to place me in Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat, utterly baffled, could not comprehend Loia's words. She leaped down from the bookshelf and rolled and tumbled her way to the astronomy tower, standing at the edge. Gazing down, it was impossible to deny her fear of heights. Yet, as the prospect of acquiring a body loomed before her, she steeled herself, took a deep breath, and leapt into the abyss. Clearly, she had underestimated the durability of the ancient mage's craftsmanship on the goblet. It spun gracefully through the air, landing squarely upon the unsuspecting Peter Pettigrew, who was caught off guard by the sudden aerial assault, resulting in a concussion and an immediate loss of consciousness. Meanwhile, Loia's vessel remained unscathed, as solid as a fortress. Loia righted herself, casting a guilty glance at the student sprawled on the ground. Upon realizing she had struck Peter Pettigrew, her guilt evaporated instantly. After all, he was destined to betray the Potters in the future. As curiosity drew onlookers to the scene, Loia's plan to leap from the astronomy tower was abruptly abandoned, and she hastily vacated the area. With the astronomy tower plan thwarted, her well-meaning roommate, the Sorting Hat, proposed a new strategy to you see the Black Lake behind Hogwarts? Jump in. Perhaps your flame shall extinguish. This notion seemed quite reasonable to Loia, who promptly rolled her way to the edge of the Black Lake. In Slytherin's common room, Snape perused the daily prophecy, his brow furrowed in concern. The headline read, "The Goblet of Fire's birth of a soul shakes the wizarding world." However, it exhibits an arrogant and rude personality. Its temper is volatile. The Ministry's Umbridge has been rendered a lifelong baldie by the goblet, permanently losing her ability to regenerate hair. What an impudent goblet. What a malevolent soul. The daily prophecy proceeded to fabricate sensationalist tales, filled with various accusations and slanders against the goblet. Snape's grip on the newspaper tightened, his knuckles turning white. He could not tolerate such calumnies directed at the goblet and angrily crumpled the paper into a ball. Tossing it into the fireplace, as he stared at the ashes, he inadvertently recalled that he had not seen the goblet since their encounter in the detention room. During this time, he had diligently followed the goblet's suggestions, focusing on potion making, and had achieved remarkable success. Even the potion professor, who had once disregarded him, acknowledged his progress. He longed to share this joy with his friend, the goblet, yet each time he approached the Great Hall, the young, self-conscious, socially anxious Snape found himself hesitating, unable to take that final step. After all, he was merely a half-blood wizard. Perhaps the goblet had long since forgotten him, he thought wryly. Yet, just a glance, merely a glance before leaving, he persuaded himself to enter the Great Hall, only to find the goblet absent from the stone dais. It was likely in the headmaster's office, a space not accessible to students. Defeated, Snape wandered aimlessly through Hogwarts until, by chance, he arrived at the Black Lake and spotted the goblet standing by its edge. The corners of his typically indifferent mouth finally lifted into a slight smile as he called out from a distance, "Miss Goblet." However, lost in the euphoria of her impending corporeality, Loia remained blissfully unaware of Snape's presence. 3, 2, 1. With the countdown completed, the Goblet of Fire, Loia, resolutely leaped into the Black Lake. Snape froze in place, fear flooding his eyes as he abandoned his textbook and dove in after her. Loia felt herself engulfed in an endless, suffocating darkness. The pressure was agonizing, and her flames flickered perilously low. Did extinguishing her flames signify the successful conclusion of her self-termination? Did this mean she was about to acquire a body? As Luo Ya contemplated, she closed her eyes until a thin arm enveloped the Goblet of Fire. Severus Snape, though not particularly adept at swimming, suddenly realized at the moment the goblet plunged into the Black Lake that he was on the verge of losing a friend. Unable to restrain himself, he leaped into the lake. He grasped the sinking goblet tightly, and at the instant he made contact, the goblet emitted a brilliant radiance. The silvery light captivated the merfolk dwelling in the depths of the lake, who circled around Luo Ya and Snape a few times. Snape discerned that the mermaids had no intention of attacking them. In his arms, the goblet gradually became softer, and as the glow faded, Snape was astonished to find that the goblet had transformed into an Eastern girl with black hair and black eyes. Luo Ya, who could not swim at all, struggled to cling to Snape. With no time to think, Snape tightly wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist and pulled her to the surface. Coughing, Luo Ya reached the shore and couldn't help but collapse onto the grass, expelling water in large gasps. Completely drenched, Snape, disregarding his own soaked state, gently patted her back. "Are you all right, Miss Goblet?" he inquired with concern. "It's utterly dreadful," Luo Ya replied, devoid of any energy, feeling like a drenched rat. Snape drew out his wand, lightly tapping Luo Ya's sodden garments and uttering the incantation, clean and fresh. The tip of his wand flickered with light, and in an instant her drenched clothes became pristine and tidy. Even her wet hair fell smoothly onto her shoulders in the blink of an eye. "Wait, my hair?" Luo Ya exclaimed, finally noticing her cascading dark curls. "Have I finally acquired a body? Am I human now?" Luo Ya gazed at her hands in bewilderment, quickly turning to dash towards the lake's edge, eager to see if this body resembled her original appearance. She even questioned whether this was indeed her former self. However, to Snape's eyes, the girl appeared as if she were attempting to take her own life once more by jumping into the lake, that he scarcely paid heed to his own drenched condition as he firmly grasped her arm. Luo Ya turned her head in confusion, feeling the slight tremor of his grip. Snape's black hair clung to his forehead, and his dark eyes shimmered with moisture and unmistakable worry. He feared that if he released her, The girl who had once been the goblet would leap into the water again. Observing the anxious Snape, Luo Ya finally realized that she was still the goblet, and her previous attempt to jump into the lake had frightened him. Snape was concerned she might try to end her life again, and she found herself at a loss for how to explain her prior actions. With a gentle smile, she reassured him by patting his hand. "Do not worry," she said. Under the gaze of the Eastern girl's beautiful eyes, Snape momentarily lost his composure. He averted his gaze and released his hold. Luo Ya hurried to the edge of the Black Lake, bending down to inspect her reflection on the water's surface. Without a doubt, this face was hers. This body was indeed her original form. Confused, she recalled that the system had stated she would obtain a body and be transported to 1991 to encounter the Savior, Harry Potter, upon completing the novice task. However, she was still in Hogwarts, standing before a young Snape, and Harry Potter had yet to be born. She closed her eyes, attempting to consult the system. "System, you have completed the novice task, but you have not yet concluded your self-termination. I just jumped into the lake." Luo Ya pouted. The suffocating sensation in the water was far from pleasant. "System, yet you were rescued." Luo Ya thought with a headache. It turned out she had not successfully concluded her self-termination and had been saved by Snape at the brink of death. Then what is the state of my current body? One-day experience card. A reward for completing the novice task. Luo Ya's mouth twitched. Her current body was merely a one-day experience card provided by the system, and tomorrow she would revert to being the goblet. Disheartened, she sat on the grass, resting her chin in her hands. Snape had already cleaned his own soaked garments. Luo Ya cast a sidelong glance at him. If she were to jump into the lake again in front of Snape, it would surely leave a significant psychological scar on his youthful heart. Moreover, he would likely follow her in, so her plan to jump needed to be postponed. Luo Ya resolved to wait for Snape to leave before seeking another opportunity. Snape regarded the dejected Luo Ya, then crouched down to sit across from her, gazing at her face. With her head bowed, he easily noticed her delicate, fan-like eyelashes, and awkward silence lingered between them. Snape longed to say something, but was at a loss for words. Usually reticent, he racked his brain for a topic and finally thought of his top score in potions class, eager to share the joy with Luo Ya. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Luo Ya suddenly raising her pale arm, and under the sunlight, her right hand appeared somewhat translucent. "Your hand," Snape exclaimed in alarm as he swiftly moved closer to grasp her wrist. The girl's right hand was in a semi-transparent state, allowing him to clearly see the grass through her hand. "Why is this happening?" "It's nothing, just a one-day experience card. I'll turn back into the goblet tomorrow." Luo Ya reassured him nonchalantly. Gurgle. Luo Ya's stomach audibly protested, breaking the tension. "Am I finally hungry? I haven't felt hunger at all during my days as the goblet. This long-lost sensation is delightful," she exclaimed excitedly, showing no signs of embarrassment. Suddenly, she remembered that today was the day of the Hufflepuff Ball, a welcoming event for young wizards from all houses. A.S. is well known. Hufflepuff is particularly renowned for its culinary charms, and the ball would undoubtedly feature a plethora of delicious food. She was determined to indulge. Completely forgetting that the reclusive Snape did not favor crowded places, she tugged at his sleeve, eager to leave. "Wait, Miss Goblet," Snape interjected, pointing at her attire. Only then did Luo Ya realize that, as a traveler from 2022, her clothing was far too avant-garde, standing out starkly against the Hogwarts backdrop, making it easy for others to discern that she was not a student here. Furthermore, Luo Ya did not wish to publicize the fact that the goblet had transformed into a human. "What should I do? I want to go to the Hufflepuff Ball and feast," Luo Ya lamented. Lowering her head in disappointment, Snape hesitated for a moment before removing his Slytherin robe and handing it to her. Luo Ya clapped her hands in realization. "Thank you, Snape. What a rare opportunity to be a Slytherin wizard for a day." She donned Snape's Slytherin robes, the once drenched garments now magically dried, yet a faint scent of herbs lingered in the air. Just as they were preparing to attend the ball, a Gryffindor girl approached them slowly. With her fiery red hair, she was none other than Lily Evans. "Snape, may I speak with you privately?" Lily inquired, her anticipation palpable. Leaning forward, Loia whispered, "Should I perhaps make myself scarce?" "No need," Snape replied coolly. Lily pressed her lips together, seemingly unconvinced by Snape's assertion. Taking a breath, she continued, Snape, I'm sorry, I previously misjudged you regarding James. It was James who instigated the confrontation. Snape remained silent, his expression unreadable. Lily extended her hand, a smile gracing her lips. May I invite you to the ball? However, Snape's response was a gentle refusal that I'm sorry, Lily, but I already have a partner. Lily looked at Snape in disbelief, her gaze drifting to the Slytherin girl behind him. This unfamiliar Serpent House student was a stranger to her, as they belonged to different houses. She scrutinized Loia discreetly, noting her dark curls cascading over her shoulders and the depth of intelligence reflected in her clear eyes. Yet the Slytherin robe she wore appeared ill-fitting, clearly too large for her frame. Lily recognized Snape's robes and felt a pang of unease. He had another friend besides her. Their bond seemed profound, and she felt as though something precious was silently slipping through her fingers. Attempting to mask her discontent, she forced a calm demeanor and said, I hope you both enjoy yourselves. James is waiting for me. Lily turned to leave. Snape watched her retreating figure in silence. Loia gently patted Snape's shoulder. Aren't you going to chase after her? This is a perfect opportunity for you to spend time alone with Lily and dance together. I'll just grab some food. After a brief moment, Snape let out an unusual chuckle, removing his Slytherin scarf and draping it lightly around the girl's fair neck. Now you truly look like a Slytherin. Let us proceed. Miss Goblet of Fire. The two walked briskly toward the Hufflepuff ball. True to its reputation, the Hufflepuff festivities were adorned with a plethora of delectable foods. Loia casually picked up a piece of cake and relished the sensation of it melting on her tongue. Not one for dancing, she had no intention of joining in. Her sole desire was to indulge in the culinary delights before her. However, the exquisite features of this faux Slytherin lady soon drew the attention of several wizards at the ball. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of a dance with you? Lucius Malfoy inquired, bowing elegantly. Not interested. I'm busy eating, Loia replied, stuffing her mouth with cake, not even glancing at her suitor. Lucius Malfoy felt his luck had taken a turn for the worse. First, he was publicly exposed for attempting to manipulate the Goblet of Fire, and now he was outright rejected in front of a crowd. Was his noble Malfoy lineage not enough to entice? He had never felt such humiliation. Meanwhile, a tense Snape secretly exhaled in relief. After finishing her pumpkin juice, Loia observed a group of Slytherins barging in, their menacing demeanor pushing aside anyone in their path. The wizards brushed past her, traversing the opposite side of the magical tent. Despite their youth, their expressions and mannerisms exuded a maturity beyond their years. The sense of foreboding washed over Loia as she set down her drink. Intending to follow, suddenly, a pair of hands gripped her tightly. Turning, she found a Ravenclaw which, rising abruptly, clutching her shoulders with a frantic grip, a crystal ball shattered on the ground, splintering into pieces. Bloodshot eyes filled with madness locked onto Loia, and the witch muttered incoherently, You must not go to the tower. You cannot go to the tower. The Dark Lord is your greatest obstacle. After the Ravenclaw girl uttered her cryptic warning, she convulsed and collapsed. Taken away by a few concerned Hufflepuffs, Loia could not decipher her words. Save for the ominous warning about the tower, a Gryffindor wizard approached them. Hey, don't let her scare you, she S.A. Ravenclaw. Always paranoid and obsessed with divination. Her predictions have never been accurate. We've all grown accustomed to it. Loia recognized the young man as someone who often accompanied James, a character from the original story. Wasn't he? What was his name again? After a moment's thought, she recalled Remus Lupin. Lupin's eyes widened in curiosity. Oh, you know me. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Lupin. He had never been fond of Gryffindors, and Lupin was one of James's close friends. He had no desire to engage with him. Suddenly, a storm of thunder and lightning erupted outside, and a bloodied professor burst into the ball, shouting in terror, Death Eaters! The Death Eaters have breached our defenses. The professor fell to the ground, his injuries evident, grasping a student's pant leg weakly, groaning, Fine Professor Dumbledore. With that final utterance, he fell silent. Students, overwhelmed with fear, screamed, and chaos erupted in the ball as younger witches and wizards fled in panic. Loia and her companions were swept out of the magical tent by the frenzied crowd. The sky darkened as if night had fallen prematurely. A colossal green skull hovering above, with a serpent crawling from its mouth, casting a sinister gaze over Hogwarts. The castle was ensconced within a vast spherical barrier, which trembled under the onslaught of dark magic from the Death Eaters, attempting to breach its defenses. Before long, the barrier began to rupture, and a throng of Death Eaters surged through the openings. Several professors brandished their wands, engaging in combat with the intruders, as brilliant flashes of magic lit up the chaos. Impenetrable armor, solid as a fortress, repelled the enemy. Professor McGonagall and her colleagues worked fervently to mend the breaches in the barrier. The dark curse struck a nearby structure, causing walls to collapse, prompting Loia and her companions to seek a safer area. Professors organized the students' evacuation, calling out, "Snape, Lupin, it's dangerous here. Quickly return to your dormitory." At that moment, a white figure appeared before Loia. It was Professor Dumbledore. His disheveled white hair bore witness to his distress. "Severus, have you seen the Goblet of Fire? That child is not in the headmaster's office." The sorting hat indicated the goblet went to the Black Lake. When Dumbledore arrived, he found no trace of it. Loia raised her hand. "Professor, I'm here." Dumbledore looked at her in shock. "Child, you are the Goblet of Fire?" Loia nodded. First, the goblet had birthed a soul, and now it had transformed into a human form, for the first time in his life. The great wizard Albus Dumbledore felt his worldview shattered. He realized he needed a moment to collect himself. Lupin, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "You're the one who spewed blue fire, burned Umbridge, and crashed James's goblet." Loia shot him a glance. "That is correct." Lupin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can you still breathe fire in your human form? Like a Hungarian horntail? Could you demonstrate?" Loia replied, "That seems rather unlikely. You're letting your imagination run wild." Dumbledore's voice interjected between their banter. "Children, this is not the time for such discussions. The Death Eaters will not grant you a moment's respite." An ugly, grotesque Death Eater noticed them, raising his wand to unleash an unforgivable curse. A green spell surged toward them. Loia gasped, recognizing it as the infamous Avada Kedavra. Dumbledore raised his wand, countering the curse, as green and white magic collided, sparking a fierce display of light in the eyes of Loia. www.x33xs.com was nothing short of a breathtaking duel between skilled wizards. The Death Eater before her was evidently no match for Dumbledore, quickly finding himself on the losing end. The Death Eater was hurled away by Dumbledore's magic, flying a considerable distance. The breaches in the Hogwarts barrier were multiplying as a multitude of Death Eaters surged into the castle, seemingly all heading towards the Great Hall where the students were most numerous. The professors needed to reach the hall swiftly to prevent the Death Eaters from harming the innocent students. Dumbledore turned to Loia. His voice, aged yet resolutely serious, inquired, "Child, for the sake of Hogwarts, may I request your assistance?" Loia felt incapable of contending with the Dark Lord of the Death Eaters. She was merely a cup that could occasionally spew fire, bullying the younger students of Hogwarts. She possessed no wand and had never learned to spell. However, when such a magnificent wizard as Dumbledore humbly sought her aid, she could not help but respond that she would do her utmost. The barrier could not hold for long before more Death Eaters entered Hogwarts. It was imperative to activate the double protective barrier. The double barrier conceived by ancient wizards could only be initiated with the flame cup, also crafted by their hands. "What must I do?" she asked. "The astronomy tower." "You must go there and use the stone tablet to open the double barrier," he instructed. "You absolutely must not go to the astronomy tower." The words of that which echoed in her ears. Loia's eyelids fluttered. Yet Dumbledore's wand tip had gently touched her forehead, and a vision flooded her mind. A dashing young man traversed mountains and rivers, enduring hardships to find the ancient wizard's relic, the Flame Stone. He presented the Flame Stone to a youthful Dumbledore, stating that both the Flame Stone and the Flame Cup were essential to activate the double barrier, as one could not suffice without the other. Ultimately, the Flame Stone was concealed by Dumbledore in a hidden chamber within the astronomy tower. The location of the Flame Stone and the method to activate the double barrier were transferred to her mind through Dumbledore's wand. As the glow from the wand faded, Loia regained her senses, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the young man who had given Dumbledore the Flame Stone. He bore a striking resemblance to the antagonist from a film she had been reluctantly persuaded to watch by her friend a few years prior. Dumbledore had merely intended to relay the location of the flame stone and the means to activate the barrier, unaware that Luo Ya had inadvertently glimpsed a fragment of his memory. Dumbledore gazed at her earnestly. "I entrust this to you, child." After a moment of hesitation, Luo Ya could not resist asking, "Principal, was it Grindelwald who gave you the flame stone?" She then sprinted towards the astronomy tower, followed closely by the eager Lupin and the determined Snape. They weaved through the panicked crowd, where owls, startled and disoriented, flitted chaotically about. Upon reaching the astronomy tower, Luo Ya quickly located the hidden chamber, guided by the memory Dumbledore had imparted. Just as she was about to touch the chamber, several Slytherin students emerged from the shadows, their faces contorted with malice and grinning in a manner that belied their youth. Luo Ya recognized them as the same group that had appeared at the Hufflepuff Ball. One of the Slytherins spoke in a voice far too mature. It was worth lying in wait at the astronomy tower for so long, to Luo Ya's astonishment. His face began to morph slowly into that of a fearsome Death Eater. The other Slytherins followed suit, revealing their true forms. Snape frowned. "They've consumed Polyjuice Potion." The tallest Death Eater among them appeared to be a diviner. He closed his eyes and extended his hand towards Luo Ya and her companions, as if sensing something. Moments later, he opened his eyes and declared, "The girl in the middle is the flame cup sought by our master." He scrutinized Luo Ya, incredulous, unbelievable. "This is the artifact of the ancient wizards, and it can transform into human form." Another malevolent Death Eater sneered. "Little girl, I advise you to come along quietly unless you wish to experience excruciating pain." Luo Ya was bewildered as to why Voldemort had sent his minions to capture her. "Who wants to go with you lot?" She retorted defiantly. "What if I catch that no-nose disease from Voldemort?" "You insolent brat. Our master does have a nose. In a few years he won't. You'll believe it whether you want to or not." The leader of the Death Eaters interrupted impatiently. "Capture the flame cup alive. The others need not be spared." Upon receiving the command, the Death Eaters brandished their wands and unleashed dark curses. Lupin, acting swiftly, shouted, "Petri Ficus Totalis." The nearest Death Eater collapsed as if struck by an unseen force, rigid as a statue. The Death Eaters unleashed a furious roar, closing in. Doubted that the student Snape and Lupin could withstand the onslaught of the surrounding Death Eaters. She had to take action. She attempted to summon flames several times, but to no avail. Could it be that she could not wield fire in human form? Luo Ya immediately called upon her system. "Cancel my body experience card. I want to revert to the flame cup." System. Host request received. A blue aura enveloped Luo Ya, and she transformed back into the flame cup of Hogwarts. She commanded the flames to form a wall, isolating the Death Eaters from Snape and Lupin. She heard the diviner Death Eater exclaim, "As expected of the Horcrux chosen by Lord Voldemort, it possesses such tremendous power." I end the original story. The four founders of Hogwarts left behind artifacts, two of which had been turned into Horcruxes by Voldemort. The realization that Voldemort sought to seize the flame cup to create a Horcrux sent a chill down Luo Ya's spine. Snape turned to her. Anxiety etched on his face. "Flame cup!" Luo urgently cried. "Snape, take me over there." Snape quickly scooped up the flame cup and dashed toward the hidden chamber. Following the method transmitted by Dumbledore, Luo Ya opened the chamber. However, contrary to the vision Dumbledore had shown her, the flame stone lay shattered into numerous pieces before her. A wave of dread washed over Luo. How could this happen? Lupin prodded at the fragments. Dusting off his hands, it looks like it shattered many years ago. Can it still be used? Can you activate the double barrier? Of course not. Luo Ya replied, her head throbbing. Make matters worse. They were trapped in the astronomy tower with no escape. The Death Eaters behind them relentlessly attacking the firewall. Should the wall be breached, Snape and Lupin would be in grave danger. The only exit lay in leaping from the astronomy tower. Given the resilience of the flame cup, Luo Ya would likely emerge unscathed, but Snape and Lupin would surely be reduced to a pulp. Unfortunately, the firewall soon began to crack, the relentless curses of the Death Eaters ultimately shattering it. Lupin barely had time to react before he was struck by a dark curse and fell unconscious. "Lupin, are you all right? I was counting on you to transform into a werewolf and buy us some time." Luo Ya exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice. The Death Eaters mocked her. Launching a curse at the wary Snape, he dodged, preparing to retaliate, only to be ambushed by another Death Eater, crashing violently against the wall. His wand fell from the astronomy tower. Shouted indignantly. 2 against 1. And you ambush? How shameless. The Death Eater's lip twitched, unwilling to engage with the incessant prattle of the flame cup. He glared menacingly at Snape, demanding, "Hand over the flame cup." Sweat beaded on Snape's forehead as he clutched the flame cup tightly. The Death Eater, intrigued by Snape's stubbornness, unleashed a green light from his wand. Loia's eyes widened in shock. Excruciating pain. One of the unforgivable curses. It inflicts upon its victim a torment that renders existence unbearable. Prolonged exposure to its effects can drive a person to madness or death, in the original text. Luo Ya recalled that the parents of Neville were compelled to spend the remainder of their lives in a hospital due to the Cruciatus curse. Those afflicted by such a curse face either death or debilitating injury. The Cruciatus curse struck Severus Snape mercilessly. He had never endured such excruciating agony, his bones and blood seemingly ablaze. His complexion turned ashen, yet he gritted his teeth, uttering not a single sound. The astronomy tower echoed with the cruel laughter of the Death Eaters. The curse persisted for several agonizing seconds, yet Snape clung desperately to the Goblet of Fire. The seer impatiently urged the Death Eaters to dispose of the remaining wizards. Following the command, a Death Eater raised his wand, unleashing a green beam of the killing curse at Snape. Luo Ya watched in horror as the green light drew ever closer to him. Acting on instinct, the Goblet of Fire leapt from Snape's grasp, intercepting the Avada Kedavra with a direct hit. With a resounding crash, the goblet fell to the ground, its rim shattered. The broken vessel toppled aside, its flames dwindling. The seer gasped, reproaching the Death Eater who had cast the killing curse. "Look what you've done. You've shattered the Goblet of Fire. This is the Dark Lord's chosen Horcrux." Luo Ya's vision blurred, her thoughts wandering to the remarkable resilience of the ancient wizard's creation. It had withstood a direct strike from Avada Kedavra without disintegrating into dust. Yet, her own condition was perilously dire. Most importantly, at the moment she was struck by the killing curse, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged before her. Within those memories, the ancient wizards had imbued the goblet with a trump card, an explosive magic that served both as a protective measure and an offensive strategy. Should the goblet ever absorb fatal dark magic on behalf of a human, this self-destruct spell would activate. The ensuing explosion would incinerate all nearby dark wizards, centered around the goblet. Luo Ya finally comprehended why Dumbledore had repeatedly insisted that she must go to the astronomy tower. She also understood why the young Ravenclaw wizard had urged her against it. In truth, whether the dual barrier could be breached was of little consequence. After the rift between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the goblet had shattered, making the completion of the dual barrier impossible. Something Dumbledore was well aware of. He also knew that Death Eaters lay in ambush at the astronomy tower. His failure to prevent Snape from accompanying Luo Ya was a gamble, hoping the goblet would explode to save Snape. Old Dumbledore, you truly are a master of strategy. Snape staggered to the remnants of the shattered goblet, his eyes reddened as he picked up the fragments. Several Death Eaters advanced with the intent of seizing the remains of the goblet. In an instant, the shattered rim of the goblet became adorned with crimson ancient runes, charging for self-detonation, before the astonished gazes of the Death Eaters. The broken goblet erupted in a blinding light, the radiance transforming into silver flames that engulfed the astronomy tower as the Death Eaters screamed in agony. Consumed by the inferno, the brilliance gradually spread throughout Hogwarts, incinerating countless Death Eaters. Just before her consciousness faded, Luo Ya beheld Snape cradling her fragments, his expression one of despair, repeatedly casting futile healing spells, his eyes filled with anguish and hopelessness. This was the final image she perceived as the Goblet of Fire. System, ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully concluding their existence. Teleportation mode initiating destination. Surrey, London, 1991, Privet Drive. At number 4, Privet Drive, Surrey, London, the weather was splendid, a perfect day for an outing. Early in the morning, Harry was roused from sleep by the shrill screams of Aunt Petunia. "Get up! Hurry up!" Aunt Petunia banged on the cupboard door, and Harry, groggy, rubbed his eyes, donned ill-fitting clothes, and emerged from the cramped closet. Get the bacon frying, or you'll be in trouble, Aunt Petunia barked. Little Harry obediently lowered his head and trudged to the kitchen. Uncle Vernon was glued to the television, unusually silent, not barking at Harry to fix his hair as he typically did. As Harry set the fried eggs on the table, he caught a glimpse of Uncle Vernon, his gaze transfixed on the news, an unusual glimmer of fear in his eyes. Harry had never seen his large, rotund uncle exhibit such a countenance. Stealing a glance at the television, Harry saw reporters covering a mysterious attack that had occurred the previous day in the Northwest District. The shaky footage showed buildings suddenly exploding as if struck by some invisible force. The pavement cracked, and trees were uprooted. For safety reasons, the reporters advised citizens to minimize their outings in the near future. Uncle Vernon cursed under his breath. Damn it, that street is not far from here. Aunt Petunia was busy trying to cheer Dudley, and upon hearing Uncle Vernon's words, she replied indignantly, Today is Dudley's birthday. We promised to take him to the zoo. Are you canceling? Seeing Aunt Petunia's displeasure, Uncle Vernon hurriedly agreed that they would go. He glanced back at the terrifying scene on the news, unconsciously wiping sweat from his brow. Turning around, he noticed Harry staring at the screen, entranced, and pointed at the ominous black mist colliding with the buildings. Uncle Vernon turned his attention to the television, aside from the inexplicable collapse of the structures. Where was this mist? Harry murmured softly that it must be magic. Uncle Vernon, believing Harry was merely being clever, angrily yanked at Harry's hair, exclaiming, Don't play tricks on me. There is no such thing as magic in this world. Harry winced at the painful tug, while Petunia hastily dressed Dudley in his coat, urging him to hurry on Dudley's birthday. The Dursleys had no desire to bring Harry along to the zoo. Typically, they would leave Harry with Mrs. Fig while they enjoyed their outings, but Petunia had just received a phone call from Mrs. Fig. The old woman's voice trembled with palpable fear as she stammered that she had been lifted into the air by an unseen force while passing through the Northwest neighborhood, resulting in a broken leg. Petunia, dismissive of the incident, assumed Mrs. Fig was merely suffering from age-induced hallucinations due to her injury. Consequently, they reluctantly brought Harry along as an unwelcome burden. Harry sat gleefully in the back seat of the car, thrilled at the prospect of visiting the zoo for the first time. However, fortune did not favor him, as they soon found themselves caught in traffic. Resting his chin on the window, Harry gazed at the sky. What had begun as a sunny morning had rapidly turned overcast. Aunt Petunia, attributing her frustration at the inclement weather to Harry, glared at him, while Uncle Vernon impatiently drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. Suddenly, several terrified individuals sprinted past their vehicle. Curious, Harry leaned out to see the commotion, noticing that the occupants of other cars were frantically abandoning their vehicles and rushing toward their direction in a state of panic. Uncle Vernon took notice as well, casting a suspicious glance around, only to see their neighbors, the Rowlings, barreling toward them. The Rowlings frantically banged on their car window, urgently warning them, Oh my God, there's an explosion ahead. No, it's a terrorist attack. Get out of here. Uncle Vernon instinctively recalled the morning's news, his face flushing with panic as he wiped the sweat from his brow, while Petunia and Dudley displayed expressions of sheer terror. Just as he intended to reverse away from the street, the ground trembled violently, and buildings began to collapse one after another, the streets filled with a chaotic throng of fleeing people and their terrified screams. The Dursleys cowered within their car, oblivious to the unseen terror wreaking havoc above them. Yet Harry perceived it clearly, a massive, dark entity rampaging through the air, reducing structures to rubble. Loia felt that her journey through time was fraught with calamity. She found herself floating in the air, or more accurately, careening uncontrollably through the sky. Her new body belonged to a small girl who had been subjected to long-term abuse and repression of her magical abilities, leading to a breakdown that manifested as a dark substance known as murmur. The good news was that murmur was an uncontrollable force, an elusive concept that had once been sought after by the dark wizard Grindelwald in his quest for dominion over the world. The bad news was that once it erupted, it unleashed indiscriminate destruction, with a high likelihood of consuming its host in the process. The girl had experienced a surge of magic the previous day, transforming into murmur and wreaking havoc in the Northwest neighborhood, only to exhaust herself to the point of death. Now, Loia had just inhabited this body and within a minute had triggered a second surge of magical energy. She was now at the epicenter of murmur, enveloped in a dense shroud of darkness, leaving devastation in its wake. Then she witnessed the uncontrollable murmur collide with a private car. Serendipitously, the dark-haired boy in the back seat was none other than Harry Potter. Loia silently critiqued the rather perilous and unconventional nature of their encounter. Uncle Vernon's car was violently overturned by the rampaging murmur, flames erupting from the front. The Dursleys emerged from the vehicle, battered and disheveled, with a distraught Petunia and Vernon hastily fleeing with a crying Dudley, completely oblivious to Harry, who remained trapped inside. True to form, the boy who lived was not easily vanquished. Abandoned, Harry struggled to crawl out of the window. Having scraped his forehead in the process, dazed, he looked up to see murmur still rampaging uncontrollably. The dark mist crashed into a building to his right before dissipating. Cautiously, Harry approached the wreckage from which he heard a faint, weakened voice. Clearing away the debris, he discovered a girl of similar age trapped beneath the rubble. "Are you all right?" Harry inquired anxiously. The dust-covered Loia gazed up at him. "Not really. My leg is stuck." Her leg was pinned beneath a fallen beam, blood seeping from the wound, and any movement sent sharp pain coursing through her. "Stay still. I'll help you," Harry reassured her. The slight boy grasped Loia's arm, attempting to pull her free, but despite his repeated efforts, her leg remained firmly trapped in the wreckage. Loia sensed that the already unstable building was on the verge of collapse. True to her instinct, yet another beam gave way, crashing down between them and nearly striking Harry. Fortunately, they escaped serious harm, and Loia exhaled in relief. As the danger escalated, the kind-hearted Harry refused to abandon her, continuing to tug at her shoulder in a bid to extricate her. Loia realized she needed to concoct an excuse to send Harry away. She couldn't very well kill the protagonist right after arriving. That would jeopardize the narrative. "This isn't working. You should go outside and call for help," Loia suggested. Harry hesitated. "All right, you wait here. Don't worry, I'll be right back." Watching Harry jog away, Loia mused on the naivety of children. Given that the entire street was filled with the injured, it was a wonder anyone would come to assist. In the next moment, the entire roof caved in. Loia couldn't believe her misfortune. Having just crossed over, she was about to meet her end. Hearing the commotion, Harry whipped around, his eyes widening in horror. Before him, the girl bent forward sharply, dark mist erupting from her hair and enveloping her entirely. The girl transformed into the very murmur that had terrorized the street, surging forth from the rubble. Loia had to concede that the entity responsible for the street's destruction had, quite fortuitously, saved her life at that critical moment. As the roof collapsed, this body-s murmur erupted for the third time, allowing her to narrowly escape danger. Currently, her new body was experiencing frequent surges of magic, reaching a state of utter exhaustion. After careening through the air a couple of times, Murmur returned to its original position, all observed by Harry. Ding! System task initiated. Successfully residing at Harry Potter's uncle's house will yield a random spell reward. Loia rubbed her forehead. Harry had yet to receive his acceptance letter to Hogwarts and remained unaware of the existence of magic. Moreover, having just transformed in a murmur before Harry's eyes, it was likely he was too stunned to process the encounter, let alone contemplate residing with the Dursleys. In truth, she had underestimated the pure heartedness of the Savior. Harry returned, crouching beside her and assessing her injuries, apart from a more serious-looking wound on her knee. The rest were mere scrapes from her chaotic thrashing about. "Are you okay?" Loia recognized an opportunity. For the sake of the system task, she needed to evoke Harry's sympathy. Swiftly, she sifted through the memories of her new body. The original owner had been abandoned at an orphanage, and upon turning 6, her magical abilities began to manifest, leading her to be adopted by a couple. Her adoptive father was a muggle, while her mother was a witch. Unfortunately, their happiness was short-lived. Her adoptive parents divorced, and her mother succumbed to despair and alcoholism, passing away shortly thereafter without imparting any magical knowledge to her. Her remarried father refused to take her in, ultimately leaving her to return to the orphanage. It was indeed a sorrowful tale, and the original owner was indeed pitiable. "Are your family nearby? I want to find them and take you to the hospital." Luo Ya pretended to cry, wailing, Mommy is dead. Daddy doesn't want me anymore. I don't want to go back to the orphanage. Harry, witnessing Luo Ya's sobs, couldn't help but think of his own parents. He believed that she and he were the same lonely and forsaken kind. Luo Ya, peeking through her fingers, caught sight of Harry's eyes filled with sadness and compassion, realizing that her awkward performance had indeed touched him. Subsequently, she feigned unconsciousness, remaining utterly still. Harry, in a state of alarm, attempted to seek help from the adults fleeing around them, but no one paid him any heed. Aside from the Dursleys, Harry had no relatives in London, ultimately leading him to carry Luo Ya on his back to his aunt's house. Luo Ya lay exhausted on Harry's slender back, her eyelids heavy, and she soon fell into a deep slumber. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying in a cramped cupboard. Her various wounds were bandaged haphazardly, clearly indicating that the person who had done so was not particularly skilled. As she sat up, she collided with a hard object. "Ouch, that hurts!" Harry groaned, clutching his head, while Luo Ya covered her forehead. "You're awake? How did I end up here? Did you carry me back?" Luo Ya feigned ignorance. My name is Harry Potter. Aunt Petunia has agreed that you can stay here for now. You don't have to return to the orphanage just yet. Luo Ya feigned joy on her face, while internally pondering why the Dursleys would be so kind as to take her in. Sure enough, Harry, with an apologetic expression, said, "I'm sorry. Aunt Petunia said you can only sleep in the cupboard like me." When Harry had brought her back, Aunt Petunia had shouted angrily, claiming that the blood on Luo Ya had stained the floor. Uncle Vernon wanted to throw her out, but whether calling the police or the shelter, they were met with endless refusals. Due to the recent severe disturbances in the neighborhood, the shelter and hospital were overwhelmed with injured individuals. The officers managing the scene were too busy to concern themselves with such trivial matters, allowing her to temporarily stay with the Dursleys. Aunt Petunia, in her fury, insisted that she and Harry should squeeze into the cupboard together, firmly refusing to provide any extra room. Regardless, the outcome was achieved. Luo Ya temporarily resided in the Dursley household, and the system's task was smoothly completed. System, congratulations, host, on completing the task. Random spell reward is being distributed. Luo Ya felt a spell enter her mind. Transfiguration Charm. This was the first spell Luo Ya had acquired in the magical world. Meanwhile, Harry was staring at her intently, eager to ask something, but at a loss for how to begin. Luo Ya cheerfully encouraged him. "If you have any questions, go ahead and ask." Harry's eyes sparkled. "That black mist you transformed into earlier, was that magic?" "You could say it was a kind of magic," she replied. Upon confirming the existence of magic in the world, Harry smiled with delight. Luo Ya lifted her chin. "So, Mr. Potter, would you like to see some magic?" Harry nodded fervently, just having obtained the spell from the system. Luo Ya was eager to try it out, provided she had a wand. She struggled to recall the original owner's memories. Her adoptive mother's wand had been kept close as a keepsake. Luo Ya immediately rummaged through her coat pocket and finally discovered the wand sewn into the inner pocket. Unfortunately, the wand had been broken into 2 pieces during the chaos, and she was unsure if it was still usable. "Do you have any tape? This poor wand might still be redeemable." "Wait for me. Hopefully Aunt Petunia won't notice." Harry quietly ventured out of the cupboard. Seizing the moment while Aunt Petunia was distracted, he stealthily retrieved some tape from the storage room. Luo Ya wrapped the wand with tape. Weighing it in her palm, feeling it should still be functional in the future, she was determined to choose a unique wand for herself at Ollivander's wand shop. Under Harry's excited gaze, Luo Ya shook the wand, cleared her throat, and prepared to test her spell. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the cupboard door was struck. That Harry's cousin Dudley had just returned from outside, holding a basketball and deliberately slamming it against the cupboard door while pretending to shoot. "Hey, Harry, why don't you come out?" Dudley said with a mischievous grin. The basketball thudded heavily against the cupboard once more. "Don't mind him." Harry shrank back, recalling how Dudley had bullied him throughout their lives. Luo Ya smirked, seriously looking at Harry. "Watch closely, future Auror Potter. Let me give you a live demonstration on how magic is done." Luo Ya opened a crack in the door and extended the wand. Dudley, puzzled, stared at the chopsticks that had unexpectedly emerged from the cupboard, pointing at him. Transfiguration Charm. A flash of light shot from the tip of the wand, and suddenly Dudley's ears and nose transformed, becoming pig-like. Dudley let out a terrified scream. Hearing Dudley's cries, Aunt Petunia rushed over, and upon seeing her son transformed into a pig-headed creature, she shrieked, "Ah, my Dudley! Baby, what has happened to you?" By the time Uncle Vernon waddled over, he found that Dudley's pig head had sprouted a curly tail, causing him to faint on the spot. Harry and Luo Ya peered through the crack of the door, stifling their laughter, and Harry felt a newfound admiration for Luo Ya. Harry looked at Luo Ya and shyly scratched his head. "By the way, you haven't told me your name yet." Luo Ya was momentarily taken aback. Realizing her oversight, she concentrated on recalling this body's name. Luo Ya Grindelwald. "You could just call me Luo Ya." "Wait a moment, Grindelwald? This body belongs to the Grindelwald family? Is she a descendant of the first Dark Lord Grindelwald?" In recent days, Dudley, who had been subjected to the transformation curse, has been surprisingly subdued, refraining from throwing basketballs in front of the cupboard door or bouncing around on the stairs leading to it. He has also ceased his incessant shouting at Harry and seems to wish to avoid encountering Loia altogether. However, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon continue to cast disdainful glances at both Harry and Loia. During her stay with the Dursleys, Loia has come to realize the extent of the couple's harsh treatment of Harry, far exceeding what she had imagined. Harry is forced to wear Dudley's ill-fitting hand-me-downs, with the cuffs of his trousers perpetually drooping over his shoes. He is only permitted to dine on the cold remnants of the family's meals after they have finished eating, leading to prolonged malnutrition that has rendered him notably more emaciated than his peers. Like the teen night, she typically squeezes into the cupboard with Harry. Despite her injuries, he generously concedes most of the bed space to her. Perhaps due to the bloodline of Grindelwald, Loia finds her body healing at a much faster rate than that of an ordinary individual, although she and Harry are still young and innocent. The awkwardness of sharing a cupboard and sleeping in the same bed weighs on her. Furthermore, it won't be long before Harry receives his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Lily left him a vault full of gold, relieving him of any concerns regarding tuition fees. She, on the other hand, is utterly penniless. Desperate for a job to earn money for the impending tuition, Loia scoured the nearby neighborhoods, discovering that many places refused to employ child labor, leaving her with the option of merely handing out flyers at her current age. Fortunately, she ultimately secured a position at a quaint bakery. The elderly couple who own the shop, both in their 60s and sporting reading glasses, are quite kind-hearted and in need of a cashier, offering daily wages. Loia, with her endearing appearance and fabricated tale of her tragic background, having lost her parents and being mistreated by distant relatives, the Dursleys, was finally employed by the compassionate couple. The cakes in the shop are all lovingly crafted by the Covals. Though the establishment is small and lacks additional staff, the business is sufficient to cover their living expenses each day at closing time. The Covals generously give Loia the unsold cakes, which she gratefully takes home to nourish Harry. She fondly remembers the first time Harry tasted cake, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed that he had never eaten anything so delicious. Loia smiled and gently patted his head. Over the course of half a month, Harry has plumped up considerably thanks to her care, no longer resembling the frail, scrawny figure she had first encountered. As time passed, their relationship blossomed to the point where they could call each other by name. On one particular day, Loia was alone in the bakery when she discovered a letter left by the Covals. They had gone on a picnic, expecting to return in a week, and they felt entirely at ease in trusting the shop to her care. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noted that closing time was approaching and began tidying up the counter. Suddenly, the wind chimes at the door jingled, prompting Loia to turn and greet the newcomer with a professional smile. A man, clad in a tattered cloak and leaning heavily on a cane, hobbled towards her. His face bore a terrifying, crooked scar, and one eye appeared mechanical. As the mechanical eye scanned Loia's face, an uncomfortable sensation washed over her. The man inquired about a recent terror attack that had occurred in the neighborhood. His strange mechanical eye fixated on her, as if it could see through her very soul. "I'm afraid I don't know, sir," she replied. He took a swig from his water flask and gruffly asked, "You're not a resident of this street, are you?" Loia felt her body tense. She finally remembered the man's identity. Alastair Moody, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic, tasked with tracking down and capturing wizards who violated magical law. Half of the prisoners in Azkaban had been apprehended by him. His sudden appearance in the Muggle world and his inquiry about the recent incident filled Luo Ya with a sense of foreboding. Struggling to maintain her composure, she responded, "Sir, we are about to close." Moody's question transformed into a statement of certainty. An eerie silence enveloped them. If Luo Ya's instinct were correct, Moody had been sent by the Ministry to locate the whereabouts of the elusive creature known as the Muggle. The Ministry regarded the Muggle as a highly dangerous entity, and for centuries, their approach had been to eliminate it on sight. Moody had locked onto her. Cold sweat beaded on Luo Ya's forehead. Point one was an Auror who had spent decades capturing dark wizards, while the other was a girl whose wand was broken in two and who had yet to touch a first-year textbook from Hogwarts. The odds of a confrontation between them were painfully clear. Suddenly, Moody seized her arm with a vice-like grip, his magical eye spinning wildly as he raised his voice. "You're the little monster that has caused chaos in two neighborhoods." Luo Ya met his gaze unflinchingly. Before Moody could draw his wand, Luo Ya swiftly pulled her own wand from her apron. Mists of oblivion. The tip of her wand released a dense fog that rapidly enveloped the entire shop and street. Taking advantage of the obscurity, Luo Ya made her escape, ensuring to grab a piece of cake for Harry on her way out. Moody, seething with anger, paused momentarily, muttering, "Damn it, the Muggle has learned magic on her own." Where could she have fled to? In a dimly lit cupboard, Harry lay on the blanket, munching on the toasted bread Luo Ya had just brought back. That he glanced up, inadvertently catching sight of Luo Ya's worried expression. "Luo Ya, what's wrong? Are you unhappy about something?" Luo Ya rested her chin on her hand, remaining silent for a moment before saying, "Harry, I can't stay here any longer. I must leave." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Harry felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Regaining his senses, he sprang up and bumped his head against the cupboard's ceiling. He let out a whimper, shaking his head in an attempt to dismiss the pain, and anxiously inquired about her reasons for leaving. "You could say a one-eyed giant is after me, and I need to hide for a while." Luo Ya continued, "Don't worry, we will meet again after your birthday. After all, on your birthday, Hagrid will personally escort you to Hogwarts, and we will be classmates then." Harry, feeling dejected, replied, "You must promise to write to me." Luo Ya returned his sentiment with a smile. "It's a promise." Just then, a series of fierce knocks echoed from the Dursleys' front door, sounding as though a violent intruder awaited entrance. Uncle Vernon, terrified, dared not make a sound, brandishing a gun at the door, while Aunt Petunia cowered behind him in fear. The visitor, impatient, forcefully kicked the door open. Alastair Moody seized Vernon by the collar, his voice dripping with menace. "Where's that girl?" Aunt Petunia trembled, pointing towards the cupboard. Moody flung open the cupboard door with a forceful motion, the dim yellow light flickering unsteadily, revealing only Harry inside. Cursing under his breath, Moody roughly lifted Harry by the arm, demanding, "Where has that girl gone?" Harry gazed at Moody's fierce countenance. It was evident to Moody that the boy before him was lying. Known for his notoriously foul temper, he was about to teach the deceitful boy a lesson when his eyes inadvertently caught the lightning-shaped scar upon the boy's forehead. In that instant, he recognized the boy's identity and chose to relent. Sparing Harry further scrutiny, he surveyed the hall, noting the corridor windows wide open, curtains billowing violently in the night breeze. That he strode purposefully to the window, his magical eye scanning the darkness swiftly, soon locating the fleeing figure of a girl. Loia navigated through the forest, the surrounding streets eerily deserted, presumably cloaked by a Muggle-repelling charm. The wisps of mist she conjured dissipated inexplicably, as Mad-Eye Moody had prepared thoroughly to capture her. She had no desire to be ensnared and subjected to the Ministry of Magic's interrogation chair. The gust of wind rushed past Loia from behind. Swiftly ensnared, she found herself bound by invisible ropes, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Despite her frantic struggles, escape proved futile, as Moody blocked her path atop his broomstick. "Girl, you have wasted quite a bit of my time," he remarked. Undeterred by her disadvantage, Loia defiantly extended her middle finger toward him. Moody chose to ignore her insolence. Suddenly, Loia convulsed violently, feeling as though she had been struck in the chest. An uncontrollable force threatened to surge forth. Invoking a magical upheaval, "Oh, you have health insurance, sir?" Loia inquired, her tone laced with mischief. "What nonsense are you spouting now?" Moody began, but before he could finish, strands of dark substance erupted from Loia's hair, enveloping her form. Under Moody's astonished gaze, she uncontrollably transformed into a shadowy figure. The Dursleys were left utterly terrified, once again entangled in a web of horrifying mysteries. Meanwhile, Harry, preoccupied with thoughts of his dear friend Loia, could not resist following her into the woods after Moody sprinted down the street, calling out Loia's name. Surrounded by an absence of muggles, in the depths of the shadowy forest, flashes of light intermittently illuminated the darkness, accompanied by the sound of crashing trees. Following the noise, he finally found Loia. She was pinned to the ground by Moody, one hand gripping her throat while the other brandished his wand threateningly above her head. Loia's wand was pointed directly at Moody's throat. Both were hesitant to make a move. Moody, drenched in sweat and bearing multiple injuries, had not faced such a formidable entity as Loia's shadowy form in over a century. This was his first direct confrontation with it, and its reckless ferocity was akin to that of a frenzied beast. Had Loia not eventually lost her strength, resulting in the shadow's disappearance, Moody wondered if he would have met his end here. Moreover, he was perplexed by the fact that she was merely a child, not yet of age to attend Hogwarts, and yet she possessed such immense magical power. Harry shouted from a distance, "Let Loia go." Moody smirked slightly. "You should be saying, 'Let her release me.'" With a scowl, he noted that Loia was wielding a Muggle anti-wolf electric device against him. What kind of wizard uses such trivial Muggle contraptions, he thought. Loia retorted, "What is the rule that says magic can't be countered with physical means?" Harry, oblivious to their exchange, merely saw his friend in danger and charged forward, only to be forcefully shoved aside by Moody. In a fit of anger, Harry shouted Loia's full name. "Let go of Loia Grindelwald." Moody paused. "What did you call her?" He repeated incredulously, "I ask you, what is her surname?" Calmly, Loia replied for Harry, "Loia Grindelwald." Moody stared at her in shock. "What is your connection to Grindelwald?" "I would like to know that as well," Loia replied. Moody scrutinized her from head to toe, his expression one of disbelief. "Good heavens, the Ministry is hunting a shadow, and the shadow is a descendant of Grindelwald." The truth of Loia's extraordinary magical prowess, so incongruous with her age, dawned on him. It was the power of her bloodline. He could not take her to the Ministry. Instead, he needed to escort her to Dumbledore. With a conflicted expression, he released Loia, who in turn let go of the electric device. Rubbing her reddened neck, Loia listened as Moody, arms crossed and face stern, said, "We need to talk. You are a descendant of Grindelwald, and for now, I will not take you to the Ministry. However, you cannot remain here. It is too dangerous for shadows among Muggles," tapping his cane. He added, "I will take you to an old friend first, and then we will go see Dumbledore." With no other options available, Loia nodded in agreement. She tossed the keys to the bakery to Harry, instructing him to place them in the flower pot at the door, having forgotten to return them to the Koval couple in her haste. Shortly thereafter, Moody transported her via apparition. They landed in a garden before a building several stories tall. Appearing crooked as though conjured by magic, the sign at the door read "The Burrow." Moody knocked, then unceremoniously pushed the door open. "Old friend, it's been a long time," Mr. Weasley greeted him with a brief embrace. Mrs. Weasley, clad in a floral apron with a wand tucked in her pocket, was busy in the kitchen. Spotting Loia behind Moody, she enthusiastically presented a freshly baked pumpkin pie. "Come in, dear, don't be shy," Mrs. Weasley said kindly. Moody casually took a seat at the wooden table, pouring himself a glass of mead. "This girl will stay with you for a few days. She is a shadow." Mr. Weasley stared in disbelief, nearly spitting out his drink. Mrs. Weasley was equally shocked, the pumpkin pie slipping from her hands. After all, they had heard tales of the terror unleashed by shadows. Two identical heads poked out from the spiraling staircase. Curiosity evident in their expressions. "Dad, what's a shadow?" they asked in unison. Loia observed their identical faces, noting even the curvature of their curls was the same, rendering them indistinguishable. The twins cheerfully greeted her. Fred tossed a small box to Loia, who opened it to find it filled with cookies. "Our new invention, canary cookies. Eat one and you'll grow feathers," Fred said with a grin. "You can turn into a peacock," George added, flapping his hands by his ears. The two harmonized effortlessly. Mrs. Weasley glared at Fred and George, exclaiming, "How many times must I tell you? Do not feed your bizarre inventions to the guests." Loia set the cookies aside. She had no desire to transform into a peacock. Meanwhile, Moody and Mr. Weasley continued their discussion about the dangers of shadows. "Leaving her outside is too perilous. It's a risk to muggles," Mr. Weasley lamented. "I believe we are at risk as well," he added. Moody crossed his arms and scoffed. "I just had a fierce encounter with her. She has no strength left, and 1T turn into a shadow in the near future." "Old friend, your disheveled appearance hardly inspires confidence," Mr. Weasley replied skeptically. "All right, I admit, she did put up quite a fight, which is why she is too weak to transform now, as long as we don't provoke her. The girl should remain as she is for a time. Let her stay here under your watch, while I notify Dumbledore." Mr. Weasley could only scratch his remaining sparse hair in distress. Mrs. Weasley gazed at the frail girl before her, unable to reconcile the image of Loia with the notion of terror. Her eyes were filled with compassion. Moody rapped on the table, signaling that an urgent meeting was in order. Mrs. Weasley turned to the twins and instructed, "Fred, George, please escort our guest upstairs." With enthusiasm, Mrs. Weasley half-pushed Loia up the stairs, cautioning Fred and George against using extendable ears to eavesdrop. The twins' room was situated on the third floor of the Burrow, cluttered with an assortment of peculiar magical prank props. Loia settled onto a wooden chair, while Fred and George energetically showcased their use of the disillusionment charm, appearing beside her in a playful manner. Both Fred and George squatted down, resting their chins on the armrest of the chair, their red heads tilting in unison as they mischievously asked, "Guess who we are?" They relished in teasing their friends and guests, delighting in the ensuing confusion. However, Loia, unimpressed, replied, "You are both Fred and George, aren't you?" Her dismissive tone rendered the usually jovial twins momentarily speechless. It was the first time someone seemed disinterested in their antics, and they slumped dejectedly onto the table. "How dull." Loia yawned, unable to distinguish between George and Fred, for they not only looked alike, but moved in perfect synchrony, leading her to abandon any attempt at separation. In a bid to pique Loia's interest, Fred's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Hey, want to hear what they're discussing?" Fred pointed down the stairs. Sure enough, the twins noticed Loia's eyes brighten with curiosity. George, with perfect timing, rummaged through the array of magical props to retrieve the extendable ears. "Mrs. Weasley just warned you not to use those," Loia kindly reminded them. "This is all about seeking thrills." Fred replied, "Don't worry, with the canary biscuits as our guarantee. If we get caught, we'll gobble them all up," George assured. Loia's imagination conjured a whimsical scene of the twins transformed into bird-like creatures behind her, chirping, "Guess who we are?" Fred quietly lowered the extendable ears down the staircase, and Loia curiously observed the peculiar artifact. George placed the ears listening into his ear, carefully eavesdropping on the conversation below involving the Weasley couple and Mad-Eye Moody. George's expression grew inscrutable, as if the meeting held some earth-shattering revelation. Unable to contain herself, Loia inquired about the topic of their discussion. Seeing that Loia's interest was finally piqued, George leaned in proudly, drawing closer to her. "They are debating whether you are Grindelwald's daughter, granddaughter, or great-granddaughter." Loia's expression soured. George removed the listening end of the extendable ear and placed it on Loia's delicate ear. She listened intently to the voices below, where Moody was discussing his plans to head to Hogwarts, suggesting that the girl should remain there for a few days under their watchful eyes, ensuring she did not venture out and endanger muggles. It seemed the conversation shifted back to Grindelwald, and although the extendable ear did not provide a crystal-clear account, she vaguely heard Mrs. Weasley gossiping, asking whether they thought the girl resembled Grindelwald or more like Dumbledore. Confirming that the Weasley couple and Moody had no intention of turning her over to the Ministry of Magic, Loia's anxious heart finally found solace. Loia removed the listening end and handed it to the eagerly awaiting Fred. The moment Fred donned the ear, Mrs. Weasley's voice boomed, "Fred, George, you two are eavesdropping again." Indeed, they had been caught. Fred hastily discarded the extendable ear, and the group hurriedly scampered back to the room. Loia placed the entire box of canary biscuits into the twins' hands, splitting it evenly between them. Loia raised an eyebrow, and Fred and George exchanged a glance of mock despair. The afternoon sun shone brightly as Mrs. Weasley prepared to clear the Garden of Gnomes. Loia volunteered to assist, not wanting to be a freeloader during her temporary stay. The garden was overrun with weeds, home to many plants Loia had never encountered. Mrs. Weasley kindly instructed her on how to evict the gnomes. These little nuisances love to wreak havoc in the garden. Arthur is far too lenient with them. Loia adeptly captured a particularly defiant gnome, which squealed, "Let me go," as she swung it overhead and tossed it behind the hedgerow. Fred and George, having transformed into bird-like figures after consuming an entire box of canary biscuits, were competing to see who could throw their gnome farther. Numerous gnomes emerged from their burrows, mocking the twins as they flapped their bird tails. The canary biscuits, upon consumption, would sprout feathers all over their bodies, returning them to their original forms after a minute. Perhaps due to their indulgence, Fred and George maintained their avian appearances throughout the entire afternoon. Mrs. Weasley cast a stern look at the twins, reminding them that this was of their own making. They needed to learn a lesson. Then, she turned her gaze gently back to Loia. Mrs. Weasley was about to suggest preparing some delightful desserts that girls love when she noticed Loia's sudden pallor. As if she were transfixed, her spirit seemingly lost. "Child, what is the matter?" Mrs. Weasley asked with concern, noticing blood trickling from one side of Loia's nose. Mrs. Weasley gasped. Fred and George stood nearby, their expressions filled with worry. Coming to her senses, Loia took a handkerchief and dabbed away the blood, calmly assuring them that she was fine. Since her initial episode with the mysterious affliction, she had experienced nosebleeds, yet had not thought much of it. However, it was clear that she had underestimated the toll that the affliction had taken on her body. The next morning, Mrs. Weasley prepared breakfast and was about to call the children down to eat when she noticed Loia already standing in the living room. The girl appeared dazed, speaking in a tone reserved for strangers, asking, "Excuse me, why am I at the Burrow? I remember being in the cupboard on Privet Drive." Mrs. Weasley gasped and shouted up the stairs. "Arthur, George, Fred, come down quickly." As the twins, still clad in their pajamas and groggy, descended the stairs, they found Mr. and Mrs. Weasley gathered around Loia, their expressions filled with concern. Mr. Weasley inquired, "So, you have no recollection of what transpired yesterday, or why you are here?" Loia pondered carefully. "I only remember being at the Dursleys with my friend Harry, and then being attacked by a one-eyed man." Fred and George rushed over, panicking with questions. "You don't recognize us?" Loia shook her head calmly. While she knew the twins from the movies and the Weasley family, she had no recollection of how she came to know them in this world. Fred and George clasped their hearts dramatically, exclaiming, "Merlin, has our friendship ended before it even began?" Mr. Weasley seemed to recall something, rushing to the bedroom to rummage through a box for quite some time, eventually locating a yellowed, old prophecy newspaper. The paper contained a scholarly article by a seasoned wizard on the affliction. Mr. Weasley read aloud, "The affliction can cause severe physical repercussions, such as frequent nosebleeds and fragmented memory loss." "That's impossible," Loia attempted to refute. She recalled her inexplicable nosebleed in the garden yesterday. She had experienced similar symptoms before when using the affliction, but had dismissed them. Mr. Weasley sighed and continued, "Child, you may have forgotten much more than you realize." Loia gasped, beginning to strain her mind to recollect and organize her memories, from her transition to this world, meeting Harry, and up to the present. It seemed she had only forgotten how she arrived at the Burrow and how she came to know the Weasley family. www.x33xs.com. The remnants of her memories lingered, and she reassured herself that the impact should be minimal. Yet, in the next moment, she recalled her initial arrival in this magical realm, where she had transformed into the Triwizard Tournament's Goblet of Fire and had inadvertently broken James's nose. Wait, why had she attacked James? For whose sake had she done so? She struggled to retrieve that information. The subsequent memories were equally hazy. All she could recall was being struck by a killing curse from Death Eaters in the Astronomy Tower. How she ended up in the Astronomy Tower, what she did during her time as the Goblet of Fire, and whom she encountered, all of it eluded her. She fervently hoped these memories were not of great significance, as beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. What troubled her more was the possibility that if the aftereffects of her amnesia persisted, she might reach a point of such melodrama that she would forget her very identity. Was that not akin to senility in the Muggle world? Observing the growing pallor on the young girl's face, Mrs. Weasley hurried to reassure her that Moody had already gone to Hogwarts and that she believed Dumbledore would find a solution. The Weasley family consisted of 6 sons and 1 daughter, with the youngest son Ron and daughter Ginny currently at a relative's home. Consequently, Mrs. Weasley had arranged for Loia to temporarily reside in Ginny's room on the 3rd floor. Loia inquired of the system whether it could address the issue of her amnesia. System, apologies, host. This lies beyond my capabilities. What did I do when I was the Goblet of Fire? Who did I encounter? Do you remember? System, apologies, host. I remain in deep sleep mode when no tasks are assigned. Then what use are you? System, host. I recall that you seemingly perished while blocking an Avada Kedavra for someone. For whom? System, naturally for someone. That's obvious. I know it's for someone, but surely not for a cat or a dog. System, apologies, host. Our system finds it challenging to distinguish human facial features. Thus we cannot answer your query. Is it so difficult to admit you're face blind? System. This Loia sighed in disappointment. Truly, she had an unreliable system. Fred and George observed the frown on Loia's face, wishing to do something to lift her spirits. They donned cheerful smiles and approached her side. Hey, would you like to join us at the Wizarding Fair? Today we might catch the circus parade, Fred exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. Last year, George and I went to the circus, and there were so many marvelous creatures you've undoubtedly never seen. Loia sipped her hot tea, having previously instructed the Weasley couple to keep an eye on her. They treated her kindly, and she did not wish to cause them any trouble that I think it would be best if I stayed in for now. George misinterpreted Loia's reluctance as fear of being discovered and patted his chest, assuring her, "Don't worry, we promise we won't be caught." Loia skeptically replied, "Didn't you both also make promises yesterday and then get caught red-handed?" Fred and George's eyes lit up, and they excitedly exclaimed, "Merlin, have you finally remembered? Our lost friendship has been rekindled." "Not quite. I merely feel that your assurances are unlikely to be reliable," Loia stated candidly. Fred and George chose to keep silent about their embarrassing bet from the previous day, which had forced them to consume an entire box of canary creams and turn in a Birdman. Undeterred, Fred quickly disapparated back to his room, rummaged through until he found a circus flyer, then reappeared with it. He handed the flyer to Loia, who gazed at the animated images on it, depicting a person bending down and instantly transforming from human to beast. Loia was momentarily taken aback. George, brimming with pride, declared, "What do you think? That's a blood curse beast. They can switch back and forth between human and beast forms. Quite fascinating." Loia certainly remembered the blood curse beast from the film Fantastic Beasts. While she was indeed intrigued, she pointed out the window. "Guys, it's still raining outside. In such dreadful weather, the fair must have closed up shop by now." George and Fred blinked. "Only Muggle fairs fear the rain." Fred quickly drew his wand and waved it. The umbrella hanging on the wall floated up, hovering above her. As she moved, the umbrella followed suit. It was quite convenient not to have to hold it. Just as Loia hesitated about attending the Wizarding Fair, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in her mind. "System, ding! Task initiated, location, Wizarding Market, successfully triggered a hidden event, reward. 1 random spell." Instantly motivated, Loia felt an eager desire to learn various spells since her arrival in this magical world. She couldn't rely solely on the fragmented memories of her amnesia to navigate challenges. The new task didn't specify what the special event was, nor did it outline what needed to be done or what results were expected. It merely required successful triggering to receive the reward. Likely easier than she imagined. Seeing Loia agree to their invitation, Fred and George celebrated with a joyful clap. Fred went to scout ahead while George stealthily made his way to the garage, successfully bringing out Mr. Weasley's magically modified car. The teal-colored vehicle floated in the air and stopped at the window of their 3rd-floor room. George waved to Loia from the driver's seat. Fred extended his hand to her, and Loia placed her hand in his palm. With a gentle tug, Fred pulled her into the car. The magically enhanced umbrella automatically folded and lay in the vehicle after Loia entered. George pressed the accelerator, and the car soared into the sky. Everything went smoothly as Loia gazed down at the distant scenery through the window. Before long, the car began to descend. "Prepare for landing," George reminded her, and the vehicle gently jolted as it touched down at the entrance of the Wizarding Market. The fair buzzed with excitement. A barrier charm had been cast over the entire market, ensuring that the streets remained dry and unaffected by the torrential rain outside. Numerous wizards in flowing robes bustled about, and various enchanting magical treats and tricks were on display to trigger the random event. Luo Ya wandered through the entire street, occasionally picking up a few magical candies to inspect. The twins patiently followed her, one on each side, after a thorough exploration without triggering the system's elusive random event. Luo Ya unconsciously found herself at the large tent at the end of the street. Fred informed her that this was the circus, and upon entering the tent, they took their seats while George purchased an array of magical snacks. When Luo Ya looked at the twins, offering her Birdie Bots every flavor beans, she resolutely declined, not wishing to taste something revolting. The audience was plentiful. They had arrived late, just in time for the grand finale of the circus. In the center of the ring stood a massive birdcage draped with a white cloth, and the ringmaster announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, next up is our monster act. I am proud to introduce." He dramatically pulled away the cloth covering the cage, revealing a boy huddled in a corner, clutching his knees. The boy's complexion was as pale as death, his lips a ghastly blue, and his eyes were bloodshot, a sight most uncanny. System. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered a hidden random event. Reward spell is being issued. Water prison spell. Wait, she hadn't even done anything yet, and the reward had been issued. Was the system really this benevolent? Nevertheless, Luo Ya couldn't help but internally celebrate. She never expected such good fortune. With the random reward being the water prison spell, this advanced water magic was one of Dumbledore's signature spells. She calmed her excitement. She noticed a boy in the cage staring intently at her. His terrifying gaze filled with loathing. A faint black mist began to emanate from him. Luo Ya suddenly recalled an article from an old newspaper found by Mr. Weasley regarding a magical scholar's research paper. The entity known as Murmur, who could sense each other and harbored mutual hatred, wishing nothing more than to see the other dead. A chill ran down Luo Ya's spine as she sprang to her feet. At that moment, the ringmaster declared loudly, "This is a once-in-a-century murmur." The boy in the cage was suddenly enveloped by a dark substance, transforming into a colossal creature known as the Dementor. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, as the wizards eagerly beheld this legendary magical beast that had vanished a century ago. However, Luo Ya cried out anxiously, "Fred, George, get away!" The Dementor violently shattered the birdcage. The ringmaster, stricken with terror, exclaimed, "No, this is impossible." The Dementor roared, instantly tearing the ringmaster's body apart. Limbs fell onto the audience platform, and the crowd fled in a state of panic. The Dementor locked its gaze on Luo Ya and her companions, charging towards them like a ferocious beast. Luo Ya, unsure where her strength came from, forcefully pushed the twins away. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley found it peculiar. The twins' room was excessively quiet that day, devoid of the usual cacophony of bizarre magical inventions and explosions. It was abnormal for the twins to remain so well-behaved in their room. Just as Mrs. Weasley contemplated ascending the stairs to investigate, a knock echoed at the door. Mr. Weasley promptly opened it to reveal Mad-Eye Moody and a man clad in black robes with dark hair, slightly curled at the ends from the rain. The Weasleys recognized him as Professor Severus Snape, their two sons having frequently failed his potions class. With an impassive expression, Snape stated slowly, "Professor Dumbledore has sent me to retrieve Miss Grindelwald." Mrs. Weasley pushed open the door to Luo Ya's room, only to find it empty. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she rushed into Fred and George's room. As expected, Fred and George were nowhere to be found. Descending the stairs, she checked the garage, only to discover Arthur's magically modified car was also missing. Those two forgetful boys. Her anger then turned towards Mr. Weasley. "Dear, look at you, tinkering with those muggle contraptions in the shed. Your two fine sons have taken off with your modified muggle vehicle." Faced with his wife's fury, Mr. Weasley dared not utter a word. Snape raised an eyebrow. "Mrs. Weasley, can you explain where Miss Grindelwald has gone?" "She was just here. Those two rascals have whisked her away." Mad-Eye Moody interjected. "Were you not instructed to keep an eye on her? How could she vanish in a single day?" Suddenly, the sound of an engine roared outside, and a battered car wobbled to a halt before their humble abode. As Mrs. Weasley prepared to unleash her wrath upon the twins, she noticed only George disembarking from the vehicle, covered in blood. George staggered towards her. Words of rebuke faltered on her lips. Her face paled in horror as she embraced him. "George, what happened? Where's Fred? Where's Luo Ya?" "It's not my blood. It's Fred's. We got separated," he stammered, his voice trembling. "I shouldn't have taken them to the circus. I didn't anticipate this. There was a Dementor inside." Mrs. Weasley gasped, covering her mouth in distress, while Mr. Weasley attempted to soothe her anxiety. Moody, agitated, exclaimed, "The circus at the fair is rife with dangerous creatures. Will you children have any idea how perilous it is?" Snape coldly interrupted. "Where's the fair?" What had begun as a lively wizarding gathering had rapidly devolved into a scene of chaos, with everyone scrambling to escape. The magical barrier erected to shield against the rain had been shattered by the Dementor. Luo Ya dragged the bloodied Fred into a derelict area. His abdomen was bleeding profusely, a deep gash near his temple threatening to leave a scar. Perhaps in the future, the Weasley twins would be distinguishable from one another, had she not urgently pushed the twins away moments ago. Fred's head might have bid farewell to his body. Luo Ya questioned whether she possessed a morbid affinity for death, as calamity seemed to follow her everywhere. Once they escaped the tent, the crowd had dispersed in every direction. Fred required immediate medical attention, and she had no idea where George had gone. If he were wise, he would return home to fetch help. Without a broom, even if she had one, she could not carry the injured and unconscious Fred, who was significantly taller than her. She tore a strip from her clothing to bind Fred's wound, wishing desperately she could cast a healing spell rather than resorting to such rudimentary methods. Luo Ya withdrew her wand, softly murmuring, misty veil that a thick fog enveloped Fred, concealing him within the darkness, ideally preventing the Dementor from discovering him. Above, the Dementor wreaked havoc as if it were a demolition crew. Luo Ya was acutely aware that the Dementor was seeking her. Perhaps the research paper she had read was correct. Dementors repelled one another, harboring mutual hatred, and she had felt discomfort upon laying eyes on it for the first time. The boy transformed into a Dementor had now noticed her. Luo Ya quickly distanced herself from Fred's hiding place to avoid the repercussions of the ensuing destruction. The Dementor charged toward her, roaring as she raised her wand, now wrapped in tape. Water prison. When Snape and his companions arrived at the wizarding fair, they were momentarily stunned by the devastation before them. The ground had been completely uprooted, and buildings lay askew. This was the destructive power of the Dementor, prompting the Ministry of Magic to seek its eradication. George had been forcibly detained at home by Mrs. Weasley. Snape looked up at the Dementor, drawing his wand, when a girl's voice echoed from a distance. Water prison. Surrounding rain coalesced into a massive, swirling sphere of water, ensnaring the Dementor within its confines. Moody and Mr. Weasley gazed in disbelief at the small figure. It was well known that this was one of Dumbledore's spells. How could a child wield such advanced water magic? Ensnared within the water prison, the Dementor thrashed violently, attempting to break free. Luo Ya held her breath, concentrating fiercely on maintaining the spell. Indeed, this was advanced magic, and she could feel the water prison drawing on her magical strength. The sound of cracking filled her ears as fissures began to appear in her wand, stretching from the tip to her palm. Snape noticed the girl's wand suddenly burst into sparks before shattering. A child's wand cannot withstand such advanced magic, he observed, his expression tense as he hurried towards her. Raising his voice, "Find a place to hide. I will come to you immediately." The heavy rain obscured her vision, making it impossible for Luo Ya to discern who was speaking, nor could she comprehend his words. Yet the Dementor suddenly broke free from the water prison, charging towards Luo Ya in a frenzy. Unyielding, she transformed into a Dementor as well, and the two creatures collided, roaring as they grappled with one another. Amidst the violent upheaval, Snape's robes billowed, and he struggled to keep his eyes open, and one had anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. One Dementor was already a headache, and now there were two. Engaged in a fierce battle, an even graver concern loomed. Which of the Dementors was Luo Ya, and which was Grindelwald? The only individual who had ever faced the Dementor that Luo Ya had transformed into was Moody, who was now questioning him. For once, Moody appeared flustered, his agitation palpable as he replied, "These two foggy creatures look identical, dark and ominous. How am I to know which is the girl?" Mr. Weasley implored, "What do we do now? We must subdue them and separate them before Fudge's people arrive. How do we restrain them? How do we separate them? It's easier said than done. Do we attack both simultaneously? The girl in question could very well be Grindelwald's. And perhaps even Dumbledore's." Moody and Mr. Weasley were engaged in a heated argument, while Snape was intently observing the two creatures, who were locked in a fierce struggle, that he noted that after their initial violent clash, their speed and explosive power were now waning. It was evident that both hosts were gradually succumbing to fatigue, that, in a frenzy, the two creatures collided once more, presenting a prime opportunity for separation. After a moment of hesitation, Snape raised his wand. With a flick, several beams of light shot forth as the spell struck both creatures simultaneously, completely oblivious to Snape's actions amidst their life and death struggle. They suffered the full brunt of the attack. Mr. Weasley and Moody stared at him in disbelief, exclaiming, "Snape, have you lost your mind? How could you do such a thing? If you lack the resolve to intervene, then remain silent, unless you wish to witness her being delivered to the Ministry's execution chair." The two creatures crashed heavily to the ground, their enveloping black substance dissipating. Loia tumbled to the earth, seething with anger. "Which vile wretch seeks to do me harm?" As she rolled her bloodshot eyes, she caught sight of a shadowy figure ahead, mistaking it for an agent from Ministry. "You just wait," Loia muttered indignantly. Snape approached the fallen Loia, who was still ranting. As he crouched down to assess her injuries, he noticed that she clutched a small fragment of a wand, pointing it at him. Snape raised an eyebrow. "Transfiguration spell," Loia declared. Later, witnesses would recount that Snape had been transformed into a magical creature, a sniffler, and that Miss Grindelwald exhibited considerable talent in transfiguration. It took Mr. Weasley and Moody quite some time to restore Snape to his original form. At St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, a nurse opened the window to let the sunlight pour in. The young woman in the hospital bed had her right arm and leg encased in plaster, and her neck was swathed in layers of bandages. Loia felt as though she had been wrapped like a mummy. During her days in hospital, all she did was eat and sleep. More lethargic than a salted fish, a doctor, wand in hand, conducted a thorough examination. "That you're recovering well. Professor Snape will come for another checkup this afternoon." This was a special case. Although she was hospitalized at St. Mungo's, the primary care was overseen by Hogwarts Potions Master. The medical staff was only responsible for auxiliary treatment and her daily needs. The doctor earnestly stated, "If you require anything, do not hesitate to call us." "Please, could you arrange for a wheelchair?" Loia replied, her voice hoarse and barely recognizable due to her injuries. Sitting in the wheelchair, she approached the reception desk. "Excuse me, which ward is Fred Weasley in?" The new nurse, Mary, seemed unfamiliar with the hospital. She nervously replied, "Please hold on a moment." Loia watched as Mary placed her hand above the patient register to perform a magical search. The pages began to flip of their own accord. An older nurse interrupted her. "No need to search. The Weasley family cannot afford the costs at St. Mungo's." Loia looked at her in astonishment. The older nurse continued, "Miss, do you realize you are in the finest ward at St. Mungo's? Do you have any idea how exorbitant your medical expenses are? The average wizard could never afford it. Professor Dumbledore has covered all the costs for you." Both nurses regarded Loia with newfound respect, believing her to have a close relationship with Dumbledore, and their demeanor softened considerably. Loia felt a pang of concern for Fred. She wished she could send him an owl. The older nurse, noticing her troubled expression, reassured her, "You need not worry. I'm certain the Weasleys will manage just fine." Upon returning to her room, she found a man in black robes with dark hair waiting for her. Snape spoke in a stern tone. "Miss Grindelwald, I believe I previously instructed you that you are still in recovery and should not be wandering about. You only said I couldn't walk, not that I couldn't glide in a wheelchair," she retorted. Snape, anticipating her argumentative nature, chose silence as his response. Ever since he had simultaneously cast a spell against the two creatures, the injured Miss Grindelwald had harbored grievances against him, constantly seeking to provoke him. Snape opened the medicine cabinet and began to unwrap the bandages around her throat, gently lifting her chin to inspect her wound. Even he could not help but marvel at the resilience of the Grindelwald lineage. Her injury was healing at an astonishing rate. Loia began to complain, "When will my voice return? I sound like an old crone." "In a few days, you'll be fully healed," Snape replied, meticulously applying ointment to her wound, rewrapping the bandages, and retrieving a vial of potion from the cabinet. This potion was intended to suppress the creature's violent tendencies. Each day, he would attend potions class at Hogwarts and then rush to St. Mungo's in the afternoon. Ostensibly, he was there to treat her external injuries, but in reality, he was fulfilling Dumbledore's request to develop a potion to control the creatures. Loia took the potion, the purple liquid still bubbling within the vial, and pinched her nose, downing it in one gulp. "This is utterly foul." Just then, Nurse Mary entered with dinner. The regular nurse attending to Loia had been called away, and Mary had been asked to deliver the meal. Unfamiliar with Professor Snape, Mary mistakenly assumed he was Loia's guardian. Seeing such a sweet and lovely girl in such a dire state filled her with indignation. "Sir, as a parent, how could you allow your child to suffer such severe injuries?" Snape was momentarily taken aback. "I think you have misunderstood." Realizing this was the perfect opportunity for revenge, Loia, with tears brimming in her eyes, clutched at Snape's sleeve. "Daddy, I miss you so much." Snape replied, "Daddy, do you remember the summer rain by Daming Lake?" Snape's lips twitched. "Miss Grindelwald, I must insist you choose your words carefully. I'm not married." Mary gasped in shock, covered her mouth. "An unwed father." Snape's face darkened. "I am neither married nor a parent." Loia then threw her arms around Snape like a bear. "Wah, Daddy doesn't want me anymore." Loia whimpered, wiping non-existent tears from her cheeks. Mary muttered under her breath, "Scoundrel!" Snape, wishing to extricate himself from her embrace, glanced down at the arms wrapped around his waist, still encased in plaster, and forced himself to endure. Once the shocked onlookers had departed, Snape's expression turned grim, his voice low. "Are you satisfied now, Miss Grindelwald?" Loia released him, her face alight with triumph. Snape began to tidy the medicine cabinet, only to see Loia reclining like a landowner, pointing to her plastered arm and then to the meal tray at her bedside, demanding, "I am the patient. Your magic caused my injuries, so come and serve me." Snape took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Lacking any experience in tending to patients, he picked up a spoon and awkwardly offered Loia a small serving of pumpkin porridge. She promptly spat out. "It's scalding hot, Professor. You are undoubtedly retaliating against me." Snape's countenance has darkened further. He scooped another spoonful, gently blew on it, and brought it to her lips. This time, Miss Grindelwald finally ceased to provoke him. Gritting his teeth, Snape managed to feed her an entire bowl of pumpkin porridge. He had never before perceived time to be so interminable. After tidying up the medical kit, Loia waved her small hand to usher him away. A flicker of agitation surged within Snape. He crossed his arms and spoke earnestly. "Miss Grindelwald, I am aware that you harbor significant grievances against me. Please understand the circumstances at that time. You and another creature causing a disturbance had already attracted the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Had I not intervened to separate you, by the time the Ministry personnel arrived, you would have faced the chair of execution." Loia turned her head, reluctant to admit that he had a point, rendering her momentarily speechless. Snape had acted out of necessity. To part them, he was compelled to attack both creatures simultaneously and hastily transport her to St. Mungo's hospital. Snape opened another trunk and extracted a wriggling, plush creature, placing it on Loia's bed. "The Niffler that Professor Dumbledore sent you. When you reach the appropriate age, it shall accompany you as your pet." Snape held little affection for the creature, for he could not forget how just days prior he had been transformed into a Niffler by Loia's transfiguration spell. "Cedric!" Loia exclaimed excitedly, embracing the Niffler and vigorously stroking it. She had long adored Nifflers while watching magical creature films, having yearned for one ever since her arrival. However, she thought the Niffler resembled Cedric from the animated Pokémon series she watched in her childhood. Snape sighed. "It is a Niffler, not poultry." During her hospitalization, at times, Loia felt that Snape was more suited to be an instructor in the Muggle world, overseeing everything with an iron fist, and going outside. Every drop of potion must be consumed. This is forbidden. That is forbidden. Essentially, he controlled every aspect of her life. Loia, not one to yield, often clashed with him, An atmosphere of tension frequently permeated their interactions. At times, she even wondered if Snape still held a grudge against her for using the transfiguration spell on him, and also for the false persona she had crafted for him in front of others, portraying him as a father who had abandoned his daughter, which led to the nurses in the hospital regarding him with suspicion whenever he arrived to tend to Loia. In short, their initial rapport was anything but harmonious. Until one fateful day, in the midnight hour, Loia felt a burning sensation in her throat, accompanied by an unbearable itch at her wound. She resisted the urge to scratch it. The following morning, she removed her bandage, and to her astonishment, the wound on her throat had healed, and her voice had returned. Elated, she took the initiative to greet Snape, who was there to change her dressing. "Hello, Professor, my voice is back." Snape's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why your voice?" His words trembled as he suddenly grasped her shoulders, and Loia felt his hands quaking. Memories long sealed away surged forth, and the Eastern girl, conjured from the Goblet of Fire, whispered to him, "Trust me, you will become a remarkable master of potions." Snape gazed intently into Loia's eyes, searching for even a trace of the Goblet's girl. Yet, aside from her voice, her appearance bore no resemblance to her former self. He lowered his eyes in disappointment, mocking himself for being deceived for over a decade, clinging to an impossible hope. He watched as the Goblet of Fire was destroyed by the unforgivable curse. Its flames gradually extinguished. In his youth, he had stumbled into the headmaster's office, clutching the shattered remnants of the goblet, pleading with Dumbledore to save it. Dumbledore merely sighed and shook his head, his aged voice declaring that the soul of the goblet was already dead. He emerged from his reverie, observing Loia's puzzled expression, her face a canvas of questions. "What is wrong with my voice?" Loia queried, her brow furrowed. Snape, concealing a flicker of pain beneath his typically stoic demeanor, replied, "It is nothing. Your voice merely resembles that of a long-lost friend of mine. I apologize for startling you." That friend was no longer alive. As Loia pondered who this friend could be, she mused whether it was Lily. That day, Snape sat for an entire evening before the cupboard in Spinner's End, his palm pressed painfully against his forehead as tormenting memories spiraled through his mind. From that day forth, Snape's demeanor towards her underwent a complete transformation. She roamed the hospital garden in her wheelchair, enjoying the freedom to have nurses secretly procure the muggle snacks that Snape had strictly forbidden. Snape, fully aware, said nothing, allowing her to indulge, though he still wore an expression of cold detachment. With no one to impose restrictions, Loia grew increasingly audacious, often failing to return when it was time for her dressing change. Snape patiently awaited her return, remaining silent and refraining from reproaching her behavior. Faced with Snape's sudden change in attitude, Loia felt no inclination to provoke him, and at last they found a semblance of amicability in their interactions. Upon her discharge from the hospital, Loia stood in Spinner's End, her prophetic nature proving true once more. To facilitate the development of a potion to counter the creatures, Dumbledore had appointed Snape as her temporary guardian. Loia and Snape exchanged incredulous glances. "You cannot possibly intend to act as my father?" Loia queried, half in disbelief. The Niffler perched on her shoulder cast a similarly skeptical gaze. Snape replied, "Miss Grindelwald, you are overthinking this." He patiently clarified that once Loia's creature was under control, he would have no further ties to her. Lacking experience in childcare, Snape had somehow acquired a house elf to oversee Loia's needs. One day, while Snape busied himself in his room brewing potions, a cacophony of clattering sounds emanated from Loia's room next door. Snape's expression remained unperturbed until the noise escalated, spilling into the living room and eventually reaching his door. He opened it, tilting his head just in time to avoid a barrage of flying plates and cutlery. The entrance and living room were in disarray, strewn with glimmering debris. Shattered dishes, disassembled clock hands, and toppled candlesticks. The culprit, the Niffler, brandished a candlestick in one hand while desperately attempting to stuff shiny plates into its pocket with the other. Its abdominal pouch seemed imbued with spatial magic, capable of holding an infinite array of items. Loia clutched the Niffler's leg, striving to reclaim the candlestick. The two of them awkwardly stared at Snape. As Loia imagined a scenario in which they were expelled from their home, forced to wander the streets, sleeping rough, relying on the Niffler's street performances for sustenance. The house elf trembled behind them, having genuinely tidied the room. Yet the Niffler's destructive tendencies had wreaked havoc. Snape's gaze swept over the two of them before he stepped over the scattered debris and retreated to his study, retrieving the potion ingredients he required and closing the door behind him in one fluid motion, as if he had not witnessed the chaos outside. The house elf finally exhaled in relief. During her stay at Snape's, Loia discovered that he had adopted a completely laissez-faire approach towards her. She lived without constraint, enjoying the freedom to sleep in as late as she wished, or even lounge about for an entire day, while the house elf dutifully prepared her meals. Essentially, as long as Loia did not demolish the roof or set fire to the hills. Snape would not interfere. Frequently absent, there were times when she would go days without seeing him. He resembled a mere ornament rather than a temporary guardian. The Niffler, having realized the master's hands-off attitude towards both itself and Loia, grew increasingly brazen. Its mischief extended to the neighbors, digging holes in their gardens and bullying the local cats and dogs, wreaking havoc wherever it went. Until one fateful day when an irate neighbor knocked on Snape's door. Diamond, his face contorted with anger, exclaimed, "My vegetable garden is riddled with holes, the plants uprooted and strewn about. Even the cabbage has been stolen." Loia peeked out from behind Snape. Diamond furiously pointed at Loia, declaring, "It must have been that hedgehog-like creature you are raising that caused this destruction." Snape cast a cold, piercing glance at Diamond, causing Diamond to involuntarily take several steps back. Upon hearing the accusations from the neighbor, Loia lowered her gaze to Sniffles. Sniffles had an affinity for shiny objects, and it was unlikely that it had pilfered vegetables. However, Sniffles' little paw reached into the bag and, in front of everyone present, extracted a glistening green cabbage. Taking a hearty bite, Loia's face reflected shock as she angrily seized Sniffles and shook it vigorously. Countless cabbages and various shiny trinkets tumbled out of Sniffles' bag. Loia was left speechless. Had the allure of shiny objects ceased to satisfy you? You even resorted to stealing the neighbor's vegetable leaves. Diamond was fixated on Loia and Sniffles, relishing the spectacle of their predicament. Snape remained silent, tossing some coins at Diamond's feet, his voice cold as he inquired, "Is that sufficient?" Diamond picked up the coins, counted them, and, feeling flustered, hurriedly departed. Snape cast a sidelong glance at the instigator, Sniffles, which trembled and clung tightly to Loia's leg, exuding an air of defiance despite its apparent guilt. As if to say, "My master supports me. I acknowledge my mistake, but I shall dare again." Snape, uninterested, returned to his potion lab, immersing himself in potion making. However, Snape had his limits, and one day, Sniffles ventured into his potion lab, shattering a new formula he had painstakingly crafted for Loia. Finally, Snape brandished his wand, casting a reversal spell that hung Sniffles upside down in front of the fireplace for a roasting. Sniffles gazed up with pitiful eyes, pleading for rescue. Loia felt it was time for Sniffles to learn a lesson, lest it torment her roommate once they arrived at school, that if placed in the same dormitory as Hermione, given Hermione's temperament, Sniffles would likely drive her to the brink of despair. Months passed, and Loia grew taller. Snape never deprived her of food, clothing, or shelter. Overall, he was quite responsible as a temporary guardian. The day she had long awaited, the arrival of her Hogwarts acceptance letter, finally came. Albeit not as she had imagined. She received 2 acceptance letters, one from Hogwarts and another from Durmstrang. Durmstrang wasn't that the magical institution renowned for teaching dark magic, just as 2 owls were about to fly through the window with the letters. They collided. The narrow window could hardly accommodate both owls flapping their wings simultaneously. The 2 clumsy owls struggled to rise, grasping the letters, and attempted once more to squeeze through the window, only to collide again. The owls, irked, engaged in a pecking match, momentarily forgetting their duties. The windowsill became a chaotic scene, with Sniffles collecting feathers scattered across the floor, but a neighbor poked their head through the window to witness the commotion. Loia picked up the 2 acceptance letters that the owls had left behind and separated the bickering owls. Both envelopes were made of thick parchment, with the first one adorned with the emblem of a lion, eagle, badger, and snake, clearly Hogwarts' acceptance letter. Upon opening the envelope, she found the contents of both letters to be quite similar, notifying her of her acceptance and including a list of required supplies for new students. Being accepted by two magical academies left Luo in a quandary regarding her choice. The original text provided scant details about Durmstrang. She only knew that the school was infamous for its dark magic education. In contrast, accompanying the main characters during the early stages seemed the wisest choice. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they were likely to survive until the end. That if she chose Durmstrang, Snape would probably be compelled by Dumbledore to resign from his professor position and accompany her to the borders of Norway and Sweden. Although she had sought Snape's advice regarding her school choice, he encouraged her to decide freely, assuring her he would not interfere. Ultimately, she declined Durmstrang's invitation and opted for Hogwarts. The next step involved preparing for the new student supply list. Snape accompanied her to Diagon Alley, where they acquired all the necessary textbooks and miscellaneous items. Now, all that remained was to procure a wand. Loia followed Snape to Ollivander's wand shop, which appeared small and shabby. The proprietor, Ollivander, was busy organizing wand boxes on the shelves. Upon their entrance, Ollivander descended from a ladder, his gaze shifting curiously between Snape and Loia. He then extracted a wand box from the towering stacks of boxes and handed it to Loia. 12 inches, walnut, with a unicorn hair core, give it a wave. Loia accepted the wand, intending to test its effectiveness with a spell that would cause minimal disruption to the shop. She grasped Sniffles with her left hand, pointed the wand at it, and gave a gentle flick. The transformation spell turned Sniffles into a balloon, causing it to float away. Although the spell succeeded, Loia found the magical energies flow through the wand to be rather uncomfortable, akin to a sluggish internet connection. This one won't do, Ollivander remarked, shaking his head as he retrieved another wand from the shelf. Try this one. Loia waved it at the floating Sniffles, which promptly transformed into a rubber ball. Falling to the ground, still unsatisfied, Loia felt the wand's casting process was awkward. Let's try this one. Loia waved again, and this time the magical flow was relatively smooth. Understanding the wand's significance to a wizard, she decided to attempt a more advanced spell. Water Prison. A colossal sphere of water hovered in the air, but in an instant, the wand shattered from tip to base. I apologize, Mr. Ollivander said, bowing slightly in embarrassment. Although Ollivander was somewhat surprised that a child could wield advanced magic, he composed himself and replied, "No matter, my dear. Your magical power is simply beyond the capacity of ordinary wands. Allow me to find one that suits you." Ollivander displayed no signs of impatience. He climbed back up the ladder, rummaging through the boxes while muttering to himself, "This one won't work. That one isn't suitable." Unable to resist, Loia stepped closer to a shelf filled with wand boxes. Suddenly, an entire row of wands toppled uncontrollably, leaving only one box lying in an inconspicuous corner. Ollivander appeared momentarily stunned. "IT has chosen you." He retrieved the wand box. The core is made from the spine of a wizard. Loia couldn't help but shudder. Could a wand core truly be made from human bones? Snape's brow furrowed deeply. Using human bones to craft wands was strictly prohibited in the wizarding world, but Ollivander's gaze sharpened. The core is ground from the spine of a dark wizard. Loia felt a wave of unease wash over her, and couldn't help but ask quietly, "You don't mean to say you exhumed corpses for their spines? Aren't you afraid of encountering ghosts?" Loia wisely refrained from voicing her final thought. He handed the wand to Loia. As soon as she grasped it, an icy chill radiated from the wand, spreading throughout her body. Tendrils of dark smoke seeped from the wand, coiling up her arm, and she instinctively tried to release it, but the wand clung to her hand as if possessed. The surrounding scene began to warp, transforming into a dark cellar, with Snape and Ollivander vanishing from sight. The cellar's walls were constructed of piled stones, illuminated by the dim yellow glow of candles. 2 Muggle sailors were bound to spiked chairs, their limbs pierced by the sharp points, with blood pooling at their ankles. Forming a magical circle on the ground, but a wizard clad in black robes approached, passing directly through Loia, as if she were invisible. His hood obscured much of his face, rendering his expression unreadable. He raised his wand, and a green light shot towards the sailors, who screamed in agony as the magical circle beneath them glowed green. Their bodies began to contort, features sinking, skin and bones fracturing, transforming from human into dementors. The dark-robed wizard grinned widely, directing his wand at the other Muggle on the 33 novel website. Luo Ya found her hand involuntarily raising the wand. aimed at another muggle strapped to an execution chair. "Please, spare me. I do not wish to become that kind of monster." The dark-robed wizard's wand emitted a burst of green light, and Luo Ya's wand followed suit, releasing a similar glow. "Avada Kedavra," the dark wizard proclaimed. "Avada Kedavra," echoed Luo Ya. Her green light pierced through the sailor's body, traversed the illusion, and collided directly with Ollivander's counter, creating a massive hole in the wooden surface and the wall. "Wake up! You have been bewitched by that wand." The surrounding illusion vanished in an instant, and Luo Ya stared blankly at the face before her. Snape was anxiously supporting her head, urging her to awaken, for it was ensnaring her to cast the unforgivable curse. As the room bore witness to the gaping hole created by Avada Kedavra, Ollivander's voice resonated with excitement. "How marvelous, truly marvelous. You are a perfect match for it." Snape's irritation flared. The moment Luo Ya grasped the wand, her eyes had turned hollow, as if she had lost her soul. And no matter how he called her name, she remained unresponsive. Moreover, she had effortlessly cast a forbidden curse with the wand, an incantation beyond the capability of a mere child. Snape approached Ollivander, his gaze steely, and demanded, "Whose spine is at the core of this wand?" Ollivander's demeanor shifted from his usual amiability to a brooding one. "Ectus, the creator of Dementors. You dare select such a perilous wand for a child?" "The wand chose her. It has lain dormant here for centuries." A heated argument ensued, while Luo Ya, curious, inquired, "Who is Ectus?" Snape glanced at her, explaining, "A dark wizard who resided on Azkaban Island in the 15th century. Known for abducting passing Muggle sailors, torturing them with instruments of agony and dark magic, transforming them into Dementors. You cannot wield this wand. It is far too dangerous." Snape seized the wand from Luo Ya's grasp and tossed it to Ollivander. Yet, Luo Ya felt an extraordinary connection to the wand. Although she had no knowledge of how to cast Avada Kedavra, merely touching it allowed her to wield the killing curse with ease. Despite the inherent danger, she yearned to possess it. "No," Snape declared, his expression resolute. Luo Ya scoffed inwardly, recognizing how a child might coax a cherished toy from an adult, through tears, tantrums, or even threats of self-harm. Observing the mischievous glint in her eyes, Snape felt a twinge of alarm. Suddenly, Luo Ya lunged at him, exclaiming, "Daddy, buy for me!" Audley was taken aback, exclaiming, "So, you are related in such a manner?" Meanwhile, Nibbles joined in the ruckus. Raising his hands in a gesture for bye, Snape, exasperated, pushed Luo Ya's head away, gritting his teeth. "Fine, buy it." Ultimately, under Snape's coercion, Luo Ya was gifted a more commonplace wand with a dragon heartstring core. He sternly laid down the law. She was prohibited from using the spine core wand for magic, was not to take it to Hogwarts, and must attend school with the dragon heartstring wand. However, Luo Ya simply let his words drift in one ear and out the other, discreetly stowing the spine core wand into her suitcase. Luo Ya was roused from her slumber by a knock at the door. Snape had already departed for Hogwarts to teach, and she, clad in her pajamas and bleary-eyed, went to answer the door. The man outside was tall and thin, dressed in a silver fur coat that seemed out of season, sporting a goat-like beard with curled tips. He scrutinized Luo Ya eagerly, proclaiming, "Igor Karkaroff, headmaster of Durmstrang Institute. You must be Miss Grindelwald." Luo Ya nodded, politely inviting Karkaroff inside. The house elf had already prepared tea for the two. Luo Ya noted that although Karkaroff wore a smile, there was no mirth in his eyes. After sipping his tea and revealing his yellowed teeth, he continued, "We have received Miss Grindelwald's response. You have declined the invitation to Durmstrang. That I apologize, but I have already made arrangements to attend Hogwarts. Miss Grindelwald, we believe that compared to Hogwarts, Durmstrang offers a plethora of dark magic courses, better suited for a prodigious student like yourself, enabling you to maximize your potential." Luo Ya was puzzled by Karkaroff's personal visit for recruitment. Karkaroff performed a minor spell, causing a series of miniature black leather books to emerge from his sleeve. The books landed on the table before Luo Ya, gradually enlarging and stacking neatly. "These are the dark magic textbooks from Durmstrang. A gift for Miss Grindelwald. You may peruse them before considering our offer." Luo Ya glanced at the books, noting their black sheepskin covers. Curiously, she flipped through one, discovering titles such as Fundamentals of Dark Magic and Self-Cultivation for Dark Wizards, alongside extracurricular readings penned by Durmstrang professors, detailing 100 methods to defeat white wizards and overcome Dumbledore. The latter books were lackluster, mere self-indulgent works by the authors. Luo Ya doubted that any wizard at Durmstrang could truly best Dumbledore. Her attention lingered on an alchemical textbook, where the recipes alone were enough to frighten timid young wizards, featuring ingredients like the nails of the deceased and the entrails of black goats. The illustrations were equally macabre. One page depicted the method of extracting corpse oil from a body using fire magic. Flipping to another page, she encountered instructions on how to resurrect those killed by the killing curse. Intrigued, she skimmed the content, only to find it bore no relation to true resurrection. It detailed how to entrap a soul within a corpse through dark magic, rendering it a soulless, mindless husk, all while the body would continue to decay. Luo Ya mused internally, wondering if Durmstrang's textbooks would not instill psychological trauma in first-year students. Heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Snape had returned, and the house elf hurried to take his heavy outer coat. Upon entering, Snape immediately noted the uninvited guest, Karkaroff, and then his gaze fell upon Luo Ya, lounging in her pajamas, engrossed in reading a dark magic book. He frowned slightly, and with a flick of his wand, a black cloak hanging in the living room enveloped Luo Ya like a bundle. "I haven't finished reading yet," she protested. With her complaint, the dark magic books on the table snapped shut, returning to Karkaroff. "What brings you here?" Snape inquired, his tone unfriendly. Karkaroff, a fellow Death Eater, though not particularly loyal to Voldemort, was a fence-sitter. The sudden appearance of a Death Eater beside Luo Ya put Snape on high alert. Karkaroff donned a facade of false friendliness, suggesting, "Let us have a word." The two retreated to the study, leaving Luo Ya to watch their departing figures. The house elf approached, respectfully advising, "Miss, you ought to change out of your pajamas. It is quite disrespectful." Luo Ya, having come from a 2022 boarding school where girls often don pajamas to retrieve takeout, saw nothing amiss. Inside the study, Snape remained aloof, asserting, "She will not attend Durmstrang. You need not waste your efforts." Karkaroff shrugged exaggeratedly, exclaiming, "She is the descendant of Grindelwald, possessing such a formidable lineage, attending Hogwarts to study light magic. It would be a sheer waste. If she chose Durmstrang, she would undoubtedly become a fearsome dark wizard." Karkaroff grinned, adding, "Moreover, she is a squib, the combination of Grindelwald's bloodline and squib status." Before Karkaroff could finish, Snape abruptly seized his collar, the coldness in his eyes deepening. "You had better tell me where you obtained that information. Does Hogwarts have your informant?" Captivated by Snape's imposing presence, Karkaroff forced himself to glare back at him. "Miss Grindelwald will not attend Durmstrang, nor will she become a dark wizard. You should not interfere with her choices. While her parents and relatives may choose her school, you are merely her temporary guardian, and it is not your place to decide for her." Karkaroff seemed to misunderstand that Loia's refusal of Durmstrang's invitation was at Snape's behest. Snape released his grip on his collar. "If you wish to inquire about Miss Grindelwald's relatives, you may go to Nurmengard and ask Gellert Grindelwald." Karkaroff clicked his tongue in annoyance, even though Gellert Grindelwald was imprisoned in Nurmengard. Karkaroff lacked the courage to approach him. Snape crossed his arms, his voice deep and resonant. "Your desire to win over Miss Grindelwald is merely a means to secure a tool for your own survival. As one who has provided the list of Death Eaters upon capture, you are fearful of their vengeance." Exposed, Karkaroff let out a disgruntled grunt, and the two parted on less than amiable terms. As the day of enrollment arrived, Loia meticulously checked her list of items to ensure nothing was forgotten, even fashioning a bow tie for her niffler using a silk scarf. Snape escorted her to King's Cross Station, their luggage and a niffler piled onto a trolley. Snape pointed to the wall before them, carefully advising her that the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 would lead them to the platform. "There is no need to be anxious. I certainly know that," Loia exclaimed excitedly. She had watched the scene in the film where Harry passed through the wall countless times, taking a deep breath. She jogged with the trolley through the wall. On the other side stood another platform, bustling with a throng of people, the Hogwarts Express docking at a platform filled with eager young witches and wizards. The first few carriages were packed, and Loia squeezed her way through the crowd, finally discovering an empty compartment at the rear. She settled down by the window with her niffler, relishing the comfort of the window seat as she gazed at the bustling throng outside. The steam train let out a resounding whistle, and the journey commenced. A handsome boy with dark hair politely tapped on the compartment door. "May I sit here? The other compartments are full." Dressed in a wizard's robe, he appeared quite approachable, towering a head taller than Loia, and was not a first year. Loia was taken aback. Instead of the trio she anticipated, an unfamiliar student from another house was the first to enter. "Of course," Loia replied with a slight smile. The boy took a seat opposite her, wearing a gentle smile as he introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory, a third year from Hufflepuff." "Hello, I am Loia Grindelwald," she responded with a smile. Cedric stowed away his belongings and noticed the niffler perched on Loia's lap. "Is this your pet?" "A niffler?" he asked, slightly astonished, for it was quite rare to see nifflers as pets at Hogwarts. Loia nodded. "It is not the most suitable pet." Cedric continued with a jest. "They are quite mischievous, full of energy, and possess a great capacity for destruction, leaving rooms in utter chaos. The girls would certainly find them troublesome. My niffler has learned its lesson. It was once hung upside down in front of the fireplace for an entire day by my professor, and now it behaves quite well." Cedric chuckled as he imagined the scene of the niffler suspended by its feet before the fireplace. A cheerful woman wheeled a cart laden with snacks past them. The vendor inquired, "Would you like to buy some treats?" Cedric purchased a selection of snacks and generously offered some to Loia. Observing the treats in her lap, she had to admit Cedric had impeccable taste. He had avoided those rather distasteful sweets. He had bypassed the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that could taste of earwax or bogies, ensuring that the girls would not face embarrassment from prankish confections. Had it been Fred and George, Loia shuddered to think of the potential bodily transformations that could occur from consuming their offered snacks. A commotion erupted in the aisle that a first-year, bewildered, asked a third-year Slytherin what a mudblood was. The pureblood Slytherin pointed disdainfully at a nearby Gryffindor, with another Slytherin joining in mockery. Just like them, those filthy mudbloods. An enraged Gryffindor brandished his wand, and the two Slytherins quickly engaged in a scuffle that spilled into the aisle. Hearing the ruckus, Cedric peered into the corridor. Most of the occupants of his carriage were first years. Only he and the few involved in the altercation were third years. Given the situation, Cedric's character would never allow him to remain passive. Loia also silently gazed towards the commotion, misinterpreting Loia's silence as fear from the brawl. Cedric attempted to reassure her. "Don't worry. I'll go check it out," he kindly added. "You stay here. I'll be right back." Cedric stepped out of the compartment, pulling the door closed behind him. In the corridor, a third-year Gryffindor confronted two burly third-year Slytherins. The Gryffindor, outnumbered, appeared somewhat beleaguered, while the surrounding first years looked on anxiously. Cedric approached, intervening between them, trying to separate the combatants and halt the escalating conflict. The Gryffindor relaxed his wand upon seeing Cedric, recognizing that even in his fury, he would defer to Cedric's presence. However, the two Slytherins remained unyielding, one sneering at Cedric. "What business is it of yours?" "Hufflepuff." Cedric lowered his voice. "Most of the carriage is comprised of first years. You are frightening them. You lot are either useless or gluttons, no better than those mudbloods. Mind your own business." Yet Cedric's temperament was far too amiable. He struggled to contain his emotions, his upbringing preventing him from resorting to violence. However, Loia's patience was wearing thin. "Silence," came a girl's voice from behind Cedric. He turned to see Loia draw her wand, casting a silencing spell that firmly sealed the mouths of the third-year Slytherin. Using the dragon heartstring wand that Snape had compelled her to acquire, Loia kept the spine wand hidden in her suitcase, wary of using it excessively, fearing it might go awry on the train. The arrogant Slytherin discovered his upper and lower lips glued together, rendering him utterly speechless. Cedric stared at Loia in astonishment. It was unthinkable for a first year to use magic against a third year. Loia remained composed and unflustered, while the surrounding first years peered incredulously from their compartments. The other Slytherin, feeling humiliated, angrily aimed his wand at Loia, intending to cast a curse. Cedric, quick to react, drew his wand and declared, "Disarm." The Slytherin's wand flew from his grasp. Loia felt herself being pulled back as Cedric's strong arm sheltered her. He frowned at the disarmed Slytherin, saying, "To use a curse against a first year is quite excessive." Finally, the uproar subsided. The third-year Gryffindor cast grateful glances at Loia and Cedric. In truth, Loia believed that had she not intervened, Cedric possessed more than enough ability to handle the situation on his own. The commotion soon attracted others from different compartments. As they gathered, they beheld one Slytherin silenced by a spell, while the other frantically searched for his dislodged wand. Two familiar red-haired heads emerged from the crowd, eagerly shouting, "Hey, Loia!" Fred and George enveloped Loia in a warm embrace, and she felt as though they had both grown significantly taller. The twins had finally ceased their playful game of Guess Who I Am, as a prominent scar now marked Fred's temple, allowing them to be distinguished with ease. Two Slytherins, educated by the newcomers, stormed away in a fit of indignation, narrowly avoiding a collision with the twins. With a gleam of mischief in his eye, Fred remarked to Loia, "As expected of you, those two Slytherins will likely be the subject of ridicule for an entire academic year." George chimed in, "We knew you would receive your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Just moments ago, we were searching for you in the earlier carriages, only to find you at the rear." Fred winked and added, "We have space in our compartment. Would you care to join us?" Loia, feeling a twinge of regret, politely declined, as it would be rather rude to abandon her newly acquainted Cedric for old friends. Upon returning to their compartment, a girl with an East Asian visage knocked gently at the door. It was Cho Chang, second year from Ravenclaw. There's still a seat available here?" she inquired subtly, though her gaze was fixed squarely on Cedric. It appeared that Cedric did not recognize her, as his expression bore a hint of unfamiliarity. A student as handsome, polite, humble, and gentle as Cedric had already garnered the affection of many admirers at school, and Cho was undoubtedly among them. She blushed and offered Cedric a shy smile that moment. Two small figures rushed down the corridor, prompting Cho to step aside to allow them passage. Harry and Ron burst into the compartment, excitement radiating from them. "Loia, long time no see," Harry exclaimed. "Fred and George told us you were at the rear." He promptly took a seat beside his old friend. "This is Ron," he added, introducing his newly acquainted companion. Ron's eyes widened in admiration as he exclaimed, "You're Loia Grindelwald, aren't you? Fred and George just said you utterly vanquished the third-year Slytherins with a silencing spell." He plopped down into the last available seat. Only then did they realize that the neglected Cho was still standing at the doorway. Ron, taking a bite of the sandwich Mrs. Weasley had packed, mumbled indistinctly, "There's no room here. Perhaps you should check other compartments." True to his reputation for lacking social grace, Ron's blunt dismissal was rather unceremonious. Cho's face betrayed her embarrassment, and she cast another furtive glance at Cedric, who shifted awkwardly against the window. "Could you please make way?" came the voice of another girl behind Cho. Stepping aside, Cho allowed Hermione to stride into the compartment, inquiring with her classic opening line, "Has anyone seen a toad?" A boy named Neville lost one. Hermione was taken aback to find so many people in the compartment, especially upon recognizing the legendary Harry Potter and the esteemed Cedric Diggory. Loia observed that their compartment was indeed bustling with activity, as Harry animatedly shared his recent experiences, such as meeting a half-giant named Hagrid and encountering a goblin at Gringotts. Meanwhile, Ron was sulking over his failed attempt to perform a color-changing charm on Scabbers, who was now chasing after the errant rat. Hermione, eager to showcase her magical prowess in front of the older Cedric and Cho, was far too anxious, leading to a rather comical mishap. She tapped the cracked lenses of her glasses with her wand. The first attempt yielded no results. On her second attempt, the glasses sprouted 8 legs and scampered off Harry's nose, resembling a spider. Ron erupted into laughter. She just claimed to have reviewed all her textbooks in advance. "Ha ha!" Hermione shot him an exasperated glare. Loia, picking up the 8-legged spectacles, mused that conjuring such a peculiar sight was, in its own right, quite impressive. She placed the unfortunate glasses before Hermione, encouraging her, "You're just a bit nervous. Give it another try, and I'm sure you'll succeed." Taking a deep breath, Hermione grasped her wand once more and tapped the shattered lens. In an instant, the glasses were restored to their original condition. Loia gently applauded, and Cedric joined in the encouragement. Hermione, relieved, sent a grateful glance towards Loia. Had it not been for her support, she might have faced ridicule from Ron for the entire day. Harry donned his glasses, which are now clear, but he hesitated, saying, "What should we do about the 8 legs?" Loia suggested, "Perhaps you could ask Hagrid to fetch a screwdriver to remove the excess 6 legs." Harry replied, "Oh," and the group chuckled in unison. As night fell, the Hogwarts Express slowed its pace and finally came to a stop at Hogsmeade Station. Loia and her companions disembarked, following the throng of first years where Hagrid, lantern in hand, called out to them. Spotting Harry, his bearded face broke into a smile, and then he searched for another figure, recalling that Professor Dumbledore had mentioned a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl was easily recognizable. His gaze landed on Loia, who was curiously observing her surroundings beside Harry. "Miss Grindelwald?" he boomed, waving enthusiastically. "Stay close to Harry. We'll be crossing the Black Lake by boat." Loia, Harry, Ron, and Hermione carefully boarded a small boat, which glided effortlessly towards the castle as if enchanted. Once they reached the shore, they proceeded to the grand entrance of the Hogwarts Great Hall. Professor McGonagall awaited them, ushering the first-year students into the hall. Inside, long tables were set up for each house, and as Loia stepped through the entrance, she noticed Dumbledore's warm gaze upon her throughout. She returned his smile politely, and his expression softened further. Harry noticed a dark-haired professor in black robes staring at them from the staff table. "Who asked that watching us?" he asked, puzzled. Hermione replied, "You don't know? He asked the potions master." Ron interjected with a look of dread. "I've heard he is incredibly strict and will detain students for the slightest infraction. He seems to exist solely to deduct points from other houses." Harry pointed toward an ancient stone goblet adorned with flowers on the stone dais. "What is that goblet?" he asked, noticing Ron's inability to answer. Hermione eagerly chimed in. "I read about it in a bit of Hogwarts history. That is the Goblet of Fire, which once guarded Hogwarts. It was said to have gained a soul and could think and speak like a human. However, it doesn't seem to be on fire now." She continued, "According to the history, when Death Eaters invaded Hogwarts, the goblet's soul perished along with them, and its fragments have been preserved here in the hall." Loia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as Harry and the others discussed the remains of her previous life, the goblet. Not only that, but seeing her own remains displayed as a treasure, surrounded by flowers and wreaths, sent a chill down her spine. "I'm not dead yet. And yet here are the funeral wreaths," she thought, feeling an inexplicable unease. Ron suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I remember. Fred and George mentioned that even though the goblet's soul has died, its remains possess some extraordinary powers." Hermione and Harry leaned in with curiosity as Ron continued. "There was a poor-performing Gryffindor upperclassman who prayed to the broken goblet for help with his exams, and he actually passed. After that, everyone began bringing flowers to the goblet to wish for good fortune in their exams." Loia's lips twitched, and she firmly countered, "That's nothing but superstitious nonsense. In pursuit of passing the examination, one might as well pay homage to the deities presiding over tests. What purpose does it serve to venerate my past life's remains?" However, Fred and George too had sought the favor of the Goblet of Fire, and at last they managed to pass their potions class in the end-of-term exams. Ron bore an expression that suggested, "You may not believe now, but once you beseech the Goblet of Fire, you shall surely find it fragrant." Hermione could no longer contain herself and took out a piece of parchment to make a wish upon the Goblet of Fire. What should be taken into consideration? Should I include flowers? Or is there anything else? Hermione began to diligently jot down notes, while Harry listened intently, already contemplating that if he were to fail the exams, he would certainly seek the remains of the goblet. Loia remarked, "Praying to my remains is truly of no avail." The Hufflepuff table. Cedric's classmate patted him on the shoulder. "Cedric, who was it you mentioned earlier that you chastised on the train? That new Slytherin from third year? Was it the exceptionally beautiful one with golden hair and blue eyes?" Cedric gazed unwaveringly at Loia and nodded. "Do you think she will be sorted into Hufflepuff?" Cedric chuckled softly, shaking his head. "She possesses considerable magical talent. How could she possibly be sorted into Hufflepuff? I wager she will be placed in Gryffindor." His classmate murmured in disappointment, after a lengthy address from Dumbledore. He cautioned the new students about the Forbidden Forest, declaring it off-limits, and announced the commencement of the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, clutching a scroll of parchment. When I call your name, step forward. I shall place the sorting hat upon your head to determine your house. Hermione Granger. Hermione whispered a nervous prayer, and Loia comfortingly patted her shoulder. As anticipated, Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor. Next was Ron, who was also placed in Gryffindor. Loia Grindelwald, once. All eyes in the Great Hall were upon her. For these students, born in an era of peace, the name of the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, was but a mere whisper in their minds. The truly fearsome Dark Lord was Voldemort. When they heard the unfamiliar surname Grindelwald, there was little reaction. Conversely, the professors were notably unsettled. Except for Snape, the other professors displayed a range of subtle expressions upon hearing the surname Grindelwald. Some wore peculiar, complex looks, others appeared incredulous, while some revealed signs of fear. Professor Sybil Trelawney, from Divination, seemed excessively frightened, retreating behind her chair and refusing to emerge. Professor McGonagall, witnessing Trelawney's disarray, was at a loss for words. Loia sat calmly in her chair as McGonagall gently placed the sorting hat upon her head. Let me see. You possess great courage, considerable ambition, and your heart is not entirely wicked. This is quite the predicament. Loia pondered the hat's cryptic phrase, not entirely wicked, questioning, I am undoubtedly a person of sound principles. The sorting hat, in its cryptic manner, declared it a challenge, a great challenge, and pondered where to place her, but a sense of foreboding washed over Loia as she cast a dubious glance at the sorting hat. Moments later, the hat suddenly exclaimed, Azkaban, 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 burn Paris, Azkaban, Azkaban. The hat's voice echoed throughout the hushed hall, leaving the students exchanging bewildered glances. Dumbledore abruptly stood, his aged face betraying a moment of panic, while the professors exhibited expressions of fear and shock. Loia heard Professor Quirrell from Defense Against the Dark Arts, muttering in a hushed tone, no wonder her surname is Grindelwald. Loia felt an overwhelming urge to tear the sorting hat apart. Azkaban, 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 burn Paris, Azkaban. Loia calmly removed the hat and grasped it firmly by the throat, twisting it as one might a pretzel. Gritting her teeth, she enunciated each word. What do you mean, Azkaban? Repeat that. Professor McGonagall watched in shock as the new student manhandled the sorting hat, wishing to reprimand Loia Grindelwald for her blatant disrespect. Yet upon observing Dumbledore's silent demeanor and Snape's passive allowance, she refrained from speaking further. The hat, gasping for breath, weakly uttered in a barely audible voice, I was mistaken, dear housemate. Let us converse amicably. Considering we both shared the headmaster's office in our time, let us not resort to violence. Loia relinquished her grip on the now twisted hat, the hat, gasping for breath, murmured, You may choose between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Loia contemplated for a moment, deciding it would be more convenient to align with the protagonists and that sharing a house would facilitate matters. Aside from Mafalda, she hardly knew any names from Slytherin. Without hesitation, she chose Gryffindor. The hat's weakened voice announced her choice, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in enthusiastic applause as Loia sprinted towards her new house, where Fred and George leapt from their seats to joyfully high-five her in celebration. Dumbledore finally exhaled, having feared for a moment that the sorting hat's declaration of Azkaban might lead the child astray. The sorting ceremony continued. McGonagall, holding the parchment, called the next name Harry Potter. Harry, filled with trepidation, hesitated to step forward, fearful of being sorted into Slytherin, which Ron had warned was home to many dark wizards. Loia reassured him. In a moment, just tell the old hat that it was I who urged you to Gryffindor. Though Harry was puzzled by Loia's words, he eventually summoned the courage to take his seat. As McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head, the hat perked up upon recognizing Harry Potter. Very brave, eager to prove yourself. Such a fascinating desire. Where shall I place you? Harry gripped the edge of the stool, whispering, Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. I want to be in the same house as Loia. Really not considering Slytherin? They could guide you toward greatness. Harry grew more anxious, recalling Loia's earlier words. Loia want me to say I must go to Gryffindor. The hat sighed. Very well, since she has made up your mind. It shall be Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in applause once more as Harry joyfully dashed towards them. Dumbledore then announced the commencement of the feast. Following his signal, the house elves in the kitchen conjured a plethora of delectable dishes upon the tables. After indulging in the sumptuous feast, the first-year students were led by their prefects through the stairways to their respective house dormitories. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a rather plump woman. The prefect uttered the password, allowing the little lions to enter the Gryffindor common room. Percy guided the boys towards the left staircase, while the girls ascended the right staircase, leading to their respective dormitories. As Loia prepared to follow the girls up the staircase, Percy politely called out to her, "Miss Grindelwald, your dormitory is not in that direction." He pointed to the third staircase, which was unoccupied. Loia, puzzled, stepped onto the staircase. "Hermione Granger, you've been assigned to the same dormitory as Miss Grindelwald." In stark contrast to his demeanor towards Loia, Percy's attitude toward Hermione underwent a notable transformation, becoming considerably more subdued and less enthusiastic. Dumbledore had initially arranged for Loia to have a private dormitory, but he soon recalled how crucial it is for children to have companions with whom they can confide and share their thoughts during their formative years. A moment's inattention could easily leave lasting childhood scars, leading one down a dark path, as exemplified by Tom Riddle. Thus, Dumbledore meticulously curated the list of prospective students for Hogwarts, conducting extensive investigations and ultimately selecting Hermione Granger, a witch hailing from a Muggle background. Her lineage was impeccable, her character commendable, and she exhibited no tendencies to bully the weak. Drawing from his extensive experience, Dumbledore was certain that both Loia and Hermione would be sorted into Gryffindor, deeming her an appropriate companion for Loia. Subsequently, Loia's accommodation was changed to a double room, with Hermione assuming the role of her study partner and roommate. Dumbledore hoped that with a friend by her side, Loia would flourish without straying onto a misguided path. The house elves transported Loia and Hermione's belongings to their dormitory, which was impressively luxurious, leaving Hermione slightly taken aback. Loia, undoubtedly a pureblood, found it astonishing that she was assigned to share a room with her. After all, she had been derided by Draco Malfoy on the Hogwarts Express as a mudblood. In the Great Hall, she noticed Dumbledore's warm gaze fixed affectionately on Loia, realizing that her placement in the double dormitory was due to her association with Loia. Once Loia had settled her belongings, she began playfully bouncing on the bed, sniffing around. She ran her fingers along the deep red velvet drapes before diving into the covers, engaging in casual conversation with Hermione about the realms of magic and muggles. The first-year curriculum at Hogwarts included Transfiguration, Charms, History of Magic, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Herbology, and Flying lessons. Professor McGonagall, the Transfiguration instructor, was notably stern and quickly discerned Loia's exceptional aptitude for transformation spells. Although her conduct during the sorting ceremony had been somewhat brusque, Loia consistently proved to be the first to successfully transfigure animals into objects in her class. However, it seemed that Loia herself held little interest in the subject. Throughout Hogwarts, the class that instilled the greatest dread among students was undoubtedly Professor Snape's potions class. Unfortunately for Loia and Hermione, they found themselves tardy on the very first day of potions, as they stealthily opened the door to the underground classroom. Loia led the way, with Hermione nervously following in her wake. A shadow loomed over them, and they were caught red-handed by Snape. Embracing a mindset of as long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who will be, Loia boldly waved at Snape, asking, "Do you believe I was intentionally late?" The classroom fell into an eerie silence, and the Gryffindors cast sympathetic glances at Loia and Hermione. Hermione, feeling anxious, kept her head down, while Malfoy reveled in their predicament. Snape's deep, penetrating gaze was fixed on Loia, yet he remained silent. Then, his attention shifted to Hermione, his expression growing cold as he sharply addressed her. "Miss Granger, do you require a reminder to enter the classroom promptly? Or shall you continue to stand there foolishly?" Hermione, unable to comprehend why Snape reprimanded her and not Loia, quickly clutched her bag and hurried to her seat. However, a more pressing issue loomed. Loia noticed that the seating arrangement in the potions classroom differed from her vague recollections from the films. The desks were arranged in 2 rows, with 2 houses seated opposite each other across a narrow aisle, creating an atmosphere of stark division. Only 1 seat remained vacant in Gryffindor, and similarly, just 1 spot was available in Slytherin. This meant that one of them would inevitably have to occupy a Slytherin seat and attend class among their rivals. The enmity between Slytherin and Gryffindor rendered such a scenario unthinkable. Hermione was reluctant to sit with Slytherin, recalling Malfoy's derogatory remarks about her being a dirty mudblood, which still haunted her. Yet, if she occupied Gryffindor's last available seat, she felt she would be betraying Loia. Torn between her options, Hermione stood indecisively in the aisle, unsure of how to proceed. Loia, however, resolutely brushed past her, giving her a gentle push into the last Gryffindor seat before confidently taking the empty spot beside Draco Malfoy in Slytherin. The Gryffindor Lions gazed at Loia's self-sacrificial act with admiration, while under the scrutinizing eyes of Slytherin, Loia calmly seated herself next to Malfoy, who arrogantly lifted his chin, his hair seemingly fixed in place by an excessive amount of gel. Loia rolled her eyes at him, dismissing the 11-year-old as inconsequential. Malfoy's eyes twitched, as if to signal a desire to distance himself from Gryffindor. As Loia rummaged through her bag, she encountered a dilemma even more dire than being late. To her dismay, her bag had been torn, and her textbooks were nowhere to be found. Only a few snack packets remained. Malfoy quickly seized upon Loia's predicament, relishing the opportunity to mock her. Well, on the very first day of potions. Not only are you late, but you forgot your textbooks as well, that you're finished. Malfoy activated his telling tales mode, announcing to the professor, "Professor, Gryffindor hasn't brought their textbooks." The Slytherins joined in, their gleeful gazes fixed on Loia's empty desk. Eagerly anticipating her embarrassment, Snape's sharp gaze swept the room, and Slytherin immediately fell silent. Harry attempted to offer his textbook to Loia, whispering, "Loia, you can use mine." Snape shot Harry a warning glare. Hermione quickly intervened. Pulling Harry back, Professor Snape saw that. Unhurried, Snape approached Loia's desk, lowering his gaze to her small head. Malfoy, smugly anticipating Snape's reprimand of Loia and the subsequent loss of points for Gryffindor, was taken aback when Snape's deep voice echoed through the classroom, "Mr. Malfoy, you are quite astute." Malfoy, flattered, lifted his chin proudly. "You exhibit considerable talent in potions," Snape continued, and Malfoy's satisfaction grew, "Did I believe, given your aptitude, that even without a textbook, you will grasp the lesson's content." Malfoy's expression faltered, sensing something amiss. As he lifted his gaze, he saw Snape casually slide Malfoy's textbook towards Loia. "What?" Malfoy exclaimed. Incredulous, Snape disregarded Malfoy's bewildered expression and turned to the blackboard. Instructing, "Turn to page 94." Malfoy glared at Loia, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Professor, she didn't even bring a quill." Snape retraced his steps. Loia, leaning her head on her hands, met Snape's gaze. "That it seems I've misplaced my quill as well," she admitted. Snape's stern expression shifted towards Malfoy. "Mr. Malfoy, I trust that with your remarkable memory, you need not take notes, as you can effortlessly recall all classroom knowledge." Malfoy, his voice laced with reluctance, replied, "Professor, my memory may not be quite that extraordinary." "I say you can," Snape retorted. You have any objections?" "None," Malfoy replied, clinging desperately to the last vestiges of his dignity. Snape slowly extracted the quill from Malfoy's grasp and placed it on Loia's textbook. Loia seized the opportunity, adding, "Malfoy, your memory is indeed exceptional. So I presume you won't require ink either. Hand it over." She deftly snatched the ink from beneath his very nose. Malfoy's expression turned ashen, feeling utterly humiliated for the first time in his life. Ultimately, he begrudgingly snatched up Goyle's textbook and quill, drafting a letter home to request a new textbook and quill. Thus, a rivalry was born between Draco Malfoy and Loia Grindelwald. Snape leaned against the podium. Continuing his lecture, "This class does not require you to mindlessly wave your wands or recite spells." Harry was diligently taking notes, while Luo Ya was engrossed in doodling on Malfoy's textbook. "Some of you entered Hogwarts with such confidence that you believe you can afford to disregard my lessons." Snape immediately launched into verbal assault mode, bombarding Harry with a series of questions. "Mr. Potter, what would be the result if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort?" However, before Snape could finish his barrage, Harry interjected, "I don't know, sir. Snape, with a stern expression, announced, "Attention, Gryffindor students. Due to your classmates' disrespect towards the teacher, Gryffindor loses 5 points." The Slytherins eagerly awaited the announcement of Gryffindor's point deduction. Snape hesitated for a moment, glancing at Luo Ya, and finally stated coolly, "You lose half a point." The Slytherins were left speechless. Who knew points could be deducted in such a manner? The potions class continued, and they were now to learn how to brew a simple potion for scabies. Pairs were assigned, and Luo Ya observed Malfoy intently grinding a snake fang while adding dried nettles to the cauldron. Suddenly, a paper ball flew from Ron towards Luo Ya, veering off course and landing squarely on Malfoy's nose as he stirred the cauldron. Ron gestured animatedly to Luo Ya, pointing towards the door. But Luo Ya struggled to comprehend his sign language. Malfoy, infuriated, hurled the paper ball back. Ron, emboldened, wore an expression of disbelief as he immediately sought reinforcements from Neville and Seamus at the back of the classroom. "Neville, Seamus, come help." They paused their stirring, picking up quills to replicate the contents of Ron's paper ballpoint. 3 paper balls sailed towards Slytherin, one tragically landing in Malfoy's meticulously prepared scabies potion. Malfoy could no longer contain himself. His day had never been as dreadful as this. He seized a fallen paper ball and threw it back with great force. Luo Ya leaned over to observe the cauldron that Malfoy had neglected, from which thick plumes of black smoke were emerging. Frowning, Luo Ya warned, "Malfoy, if you don't attend to your cauldron soon, it will explode before Neville's or Seamus's." Just as Snape turned to monitor the classroom's discipline, a flurry of paper balls swiftly pelted Slytherin from Gryffindor's direction. "What are you doing?" Snape exclaimed sternly, noticing the commotion as Ron, Neville, and Seamus brandished their paper balls, a Slytherin student from the backside, as he surveyed his cauldron. Now affected by the paper ball bombardment, with one already boiling over, he read the barely legible text and turned to Luo Ya, saying, "Gryffindor informs you that a Hufflepuff is looking for you at the door. It seems to be your friend." Luo Ya turned to the classroom entrance in realization, where Cedric stood in the corridor, a bright smile on his face as he waved the first-year potions textbook in his hand. Cedric had fortuitously discovered an unclaimed first-year potions textbook on the staircase of the main building, the cover inscribed with the name Luo Ya Grindelwald. He had inquired with the first-year students in the corridor and learned that Gryffindor was currently in potions class. Upon arriving at the classroom door, Cedric found it inconvenient to enter as the first years were still engaged in their lesson, so he lingered outside for a moment, quickly catching Ron's attention. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin turned to observe him with curious gazes. Snape, too, noticed Cedric outside. With his robes swirling, he strode purposefully out of the classroom. Cedric barely had a chance to speak before Snape launched into a frosty tirade. "Mr. Diggory, this is a first-year potions class. Are you so eager to partake in their curriculum? Or is there something within the classroom that compels you to showcase your knowledge? If you find yourself with nothing to do, perhaps you should consider visiting the library." "Professor, you misunderstand. I found my potions class is not a sightseeing tour. As a third year, you should not be loitering at the door of a first-year classroom, disrupting the attention of the new students. Hufflepuff loses 5 points. Professor, this is the textbook that Luo Ya dropped." Finally given the opportunity to explain, Cedric revealed the reason for his presence. That Snape's expression darkened as he crossed his arms, scrutinizing Cedric from head to toe before snatching the textbook from his hands. With a definitive slam, he closed the classroom door, leaving Cedric outside. Simultaneously, the sounds of Neville's and Malfoy's cauldrons exploding resonated through the classroom. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Luo Ya and Hermione sat at the Gryffindor table enjoying breakfast. Luo Ya scanned the hall, but did not spot Harry or Ron, likely having overslept again. Hermione, cutting her food with a knife, attempted to voice a question that had puzzled her for quite some time. "That I feel that Professor Snape seems to treat you quite differently." Hermione truly wanted to express that he was perhaps too lenient with him, but stating it so directly felt awkward. Luo Ya, absorbed in perusing the newspaper delivered by Owl, replied nonchalantly, "Is he?" Noticing Luo Ya's inattentive demeanor, Hermione exclaimed, "Merlin, if it were anyone else in potions class who came without their textbook or quill, I bet they would face a year's worth of detention and never set foot in the potions classroom again." Luo Ya felt Hermione's assertion was somewhat exaggerated. "Professor Snape is biased towards you." Hermione set down her utensils, looking quite certain. Luo Ya propped his chin on his hand, tried to recall the previous encounters with Snape at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, where they would often bicker. The atmosphere thick with tension. After her voice had recovered, however, Snape's demeanor had shifted dramatically to, "Oh, I remember now. He mentioned that my voice resembled that of his friend. What was her name again? Lily. Perhaps it was because her voice bore a resemblance to Lily's that Snape's attitude had softened, allowing her and the Niffler to wreak havoc at home." Hermione, recalling a best-selling Muggle novel she had read days prior, looked at Luo Ya with pity. "Because your voice is similar to his white moonlight." "You poor child." Luo Ya was entirely focused on reading an article about how to maintain one's wand, oblivious to Hermione's comments and her rich inner thoughts. Hermione handed him a glass of juice. "Regardless, addressing Professor Snape by just his name directly at school doesn't seem appropriate. Other professors might find it quite rude. That's fine. I call him that at home too." Luo Ya took another bite of cake, unable to resist exclaiming how delicious the cakes at Hogwarts were. "You call him that at home? Wait, you two are living together?" Hermione suddenly exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. Curious glances from the surrounding students turned towards them. Nearly headless Nick also poked his head out from the table, eager to eavesdrop. Hermione quickly glanced around, relieved that Harry and Ron had yet to arrive. "What are you imagining? He is my temporary guardian." Luo Ya set down the newspaper, wanting to voice his thoughts on Hermione's odd train of thought. However, she had a point. She had always addressed Snape by his name without treating him as an elder. It indeed might not be wise to continue that way. So perhaps it would be more courteous to add Professor, or even call him Professor Snape, which had a nice ring to it. Neville's owl delivered a memory ball, quickly attracting the attention of nearby classmates. The memory ball in Neville's hand gradually turned red. However, the memory ball only indicated that one had forgotten something, without revealing what it was. "Luo, you kindly prompted, Neville, your memory ball has turned red." Neville, grinning foolishly while holding the memory ball, replied, "But I can't remember what I forgot." Luo Ya replied deadpan, "Haven't you noticed that you're the only one in the hall not wearing your school robe?" It appears to be the case that Goyle has stealthily infiltrated the Gryffindor table, eavesdropping on the conversation between Loia and Hermione at the adjacent table. Several Gryffindors cast disdainful glances in his direction, questioning why a Slytherin would surreptitiously squeeze into their midst. After gleaning some useful information, Goyle hastily returned to the Slytherin table. Malfoy, his hair impeccably styled and gleaming with gel, was in high spirits today. Having just received new textbooks, quills, and cauldrons delivered by his owl. "Have you uncovered any intelligence?" Malfoy elegantly inquired, lifting a cup of tea. Ever since the disastrous day in potions class, he had vowed to redeem himself. Goyle pondered, his intellect seemingly lacking, recalling what Hermione Granger had mentioned, something about Loia Grindelwald cohabitating with someone. After a considerable effort to think, it struck him. "Oh right, it must be with Harry Potter." Malfoy, taken aback, sputtered tea all over Goyle's face. In the afternoon's first flying lesson, students stood upon the flat lawn, broomsticks meticulously arranged on the ground. Madame Hooch's stern voice rang out, "Everyone, stand next to a broomstick." Loia glanced down at the tattered and worn broom, pondering the school's financial plight. Upon looking up, she noticed Malfoy hastily averting his gaze. This was not the first instance today. She had observed him casting odd looks her way since breakfast in the Great Hall. Each time she shot him an impatient glare, he would quickly redirect his attention. Madame Hooch instructed, "Extend your right hand, place it above the broomstick, and say up." Everyone shouted at their broomsticks. Loia spread her fingers and softly uttered the command, and her broom leapt eagerly into her grasp. Surprised, Madame Hooch watched as Harry and Malfoy's brooms followed suit. Hermione's broom rolled several times on the ground before finally landing in her hands, while Ron's broom seemed to be malfunctioning, refusing to budge despite rolling around. With a furrowed brow, Ron turned to Loia, seeking assistance. "What should I do? My broom just won't get up?" Loia replied, "If it won't fly up, just pick it up." Ron, incredulous, asked, "Is that even allowed?" "Indeed, it is," Loia confirmed. Enlightened, Ron retrieved his broom, while Madame Hooch shook her head in disbelief. Madame Hooch proceeded to instruct the students on how to utilize their broomsticks. And at that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Loia's mind. System. Ding. Task activated. Successfully join the Gryffindor Quidditch team alongside Harry Potter. Reward. 1 random spell. Time limit. 20 minutes. Countdown begins. The unreliable system, which had vanished for an indeterminate number of days, had finally reappeared. Just a few days prior, Loia had begun to suspect it had malfunctioned. Nevertheless, the spell rewards were consistently impressive, often featuring incantations not taught in school. Compared to the school's curriculum, the system offered a broader array of spells, many possessing significant potency, and there was even a chance to receive advanced magic. Loia recalled that first-year students were generally ineligible to participate in Quidditch tryouts, with Harry being an exception due to Professor McGonagall's recommendation that T.O. secure a spot on the Quidditch team. She would need Professor McGonagall's endorsement, which meant she had to capture her attention and showcase her flying skills within 20 minutes. The ensuing events unfolded similarly to her memories. Neville fell from a rogue broom, breaking his arm, and was whisked away by Madame Hooch to the infirmary. Malfoy was in the midst of snatching Neville's memory ball to taunt Harry, who was pursuing him on his broom. As the seconds ticked away, Loia glanced at the system's countdown. Only 10 minutes remained. Time was of the essence. She leaped onto her broom. Hooch said we shouldn't fly while she's away. Hermione exclaimed anxiously. Loia disregarded the warning and propelled herself into the air. Witnessing both Harry and Loia take flight, Ron couldn't resist grabbing his broom, wobbling as he ascended. Wait for me. Loia had already reached the window of Professor McGonagall's office, glancing around in search of her. Where could Professor McGonagall be? After waiting 3 anxious minutes, a sense of foreboding washed over her. If McGonagall did not return soon, she would fail her system task. Growing desperate, Loia soared around the castle in search of the professor, inadvertently drifting toward the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was polishing his glasses and failed to notice Loia's approach. With time slipping away, Loia decided to take a chance. If McGonagall was absent, perhaps Dumbledore would recommend her for the Quidditch team. Summoning her courage, she performed an unimaginable act for any student, a knock on the headmaster's window while riding her broom. Dumbledore looked up, momentarily surprised, his eyes widening in astonishment before softening with warmth. Unfazed, Loia executed a 360-degree aerial spin, eliciting applause from Dumbledore, who looked on with approval. As she stroked her chin, it appeared her flying prowess had indeed caught Dumbledore's attention. However, with only 3 minutes left on the countdown, she wondered where Harry had disappeared to. Scanning the area, she finally spotted Harry in the distance, having just acquired the memory ball from Neville and preparing to return to the grass. Loia sighed in exasperation. Why are you heading back, without a recommendation? How do you expect to make the Quidditch team? If you don't get selected, I can't complete my system task. She cupped her hands around her mouth and called out. Harry, over here, hurry. Harry noticed Loia and obediently flew over, his bright eyes shining with excitement. Loia, I got Neville's memory ball back. Only then did he realize he had flown to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore observed them through the window. Suddenly feeling nervous, he recalled Madame Hooch's warning about expulsion for flying recklessly. Not only had he flown erratically, but he was now outside the headmaster's office. Loia reassuringly patted his shoulder. It's all right, Harry. Just do a few loops here. Huh. Although Harry was confused about why, he complied, circling obediently. Very good, Harry. Now, give me a 360-degree vertical spin, quickly. Harry executed the maneuver, and Dumbledore nodded approvingly from the office. However, chaos ensued as Ron's distant voice pierced through the air. Loia? Harry, my broom is out of control. Ron came barreling toward them, wobbling on his broom. Harry and Loia swiftly dodged out of the way. With a crash, Ron collided with the headmaster's office window, startling Fawkes. Dumbledore gazed at the sprawled Ron on the ground and remarked, Mr. Weasley, you possess a remarkable talent for shattering windows. Loia pondered whether this was a butterfly effect caused by her time travel. But it seemed this world's Ron was perpetually unlucky. Just then, Professor McGonagall entered the headmaster's office, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld Ron splayed on the floor and Harry and Loia hovering on their broomsticks. With a hint of anger in her voice, she exclaimed, How dare you ride your broom into the headmaster's office? Dumbledore interrupted Professor McGonagall, chuckling at her as he reminded her of her earlier mention that Gryffindor was in need of a seeker and a chaser. stating that a suitable candidate had now emerged. Ron, however, was in a foul mood. During Charms class, he attempted to wave a feather on the table several times, yet it remained stubbornly still. Hermione mocked him. Correcting his pronunciation of the Leviosa charm, Ron's right sat the explosive genius Seamus, who was fervently attempting to levitate a quill with his wand, for the sake of his own safety. Ron discreetly shifted a bit further away from Seamus. After class, they navigated through the crowded corridors. Ron searched for Hermione twice among the throngs, but to no avail. The incessant complaints he voiced about Hermione echoed in her ears. She truly found her loathsome. It was no wonder she had no friends. Aside from Ron, no one seemed willing to engage with her. The more he complained now, the more he would find himself on his knees scrubbing laundry boards in the future. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. How could I ever end up on my knees scrubbing laundry boards? As evening fell, Loia remained in the dormitory awaiting Hermione while Harry and Ron dined in the Great Hall. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his face a mask of panic as he stammered out the words, "A troll in the dungeon," before fainting. Meanwhile, Loia was searching the castle for Hermione. The lack of mobile phones in this era was indeed inconvenient. Upon reaching the Great Hall, she discovered it was already deserted, devoid of any presence. Uncertain of what had transpired, Loia caught a whiff of a foul stench in the corridor. Then, she heard the heavy sound of large feet dragging across the floor, leading her to the lavatory. There, she found a troll unconscious on the ground, while Harry and Ron stood in a standoff with another troll. Hermione was curled up beneath a sink, shouting, "Be careful." The troll swung a hefty club towards her, and she barely ducked in time, the wall above her shattering under the blow, sending tremors throughout the lavatory. Loia finally recalled that the current plot involved Harry and Ron seeking Hermione when they encountered the troll. But why were there two trolls in the lavatory? One lay incapacitated on the floor due to Ron's levitation spell, while the other was larger and more imposing, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. As Harry and Ron rushed to assist, the troll seized Ron by the ankle, dangling him upside down. Its other hand swung the club, threatening to crush Harry and Ron's skulls at any moment. Loia patted her robe pockets, only to realize she had left her wand in the dormitory. Harry's wand was still lodged in the nose of the unconscious troll, while the other trolls stood between them, making the possibility of retrieving the wand seem nearly impossible. Realizing the dire situation, Harry shouted to her. Ron's wand was knocked to the entrance. Loia quickly scanned the lavatory entrance and found Ron's wand among the rubble. She aimed the wand at the troll and attempted to cast a spell, but instead of magic bursting forth from the tip, it erupted from the end of the wand, sending Loia crashing against the wall. Gritting her teeth, Loia climbed to her feet. "Ron, what happened to your wand?" "I accidentally broke it while eating. I glued it back together," he replied. Loia glanced at the crooked wand, with even the core's fibers exposed. She sighed in frustration. Why did his wand have to break now? Of all times. Loia had no wand of her own and had yet to master wandless magic. How on earth was she to deal with the troll? Just as danger loomed, a small figure darted out from the corridor that a niffler, clutching a spine-bone wand, leaped into Loia's embrace. She instinctively caught the niffler, drew out the wand, and affectionately ruffled its fur. "You were worth raising." The troll let out a roar, startling the niffler, which quickly burrowed into Loia's robes. Discarding Ron's wand aside, Loia pointed the spine-bone wand at the troll and took a deep breath. She dramatically declared, "Avada Kedavra!" Yet, nothing happened. Loia tapped the wand, incredulous. "No way. It can't be malfunctioning at such a critical moment." Hermione, clutching a pipe, shouted, "What are you waiting for? Think of something." Loia contemplated casting a levitation or transformation spell to alleviate the awkward situation. But still, nothing transpired. A notification chimed in. Friendly reminder. The spine-bone wand cannot perform any white magic. Loia facepalmed. The wand was incapable of white magic, yet she hadn't yet mastered any dark magic either. She had merely uttered a phrase reminiscent of the wand's origin at Ollivander's. But her previous attempts had yielded no results. The situation was growing increasingly dire as the troll advanced towards her. Harry, dangling upside down, shouted at the risk of his own safety, "Loia, run!" The troll lunged at Loia, swinging its club. In the next instant, she found herself plunged into a stone chamber, with Harry, Hermione, Ron, and the troll vanishing from sight. Before her stood a bloodied muggle, suspended by torturous devices, his flesh mutilated, gazing at Loia with a mixture of fear and desperation. The dark-robed wizard reappeared, the creator of the Dementors, Axtis. This was an illusion conjured by the Spinebone Wand, or perhaps a resurgence of the memories belonging to its former master from centuries past. Whatever she did, she could not impede it. Axtis passed through her body, resuming his torment of the unfortunate muggle, whose screams and Axtis' maniacal laughter echoed throughout the chamber. Loia felt as though she were witnessing a gruesome, classified horror film. Axtis raised his wand, pointing it at the barely conscious muggle. Just as on the day she first grasped the Spinebone Wand, Loia's arm involuntarily lifted the wand. Realization dawned upon her. As long as Axtis in the illusion wielded dark magic, she could replicate his dark spells in reality. Axtis' wand emitted a green light, and Loia's wand followed suit, also glowing green. "Crucio!" Axtis cried. "Crucio!" Loia echoed. Her green light surged through the illusion, colliding with the troll. The troll convulsed, its body contorting as it emitted a piercing scream. The lavatory awash in the green glow of the unforgivable curse. When Cedric entered, he beheld the troll collapsing, while Harry and Ron struggled to regain their footing. Due to the commotion in the Great Hall, he had brought a few younger Hufflepuffs back to the common room, only to discover the Niffler running amok with a wand in its mouth on the main staircase. Recognizing it as Loia's pet, he chased after the Niffler to the lavatory. "What happened?" Cedric inquired with concern. However, Loia's gaze was hollow and cold, offering him no response. Sensing her unusual demeanor, Cedric was about to speak when the other troll suddenly stirred to life. Roaring and charging towards them, Cedric prepared to cast a disarming charm. But Loia raised her wand first, her voice chilling and unyielding as she uttered, "Crucio!" The green light whizzed past Cedric, nearly entangling him with the troll. The troll levitated, its eyes bulging and exploding outward in a gruesome display, its pain screams reverberating through the entire corridor. Cedric, glancing back, caught sight of Loia's cold eyes and the sinister smile gracing her lips. As if she had transformed into a different person entirely, the onlookers watched in pallid horror, witnessing what seemed like Loia's one-sided torment and merciless slaughter of the troll, relishing in the spectacle. Harry cautiously approached Loia, whispering, "Loia?" She remained unmoving, entirely oblivious to his voice, her vision fixated solely on the writhing prey. "Loia," Harry repeated, and in an instant, she snapped back to reality, hastily ceasing the torturous spell. The corridor filled with hurried footsteps as Professor McGonagall burst into the room. Followed closely by Snape and several other professors, that McGonagall surveyed the gruesome scene of the two trolls before her. "You better explain what on earth you have all done." Professor Quirrell trembled as he leaned down to inspect the corpse of the giant. Stammering, the remains of the giant bear traces of dark magic. It's truly astonishing. The curse is ancient, reminiscent of primordial spells. The individual who slayed the giant employed dark sorcery. Professor McGonagall gazed incredulously at the group of children before her, unable to fathom that among them, some had already dabbled in dark magic, even resorting to its use to mercilessly slay two adult giants. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Loia, who hurriedly concealed her vertebra wand. He silently approached McGonagall's side and whispered, "Let them leave this place first." Quirrell discerned Snape's intent and was determined to deny him the opportunity to allow Loia to escape. He deliberately interrupted, ensuring that all present heard his voice proclaim, "The killing curse is unforgivable. It is not the same as the current version. It is an ancient form of the killing curse, the primordial version, designed to obliterate a being's nerves and destroy organ tissue. Inflicts pain so excruciating that it leads to death by agony. The in summary is far more malevolent and brutal than the contemporary iteration." Snape glared fiercely at Quirrell, who instinctively recoiled. Professor McGonagall, her expression one of shock, turned to Quirrell. "Are you suggesting that among these children, someone has employed the killing curse?" Her gaze traversed the group, ultimately resting upon Loia. "You mean to say that one among them has wielded the killing curse?" McGonagall's eyes swept across the room with fury. Who invoked the killing curse? Lily and James were exemplary. Their child Harry could never have resorted to such an unforgivable act. Ron and Hermione, at their current age, lacked the capability to wield such dark magic. Cedric, kind and upright, has been a paragon of virtue all these years. He too could not possibly have done so. That leaves but one, Loia Grindelwald, who bears the blood of the Dark Lord. McGonagall narrowed her eyes at her. Merely 11 years of age, she possesses the ability to use the killing curse to torment and slay 2 adult giants. She is but a child, yet already capable of taking a life. That I shudder to think what she might become in a few years. McGonagall's gaze hardened as she focused on Loia. I have long opposed Headmaster Dumbledore's decision to admit you to Hogwarts, Miss Grindelwald. You are far too dangerous. Durmstrang would be a more suitable institution for you. Loia was bewildered. Had she not merely used the killing curse to dispatch 2 giants? Why was there such prejudice against her, as though she were a formidable adversary? McGonagall had already concluded that she would inevitably become a dark wizard akin to Grindelwald, and she could not allow her to remain at Hogwarts. Stepping forward, McGonagall subtly drew her wand from beneath her cloak. Snape immediately stepped in front of McGonagall, blocking her path to Loia, gripping her wand arm with urgency. His eyes held a silent plea as he shook his head. Please don't. McGonagall noticed the trembling hand concealed within Snape's sleeve, tightly grasping his wand. Turning, she found Loia watching her warily, her gaze betraying none of the innocence expected of a child. The vertebral wand hidden within her robes seemed to sense the impending danger, causing Loia to tense. She bore no animosity toward McGonagall and had no desire to harm her. If McGonagall were to unleash an offensive spell, what would she do? If only her usual wand were at hand. She might have conjured a mist to retreat, then fled or sought refuge in Dumbledore's office. However, the wand she held could only cast dark magic. Would she truly resort to using the killing curse against McGonagall? She recalled the professor from the films. Though strict, she was warm-hearted and a respected educator. It was difficult for Loia to imagine inflicting harm upon her. If she remained passive and accepted the blows, she still had a trump card hidden away. Despite having taken Snape's potion to suppress her darker urges, it had been a long time since she had felt its stirrings. Yet she was certain that should she sustain a mortal wound, the likelihood of that entity re-emerging was significant. While Loia pondered the myriad possibilities that might unfold, McGonagall's watchful gaze pierced through her defenses. You are just like your father. Loia froze. So Grindelwald was indeed her father. She had always assumed he was from her grandfather's generation. Confident, arrogant, particularly skilled at manipulation, as McGonagall uttered the final words. Loia cast a disappointed glance at Snape, as if to indicate that he was oblivious to her enchantment. Snape lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Loia contemplated whether she should react as a dutiful daughter and vehemently defend her father, but found herself at a loss. McGonagall's assertions held some truth. Hogwarts will inevitably be turned upside down by you. McGonagall's words elicited a twitch at the corner of Loia's eye, as she recalled the many times Hogwarts had been invaded in the films. Even without me, it is well known that Hogwarts is one of the most perilous places. McGonagall's expression darkened instantly, while the other professors exchanged awkward glances. It was me. I used the unforgivable curse to kill the giant. Harry suddenly raised his hand. McGonagall found this to be utterly ludicrous. Harry's gaze flitted nervously, his innocent and kind-hearted nature betraying him. It was evident to anyone that he was lying. McGonagall approached him. Mr. Potter, can you tell me what the unforgivable curses are? Harry faltered, having only been at school for 3 months. He had not yet encountered such knowledge in class, and was unaware of what constituted the unforgivable curses. You need not fabricate a tale of using the unforgivable curse for Miss Grindelwald's sake, McGonagall advised earnestly. Hermione, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly explained, it wasn't their fault. It was all because of me. They came to find me and encountered the giant. Without their presence, I would have. Ron, at a loss for words, nodded in agreement. Yet McGonagall merely glanced at Hermione, her patience wearing thin. The unforgivable curses comprised the killing curse, the Cruciatus curse, and the Imperius curse. It was I who employed the Cruciatus curse against the giant. Cedric's voice rang out. Everyone turned to look at him. several professors sighing in sympathy that McGonagall could not believe that the typically honest and exemplary Cedric would resort to such dark magic. I inadvertently witnessed a dark wizard using it in Nocturne Alley. Cedric fabricated his tale convincingly, and Loia looked at him in astonishment. Senior, you truly are a good person. McGonagall was at a loss, unable to rouse someone who willingly assumed the role of scapegoat. She shook her head. You have profoundly disappointed me, Mr. Diggory. In summary, as long as it was not Loia who had used the unforgivable curse to kill the giant. There was no major crisis that, if Loia had indeed employed the Cruciatus curse, McGonagall would never permit her to remain at Hogwarts. That McGonagall, irate, declared 10 points from Hufflepuff, 5 points from Gryffindor. The unfortunate, ever-amiable Cedric was sentenced to detention. Return to your respective dormitories. McGonagall and the other professors turned to leave. Snape extended his hand towards Loia, softly saying, Come here. Loia suspected Snape intended to confiscate her dark magic wand, in her determination to protect it. She resolutely refused, turning her head as if she had not heard. Hermione nudged her arm. Professor Snape is calling you. Loia replied, I didn't hear. Snape frowned, striding forward to grasp her wrist and lead her toward his office. He effortlessly lifted Loia and placed her atop the desk. Sitting there, Loia realized that for the first time, she could meet Snape's gaze at eye level. Typically, she had to look up at him. Thus, Loia defiantly crossed her arms and swung her legs, exuding an air of unyielding resistance. Snape drew his wand and inspected her for injuries, only relaxing his furrowed brow once he confirmed she was unharmed. Then, with a serious demeanor, he stated, Hand it over. Hand over what? Loia blinked her innocent eyes, feigning ignorance. With a knowing tone, she uttered "Oh," and from within her garments, she produced a sniffer to offer to Snape. Here you go, she said. Snape discarded the sniffer dismissively, leaning over the table with his hands planted firmly on either side, his gaze fixed upon her eyes as he enunciated the word wand. Syllable by syllable, Loia pouted slightly. She had a fondness for that wand, for it allowed her to witness a myriad of ancient dark magics conjured by Ectus through its illusions that it was akin to a live demonstration. And although Ectus was a notorious sadist who took pleasure in torturing and murdering muggles, it did not hinder her desire to learn his spells, to safeguard her beloved wand. Loia resorted to a highly effective tactic against Snape. Children must learn to be charming if they wish to protect their cherished toys. She suddenly leaned forward, narrowing the distance between them to a point where they could discern each other's eyelashes. Snape stiffened, instinctively retreating a step. With a playful lilt, Loia teased, Professor Snape, what are you called? Old Bat. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Ultimately, his wand, the spine-bone wand, was confiscated, and Loia fancied she could see Ectus waving goodbye to her. Grateful for her role as the sole audience of his B-grade blood magic for the past 3 months. The following day, Professor McGonagall knocked on the door of Professor Trelawney's office. That McGonagall was well aware of Trelawney's disdain for vague interpretations, particularly in divination. Thus, she was taken aback to find Trelawney at her doorstep. Without preamble, McGonagall inquired, What did you truly see on the day of the sorting ceremony? She recalled Trelawney's peculiar behavior that day. How Loia had cowered behind her chair, refusing to emerge. Trelawney trembled slightly as she replied, I saw her future, and it is too dreadful for you to accept, placing her hand upon the crystal ball. She murmured incantations, and, after a moment, a hazy vision began to materialize within its depths. The image remained indistinct, making it difficult for McGonagall to discern its details. You might try placing your hands on the crystal ball. Trelawney suggested that McGonagall complied, her aged hands resting upon the orb, and darkness swiftly enveloped her. Suddenly, her vision was ablaze with cerulean flames. She had to shut her eyes and reopen them, only to find herself standing in an underground arena. Surrounding her was a throng of wizards from all corners of the world. The young girl approached the center of the crowd, and the wizards parted like the sea, allowing her passage. They chanted fervently, Grindelwald, 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 Grindelwald. When the girl turned, the fervent throng fell silent. That McGonagall's eyes widened in realization. Loia Grindelwald. Her features had sharpened with age, her golden locks now nearly silver. Loia gestured to her attendants, commanding, Bring them forth. Several battered aurors were forcibly brought forward. Bound and bruised, compelled to kneel before her, the zealous crowd cried out in a frenzy. Kill them! Kill them! Eliminate these ministry lapdogs! McGonagall's body trembled, nearly losing her balance, as she recognized that among the captives were her own students. Loia raised a finger, and the fervent crowd immediately fell silent. Or, she declared, you have a choice. Swear your allegiance to me, or be consumed by flames right here. The Aurors turned pale. One young man fixated on Loia with a complex expression, fear, sorrow, and longing mingled in his gaze. He struggled to call her name, yearning to rush to her side and speak, but two followers restrained him. In response to his defiance, one zealot unleashed a cruel curse upon him. The commotion drew Loia's attention, and she approached him with an icy demeanor, her heel pressing mercilessly upon his wounded shoulder. Leaning down, she whispered in a chilling tone, I am curious. Who granted you the audacity to trespass upon my territory in Paris? Accompanied by a few ministry fools, a French woman standing behind her, struggling with her English, reverently informed, he is a Gryffindor. Loia raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile playing on her lips, her tone dripping with disdain. Gryffindor? Ha! Such bravery. The hall fell silent once more as McGonagall witnessed a brazen man stride into the arena, the crowd instinctively bowing their heads in reverence. She heard Loia address him as father. The man reached out to caress her head, and then, as if sensing something amiss, he scanned the crowd with piercing eyes. His voice turned ominous. It appears we have uninvited guests. His chilling gaze locked onto McGonagall, and an oppressive wave of magic surged towards her, forcing her to the ground, gasping for breath. The zealots glared at her, drawing their wands. A swirling vortex of darkness materialized behind McGonagall, drawing her into its depths. She found herself back in Trelawney's office, ensnared in a wooden chair, her lips devoid of color, trembling uncontrollably. She rose unsteadily, hastening towards the door. She could not allow Loia Grindelwald to remain at Hogwarts. Upon opening the door, she found Snape waiting, as though he had anticipated her arrival. That McGonagall stammered her concerns. She's just like her father, gathering those frenzied zealots to incite war. My students are beneath her heel, and I cannot permit her to stay at Hogwarts. Snape stood at the doorway, lips pursed, showing no intention of yielding. McGonagall's eyes widened in disbelief as Snape drew his wand, pointing it at her. Forget all that. A flash of white light engulfed her, and McGonagall collapsed, Snape erasing her memories of the past few days. Trelawney, visibly shaken, stammered her explanation. Divination results can often shift due to the querent's subjective mindset. If Professor McGonagall saw Miss Grindelwald commit murder, the future might not necessarily unfold as such. You all know my predictions are not always accurate. They may not hold true. Snape's expression remained impassive as he approached Trelawney, who recoiled in fear. What she saw is not necessarily reality. It has nothing to do with me. Snape extended his wand. Meanwhile, on the Quidditch pitch, Wood arrived at the training ground at the appointed time to conduct the first lesson for the two newcomers. He opened the wooden crate he had brought, revealing 4 balls of varying sizes. Wood explained the rules of Quidditch to Harry and Loia. The bright red ball was the bludger, and the chaser scored by throwing it through the hoops, while the other 2 identical balls were the bludgers, which posed a danger. Loia mentally noted this, her hazy recollections of the film only recalling the golden snitch. Wood released one of the bludgers, which shot into the air and hurtled toward Harry's face, prompting Wood to swiftly knock it away with his bat. You see, they could dart around, attempting to knock the players off their brooms. However, we have the Weasley twins, who will protect you by fending off the bludgers. Understood. Fred and George are akin to Tank Zhong Fei and Bull Demon King, while Harry and I are the descendants of the fragile Lubon. The goalposts represent the enemy's high ground crystal. Wood appears perplexed. I don't quite comprehend. Luo Ya chuckles lightly. She gazes at the broomstick in Wood's hand. Noticing her apparent interest, Wood hands the broomstick to Luo Ya. The rogue ball, having been struck away, hurtles back toward them, prompting Luo Ya to swing the broomstick immediately. The rogue ball is sent flying. Wood squints at the sky, pondering. Has it flown too far? To Wood's astonishment, the cursed ball shatters a window and crashes into the headmaster's office. Wood nearly faints from fright. Suddenly, Dumbledore's face emerges from the gaping hole in the window, smiling warmly at Luo Ya and waving. Wood wipes the sweat from his brow and hastily scrambles to his feet. Luo Ya awkwardly returns the broomstick to Wood, murmuring, "I suppose I'm not suited for the role of striker." Wood finally retrieves the golden snitch from the box. The job of the seeker is to catch it. The team that first captures the golden snitch earns an additional 150 points. Luo Ya strokes her chin. So, Quidditch is more about the competition between two seekers. The side that captures the golden snitch first is guaranteed victory. One could say that we are currently missing both a seeker and a chaser. In truth, both of you are quite agile and would be well suited for the seeker position, though only one seeker is permitted. Luo Ya pats Harry's shoulder. You shall take on the role of seeker to pursue the golden snitch, while I will be the chaser. Harry nods obediently. With the positions assigned, Wood leads them in training on the Quidditch pitch in the Hogwarts Great Hall. Hermione fusses like a mother hen, piling food onto the plates of Luo Ya and Harry. Just as Ron reaches for a chicken leg, Hermione jabs his hand with a fork. Ron lets out a yelp, cradling his swollen hand. "I merely wished for a chicken leg," Hermione, brandishing her fork threateningly, asserts. Luo Ya and Harry are about to compete against Slytherin in Quidditch. They need to replenish their energy. "You are forbidden from touching the chicken leg. You shall eat vegetables." Ron is powerless to resist as Hermione dumps a plateful of greens onto his tray, leaving him tearful and distressed. "I truly cannot consume this much." Luo Ya glances at her plate, which Hermione has piled high with meats, and feels a headache coming on, observing Ron's pitiful gaze fixed on the chicken leg. Luo Ya kindly picks up an unused fork and transfers a chicken leg onto Ron's plate. Ron, touched, exclaims, "Luo Ya, you are truly wonderful." As Harry watches Luo Ya serve on the chicken leg, Ron grins like a fool beside her. An odd sensation swells within Harry, as if he's been overlooked by Luo Ya. Suddenly, Harry interjects, "I want one too." Luo Ya glances at the mountain of food on Harry's plate, astonished. "Are you certain you can still eat?" Harry nods vigorously. "Very well," Luo Ya replies, serving him a chicken leg as well, while reminding him, "Harry, do take care while eating. You are our Gryffindor seeker, the hope of our entire house, and it would be unfortunate if you were to regurgitate the golden snitch instead of capturing it." Afterward, they chatter about trivial matters, until Harry inexplicably brings up Snape. Once more, I suspect that the troll that night was released by Snape as a diversion, intending to access the three-headed dog. But why would Snape want to go through the three-headed dog? What Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts must be guarded by that beast. Snape is after it. Upon hearing Snape being blamed once again, Luo Ya cannot resist interjecting. "In truth, Snape is rather decent. You are all misjudging him." Hermione furrows her brow. "Luo Ya, you cannot favor him simply because he is your temporary guardian." Ron joins in with Hermione. "Exactly." Luo Ya shakes her head helplessly. "If the old bat truly wished to deal with you children, you would not see the dawn of another day." Alas, Snape's perpetually sullen visage and villainous demeanor render it nearly impossible for him to avoid being misunderstood. Luo Ya sips her juice, lamenting how challenging it is to communicate and reason with children. Snape shares the same sentiment. The Gryffindor long table suddenly falls silent, with the lions engrossed in their meals. This silence is a well-known harbinger of the arrival of a dangerous individual from the Gryffindor's list of perilous characters. Luo Ya glances toward the entrance, where Snape approaches them, carrying a parcel. Quickly, she turns her back, resting her chin on her hand, feigning anger and hoping to deter him, leaving him only with her back. Snape stands behind her, casting a furtive glance at the towering pile of food on Luo Ya's plate. A subtle sense of relief washes over him. Miss Grindelwald appears to have a good appetite today, perhaps indicating her anger has subsided. Ever since he confiscated the perilous bone wand capable of casting unforgivable curses due to the troll incident, Miss Grindelwald has unilaterally declared a cold war. When they meet in the corridors, she turns her head to ignore him. Potions class has been filled with various absurd excuses for Hermione to take leave, altogether avoiding him. According to recollections from Gryffindor and Slytherin, during the days Miss Grindelwald was absent, the atmosphere in Potions class was exceptionally tense, with Professor Snape's countenance growing darker by the day. During those days, Gryffindors felt increasingly anxious, as Snape would often deduct points from Gryffindor, but each time he was about to do so, he would restrain himself. Thus, for several days, Luo Ya would not spare him even a glance or a word. nor would she allow him to hear her voice. This cold war persisted for several days, leaving Snape in a state of complex emotions, nearly driven to intercept students in Gryffindor's common room. In truth, he would never admit it, but he indeed attempted. He chose a time to visit the Gryffindor common room when he could avoid all the students, ensuring no one would discover him. However, the fat lady denied him entry, citing his late-night attempt to infiltrate the Gryffindor common room as suspicious, declaring that even professors were not exempt from her rules. Snape carefully placed the parcel on her table, opening his mouth to speak but hesitating for a long while, unsure of how to begin. Soothing an upset child, especially a girl, proved to be exceedingly difficult for Snape. In desperation, he sought advice from a newly arrived professor at Hogwarts who had 2 daughters. The professor regarded him in surprise, well aware of Snape's notorious reputation for being difficult to approach. When she had first arrived, her friendly greetings had been met with his cold indifference. The sight of this notoriously unapproachable professor seeking her counsel left her somewhat flabbergasted. The female professor remarked that to placate an angry child who had run away from home, one merely needed to buy them their favorite toy and take them out for a bit of fun. After all, children do not hold grudges. Yet, Snape longed to clarify that his child was quite the opposite. Now, Snape could only silently stand behind Luo Ya, fixated on the back of her head, hoping that upon opening the parcel, she might choose to end this torturous cold war. Luo Ya feigned disinterest in the parcel, her fingers absent-mindedly tapping the table in a nonchalant manner. In summary, Snape would not return the bone wand to her. She would continue to endure this standoff, testing his patience. Curious, Ron asked Luo Ya, "May I open it first?" Snape shot him a silent glare. Luo Ya yawned and generously nodded, under the weight of Snape's piercing gaze. Ron eagerly unwrapped the parcel Snape had sent for Luo Ya. The Gryffindors cast sympathetic glances, fearing that Ron's first-year potions class might forever bid farewell to passing grade. As Ron unveiled the parcel, he exclaimed, "This is the latest model of the Firebolt 2000. It is currently the fastest model available. I have never even touched one." Luo Ya replied lazily, "Do you like it? Then consider it a gift." Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" As Snape drew forth his wand, Ron remarked, "I think I'll pass to Loia." The Nimbus 2000 appeared merely as an oversized brush, and the sight of soaring through the sky atop such a brush was utterly ridiculous. Professor Snape presented Loia with the Nimbus 2000, eliciting envious glances from the Gryffindors at the adjacent table. Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team, gaped, revealing his prominent buck teeth. They were to compete against Gryffindor shortly. How could the Slytherin headmaster present a Nimbus 2000 to a Gryffindor player? Was he attempting to bolster the morale of the enemy, diminish the prestige of his own team? Wood felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and touch the Nimbus 2000, which existed solely in his dreams, but he quickly withdrew his hand, startled by a mere glance from Snape. Throughout, Loia did not grant Snape even a fleeting glance. With a silent sigh, Snape reminded them to prioritize safety during the match before striding away. Once Snape was out of sight, Loia dropped the pretense and eagerly inspected the Nimbus 2000 from every angle. With the primary threat having departed, the Gryffindors could no longer contain their excitement and surrounded Loia, each taking turns to admire the Nimbus 2000 simultaneously. Harry received his own Nimbus 2000, sent by Professor McGonagall. Loia and the other players donned their Gryffindor crimson Quidditch robes. Fred was already brandishing his bat. Warming up, Loia engaged in casual conversation with the other 2 chasers, Angelina and Harry. George poked his head out from the tent, exclaiming, "You won't believe it, but Professor Dumbledore is here too," upon hearing that the headmaster had come to watch. Wood grew increasingly anxious. After all, Dumbledore rarely attended Quidditch matches. He took a deep breath, rallying the team. "All right, lads and lasses, this is the most crucial match." Wood was so nervous he could hardly recall his usual opening remarks. Angelina warned the newcomers, Loia and Harry, to be cautious of the bludgers from Slytherin. Fred, clutching his bat, declared, "Rest assured, with George and me as your beaters, we will protect you. No bludger shall hit you." George demonstrated a perfect swing with his bat, adding to Fred's confidence. Loia cast a skeptical glance at the twins. "How can I trust you two? Your promises have never seemed reliable since the day I met you. In no way. Just watch," Fred and I will circle around you during the match." The twins vowed, glancing back to throw a casual take care of yourself. Harry would felt a headache coming on. He wanted to remind the Weasley brothers that targeting the Seekers was the key to victory, as catching the golden snitch was worth 150 points. Ultimately, he resigned himself to a last-minute strategy. He would have Harry hide until the snitch appeared to avoid the Seekers being attacked too early. Outside, the voice of the Quidditch commentator, Jordan, rang out. "Let us welcome the players from Gryffindor and Slytherin." 15 broomsticks soared into the air as Loia and Harry followed their captain into the roaring arena. Madame Hooch tossed the quaffle into the sky, signaling the official start of the match. Angelina snagged the quaffle, skillfully dodging Slytherin players, scoring the first 10 points for Gryffindor. Several Slytherins dogged Angelina closely, and she signaled to Loia, swiftly passing the ball to her. Loia propelled herself towards the goalpost with the quaffle in hand. Fred and George flanked her, one on each side, that a bludger hurtled towards Loia, but Fred immediately struck it away with his bat. Another bludger approached from behind, only to be sent flying by George's deft swing. Loia surged towards the goal. Jordan excitedly shouted, "Loia, Grindelwald scores. Gryffindor earns another 10 points." The Gryffindor crowd erupted in cheers. Dreary and perplexed, Marcus inquired, "Is this Gryffindor's new tactic?" 2 beaters safeguarding a single chaser. With a wide grin revealing his buck teeth, Marcus commanded, "You two, follow me to intercept them." Oblivious to the impending danger, the twins turned, boasting to Loia, "What do you think? Your knights are protecting you splendidly. Perhaps you should pay attention to what's ahead instead of showing off," Loia advised, glancing at the shadow that loomed closer. As Fred turned, he saw Marcus viciously directing a bludger towards him. In a moment of shock, Fred was struck and tumbled off his broom. The rogue bludger, akin to a returning boomerang, flew back and struck George on the back of the head, causing him to plummet as well. Jordan exclaimed, "Loia Grindelwald's 2 knights have unfortunately been knocked down, face first. It's utterly terrifying." The Slytherin crowd erupted in delighted laughter. Subsequently, Slytherin gained possession of the quaffle, only for Wood to make a spectacular save. With a triumphant smile, he was swiftly sent flying, along with the ball. It seemed he would be spending another week in the infirmary. Katie Bell passed the quaffle to Loia, who executed a graceful spin to evade the pursuing Slytherin chaser and charged toward the goalposts. The commentator, Jordan, cheered, "Gryffindor scores again. What an incredible display. Loia Grindelwald is both stunning and charming. She's truly my goddess. I think I've fallen in love." Dumbledore lowered his binoculars, smiling. "Child, can you please commentate properly?" Jordan replied, "Of course." "Headmaster." Now that the quaffle was no longer with Loia, several Slytherins inexplicably closed in on her. A bludger whizzed past, forcing Loia to slow down and duck at the last moment, allowing the pursuing Slytherins to catch up. Surrounded, Loia felt increasingly cornered. This was truly the butterfly effect. Wasn't Angelina the one who had been cornered and crashed into the goalpost in the movies? Why was it her turn now, just as she was about to collide with the goalpost? Several Slytherins deliberately parted, but it was too late for Loia to stop. She could only veer left at the last moment, crashing into the Slytherin student section. The Slytherin students screamed and scattered, and the entire arena gasped. Students from the other stand stood up, craning their necks to see what had transpired. Jordan lamented dramatically, "Merlin, the goddess has fallen. This must have been a terrible crash." Professor Snape abruptly stood, furiously bellowing, "Slytherin loses 200 points. Jordan exclaimed, "Wow. Slytherin has had 200 points deducted by their own headmaster. This is fantastic." Applause erupted from Gryffindor. Terrence Higgs of Slytherin landed behind Captain Marcus, looking troubled as he asked, "Are we continuing the match? What if we lose all our points?" Marcus replied. Loia, still rubbing her head, climbed to her feet, dazed and nursing a large bump. Fortunately, she had someone to cushion her fall. Otherwise, she would have been carted off to the infirmary as Wood's companion. Loia glanced at the body beneath her. Malfoy, dazed and with rolling eyes, lay unconscious. She pressed her ear against his chest to listen for a heartbeat, then firmly slapped his face and pinched his nose. He was still alive. All was well. The dazed Malfoy, struck unconscious by the fall, finally regained consciousness, groaning weakly, "I haven't bothered any of you today." Indeed, Draco had managed to avoid provoking anyone that day. Loia hopped on her broom, pushed off the ground, and fled the scene of the incident, returning to the Quidditch pitch. Meanwhile, Harry's broom experienced difficulties, flipping uncontrollably, and he struggled to maintain his balance. Professor Quirrell was casting a curse while Snape worked to dispel it. Hermione was itching to set Snape's robes on fire. It proved that, often, a physical blow could be more effective than a magical incantation. Loia received the quaffle passed to her by a teammate, raised her borrowed bat, and struck the quaffle directly at Quirrell's face with all her might. Quirrell was caught off guard, the quaffle hitting him squarely and causing him to spin around before collapsing against the wall. Unconscious, Jordan exclaimed, "Wow." Loia Grindelwald bludger struck Professor Quirrell. Two more bludgers, sensing Loia's apparent idleness, charged towards her. Loia swung her bat, sending both bludgers crashing into Quirrell's nape, causing Voldemort, concealed beneath the turban, to experience the painful impact of a double hit. With Quirrell's spell control over the flying broom lost, it returned to normalcy. Splendid. Not only did she deliver a face-smashing blow to Voldemort today, but she also preserved Snape's robes. Watching Harry chase the elusive golden snitch, Loia felt it was time to relax. The Gryffindor common room was abuzz with excitement. With no classes in the afternoon, everyone was celebrating their victory in the Quidditch match, and Fred and George had even pilfered a cake from the kitchen. Snape, standing just outside the Gryffindor common room, could hear the raucous noise within. Occasionally, a jubilant Gryffindor would emerge, only to see Professor Snape of Potions standing at the entrance, mistakenly believing that points were being deducted from their house, causing them to scurry away in fright, clinging to the banister. The twins continued to boast to their fellow lions about how they had knocked the bludgers away, protecting their fragile comrades. A Niffler tugged at Loia's pant leg, pulling insistently towards the door. "What is it that you desire, Niffler?" Loia was uncertain of its intentions, so she followed it outside the common room. Snape finally spotted Loia being dragged out by the Niffler. Upon seeing him, Loia immediately turned away, feigning a sulky demeanor. Snape's gaze lingered on her, contemplating how to broach the subject. Loia discreetly glanced at the emptiness of Snape's hands. "Goodness, he didn't even bring my spine wand. And he expects to make amends? Farewell." Loia let out a nasal huff and turned to re-enter the common room. Snape hesitated and finally spoke, his typically dark voice softened with a hint of gentleness. "Would you like to visit Hogsmeade?" Drawing from the shared wisdom of the female professors on how to placate children, Snape decided that since offering a toy, the Firebolt 2000, had proven ineffective, perhaps a trip outside would suffice. Loia immediately halted her steps. She was indeed intrigued. Hogsmeade, as depicted in films, with honeydukes, the 3 broomsticks, and the ever-popular butterbeer. She feigned indifference, casually inquiring when they might go. Snape felt a subtle relief wash over him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Whenever you wish. Can we go now?" Loia turned, hands clasped behind her back, striving to suppress her burgeoning excitement. Snape replied, lowering his gaze upon her. "You should change into warmer clothing. It's cold outside." Loia glanced down at her thin shirt. The Gryffindor common room's fireplace blazed warmly, making it comfortable enough for the young witches and wizards to remain in their pajamas without feeling chilly. The outside world, however, was a different matter. The temperature had suddenly dropped, with the morning being pleasant, but the afternoon turning frigid. "Wait for me," Loia said, dashing back to the dormitory, weaving through the boisterous common room, donning her coat, and tossing the Niffler to Hermione. She looked up at Snape, who towered over her by several heads. "Don't you have classes this afternoon?" Snape replied that he had just arranged a schedule swap with other professors. Even with her coat wrapped around her, Loia shivered as she stepped outside the castle gates, the cold air biting at her. Snape produced his wand and cast a warming charm on her. They did not take long to reach the pub. The establishment was crowded and noisy, filled with swirling smoke, where a statuesque woman tended to a raucous group of wizards at the bar. They found an empty table by the window that a young waiter eagerly approached to take their order. Loia immediately raised her hand and called for 2 butterbeers. Snape interrupted. "1 butterbeer, 1 milk?" "Certainly, sir, a butterbeer and a glass of milk," replied the waiter. Less than 5 minutes later, the waiter returned with steaming mugs of frothy butterbeer and milk. Loia took an unsatisfactory sip of her milk. After much deliberation, Snape finally pushed a box containing a wand toward her. It was her spine wand. Following the troll invasion at Hogwarts, he had confiscated the dangerous wand from Loia. Subsequently, he had taken the time to visit a wand shop in Germany, where the proprietor, Grigovich, frequently supplied wands to Durmstrang students. Grigovich examined the wand, revealing that its core was made from the spine of a dark wizard from centuries past, a practice strictly forbidden in the wizarding world. Moreover, the wand was enveloped in an almost imperceptible dark aura. It was astonishing. Crafted from the spine of a creature associated with dark magic, the maker must have been deranged. This wand was designed for the use of dark spells. Snape recalled Loia's vacant expression when she first encountered the wand, and he uneasily inquired whether it might pose a danger to its owner. Grigovich pondered for a moment before replying, "While I cannot guarantee, it will never harm its wielder. I can assure you that as long as the owneress is resolute, the wand will not sway their mind." Snape's anxious heart could finally find some semblance of peace. He cautioned Loia, "Do not misuse it. The unforgivable curses are perilous." Loia, gleefully fiddling with her wand, paid no heed to his warnings. Snape continued patiently, "Professor McGonagall has a profound disdain for dark magic, particularly the unforgivable curses. Do not use it recklessly at Hogwarts, and especially do not let her catch you." All right. Loia nodded vigorously to T that moment, a middle-aged man with a fierce visage and grotesque appearance, unmistakably a Death Eater. Approached their table that It seemed he had something to discuss with Snape, who left Loia with a warning not to wander off, assuring her he would return shortly. Loia, peering through the window, observed Snape conversing with the Death Eater outside. After a brief interval, she called for the waiter. "Another butterbeer, please." The waiter hesitated, glancing between her and Snape outside. "That you're rather young. Your guardian wouldn't approve." Loia felt disheartened. Why did others perceive her standing as so lowly? "I'm in charge at home." The waiter looked at her in surprise. "And you've got it wrong. He is not my guardian." Upon hearing this, the waiter's gaze darted between Loia and Snape outside. And finally, a look of realization crossed his face that, I see. You two certainly know how to have fun." Before long, the waiter returned with a steaming mug of butterbeer for her. Loia remembered to add, "Charge it to Snape." She took a sip, finding the flavor reminiscent of fizzy muggle drinks, yet undeniably delightful. Setting down her mug, she inadvertently caught sight of Professor Quirrell in the corner, his head bandaged, conversing furtively with a cloaked figure. Loia overheard them discussing the first-year tournament. After finishing his conversation, Professor Quirrell turned to Loia, his countenance immediately darkening, as he instinctively touched his bandage, wincing in pain. Loia harbored no fondness for Quirrell. It wasn't merely because he had Voldemort residing on the back of his head. During the troll invasion, she had used the Cruciatus Curse, and Quirrell had deliberately directed Professor McGonagall to target her, well aware that McGonagall held a bias against her due to her surname. Quirrell approached her table, exuding a potent odor of garlic that nearly made her retch. "Miss Grindelwald, students below 3rd year are not permitted in Hogsmeade. I believe it is necessary to inform Professor McGonagall." Indeed, he had come to pick a fight. It was uncertain whether Quirrell himself harbored resentment due to her bludger attack, or if Voldemort nursed a grudge for the double hit from the bludgers, resorting to the childish tactic of reporting her to McGonagall. What audacity it took to resort to such petty behavior when one could not contend. In the Chilo scarf, Voldemort sneezed. The Severus I brought with me strode forward briskly from behind, casting a dark glance at Professor Chilo. Chilo merely pursed his lips, opting to say nothing further, and departed with a sense of understanding. As Severus turned around, he caught sight of Luo Ya, who was hurriedly attempting to conceal a beer mug beneath the table. Eager to erase any evidence, he furrowed his brow, but ultimately chose to act as though he had seen nothing. After paying, Severus led her to Honeyduke's sweet shop. This establishment was quite popular among Hogwarts students, offering not only a diverse array of candies, but also various milk-based sweets and chocolates. With Christmas fast approaching, Luo Ya selected a large jar of chocolates for Harry and purchased a considerable amount of soft candies for Hermione and Ron. Just as they were about to leave, a group of dark-skinned students, of similar age to her, entered, clad not in Hogwarts robes, but adorned with the emblem of the Wagadu School of Magic. She overheard them discussing their first visit to Hogsmeade and speculating about what Hogwarts Castle would be like. We absolutely must win. Seemed they had come to participate in a competition. Possibly the Quidditch tournament. Luo Ya mused, tilting her head in confusion. Severus, noticing her bewilderment, explained, the Wagadu School of Magic was to engage in a novice spell competition with Hogwarts, exclusively for first-year witches and wizards. Originally scheduled to arrive the following day, they had unexpectedly come a day early. Dumbledore was passionately announcing the upcoming novice spell competition between Hogwarts and Wagadu. Wagadu School of Magic? Luo Ya quietly inquired of Hermione. It is a magical institution located in the mountains of the moon in Uganda, Africa, and is the largest magic school in the world that I've heard that students who are accepted are notified through their dreams. Luo Ya marveled at Hermione's encyclopedic knowledge. There seemed to be nothing she didn't know. Now, let us welcome the students from Wagadu School of Magic and their headmaster. And no sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a group of young witches and wizards in Wagadu robes entered the hall, accompanied by their headmaster. Most of them had dark skin, yet the girls possessed exquisitely delicate features, exuding an exotic charm. Ron, captivated, nearly had his ear yanked off by Hermione, while Harry edged away in alarm. Once the Wagadu students were seated, the hall appeared significantly more crowded than usual. Professor McGonagall tapped her spoon against her cup, commencing the announcement of the competition rules. The novice spell competition would be in pairs. With only first-year students eligible to participate, teams would be assigned through a drawing, ensuring that only students from the same school would be paired together, alleviating concerns about mixing Hogwarts and Wagadu students. Having studied magic for merely 3 to 4 months at Hogwarts, their skills were likely quite similar, except for a few overachievers who might have delved into additional studies in the library. Luo Ya mentally cataloged the spells she had currently mastered. Given her present capabilities, although uncertain of the situation at Wagadu, she believed she would rank among the upper echelon of first years at Hogwarts. If her partner were Harry or Hermione, she felt confident they could easily progress to the finals. Dumbledore waved his hand, casting a spell that conjured a variety of floating magical boxes above the long table. The magical boxes seemed to possess a life of their own, drifting through the air as students freely selected boxes to match with partners. Luo Ya grabbed a red magical box, opening it to reveal a miniature golden snitch, smaller than the one used in Quidditch. The moment she touched the golden snitch, a string of words appeared. Luo Ya Grindelwald. Number 13, that, according to Professor McGonagall's explanation of the competition rules, wizards with the same number would form a team. So her partner should also be number 13. Luo Ya leaned over to glance at Harry and Hermione's snitches, both of which bore the number 10. Harry and Hermione were teamed up, a formidable duo indeed. Luo Ya estimated they would undoubtedly sweep through to the finals. Since neither Harry nor Hermione was her partner, she looked at Ron, who was also not number 13. Well, at the very least, having the future Swordmaster Neville or the explosive genius Seamus as a teammate would be acceptable. Neville was still fiddling with his memory ball when a magical box accidentally dropped onto his head. After a yelp of pain, he opened it, revealing it was not number 13. As Seamus opened his magical box, it exploded, and Luo Ya sifted through the remnants of the destroyed snitch, confirming it was also not number 13. After searching the Gryffindor long table, she found no one with the same number. She reluctantly ventured to the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. The students from both houses were quite friendly, yet none bore the number 13. To this point, nearly all first-year students had found their matching partners, while Luo Ya remained alone, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense of dread. She turned to see Slytherin's Malfoy circling the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables with his golden snitch. Finally, he strutted over to the Gryffindor table. "Who is number 13? Malfoy declared arrogantly, chin raised. The snitch flew toward Luo Ya, circling her before landing in her hand. Both snitches bore the number 13. The collective gaze of Gryffindor fixed upon Luo Ya. Malfoy's previously haughty expression froze instantly. Memories of his potions textbook, feather quill, the wreckage of his cauldron, and the unidentified flying object that had struck him during the Quidditch match flooded back, painful to recall. Luo Ya's expression was no better. Her partner was none other than Draco Malfoy. In her eyes, Malfoy was merely a spoiled young master. She strained to recollect his combat prowess and the spells he had used in the films, although the plot had become quite blurred in her mind. After a moment of reflection, Luo Ya's expression darkened. Partnering with Malfoy meant she might very well be facing a 2-on-1 situation. Raising her hand, she spoke, "Professor, may I apply for an immediate withdrawal from the competition?" Malfoy's eyes widened in vehement protest. "Wait, your partner Malfoy refuses to concede." Malfoy was eager to participate in the competition. Luo Ya, however, was reluctant to compete alongside him. According to the rules of the paired competition, if Luo Ya declined to participate, Malfoy would also be deemed to have forfeited in the Slytherin common room. Malfoy paced irritably in front of the fireplace. Goyle and Crabbe lounged on the sofa, munching on snacks. Observing the indifferent demeanor of his two lackeys, Malfoy seethed with anger. "You two imbeciles should think of a solution." A passing Slytherin prefect could not help but roll her eyes. "Malfoy, you're making us dizzy. Why doesn't she want to participate?" "How would I know? If she doesn't participate, I'll be forfeited too." "Did you bully her, which is why she dislikes you?" "Clearly, she's been the one bullying me." After Malfoy had spoken, he realized to his dismay that he had inadvertently let something slip. His face flushed a deep crimson. "She must certainly despise you. She does not trust you. If her teammate were Potter, she would undoubtedly be eager to participate in the competition." He mused. Frustrated, Malfoy flung himself onto the sofa, pondering why everyone seemed to favor Potter. "You will not alter the image you hold in her heart. She does not trust you and will not team up with you," the prefect concluded before turning on his heel and departing. The following day, Malfoy and his two lackeys lay in ambush behind the staircase of the main building. Goyle signaled from a distance, indicating that their target was approaching. Loia was assisting a Ravenclaw student in delivering a stack of class assignments to the professor's office. According to their scheme, Goyle and Crabbe were to accidentally knock the assignments from Loia's grasp, allowing Malfoy to feign a casual pass-by and lend a helping hand to enhance his favorability. In turn, Loia would gratefully agree to participate in the competition. The plan unfolded smoothly. Goyle and Crabbe successfully knocked over Loia's assignments and made a hasty retreat. However, as is often the case, plans are swiftly upended by unforeseen circumstances. To everyone's surprise, Loia, disregarding her assignments, pursued Goyle and Crabbe down the street with a dark expression, only remembering to return for her scattered papers after delivering a sound thrashing to them. Malfoy, undeterred by this small setback, believed it would not affect the ultimate outcome of his scheme, that he adjusted his tie and ensured that his golden locks were impeccably styled with gel before striding forward with an air of arrogance. At that moment, a boy wrapped in a yellow and black checkered scarf passed by, assisting Loia in gathering her fallen assignments. "Thank you, Cedric," she said appreciatively. Cedric flashed her a faint smile. Loia harbored a favorable impression of Cedric, who had willingly taken the fall for her. Had he not stepped in, she might very well have been expelled from Hogwarts by Professor McGonagall for her reckless use of a particularly gruesome hex. "I heard you thoroughly defeated Slytherin. Your bludger even struck Professor Quirrell," Loia remarked. Due to detention, Cedric had regrettably missed the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. He listened intently as his roommates animatedly described the prowess of Gryffindor's new chaser, which left Marcus fuming. Loia chuckled awkwardly, attributing the outcome to mere luck. "Next week, our third-year class has a Quidditch practice match. Can you come?" Cedric inquired, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, after a moment's contemplation. Loia recalled that her first-year class was scheduled to compete in a spell-casting contest against Wagadu, and since she had been assigned to team up with Malfoy, she had decided to forego participation. However, with no other commitments that week, she readily accepted Cedric's invitation. Cedric silently breathed a sigh of relief. As Loia prepared to head to the Great Hall, she turned to Cedric and politely asked, "Would you care to join me for a meal?" Under the scrutiny of her captivating gaze, Cedric felt his ears heat up, and he nodded nervously. The two walked side by side along the corridor. Meanwhile, Malfoy, left behind, noted that Loia seemed to think Draco Malfoy was acting rather strangely of late. Wherever she went, she would inevitably spot a golden-haired figure peering through a telescope, accompanied by his two dim-witted lackeys, casting furtive glances in her direction. Initially, Loia paid them no mind, but in pursuit of the competition, Malfoy began to tread dangerously close to reckless behavior. For instance, during class, Goyle and Crabbe, their noses still bruised, suddenly confronted Loia, as Loia speculated whether the two lackeys had come to settle the score for their broken noses, her hand instinctively tightened around her wand hidden within her robe's sleeve. However, Goyle and Crabbe, taking advantage of their bulk, forcibly removed Hermione from Loia's left and Ron from her right, leaving Loia alone as Malfoy swaggered into the seat beside her. With a disapproving expression, she scrutinized his intentions. Malfoy appeared meticulously groomed, his hair gleaming. Clearing his throat, he adopted a tone he considered congenial, saying, regarding the competition, not participating, Loia interjected decisively, without a moment's thought, I need to spell out for you. Mr. Malfoy, you would only hinder my performance. Do you understand? Loia stated bluntly, delivering a harsh truth. Malfoy was left with nothing but disappointment, but remained resolute. As long as Loia refused to join the spell-casting competition next week, he would persistently follow her around. He was determined to compete, aiming for the finals, and hoped to face Potter, eager to demonstrate his superiority to all those who idolized him, despite Malfoy's appealing appearance and noble pureblood lineage. His words were laced with disdain, often resorting to derogatory remarks about Muggle-borns. Consequently, even the first-year girls from other houses who had previously maintained cordial relations with Loia now hesitated to engage with her, fearing Malfoy's presence. Eventually, Loia could no longer tolerate Malfoy's incessant harassment and reluctantly agreed to participate in the competition. While Malfoy boasted in the Slytherin common room about his inevitable victory, Loia had already arrived at the venue to scout the competition. The dueling platform had been magically suspended above the Black Lake by Dumbledore, with steps leading down to the grass. The sky above the arena was also enchanted, ensuring that even with snowflakes falling outside, the interior remained unaffected. The rules dictated that if either member of a team lost consciousness or fell into the Black Lake, their side would lose. Overall, the doubles match would heavily rely on the synergy between teammates. Although it was a competition for first-year students from Hogwarts and Wagadu, many upperclassmen had gathered to watch, filling the stands to capacity. Loia and Malfoy's match was scheduled for the second day, while Harry, Hermione, and Neville's match would take place on the first. Fred, seated behind her, leaned over the back of his chair and poked Loia. "Hey, Loia, George and I bet all our pocket money on your victory." He said that, "No pressure, but our hopes of striking it rich rest on you." Loia facepalmed, noting that this was not pressure, it was an outright burden. The first match featured Neville paired with a Ravenclaw girl. As the match commenced, Neville floundered, nearly falling into the Black Lake after being struck by an opponent's spell. Fortunately, the Ravenclaw girl maintained her composure. Despite their initial disadvantage, they ultimately turned the tide and won. Next up were Harry and Hermione. As Harry entered the arena and spotted Loia in the stands, he mistakenly believed she had come to watch him, and he waved excitedly. Loia responded with a slight nod. Harry and Hermione proved to be a formidable duo, taking control of the match from the outset, catching their Wagadu opponents off guard, and winning swiftly. Throughout the morning matches, Loia remained intensely focused on the performance of the Wagadu wizards. They were not particularly formidable. If Malfoy did not concoct any mischief, she was confident she could secure victory. Soon, the day of their first match arrived. Malfoy, in the preparation tent, boisterously raised his voice, declaring that he would soon defeat the opposing wizards, seemingly ensuring that the Wagadu wizards in the same tent heard him. Loia shook her head in embarrassment, hoping Malfoy would not embarrass himself. Once the referee announced the commencement of the match, both teams raised their wands in salute, and the competition officially began. Malfoy, seizing the initiative, cast the first spell. In a blunder, Malfoy summoned a writhing snake to the dueling ground. Loia was momentarily taken aback, realizing Malfoy possessed hidden talents. Observing Loia's surprised expression, Malfoy's mood lifted, and the snake began to slither menacingly. However, just as Malfoy intended to showcase his prowess, he was swiftly struck by a spell from the opposing Wagadu wizard, sending both him and his snake tumbling into the Black Lake. The referee promptly declared Wagadu the victors. The audience in the stands of Wagadu erupted into cheers. Loia, she thought, her expression betraying an indescribable displeasure. Before she could react, her teammate had already succumbed to defeat within 10 seconds of the match. Oh no, her teammate had been unceremoniously plunged into the lake, setting a record for the swiftest defeat in the school's history. Loia felt utterly embarrassed to face Dumbledore in the headmaster's box. Leaves fell like whispers upon her cheeks, and the inadequacy of her teammates weighed heavily on her heart. With a grim countenance, Loia descended the stairs, while behind her, the sound of Malfoy bubbling in the Black Lake echoed. "I can't swim." Fuming, Loia strode briskly down the corridor, her pride thoroughly shattered by the humiliating loss to exacerbate matters. Fred and George had wagered their entire allowance on the match, plunging Loia's spirits to an all-time low. Soaked to the skin, Malfoy trailed behind, pleading for another chance while doggedly pursuing her. His clothes were drenched, and his typically neat blonde hair now clung messily to his forehead. He ignored the need to freshen up and hurried after Loia, fearing that this Gryffindor might withdraw from the competition in a fit of anger. Grasping her sleeve, Malfoy implored, "Loia Grindelwald, please give me another chance. I swear I will win this time. Loyal Grindelwald, I warn you now, immediately, stay away from me, or I might just yank every strand of that golden mane of yours out." Loia retorted angrily that I was careless in the last match. "I will make those dark-haired opponents look good next time." Malfoy hastily defended himself. Loia crossed her arms and cast him a sidelong glance. "Oh, please, little golden boy, you have indeed lowered your noble head." It was quite remarkable that the usually haughty Malfoy would resort to such a humble tone of plead. After a moment of silence, Loia decided she had no intention of withdrawing from the competition. Fortunately, the rules dictated that losing one match did not lead to total elimination. With a string of victories, reaching the finals was still within the realm of possibility. She had to participate in the next match, not only to salvage her reputation, but also to reclaim Fred and George's allowance. As a few Slytherins passed by, they cast bewildered glances at the disheveled Malfoy, who was relentlessly pursuing a Gryffindor while muttering about wanting another chance. One Slytherin finally broke the silence, asking, "What is Malfoy doing?" What else could it be? Rejected in love, perhaps. Indeed, he was quite determined that in the end. Loia devised a new strategy. She would position Malfoy in the back line to avoid being knocked into the lake, while she attracted the enemy's fire at the center, acting as the primary damage dealer. Malfoy would merely support from the rear, casting spells to clean up. Loia rolled up her sleeves. After all, it was just a matter of facing two opponents. Before the second match, Malfoy was surprisingly quiet in the tent. Loia was polishing her wand. Having suffered a 10-second defeat in the first match, she intended to rectify that in the second within the same time frame. There was no need to hold back. She would unleash her most powerful spells right from the start. Once the referee blew the whistle and both sides saluted, Loia charged toward the center. Under the threat, "If you fall into the water today, our team will be finished." Malfoy obediently adhered to Miss Grindelwald's tactical arrangements. He immediately ran in the opposite direction, retreating to the back line to prevent a repeat of being sent flying into the Black Lake. According to the rules of the spell competition, the quickest way to win was undoubtedly to knock the opponent into the lake. With a swift flick of her wand, Loia cast a spell that sent a flurry of sand and stones flying, catching a Wagadoo wizard off guard and sending him soaring. As his teammate tensed to retaliate, he found himself ensnared within a massive water bubble. Loia swiftly captured the bewildered Wagadoo wizard in a water prison and hurled him into the Black Lake, concluding the battle in a mere 10 seconds, leaving Malfoy speechless in shock. The headmaster of Wagadoo rose from his seat, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the scene before him. Is this the level of skill one would expect from a first year? How could a first year possibly wield such advanced magic? The ease of their victory was partly due to the fact that their opponents were rather inexperienced in the days that followed. Malfoy, visibly shaken by Loia's display of power, was noticeably absent from the Slytherin common room, refraining from boasting to his friends or provoking Potter. No one would believe that Malfoy had taken refuge in the library, poring over a third-year spellbook. Were it not for his conspicuous Slytherin robes and golden hair, one might easily mistake him for a Ravenclaw engrossed in his studies. Loia had advised him to select a spell that could be quickly mastered and would yield the best results in competition. She believed the Stupefy spell was perfectly suited for this purpose. Coincidentally, it was also the spell that had sent Malfoy tumbling out of the ring in their initial match. Unlike Hogwarts, where first years would not encounter Stupefy until their third year, Wagadoo taught it in their first-year curriculum. Following Loia's guidance, Malfoy diligently committed himself to learning the new spell. Loia had to admit that Malfoy, being a pure blood, had a natural talent. He swiftly grasped one of the third-year spells through self-study. On a day without a match, Loia and Malfoy arranged to meet in Hagrid's hut courtyard. However, it was Malfoy who had insisted on dragging Loia out early to practice with him. Malfoy focused intently on Loia's wand movements as she cast Sandstorm. He narrowly evaded the spell. "Not bad. You're dodging much quicker now," Loia praised, a rare compliment that brightened Malfoy's mood as he stretched his sore shoulders. Over the past few days, Loia had been training Malfoy's evasive skills. Even if she could handle two opponents at the center, she was still concerned about Malfoy being unexpectedly knocked into the water from behind. Malfoy had improved significantly since their first training session, where he had endured countless sandstorm spells and emerged with bruises. Loia tossed Malfoy's wand back to him. "Now it's your turn. Cast Stupefy at me." Malfoy gripped his wand. Holding his breath in concentration, he waved his wand and declared, "Stupefy." Unfortunately, Loia skillfully dodged the spell. Frustrated, Malfoy pouted, "I in the yard." Fong barked in response. Hagrid poured freshly boiled water into 2 cups filled with tea leaves, and, ever the gracious host, he presented them with homemade biscuits. Hagrid was quite astonished that the typically feuding Gryffindors and Slytherins could interact so amicably. It truly was a rare sight. "Thank you," Loia said, accepting the teacup and taking a gentle sip. Malfoy, accustomed to luxury and pampering, regarded Hagrid's biscuits with disdain. Can anyone actually eat such dirty biscuits? Only a Muggle-born would. Before Malfoy could finish his sentence, Loia slammed her teacup onto the table with a resounding thud. Malfoy immediately fell silent. After all, they had just trained hard all morning. He was indeed hungry. Reluctantly, Malfoy grunted and, with a pout, picked up a biscuit. Loia raised an eyebrow, her voice rising slightly as she chided him. "Malfoy, have you forgotten what you should say first?" With a huff, Malfoy begrudgingly thanked Hagrid before taking a bite of the biscuit. To his surprise, it was quite tasty. Hagrid, unfazed by Malfoy's attitude, chuckled heartily, marveling at how Lucius Malfoy's son could be so obedient to Loia. In the afternoon, with rare leisure time, Loia borrowed a book from the library's living area, snuggling into her dormitory bed to prepare a magical scarf for her Niffler. Following the book's instructions, "Have you been getting a bit too close to Slytherin lately?" Hermione set down her book and said to Loia with earnestness. Hermione felt that her association with Malfoy had become too intimate of late. After some contemplation, she opted for a more ambiguous phrasing. In recent days, whenever Malfoy had a moment to spare, he trained new spells with Loia. The two would attend matches together to scout their opponents and would sit side by side at meals, discussing potential adversaries, which led outsiders to perceive them as inseparable. That morning, Harry and Hermione encountered Hagrid, who was blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently revealed that Loia and Malfoy had been practicing spells in his yard. Loia, of course, understood that Hermione's implied reference to Slytherin was directed at Malfoy, who incessantly referred to mudbloods. Hermione despised him, a sentiment Loia could comprehend. When she found the time, she truly needed to rectify that loathsome habit of his. Moreover, he was her teammate. Driven by a shared ambition to win, she believed it was only natural for her to assist Malfoy in refining his spells. Turning a page, Loia followed the lesson, her wand subtly guiding the ball of yarn as she nonchalantly remarked, "He is my teammate, that if he loses, I too shall lose. Is it not reasonable for me to aid him?" "People will gossip when they see you with Slytherin," Hermione replied. Loia set down the yarn and looked up at Hermione. "Why should I concern myself with others' opinions? It is impossible to satisfy everyone with every action. Why should I heed their words?" Deep down, she possessed a fiercely competitive spirit. Once she set her sights on a goal, she pursued it relentlessly. Having entered the competition, she was determined to reach the finals. Even if that meant confronting Harry and Hermione, she would not hold back that in truth, Harry had not been very cheerful lately. And Hermione wished to express that Harry was feeling low due to Loia spending so much time with Malfoy. Yet after much hesitation, she opted for a different approach. "What is wrong with Harry?" Loia tilted her head in confusion. "Did you not just lose one match?" "Losing one match does not preclude you from reaching the finals. Tell him not to worry. Your record is impressive enough to secure a spot in the finals." Seeing Roya's complete lack of understanding, Hermione resigned herself to ending the conversation. Training had indeed yielded significant results. For instance, Malfoy had now developed a level of synergy with Roya. When a wizard from Wagadu was cornered by Roya's spell, Malfoy seized the opportunity to cast a stunning spell, unexpectedly sending the opponent tumbling into the Black Lake. Sometimes, with just a glance from Roya, he instinctively knew what to do. Compared to their initial attempts, their coordination was gradually becoming more harmonious. Aside from the initial loss, they had now won 4 consecutive matches. However, the outlook seemed grim for Neville, as he had reportedly been eliminated from the finals. Roya was fiddling with her dragon heartstring wand, which bore several barely noticeable cracks. It seemed that her frequent use of advanced magic had begun to take its toll on the wand. She hoped it would last until the end of the competition. After all, she could not afford to wield a splintered wand in the dueling arena, risking an accidental and catastrophic spell in front of an audience. Malfoy had somehow procured a matchup chart of all the competitors. He circled the names of their upcoming opponents with a quill and handed it to Roya. Potter's team lost again, Malfoy exclaimed with a smug grin, reveling in his triumph. Roya could not suppress her eye roll. Seeing Harry lose brought a grin to Malfoy's face that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. "Oh, you remember how you fainted yesterday?" "I merely missed once," Malfoy retorted, slightly embarrassed. The front of the classroom, Snape was forcefully ignoring the open bickering between a lion and a snake in the front row during potions class. As he wrote the key points on the blackboard, he turned around to find their heads almost touching. Snape felt a wave of irritation wash over him, his brow furrowing in displeasure. "Mr. Malfoy, could you kindly repeat what I just explained?" Snape said coldly, his expression unyielding. Caught off guard by the sudden call-out, Malfoy was momentarily bewildered, having been engrossed in conversation with Roya. The surrounding Slytherins silently urged him on. Malfoy instinctively looked to Roya for assistance. Poking her arm, "What was the professor discussing?" "How would I know?" The two engaged in a lively exchange under Snape's watchful eye, causing his frown to deepen. Slytherin loses 5 points. Ultimately, Malfoy was sentenced to detention after Snape's merciless decree. The next day, as they concluded their training in Hagrid's yard and made their way back, they encountered Neville being carried out of the dueling arena by several students, en route to the hospital wing. Roya noticed that Neville bore several claw marks reminiscent of a beast's. How could such injuries occur in a spell competition? The Ravenclaw girl in her group was equally disheveled, recognizing Roya as Neville's classmate. She spoke with a hint of bitterness. "Neville and I have been completely eliminated. Our Hogwarts team lost every match today." "How is that possible?" Roya exclaimed in shock. The Wagadu wizards she faced a few days prior were merely of average skill. "You will soon understand. Many of them are older than us, and compared to the opponents we faced earlier, there is a significant disparity in skill. Their spells are rather peculiar." The next match arrived as scheduled. The 2 Wagadu wizards opposite them appeared noticeably older than those they had encountered before, towering over them in stature. When Roya cast a water prison, one of the opponents transformed into a cheetah, agilely evading the spell. The cheetah leaped over Roya's head, lunging towards Malfoy in the rear. Caught off guard, Malfoy suffered 2 bloody gashes on his arm, stumbling back and nearly falling from the dueling arena. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, gripping the edge of the arena just in time, his veins protruding from his hands. His feet dangled perilously, mere inches from the abyss of the Black Lake. The unexpected turn of events elicited gasps from the audience. Roya turned to see another Wagadu wizard morph into a gray wolf, and Roya's eyes widened in astonishment. Transfiguration? She had seen Professor McGonagall transform into a cat during class. Yet how could a first-year student achieve such a remarkable effect? The wolf, having transformed from a wizard, disregarded Roya entirely, baring its fangs as it charged toward Malfoy. In a flash, Roya used a spell to repel the 2 beasts lunging at Malfoy. However, Malfoy was clearly on the verge of collapse. Losing his grip, he began to fall towards the Black Lake. Water prison. Roya had no choice but to cast the spell once more, ensnaring Malfoy just before he plunged into the lake and tossing him back onto the dueling arena. Soaked to the bone, Malfoy sat on the ground, gasping for breath, but his wand remained tightly clutched in his hand. Gritting his teeth, with damp hair clinging to his ears, Malfoy finally realized that he was being specifically targeted by the opposing duo. The headmaster of Wagadu had analyzed Loia and Malfoy's team and immediately discerned the evident disparity in their skills. The stronger of the two was Loia, and the quickest way to win was to employ a 2-on-1 strategy. He instructed his students to prioritize targeting Malfoy. As the two beasts lunged at Malfoy, once more, Loia prepared to cast Water Prison for a third time, just as her spell began to take shape. It abruptly exploded and vanished, leaving only a splash of water behind. How could this happen? Loia stared in disbelief at the vanished water sphere. Although her wand had developed cracks, it should still be functional. At that moment, her frequently dormant system, which she had once mistaken for malfunctioning, emitted a warning. Warning: host magical energy is critically low. For a moment, Loia was taken aback. She had not realized she possessed magical energy. Having utilized Water Prison twice in this match, she had expended most of her magical power, rendering her third attempt a failure. A viscous drop of crimson liquid trickled down her chin and onto her hand. Luo Ya gazed in bewilderment at the bloodstain in her palm. She had not sustained any significant injury, yet she found herself with a nosebleed. Straining to think, she finally comprehended that her reservoir of magical energy was sufficient for her to cast 2 advanced spells in one go. But exerting herself to cast a third would not only result in failure, but also incur a backlash on her body. Wiping the blood from her nose with the back of her hand, Luo Ya resolved that since advanced magic was off the table, she would attempt to see if her remaining magical energy could suffice for ordinary spells. Swiftly, she conjured a thick mist over the arena, enveloping it in fog so dense that the audience could not discern the events within. Malfoy realized that Luo Ya was creating an opportunity for him. Seizing the moment when the Jaguar and Grey Wolf's line of sight was obstructed, he swiftly cast a levitating flip charm, successfully launching a surprise attack on the wizard transformed into a cheetah. The cheetah, caught off guard, was hurled out of the arena and plunged into the Black Lake. The referee promptly declared Hogwarts the victor. Luo Ya breathed a quiet sigh of relief. They were the only Hogwarts team to emerge victorious that day, with no classes or competitions on Saturday. Luo Ya slept nearly the entire morning. After casting 3 water jails in yesterday's match, her magical energy had been severely depleted, leaving her feeling extraordinarily fatigued and unwell. When she groggily awoke in the morning, Hermione looked at her, her complexion as pale as paper, and inquired with concern, "Luo Ya, are you unwell? Do you want me to accompany you to Madame Pomfrey? It's merely fatigue. A bit of rest will suffice." Luo Ya gently declined, pulling the covers over her and dozing until noon. After a brief wash, she felt slightly revitalized, at least not as drained as she had been in the morning. The 2 wizards from Wagadu, who could transform directly into a cheetah and Grey Wolf, left her feeling somewhat unsettled. What perplexed her even more was how first-year students could perform transfiguration that rivaled that of Professor McGonagall. Moreover, she discovered a flaw in her water jails. They proved cumbersome when dealing with agile targets. She worried that if their opponents began to prioritize targeting Malfoy in the upcoming matches, her tactics tailored for him might no longer be effective. Thus, she resolved to visit the library in the afternoon to search for information regarding Wagadu School of Magic. Pouring herself a cup of warm tea, she sat by the window and gazed outside, watching several upper-year Hufflepuffs in Quidditch robes walk by, laughing and chatting. Suddenly, she remembered that she had promised Cedric the previous week to attend his Quidditch practice match. How could she have almost forgotten? The clock on the wall ticked steadily. It was barely 11 o'clock, and she recalled Cedric mentioning that the Quidditch match was around 2 in the afternoon. There was ample time. She could certainly visit the library to research Wagadu before heading to the Quidditch pitch. Remembering how Cedric had covered for her and received attention from Professor McGonagall, she realized that aside from her verbal thanks, she had not expressed her gratitude in any tangible way. The sudden sense of guilt washed over her for perhaps being a tad inconsiderate. How should she thank a male acquaintance? She recalled a Hufflepuff girl she had encountered a few days prior, who had baked cookies and cakes to gift to a boy. However, the thought of cooking cakes or cookies herself was utterly daunting. She couldn't even muster the energy to learn. Thus, she donned a heavy coat and ventured to the kitchen, where the house elves greeted her enthusiastically, asking what she required, selecting a few exquisite pastries from the array of delectable dishes. She packed them into a box, deciding that this would suffice as her token of appreciation for her senior. The library was relatively quiet on Saturday, and she made her way to the shelves in the spells section, gathering a stack of parchment-bound books on the history of spells, placing the cake box on the long table. Before long, a golden head appeared across from her. Luo Ya recognized it as Malfoy. Aside from him, who else in the entire academy could boast such a gleaming visage? Feeling fatigued, she made no effort to lift her gaze to greet him. Malfoy unceremoniously took a seat opposite her and, upon noticing her pallor, remarked, "You look rather unwell." Luo Ya lifted her gaze from her book to meet his eyes. Typically, Luo Ya Grindelwald exuded an aura of overwhelming strength, in stark contrast to the girls he encountered at noble social gatherings, who practically glued their gazes to him. Not only that, but her prowess in spells was indeed extraordinary. During their training sessions in Hagrid's yard, he had often found himself on the receiving end of her spells, leading him to question whether he was merely a punching bag at her eyes. Now, however, she appeared unwell, her sapphire blue eyes glistening with unshed tears, looking much gentler than usual. A.S. Malfoy contemplated this. He instinctively averted his gaze, clearing his throat to speak. "You bled during yesterday's match. It was merely a nosebleed. A good night's rest will remedy it." "Are you sure? Your complexion is quite poor. Do you have a fever?" "There are more matches in a few days. You mustn't let the fever cloud your mind." "I said I'm fine, so I am. You should concern yourself with your arm, which looks like a mummy's." Malfoy was momentarily taken aback. During the previous match, he had been targeted by two Wagadoo wizards transformed into a cheetah and a gray wolf, resulting in two 10-centimeter-long wounds on his left arm. Consequently, his entire left arm was now swathed in bandages, resembling a dumpling from a distance. Luo Ya rubbed her forehead, realizing that this proud young Malfoy was genuinely inquiring after her well-being out of kindness. However, she was also perplexed by her own condition. Not only did she feel physically unwell, but her mood was also rather dreadful. Could it be that magical depletion affected one's emotions as well? Although the library housed a plethora of books, those pertaining to Wagadoo School of Magic were woefully scarce. Malfoy even summoned his two lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe, to assist in scouring for information. Books from the shelves in the spell section were taken down and piled haphazardly on the floor, turning the area into a chaotic mess. After what felt like an eternity, Malfoy triumphantly declared, "Found it." He laid an old, nearly falling apart book before Miss Luo Ya watched him turn to the relevant page. She found herself unconsciously reading aloud. Wagadoo School of Magic, established over 1,000 years ago, specializes in astronomy, alchemy, and self-transfiguration. Students aged 13 or 14 can effortlessly transform into cheetahs or elephants, instilling fear in many experienced adult wizards from Europe. An institution proficient in self-transfiguration, Luo Ya contemplated for a moment. The opponents they faced in the first week of matches were generally around 11 or 12 years old, which indeed made for easy victories. Could it be that those 11 or 12-year-olds had yet to master self-transfiguration? As they progressed to confront the 13 or 14-year-old Wagadoo wizards, the challenges grew increasingly formidable, to the point where Hogwarts had experienced a day of complete defeat. Furrowing her brow, Luo Ya concentrated on devising future strategies. Eventually, as drowsiness and fatigue began to overwhelm her, she unknowingly dozed off at the long table that a group of second-year Ravenclaws entered the spell section, intending to borrow some books. Upon noticing the clutter of books strewn across the tables and floor, Autumn Zhang and her roommates were compelled to seek out a quieter, long table elsewhere. She overheard her roommates whispering, "Look over there, the blonde Gryffindor girl with her head down on the table. I heard from a Hufflepuff friend that Cedric personally invited her to watch the Quidditch match this afternoon. Do you think Cedric likes her? I envy her so much. She's a pure-blood blonde, and there's no mistaking she'll grow into a stunning beauty." Autumn Zhang, listening to her roommate's hushed chatter, found it impossible to concentrate on her studies. She couldn't help but grip the parchment tightly until it crumpled in her hands. The blonde girl in question was Luo Ya Grindelwald. They had encountered each other on the Hogwarts Express, where Cedric had been in the same compartment with her. As the clock approached 2 o'clock, Autumn Zhang gathered her books, preparing to attend Cedric's Quidditch practice match. Passing by the spell section shelves, she noticed that the blonde girl appeared to be asleep. She hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to wake her to remind her of Cedric's Quidditch match. Another blonde pureblood boy sitting opposite, Luo Ya, noticed Autumn Zhang and said curtly, "Do you need something?" The words of my roommate suddenly echoed in her ears. "You say Cedric wouldn't like her, right?" Qiu Zhang stood there in a daze. For some reason, a flicker of jealousy began to stir within her, causing her heart to race in a manner that startled her. "Are you looking for her?" "No, if there's nothing, then keep your distance. That can't you see someone is trying to sleep here?" The imperious Draco Malfoy, undisturbed in his slumber, Loia was sleeping, resumed his haughty demeanor. He took a bite of the cake from the box, casting a disdainful glance at Qiu Zhang. The cake in the box was nearly devoured by him. After a moment of silence, Qiu Zhang chose to say nothing and hurriedly fled the library. Meanwhile, Cedric stood on the grass of the Quidditch pitch, his gaze sweeping repeatedly over the stands, searching for that familiar figure. As the match was about to commence, he still could not find Loia among the spectators. The Hufflepuff players had donned their uniforms, while Cedric remained despondently on the grass, until a teammate could no longer contain himself and urged him. "Cedric, the match is about to start. Why are you still standing here? Everyone is waiting for you." His teammate patted him on the shoulder, asking curiously, "Are you waiting for someone?" Cedric silently nodded. "Waiting for a girl?" His teammate scanned the stands and spotted a familiar Ravenclaw girl he remembered this second year, Qiu Zhang, who attended all his matches. With a grin, his teammate said, "Are you waiting for Qiu Zhang? She comes to every match." "You two must be together, right?" "No," Cedric nearly shouted. The typically polite Cedric suddenly raised his voice, startling his teammate momentarily. "Sorry, the person I'm waiting for hasn't come," Cedric said, suppressing the bitterness in his heart, his tone laced with regret. Another Hufflepuff player nudged his bumbling teammate with his elbow, murmuring, "Cedric's waiting for that Gryffindor girl." "He stood up, can't you tell?" His teammate awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had perhaps asked an inappropriate question. Loia felt as though she had been asleep for an eternity, her mind foggy throughout the day. Glancing out the window, she discovered that night had fallen. "Oh no, I've overslept. Cedric's Quidditch training match must have ended long ago." Frustrated, she tapped her head and turned around to find that nearly all the cake she had prepared for Cedric was consumed by Malfoy. "Malfoy, that was my cake." Malfoy was in the process of devouring the last piece. His cheeks puffed as he relished it. "What's wrong?" "Never mind." She reminded herself not to bicker with a child, for her mental age far exceeded that of her physical form that a few third-year Hufflepuff students passed by. Clutching parchment, discussing the afternoon's Quidditch match. "What's wrong with Cedric? He played so poorly today that we were all well prepared, expecting an easy win, yet he was the only one off his game, and it cost us. The match ended 2 hours ago. I just heard the captain say he was still standing there on the pitch, looking silly." Listening to their conversation, Loia quickly shut her book and slung her bag over her shoulder. "Hey, where are you going?" Malfoy questioned as he watched her anxiously ready to dash down the stairs. Loia hurried down the stairs, knowing that sleeping in and standing someone up was indeed her fault. And she had to see if Cedric was still at the pitch. Behind her, Malfoy called out, "It's snowing outside." Cedric stood waiting on the Quidditch pitch for 2 hours until all teammates and spectators had departed. Snowflakes drifted down from the gray sky, leaving the pitch in a solemn silence with only Cedric remaining. He stood there with his head bowed, his hands swollen and red from the cold. His frail body appearing as though it might topple at any moment. He heard footsteps crunching in the snow, growing closer. With a flicker of hope, he turned, only to be met not by the figure he longed for. Qiu Zhang approached him. Observing how he had braved the biting snow for 2 hours, Cedric's eyes fell in disappointment. "Diggory, let's go back," she gently urged. Cedric offered no response, and a heavy silence enveloped them. "I just saw Loia Grindelwald with a Slytherin boy in the library. She may have forgotten that I should have woken her." Qiu Zhang's voice dwindled, becoming almost inaudible. Cedric's shoulders trembled slightly, and he felt a sharp pain spreading through his heart. When Cedric lifted his gaze once more, Qiu Zhang stood, wide-eyed, before him. She had never imagined Cedric's gentle eyes could reveal such profound sorrow. Carefully, she retrieved the scarf she had knitted for him from her bag. Intending to present it after the Quidditch match, she felt a pang at the sight of his frostbitten cheeks and stepped closer to drape the scarf around him. Yet, Cedric took a step back, evading her hand, denying her even a glance. "Thank you," Cedric rasped, before turning away. By the time Loia reached the Quidditch pitch, it was already deserted. The snow-covered ground still bore the faint footprints of two individuals, suggesting Cedric had not departed long. 8G in this world and era, devoid of mobile phones and social media, it was exceedingly inconvenient to reach out to someone. Snowflakes landed on her, causing Loia to shudder involuntarily. Behind her, Malfoy trudged through the snow, stepping deliberately into each snowdrift. He muttered in discontent, questioning her sanity for coming to the pitch on such a wintry night. More snowflakes fell upon her. Loia could not help but shiver. Malfoy, taking off his school robe, awkwardly offered it to her. "Aren't you cold?" she asked, surprised. Malfoy scoffed, dismissing the cold with a haughty demeanor. Yet the next moment, a gust of icy wind swept past, and he could no longer maintain his facade, sneezing repeatedly, turning his gaze away in embarrassment. Loia finally burst into laughter. "Good teammate. Then freeze if you wish. Come on, let's head to the Great Hall for a meal." "I want a steaming bowl of potato soup," she urged, nudging her teammate Malfoy. That it seemed she would have to wait for another opportunity after the match to apologize to Senior Cedric, after winning yet another match. Loia's Dragonheart string wand finally fractured under the immense power of its owner, splintering in two as she placed the borrowed wands on the wooden table. Neville and Seamus had long been eliminated from the tournament, missing out on the finals, so she had borrowed wands from them for the time being. Waving Seamus's wand casually to try a spell, she inadvertently blew up the vanity behind him. This wand was just like its owner. Had she not released her grip in time, she likely would have lost her eyebrows like Seamus. Upon hearing the explosion, a timid house elf approached, inquiring if Miss Grindelwald required assistance. Loia hastily concocted an excuse to send it away. It seemed Seamus's wand would not do, so she picked up Neville's wand, but it took several attempts to successfully cast a spell. Neville's wand, too, proved ineffective. Luo Ya rested her chin on her hand. Contemplating how to acquire a conveniently effective wand before the upcoming match, she was suddenly interrupted by a commotion emanating from the common room. Stepping out of her dormitory and into the common area, she discovered a considerable gathering of younger wizards from Gryffindor. Their conversation revealed the disheartening news that Harry and Hermione's team had just lost a match. Harry had sustained injuries severe enough to warrant his transfer to the infirmary, leading to speculation that he would be unable to participate in any forthcoming matches, compelling him and Hermione's team to forfeit. The fact that Harry and Hermione, an exceptionally formidable duo, had suffered defeat, and that Harry was now gravely injured, filled Luo Ya with concern. She swiftly donned her attire and hurried to the infirmary. Upon arrival, she found Hermione standing in the corridor with her head bowed, while Ron leaned against the wall, looking equally despondent. Madame Pomfrey emerged from the medical room, and Luo Ya hurried over to inquire about Harry's condition. The prognosis for his leg was grim. The wound was so deep that bone was nearly visible, necessitating an extended stay in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey sighed, lamenting the brutality displayed by the wizards from Wagadu. She recalled Harry being carried in by Gryffindor, drenched in blood, and even entertained doubts about whether the opposing team intended to end his life. Inside the ward, Harry lay unconscious, and it was clear that his current state was not suitable for visitors. However, as Madame Pomfrey tended to his wounds, she noted that Harry was muttering Luo Ya's name in his stupor. Recognizing the importance of this individual to him, she made an exception and permitted Luo Ya and her companions to enter. The ward was filled with the scent of herbs, and the pallid boy on the bed appeared utterly drained of color. His breathing was faint yet steady, with disheveled hair clinging to his forehead. Luo Ya, having been preoccupied with the matches in recent days, was struck by the noticeable weight loss in Harry, which triggered memories of the mistreated boy from the Dursleys. Unable to resist, she reached out to smooth Harry's tousled hair. What on earth happened to him? How could he be so gravely injured? Luo Ya inquired, her brow furrowed as she turned to Hermione. The spell competitions between the two magical schools typically concluded when a wizard was knocked into the lake, rarely resulting in severe injuries. The deliberate infliction of harm to prevent an opponent from continuing in the competition, thus forcing them to withdraw from the finals, was indeed excessive. They cheated, Ron exclaimed, Clenching his fists in indignation, Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was incredibly challenging to contend with them. Harry and I could barely hold our ground. We only managed to turn the tide when we capitalized on their mistake. That wagadoo wizard, Sheath, knelt and declared his surrender, which made us complacent, and Harry lowered his wand. I never expected that as soon as Harry turned away, he would be ambushed by Sheath, who transformed into a crocodile and nearly severed Harry's leg. Moreover, the referee was biased in their favor, declaring the wagadoo team victorious despite hearing Sheath concede defeat. Luo Ya gathered the context, appalled by the treachery displayed. With a reddened nose, Hermione wiped away her tears. Luo Ya, you've been so focused on training your teammates these past few days. Do you even remember us? Luo Ya bit her lip, acknowledging that her pursuit of victory had indeed led her to overlook her friends. That I am truly sorry, she said, gently embracing Hermione in a gesture of comfort, patting her back soothingly. Rest assured, I will handle the remainder. Turning to Ron, she added, Ron, take me to find Sheath. I have no idea where the wagadoo dormitory is located. Ron gulped nervously, his voice trembling. Luo Ya, you aren't planning to confront him, are you? Luo Ya turned, a smile playing on her lips as she replied, why would I engage in a brawl? He has deprived Harry of his chance to compete, and I shall ensure he faces the same fate. It's as simple as that. Ron felt a surge of anxiety. If Professor McGonagall discovered a duel among wizards, sensing Ron's trepidation, Luo Ya reassured him, I will take full responsibility for this, that it will all fall on my shoulders. Upon learning that Potter would miss the finals, Malfoy was in high spirits that day. Accompanied by his two lackeys, he strolled through Hogwarts humming a merry tune. That be why sheer coincidence. He encountered Luo Ya and Ron as they exited the infirmary. Malfoy approached with glee, gloating, did you see? Potter lost another match. I heard he was severely injured and taken to the infirmary, and now he can't participate in any future matches. Ha! Luo Ya had no time for his taunts and casually cast a silencing charm in his direction. Malfoy was caught off guard by the sudden spell, his mouth closing tightly as he turned crimson, voicing muted protests. You had better behave yourself today. With that, Luo Ya's already battered wand shattered completely after casting her last spell, rendering it unusable for the time being. By the way, Goyle Crab, you two come here, Luo Ya directed at the two dimwits. Goyle and Crab exchanged glances at the silenced Malfoy before reluctantly choosing to comply with Luo Ya's command. After all, Miss Grindelwald was far more formidable than Malfoy. Under Ron's guidance, they quickly located the magical tent serving as the temporary dormitory for Wagadoo. Luo Ya instructed Ron, go call him out. Where's the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Gryffindor? The captain of Hufflepuff Quidditch team muttered to himself as he scanned the area for a Gryffindor girl with those distinguishing features. Captain, is it that one over there? One of his players pointed ahead. The captain followed the gesture and instantly recognized Luo Ya, who stood fiercely with two Slytherin companions outside the Wagadoo tent. He immediately concluded that Luo Ya was indeed the girl they sought, the one Cedric fancied. When Luo Ya casually turned her head in their direction, the Hufflepuff captain finally understood why Cedric was so infatuated. He had never encountered a girl so breathtaking even in his 5 years at Hogwarts. As he approached to greet her, he felt an unexpected wave of nervousness. Hello, I am the captain of Hufflepuff Quidditch. Our seeker is Cedric. Before he could finish, Ron's voice echoed from a distance. Luo Ya, the cheating Sheath is coming out? Ron rushed back, panting heavily. Luo Ya narrowed her eyes. Excellent, he has the audacity to show himself. Turning to the Hufflepuff captain, she apologized. I must attend to a pressing matter. I will speak with you later. That moment, a tall, dark-skinned wizard emerged from the Wagadoo magical tent, towering over Luo Ya and appearing older than her. Sheath, displaying impatience, inquired, what do you want? Luo Ya raised an eyebrow, elevating her voice to ensure everyone present could hear her. Luo Ya Grindelwald challenged Sheath to a wizard duel, a fair contest. She deliberately elongated the last phrase with a mocking tone, relishing the change in Sheath's expression. The surrounding wizards gasped in shock at the unexpected announcement of a private duel. The Hufflepuff captain found himself rendered speechless. Their seeker, Cedric, had been unwell ever since that day. He foolishly remained outside for 2 hours in the snow. resulting in a high fever that lingered for 2 days. He had become lethargic and despondent, and despite his roommate's urging, Cedric stubbornly refused to visit Madame Pomfrey for treatment. www.x33xs.com in a state of high fever and frostbite. He bravely endured, while the others felt utterly helpless. Unable to dissuade him, the captain contemplated seeking out the young Gryffindor girl whom Cedric admired, believing she might persuade him. However, at that moment, the young lady was preparing for a private duel with another. The Hufflepuff captain watched with concern as the diminutive Loia faced off against an outsider wizard who towered over her. She was the object of Cedric's affections, and if she were to sustain any injuries, the friends of Cedric present could not simply stand by idly. Yet, they were on the brink of being late for their advanced potions class. The mere thought of Professor Snape's fearsome countenance, coupled with his inexplicable bias against Hufflepuff this year, where he deducted points at the slightest provocation, left the captain feeling profoundly powerless. Regardless, they could not allow the girl Cedric cherished to come to harm. Resolving to intervene despite the impending risk of point deductions from Snape, the Hufflepuff captain set off to break up the quarrel. The duel had attracted a considerable crowd, with people gathering in circles, making it nearly impossible for him to squeeze through. Sheath, visibly irritated, clicked his tongue. He was well aware of Loia and her Slytherin partner, Draco Malfoy. Their duo was currently the most formidable in Hogwarts, boasting a record of 6 wins to 1 loss. Firmly advancing to the finals, he knew that the true challenge lay not with her Slytherin partner, who was merely a liability, but with the witch herself. Their headmaster had confidently predicted her advancement to the finals and had meticulously analyzed Loia Grindelwald's performances. Her signature spell was the advanced water confinement magic. Yet her water confinement had its flaws. It lacked agility and was vulnerable to interruption during its casting. Moreover, the headmaster observed that she rarely cast the water confinement spell more than twice in any match. If one could transform into a nimble beast, evading her water confinement was highly probable. The wizards of Wagadu were particularly adept at self-transformation into beasts, posing a significant challenge even for seasoned European wizards. However, expending magical energy unnecessarily before the upcoming match was ill-advised. Around Jixi, his fellow wizards were inciting him. Should he refuse the duel, he would be mocked as a coward. Deep down, he was reluctant to admit that, facing the formidable 6 wins and 1 loss Loia Grindelwald, he felt a twinge of anxiety about the prospect of defeat, which would render him a laughingstock. Jixi recalled the competition rules and deliberately shifted the topic. I trust you are well acquainted with the competition regulations, which prohibit participants from engaging in private duels. Loia dismissed his words with a scoff, her demeanor as calm as ever. But if you want to fight me, I will insist on a one-on-one duel. She beckoned with a wave of her hand. Responding to her signal, Goyle and Crabbe appeared with a stretcher, their expressions brimming with mischief as they arrogantly placed it at Jixi's feet. What does this mean? Jixi demanded, his face contorted in displeasure. The sardonic smile crept across Roy's lips as she languidly replied, "It's for you, of course." Laughter erupted from the onlooking wizards at Jixi's expense. "You're humiliating me." "I was merely being considerate, preparing a stretcher in advance for our esteemed guest from afar, reserving a hospital room. I assent my service sufficiently warm and attentive," Loia retorted, her smile devoid of any genuine mirth. Jixi, incensed, felt the sting of shame. This Hogwarts which had brazenly insulted him. Provoked, Jixi accepted the challenge for the wizard duel on the spot. The crowd swelled, and Ron, acting as a makeshift referee, began the countdown. Jixi noticed Loia drawing a peculiar wand from her sleeve, shrouded in dark mist. This was contrary to the headmaster's analysis, which had asserted she wielded a dragon heartstring wand. Both parties raised their wands in salute. Jixi focused intently on deciding which spell to cast first. To his utter astonishment, Loia wasted no time, launching a killing curse at him. Cruciatus, the green light erupted from her wand, striking Jixi before he could even attempt to evade. The Hufflepuff captain stood in shock, forgetting for a moment that a first year could cast an unforgivable curse. He wondered what vendetta lay behind such a brutal opening move. Jixi's anguished cries echoed as he writhed on the ground, his body racked with excruciating pain, The previously raucous Wagadu wizards now watched in horror. Loia observed Jixes suffering with icy detachment. There was no need for mercy when dealing with a despicable individual. Moreover, she controlled her magic well enough not to take his life, ensuring he would only spend a month recovering in the infirmary. Jixes' eyes widened in agony, and just before he lost consciousness, he hazily perceived an ancient, hooded specter floating behind Loia, its features obscured by swirling mist. When the Hufflepuff captain finally regained his senses, he was dismayed to find that Loia and Ron had already departed. He had not only arrived late for potions class, but had also failed to inform her of Cedric's illness. Before long, news of Jixes' Crucio incident reached the ears of the Wagadu headmaster. Enraged, he stormed into the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, demanding an explanation from Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, your student, Loia Grindelwald, has violated the competition rules by engaging in an illicit duel and even resorted to the unforgivable curse to injure my student. You must revoke her eligibility to compete." Professor McGonagall, who had been delivering documents to the headmaster, was momentarily speechless, astounded that a student from her own house had used an unforgivable curse against a Wagadu student. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I oppose the admission of Loia Grindelwald to Hogwarts from the beginning. She ought to be at Durmstrang instead," McGonagall exclaimed, suddenly realizing she had voiced similar sentiments before, although she could not quite recall when. "Professor McGonagall, please calm the students outside." Dumbledore's voice remained as composed as ever, as if all that transpired was well within his control. "She can already cast the unforgivable curse. In a few years, she will become like that dark wizard Professor McGonagall. I implore you to go and pacify the students outside," McGonagall persisted, but Dumbledore reiterated his request with an uncommon firmness. Left speechless, McGonagall understood that Dumbledore wished to discuss matters privately with the Wagadu headmaster. However, she could not comprehend why Loia Grindelwald was afforded such special treatment by Dumbledore. If it were Harry, the child of Lily and James, she might understand, but what warranted this extraordinary attention for Loia Grindelwald? Glancing at Dumbledore with frustration, McGonagall exited the office. The room was left with only Dumbledore and the Wagadu headmaster. Dumbledore leisurely poured tea from a canister into his cup, as if the events unfolding were of little consequence. Displeased with Dumbledore's demeanor, the Wagadu headmaster escalated his demands. "If you do not revoke her eligibility, you should expel her. Otherwise, I will report this to the Ministry of Magic and seek justice." Finally, he heard the occupant of the room invite him to take a seat. The headmaster, displeased, scoffed, but as he attempted to sit on the sofa, it unexpectedly shifted, causing him to crash heavily onto the floor. "Dumbledore, you!" The furious principal of the school rose abruptly, casting a glare at the instigator, who remained unfazed, leisurely pouring water into a teacup, not even sparing him a glance. The atmosphere in the room was eerily silent. The principal of Hogwarts, as he listened to the sound of water droplets falling into the cup, felt an unexpected sensation of water trickling down his face, the drops increasing in number. Puzzled, he looked up to find the ceiling had vanished, replaced by a tempest of lightning and thunder, ominous clouds swirling above. In a state of panic, he glanced around, realizing that Dumbledore had long since disappeared from his sight. He was bewildered as to why he now found himself standing on a precarious little boat, the thunder roaring in his ears. Suddenly, a torrential downpour ensued, and the surging waves violently capsized the boat, dragging him uncontrollably into a whirlpool. No. He flailed desperately in the water, calling out for help, seawater flooding his mouth and nose, filling his lungs, which felt as if they were being violently torn apart. His eardrums were inundated, and his mind felt as though it might explode. He wailed until his body grew weak, his terrified eyes staring as he sank slowly to the ocean floor. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself once again on that unsteady little boat, watching in horror as the tumultuous waves pulled him back beneath the surface, repeating the entire suffocating ordeal, just as he lost count of how many times he had been trapped in this cycle of drowning. The sound of a spoon striking the teacup rang out crisply. The storm dissipated, the waves vanished, and he returned to Dumbledore's office. While Dumbledore had only taken a moment to pour a cup of tea, he felt as though he had perished dozens of times within the illusion crafted by the old wizard. Each death was startlingly vivid. He could feel the obstruction of breath, the pressure of water filling his lungs. His skin swelling until he succumbed to darkness, he knelt helplessly on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, gasping for air, unable to suppress the urge to vomit. He felt that this mental torment was no less agonizing than having his heart ripped from his chest. The old man with the white beard sipped his tea leisurely. During the time the mysterious figure was active, a Death Eater had seemingly provided significant intelligence to him, until the mysterious figure fell from grace. After which that individual appeared to have changed their name and vanished to the Moon Mountains. The principal of Hogwarts was taken aback, instinctively covering the location of the Death Eater mark on his arm. "How do you know this? Was it that traitor Igor Karkaroff who spilled the beans?" he asked anxiously. Dumbledore glanced at his gesture. "I have not engaged in any heinous acts. I have not killed anyone. I merely provided information of little use." The principal stammered in a flurry. Though he was a former subordinate of Voldemort, he, like Karkaroff, was hardly loyal. He had only shared some information, believing himself to be untainted by blood. After Voldemort's downfall, the Ministry of Magic began to purge his old supporters, prompting him to change his name and escape to the Moon Mountains in Africa. Yet the mark of the Death Eater on his arm was an undeniable fact. If the Ministry were to discover it, cold sweat broke out on him unknowingly as he regarded the white-bearded man with fearful eyes. "I beg you, do not inform the Ministry of Magic about me," the principal implored, his face pale as he nearly sank to his knees. Dumbledore resumed his customary smile, interlacing his fingers. "So, my Loia," the principal interrupted, his voice taut with unease and a forced smile born of desperation. "My student J.C.C. has resorted to despicable means to win the competition. That I am grateful to your student, Loia Grindelwald, for ensuring he is justly punished. Jace will lose his eligibility to compete. Hogwarts will expel him immediately." Dumbledore merely smiled and refrained from further comment as the principal hurriedly exited the office. In the blink of an eye, Christmas approached, with little wizards building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights throughout Hogwarts. Meanwhile, poor Harry could only spend the holiday in the infirmary. Upon awakening from his slumber, he was pleasantly surprised to find Loia sitting at the foot of his bed, peeling an apple. His initial delight quickly morphed into a sense of grievance as he lamented, "You've been ignoring me these past few days, much like a brother feeling abandoned and overlooked by a sister swept away by another man." Loia comforted him. There, open your mouth," as she sliced a piece of apple and fed it to Harry. Loia's psychological maturity far exceeded her physical form, despite having once fawned over the trio while watching movies. However, when she truly entered the magical world and interacted with the 11-year-old Harry, she unconsciously treated him as a child, a younger brother. Observing Harry's small stature, she noted his hearty appetite. After feeding him an apple and a Christmas pudding, he astonishingly requested more. Loia hesitated, wondering whether to consult Madame Pomfrey about whether a patient ought to refrain from excessive eating. However, under Harry's sparkling gaze, she reluctantly cut another piece of cake and fed it to him. Ron was teaching Hermione how to play wizard chess when Hermione casually remarked, "Don't worry, as long as it's you feeding him. He'll eat whatever you give him." Loia tilted her head, seemingly failing to grasp Hermione's meaning. Ron had to remain at school during the holiday as his parents were visiting Charlie in Romania. Loia chose to stay behind to care for Harry, who still relied on crutches. Most professors remained at the school, including Snape, and she found the prospect of celebrating the holiday at home with only the house elves rather dull. So she opted to stay and look after Harry on Christmas Day. The foot of Harry's bed was piled high with a mountain of snacks brought by Loia and Ron, while Hagrid barged in, carrying a fir tree, startling Madame Pomfrey in the hallway. They adorned the tree with ribbons and decorations, transforming the infirmary into a festive haven. Harry received an unnamed gift, an invisibility cloak, and to Loia's surprise, Mrs. Weasley had also sent her a hand-knitted sweater. Remembering her brief stay at the Weasley household before starting at Hogwarts, where the warm-hearted Mrs. Weasley had taken great care of her, she promptly penned a thank-you letter to Mrs. Weasley. Quirrell collided with a few laughing Gryffindors around the corner of the staircase, his parchment and a gilded black sheepskin book scattering across the floor. As if fearing discovery, Quirrell hurriedly gathered the fallen items and tucked the book under his arm. Loia happened to witness this scene from the corridor. Quirrell's frantic attempts to conceal something only fueled her suspicion that he was harboring some unspeakable secret within the pages of that book. And much of his behavior seemed to be directed by Voldemort. After a moment of contemplation, Loia decided to stealthily follow Quirrell to uncover the true nature of his dealings with Voldemort. Quirrell, clutching the sheepskin book, glanced back frequently as he tiptoed towards the restricted section of the library. That evening, Loia borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak and stealthily infiltrated the restricted section. She couldn't help but express her disbelief at the absence of even a lock on the restricted section. It seemed anyone could waltz right in. She began her search among the rows of bookshelves. The titles she sought, such as The Dark Creature's Demonic Tribute and The Veil of Evil, eluded her grasp. Pulling out an unnamed book at random, she was met with a chilling scream as a paper-like face sprang out from the pages. The incessant shrieking was unbearable. "Enough!" Loia exclaimed, delivering a punch that sent the face back into the book. Finally silencing it, she flipped through a few more pages, filled with incomprehensible languages, and decided to give up. Closing the book on the shelf, she stumbled upon a book titled Demons of the 15th Century. Demons of the 15th Century? The Ectus of the 15th Century? Loia, intrigued, pulled out a book and seated herself on the ground, laying it across her petite knees. The yellowed pages within were marred by dark, ominous bloodstains that sent chills down one's spine. As she turned to an illustrated page, she found a hasty sketch of a wand. Was this not her very own spine wand? Below the illustration, a blurred inscription read, "Ectes, the madman who crafted wands from his own spine." It dawned on her that this wand was not made by Ollivander. It had existed since the 15th century. Its inaugural owner being Ectes, with Loia as its second possessor. She pondered how it had eventually come into Ollivander's hands. Had he perhaps desecrated Ectes's grave? If time permitted, she would relish the opportunity to delve into this book and uncover the tales surrounding Ectes and his wand. Yet aware of the imminent danger of being discovered by the patrolling Filch, she felt pressed for time and returned the devilish tome to the shelf. Continuing her search, she soon spotted a black leather book embossed with gilded letters on another shelf. It was placed high up, and after several attempts on tiptoe, she finally managed to grasp it. Eagerly, Loia opened the book, hoping to uncover what Quirrell and Voldemort were secretly plotting. However, she was taken aback to find the pages before her utterly blank. Empty. How could this be? Skeptical, she flipped through a few pages, ultimately discovering an unfamiliar name scrawled on one blank sheet. Eltis Sona. As she read the strange name, she realized she had no recollection of such a character from the original narrative. Since her arrival in this world, an array of events not present in the original story had unfolded, possibly due to the butterfly effect. For instance, the mention of the Wagadu School of Magic was scant in the original text, let alone the matter of the Hogwarts Spell Championship. As she pondered, the name began to resonate with her. With careful recollection, she realized it belonged to the wizard who had sent Malfoy plunging into the Black Lake during the championship's inaugural match. They had not faced each other again since, leaving her uncertain of his abilities and his connection to Quirrell and Voldemort. Just as Loia was lost in thought, the name on the page suddenly twisted. Unsure, she rubbed her eyes, and the name morphed into a black serpent that leapt from the book, sinking its fangs in her wrist. Loia dropped the book, gritting her teeth as she pressed down on the serpent's head, using all her strength to fling it aside. Her wrist bore 2 puncture wounds, and her invisibility cloak slipped to the ground, along with the wand she had borrowed from Hermione in a flash. Loia drew forth her spare spine wand from her waist. A beam of green light shot forth, targeting the black serpent with a piercing curse. She yearned to capture the wretched creature and roast it over a fire. The dim library flickered with the green light. After convulsing in agony from the curse, the black serpent did not vanish. Instead, it split into 2 serpents, slithering toward her. Stunned, Loia continued to wield her wand. With each attack, the serpent multiplied, and soon she found herself surrounded by a swarm. The serpents bared their fangs, preparing to strike. Cursing under her breath, Loia was compelled to retreat, gripping her wand tightly. Suddenly, the serpentine shadows dissipated into black smoke as a familiar male voice resonated behind her. Flames engulfed the serpent swarm, which vanished into smoke in an instant. Snape emerged from the shadows, observing the girl's flustered yet feigned composure. Miss Grindelwald, what brings you here? He cast a quick glance at the discarded invisibility cloak. Piecing together how she had entered, Snape scrutinized her closely, softly inquiring, "Are you injured?" "Not at all," she replied. Snape noted the beads of sweat glistening on her forehead and caught sight of her right hand twitching unnaturally beneath her sleeve. After a moment of silence, he stepped closer, extending his hand toward her. Just before his fingers could brush against her sleeve, Loia took a step back, swiftly concealing her right hand behind her. Snape regarded her hidden hand with a furrowed brow. Advancing a few steps closer, but with each movement he made, Loia deliberately retreated. He observed the cerulean depths of her eyes blinking under the dim moonlight, a strand of golden hair cascading down her tilted head to rest on her shoulder. Snape inwardly sighed. Enough of this. Let me see your injury. Loia bounded back another step, realizing that teasing Snape was rather entertaining. Watching her stubbornly refuse to reveal her wound, Snape patiently cornered her step by step. Loia accidentally bumped against a bookshelf, causing several tomes to tumble down, perilously close to striking her head. Snape, quick-witted, cast a levitation spell just in time. With no escape left, Loia resigned herself to surrender, and Snape firmly grasped her concealed right wrist. The wand tip emitted a soft glow, illuminating the area. As Snape examined her wrist for injuries, he scrutinized her slender wrist thoroughly, finding no marks. Unconvinced, he rolled up her sleeve to reveal her fair forearm. Confirming once more that there were indeed no injuries, that "I told you I'm unhurt," Loia pouted in protest, cautiously hiding her left hand. Meanwhile, Filch, patrolling the corridors, heard the commotion from above and hurried toward the noise. Panting with excitement at the thought of catching a student out after hours, ready to hang them by their feet in his office. "Who's there? Show yourself." He held his lantern high, spotting Snape in the distance. "Professor, I just heard a disturbance. There must be a student sneaking into the restricted section." He approached, only to discover a small girl standing behind Snape. "At last, I've caught you." Filch grinned maliciously at Loia. Mistakenly believing she had been apprehended by Professor Snape while trespassing, that he could hardly contain his anticipation for Loia to face Snape-esque punishment in the dark confinement. "There are no students out of bounds." Snape replied calmly, fixing his gaze on Filch. Filch felt as if cold water had been thrown on him. His mouth twitched in disbelief that a living person stands before me. "And you claim there's no one here? Are you blind? Do I need to repeat myself?" Snape's tone grew firmer. Filch, overwhelmed by Snape's commanding presence, found himself rendered speechless. Loia, hidden behind Snape, discreetly raised her middle finger at him. Filch seethed with frustration, feeling like a fool. Out of jealousy, he often clashed with young witches and wizards, eager to punish them for any mischief. Yet he lacked the courage to challenge Snape's words, even feeling a surge of impotent rage that it was clear to him that Snape was protecting the girl. And as merely the gatekeeper of Hogwarts, he had no desire to stir trouble. Meanwhile, Loia, still grasped by Snape, broke the tension with an ill-timed comment. "Professor, how long are you going to hold my hand? I am still just a child." "Snape? Filch?" Snape froze momentarily, realizing that he still held onto Loia's wrist. A hint of panic washed over him as he released his grip, sensing an unusual warmth emanating from his palm. Whenever Miss Grindelwald referred to him as Professor Snape, he knew she was about to play a prank. In that moment, he felt utterly powerless against her antics. Filch stood there, stunned as if petrified by a spell, his bewildered gaze darting between the two of them. "I shall escort you back to the common room," Snape declared, picking up the invisibility cloak from the corner and draping it over her. Outside, the thick blanket of snow coated the ground in a silvery sheen. Should anyone pass by, they would witness the bizarre sight of Snape walking alone in the snow, yet behind him trailed two distinct footprints. Snape strode ahead, with Loia carefully stepping into his prints. One by one, "I truly detest Filch," Loia muttered. Not just Loia, but all the students at Hogwarts harbored a similar disdain for Filch, a fact Snape was acutely aware of, as he too knew that those students disliked him, trembling at the mere sight of him. In potions class, when he called upon a girl, she would often be so frightened that she might burst into tears. I once watched a television series called Game of Thrones. The protagonist's father-in-law ambushed soldiers at the wedding, slaughtering him, his wife, and everyone at the feast. It infuriated me immensely. she continued. Snape was aware that the Muggle world had films. Yet he had never possessed the slightest interest in visiting a Muggle cinema. Instead, he patiently listened as Loia rambled on behind him. The actor portraying her father-in-law bore an uncanny resemblance to Filch. In Loia's world, they were indeed one and the same. The Red Wedding. My favorite protagonist just died. Snape listened to the girl prattling on, though he did not interrupt her until he heard her mention her favorite character. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Your favorite protagonist? It's Robb Stark. I was such a fan of his. What a pity he died in the second season. It broke my heart. I thought he was the main character." Snape abruptly halted, turning to meet Loia's blue eyes. His voice took on an unusual, muffled tone. Heartbroken? He was stabbed to death at the wedding. How could one not feel sorrow? Snape pressed his lips together, turning away from her and quickening his pace. Was Snape actually angry? The old bat was genuinely upset? As her temporary guardian, Loia had lived with Snape for quite some time, even when she and the Niffler nearly dismantled the house. She had never witnessed him lose his temper. "Snape, you walk so fast. Do you think I have legs as long as yours?" "I can't keep up." The snow was deep, and little Loia struggled to navigate through it, ultimately losing her balance and tumbling face first into a snowdrift. As Snape's figure receded into the distance, Loia climbed to her feet, rubbing her reddened nose and shaking the snowflakes from her golden hair. Upon hearing the commotion, Snape could not resist returning. He bent down, extending his hand toward Loia. Under the gaze of Snape's dark eyes, Loia grasped his hand. His fingers were calloused from years of handling potion ingredients, and his palm felt rough. Snape effortlessly pulled her up, and she shook the snow from her clothes. He resolved to investigate who this Robb Stark, whom Miss Grindelwald both adored and pitied, truly was. Though he knew he would find no information in this world. After all, in this realm, there was no Martin's Game of Thrones, nor was there an actor for Robb Stark. What incantation did you use for that serpentine shadow that transformed into black smoke? Loia recalled the increasing swarm of snakes she had encountered in the restricted section, which Snape had effortlessly incinerated with a single spell. That IT is a counter curse, effective against any summoning spell for serpents. "May I learn it?" Seeing Loia's eager expression, Snape nodded. Though this spell was seldom utilized, if anyone else had sought his guidance in learning such magic, he would likely have scoffed and dismissed them. However, in Loia's case, given her talent and aptitude, it would be relatively easy for her to grasp. "Can we do it tomorrow? I'll come to your office, and you can teach me." Loia joyfully bounced into a snowbank. Snape lightly shook his head. He would be leaving Hogwarts for at least 2 days to procure a special batch of potion ingredients. Tomorrow will not suffice. As expected, he observed Loia's cheeks puffing up in annoyance. Snape was accustomed to offering no explanations, even when misunderstood by all. Seeing her disappointed expression, he sighed, adopting a tone that bore an uncharacteristic hint of negotiation. "When I return, I shall teach you. But for now, let me escort you back to the common room." Snape accompanied Loia back to the Gryffindor common room. However, as soon as he departed, Loia dashed to the restroom. Her right wrist was indeed uninjured. It was her left wrist that bore the mark of the snake bite. She had deliberately exposed this flaw in front of Snape to conceal her wounded left hand. Truth be told, Loia despised revealing her vulnerable side to others and did not wish for anyone to worry about her. The restroom was dimly lit as she stood before the sink, applying pressure to the wound on her left hand where the snake had bitten her. The blood that emerged was a vivid red. Thankfully, it seemed she had not been poisoned, and she exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a ghost dawned and thick glasses floated through the crack of a stall door. Drifting behind Loia, the weeping Myrtle, unusually cheerful today, exclaimed, "You were bitten by a snake? You must be dying. How splendid." Loia ignored her, focusing on treating her wound while Myrtle flitted about the restroom. "Soon you'll be like me." Trapped here day after day, weeping endlessly, Myrtle cackled with delight. Just then, someone appeared. Oh, not a person, but a ghost, cursing them with a death wish, rendering even the most amiable souls unable to maintain a pleasant demeanor. "You wretched spirit, I have a long life ahead of me, certainly longer than yours." Loia hurled a silencing charm in her direction. The muted Myrtle angrily flitted into one toilet after another, water spraying everywhere, soaking the floor. Once Loia had tended to her wound, she returned to her dormitory, For tomorrow marked the final match before the championship. In the corridor before the last match, Loia encountered the wizard named Aelfes, whose name was inscribed in the parchment scroll, the very same who had drawn first blood against Malfoy. Naturally, Malfoy had not spared him a pleasant glance, shouldering past him with a forceful bump. The other wizard paid no heed to Malfoy's deliberate provocation, veering off in the opposite direction, as he had no match that day. His sunken eyes, pallid complexion, and darkened forehead gave him the appearance of a soulless husk. And the more Loia observed him, the more she felt something was amiss. Coupled with his name appearing on Quirrell's scroll, Loia could not afford to let her guard down. Hey, that group of African wizards looks so dark and gloomy. What is there to admire? Your eyes are practically bulging out. Malfoy seemed to have misunderstood something, and an irritable voice interrupted her thoughts. Luo Ya came back to her senses and replied dismissively. Yes, little Malfoy, you're handsome. Is that sufficient? Malfoy joyfully tousled his golden hair. Although he felt that this new moniker had an oddly sarcastic undertone, the flattery had considerably improved his mood. Luo Ya sat in the waiting tent. Her left wrist, bitten by a snake, had begun to tingle that morning, and now was accompanied by a sharp, stabbing pain, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Unaccustomed to the sensation, she rubbed her swollen wrist joint. What is wrong with your hand? Malfoy observed Luo Ya's peculiar behavior with curiosity. Just a little bump, she replied nonchalantly. Malfoy eyed her suspiciously. His instinct told him she was certainly not being truthful. If you're feeling unwell, our forfeiture in this match wouldn't matter. After all, our current record is the best. Losing one match still allows us to advance to the finals, Malfoy stated, giving her a pointed look. With you saying that, I feel even more compelled to in truth, given the current standings of her and Malfoy's team. They would reach the finals regardless of the outcome of this match. However, Luo Ya had always approached each competition with utmost seriousness. Moreover, the insipid system had assigned her the task of accumulating 7 victories, and they were just one match short. Luo Ya leaped from her chair, stretching her shoulders, presenting a fa of well-being. Malfoy chose not to press the matter further. The referee announced the entry of both wizards into the arena. The 2 wizards from Ravenclaw, whom Luo Ya had thoroughly assessed in their previous battles, appeared mediocre and hardly intimidating. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuff Quidditch captain had been waiting in the dining hall for Luo Ya for quite some time, earnestly beseeching her to attend the afternoon's Quidditch training match, as Cedric would be participating. Luo Ya had initially intended to seek out Cedric after the league concluded, having felt the need to apologize for standing him up. She could not guarantee how long the afternoon match would last, nor if she would be able to return afterward. The Hufflepuff captain understood and nodded in acknowledgement that if time permitted after the match, she would make a personal visit. With that in mind, she resolved to bring this match to a swift conclusion. Luo Ya conjured a water prison to ensnare the opposing wizard, preparing to manipulate her wand to hurl him into the Black Lake when suddenly a spell was cast from the audience. An excruciating headache seized her, as if countless blades were frantically swirling in her mind, making her feel as though her head might explode. Gripping her head in agony, she hazily noticed that the bandage on her right wrist was seeping black blood. A pang of concern shot through her. The water prison, losing her control, erupted violently, sending splashes of water everywhere, and the Ravenclaw wizard managed to escape, in a corner of the audience that Luo Ya could not see. Quirrell was chanting a malicious spell with a sinister expression. This incantation would disrupt the victim's mental state through the effects of snake venom. Everything in Luo Ya's vision became unsteady, and even the opposing wizard appeared as a double image. The Ravenclaw wizard, having escaped, instantly transformed into a beast and charged toward her. The disorientation caused by her blurred vision prevented Luo Ya from concentrating or aiming properly, leading her to miss several spells entirely. As the beast lunged at her, Malfoy reacted swiftly, casting a spell that pushed the creature back several meters. As Quirrell's incantation grew increasingly rapid, a buzzing sound filled Luo Ya's head, tormenting her like a tightening curse. She struggled to maintain her balance while merely standing. What on earth is wrong with you? Malfoy immediately recognized her abnormal state. Given her abilities, it was unfathomable that she would miss so many spells. If you're unwell, we can forfeit this match, and we'd still make it to the finals. The Ravenclaw wizard soon noticed Luo Ya's distress. In the next moment, he transformed into a lion and lunged directly at her. Malfoy's eyes widened as he quickly pushed Luo Ya aside, resulting in his own collision with the beast, propelling him out of the arena. Luo Ya gritted her teeth against the piercing headache. Clinging tightly to Malfoy's arm at the edge of the field, Malfoy dangled precariously, his feet hovering above the Black Lake. He could see the lion behind Luo Ya, steadily advancing, its mouth filled with sharp teeth. One bite would surely leave Luo Ya grievously injured. Let go quickly. It's just a fall into the water. Not the first time. Luo Ya's other hand still clutched her head, cold sweat streaming down her face, rendering her unable to comprehend Malfoy's words. Seeing that Luo Ya still refused to release her grip, Malfoy shouted, "Even if we lose this match, we still advance to the finals. Let go. You could get bitten." In a daze, Luo Ya saw a dark-robed specter standing before her, shrouded in layers of mist, with skeletal hands emerging from its sleeves. The ghostly figure pointed a bony finger towards a certain direction in the audience. After a moment's pause, Luo Ya suddenly realized that someone was casting spells against her. She aimed her wand toward the audience and cast a stunning spell in the direction indicated by the ghost. Gasps erupted from the audience as they scattered in alarm. Quirrell was caught off guard by the sudden spell and was forcefully thrown against the wall, his head colliding painfully with it. Several teeth knocked loose, Quirrell clutched his mouth in agony, utterly astonished that Luo Ya, afflicted by snake venom, still had the strength to cast spells. With the spellcaster interrupted, Luo Ya's pain lessened somewhat, though she still felt faint and her vision remained hazy. It was enough for her to concentrate on casting a spell. The lion still lurked behind her, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Luo Ya smirked. "You think you can take advantage and win?" Not a chance. Just as the lion lunged at her, she swiftly cast a spell, sending it plummeting into the Black Lake. When the referee announced their victory, Luo Ya felt utterly drained. She gasped to Malfoy, "I truly can't hold on to you any longer. Take care." The moment her words fell, her grip loosened, and Malfoy fell into the lake. In the audience, Quirrell glared at Luo Ya with intense fury. The Voldemort hidden beneath his turban cursed him for being useless. Meanwhile, Goyle and Crabbe were in the Black Lake, attempting to haul Malfoy back. Malfoy was indeed pulled up by Goyle and Crabbe. Luo Ya was not much better off. Although she had managed to incapacitate the spellcaster, she was pale and soaked in cold sweat, her clothes clinging uncomfortably to her skin. The one who had attacked her mid-match was almost certainly Quirrell. With this in mind, she realized that she had likely fallen prey to a scheme devised by Quirrell and Voldemort. The day Quirrell had been sneaking around with a parchment was clearly a ruse to lure her into the restricted section. Caught off guard, she had opened the cursed parchment, receiving a snake bite. Quirrell had then used the injury on her wrist as a conduit to cast the excruciating curse. Everything Quirrell had done was under Voldemort's orders. Yet, Luo Ya felt that Voldemort's intelligence was rather questionable. The true savior, Harry, lay helpless in a hospital bed, leaning on a crutch and unable to retaliate. Was this not an opportune moment to strike? Instead of targeting Harry first, Voldemort had chosen to aim for her. She was merely an innocent child, adhering to the rules, yet Voldemort seemed to perceive her existence as a threat to him. The incantation cast by Quirrell has significantly impacted her. She now feels utterly drained, her vision clouded with double images. Forcing her to the Quidditch pitch in her current state would likely result in her fainting in the stands, causing Cedric undue trouble, dragging her weary body through the Gryffindor common room. The little lions noticed her pallid complexion and kindly inquired if she required assistance. However, she merely shook her head, longing for a moment of tranquility to restore her strength. Collapsing into her pillow, she buried herself under the covers, her thoughts meandering chaotically. It seemed that every encounter related to Cedric was thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. She hazily recalled the phrase commonly found in Muggle literature, fated yet unfulfilled. Before succumbing to slumber, it was not until midnight that the burning sensation from her wrist wound roused her from sleep. Unwrapping the bandage, she discovered the gaping wound, where the black serpent had bitten her, oozing fresh blood, its dark hue staining the sheets. Add to her distress. Her vision began to swirl again, an unbearable cacophony filling her mind, as if something within her was on the brink of eruption. She felt an urgent need for a sedative. With the final match looming next week, a decisive battle, she must find a way to tend to this injury. If Madame Pomfrey were to inquire about its origin, she would find it difficult to explain, as she had no desire for anyone to learn of her illicit venture into the restricted section. Furthermore, with Harry still in the infirmary, she wished to spare him any worry. For the time being, her only recourse was to seek assistance from her temporary guardian, Snape. Carefully parting the deep crimson curtains, she made an effort not to disturb the slumbering Hermione in the adjacent bed. Wrapping herself in her coat, she ventured out of the common room, her condition deteriorating further. Navigating through her hazy vision, she took what felt like an eternity to reach Snape's office. Leaning against the door, she slid down to the floor, weakly rapping on IT, and no response came. She knocked again, this time with more urgency, but still, silence reigned. Filch, lantern in hand and accompanied by his assistant, Madame Norris, patrolled the corridors as per usual, hoping to catch a student wandering at night. Upon hearing the knocking from above, he excitedly limped up the stairs at a surprising speed. However, his enthusiasm waned upon seeing the young witch resting against the door. His face fell into a mask of disappointment. "You again?" he muttered, his features twisting in exasperation. He had hoped to catch a disobedient student, but was met instead with this girl, under the protection of Professor Snape, untouchable and beyond reprimand. Filch glared at the seated Loia, impatiently urging her, "Get back to your common room." "Have you seen Snape?" she queried. "Professor Snape has gone out to gather herbs and won't be back for days." Loia thumped her head in frustration. No wonder Snape had mentioned he would be unavailable to teach her spells the following day. He had been out collecting ingredients. Filch regarded her slumped form, which appeared deathly pale and weak. For once in his life, he begrudgingly suggested, "If you're ill, go seek Madame Pomfrey's help instead of sitting here being a nuisance." Loia replied softly, "Do you have any sedatives?" "Why would I possess such things?" he retorted. After a moment's thought, he recalled that Madame Norris had used animal sedatives during her own illness. "I might have some of those," he conceded reluctantly. Loia pondered for a moment, recalling certain apocalyptic novels she had encountered in her past life, wherein individuals had resorted to using animal medications due to scarcity of resources, often with negligible adverse effects. "Might I trouble you for a few vials of Madame Norris's sedative?" Filch grimaced, yet, out of respect for Snape, he begrudgingly fetched several vials from his office and tossed them to her. Loia glanced at the dark concoction in her hands, pinched her nose, and gulped it down in one go. Filch spat out, "Drink up and be gone quickly. Don't delay me from catching night-wandering students." With her eyes closed, Loia leaned against the door, focusing on her breathing as she awaited the effects of the potion. Seeing that the girl seemed unresponsive, Filch cursed under his breath before departing in a huff. After a brief while, the sedative began to take effect, and Loia felt a wave of relief wash over her. The noise in her mind diminished, and her vision stabilized. She could finally make her way back to the dormitory. The sedative proved effective, and she pocketed the remaining vials for later use, resting for several days with the help of Madame Norris's sedatives. She noticed Hermione's concern for her well-being, as her friend kindly brought her meals daily. As the finals approached, Loia found it imperative to seek out Malfoy to discuss their strategy for the climactic battle. Malfoy had been waiting in the Great Hall since early morning. In fact, he had come every day, sitting for hours without catching a glimpse of her. When he inquired with the red-haired Muggleborn, he received a frosty reception. Loia poked at her food with her utensils, the effects of a sedative having waned significantly. Her vision had shifted to a blood-red hue. She attempted to reassure herself that enduring a few days of colorblindness was inconsequential, as long as she could hold out until Potion Master Snape's return. Malfoy, noticing her unfocused gaze, waved a hand in front of her eyes. "What are you doing?" "I'm not blind," she snapped, swatting his hand away. Malfoy, sensing her discomfort, was about to speak when a derisive voice interrupted from behind. "Is there no space for you in Gryffindor? Or do you need to sit so closely to this one?" Marcus, the Hufflepuff Quidditch captain, swaggered over, displaying his prominent overbite. Malfoy retorted, "There are plenty of empty seats around. Her sitting next to me is hardly your concern." The Great Hall was sparsely populated, with many vacant seats available. clearly indicating Marcus was merely seeking a confrontation. "You spend all your time with a Gryffindor. It tarnishes Slytherin's reputation," Marcus taunted. Loia rose, but Malfoy seized her wrist. "Wait, don't go. There's no need to listen to him." It was not her intention to bow her head to insults, but her head began to throb once more. That despicable Quirrell must be lurking nearby, casting spells, as she felt her magic simmering within her. Yearning to break free, a third-year Slytherin intervened, attempting to defuse the situation by reminding Marcus that Malfoy's father was providing support for the Slytherin team within Nimbus 2001. Now was not the time for a quarrel. However, the argument between Malfoy and Marcus escalated, resulting in Marcus drawing his wand first. Uncertain of Malfoy's ability to contend with an upperclassman, Loia felt compelled to brandish her own wand, fearing for her teammate's safety. Just then, she heard Malfoy intoning a spell, sending Marcus crashing against the Great Hall's entrance. Professor McGonagall had just entered the hall when she witnessed Marcus being struck by the spell, pinned against the door. "Who did this?" she demanded, her voice laden with fury, as the hall fell silent. Her gaze swept across the room and landed on Loia, who stood holding her wand, with her biases clouding her judgment. She immediately assumed it was Loia Grindelwald who had harmed Marcus. "Once again, you Miss Grindelwald. You dare to use magic to injure students from other houses in the Great Hall. Are you intent on turning Hogwarts upside down?" Professor McGonagall spoke with indignation, expressing her bewilderment at Dumbledore's apparent favoritism towards her. If this continued unchecked, would she not become a law unto herself? "Professor McGonagall, it was Marcus who instigated the provocation, and I was the one who attacked him. She is not involved," Malfoy explained in an uncharacteristic fluster as he sensed McGonagall had wrongfully accused Loia. In the current situation, it was evident that Professor McGonagall did not believe Malfoy's words. As she continued to glare sternly at Loia, "I truly cannot fathom why the Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor. And furthermore, as I am aware, you even broke Goyle and Crabbe's noses a few days ago." Malfoy snapped, casting a scornful glance at Goyle and Crabbe. Goyle and Crabbe, trembling, stood up. "Professor McGonagall, we swear it was when we stumbled down the stairs that we broke our noses. It would be absurd for McGonagall to believe that." Marcus, rising from the ground and rubbing his swollen chin, cast a look of gleeful malice at Loia. Since the Quidditch match, where Loia Grindelwald's team lost and even had 200 points deducted, he had harbored a grudge. Due to the influence of Quirrell's spell, Loia's vision was awash in crimson. Her eyes struggled to focus, appearing to Professor McGonagall as if she were lost in a daze. Entirely disregarding her reprimand, Professor McGonagall, exasperated, declared, "Gryffindor loses 50 points. Loia Grindelwald shall serve a week of community service in the Forbidden Forest." Loia calmly replied, "I apologize, Professor McGonagall, but I have finals next week. I cannot go to the Forbidden Forest. If you wish to remain in Gryffindor, you will serve in the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, Gryffindor will no longer accept you. You may go to whichever house you desire." The entire hall fell silent. The young witches and wizards were witnessing Professor McGonagall's fury for the first time, and fear gripped them, stifling any sound. Upon hearing the girl's fearless chuckle, Professor McGonagall was taken aback. "Professor McGonagall, I hold you in high regard, yet I am puzzled as to why you harbor such prejudice against me. Miss Grindelwald, your actions are reminiscent of your father." "What are my actions? What of my surname? Am I to be condemned for bearing this name as I enact chaos within Hogwarts? Or have I committed some heinous act?" As Loia spoke, her emotions surged, nearly culminating in a shout. Professor McGonagall's face flickered between shades of blue and white. She had never anticipated that this first-year student would dare to challenge her. Malfoy, unable to contain himself, tugged at her sleeve in an attempt to silence her, having discerned that Professor McGonagall was genuinely enraged. Loia could no longer hear what Malfoy was saying. All she could perceive was the incantation being recited again. Her eyes clouded in red. The magic within her surged uncontrollably. The entire hall began to tremble, as if shaken by an earthquake, silverware clattering to the ground, and the long-dormant goblet of fire on the stone dais erupted in blue flames. In an instant, the hall's glass shattered. The goblet seemed to unleash its fury, incinerating the surrounding flowers into ashes. The onlookers recoiled in terror at the scene before them, while Professor McGonagall gazed at the goblet in disbelief. The goblet's soul had been extinguished for over a decade. Why would this relic still emit flames? Yet, like a momentary flash of life, the blue flames vanished just as abruptly, as if nothing had ever transpired. Loia clenched her fists, gasping for breath. Malfoy, astonished, noticed dark matter beginning to float sporadically behind Loia. The sudden appearance of this black substance was subtle, and only Malfoy, positioned closely enough, discerned this peculiar occurrence. Those around remained oblivious. However, Professor McGonagall, equally near to Loia, also witnessed it. With a look of terror, McGonagall stammered, "You are indeed a Muggle-born." The surge of magic erupted forth, causing Professor McGonagall to stagger back several steps, nearly losing her balance and gripping the table for support. Loia turned to Marcus, who was forcefully hurled to the ground by the surge of magic. She heard his pleas for mercy. Professor McGonagall, in shock, watched her actions, commanding, "Stop. Do you know what you are doing?" "I certainly know what I am doing. I am merely punishing the wicked." Though she feigned bravado, Loia recognized that this sudden outburst of magic was a prelude to the emergence of the dark force within her, which she was struggling to contain. Once unleashed, those ensnared by it were often left either dead or grievously injured. Despite McGonagall's disdain, she had no intention of severely injuring her out of spite. Moreover, the repercussions of this dark force could inflict severe harm upon oneself, potentially even endangering one's life, and could lead to fragmented memory loss. Who would she forget this time? She felt her hand extending uncontrollably, aimed at Professor McGonagall. This is bad. The dark substance was poised to surge forth from her palm. "Someone, please stop her." A strong hand firmly grasped hers. "I have matters to discuss with Miss Grindelwald," came the voice of her temporary guardian from behind, and Loia secretly exhaled in relief. Snape placed his other hand reassuringly on her shoulder. His robes half draped over her. Her tense emotions finally began to ease. Snape leaned down, instructing her, "Control yourself." He began to lead Loia away from the hall. Professor McGonagall, having regained her composure, attempted to intercept them. "Wait. You cannot take her away. She is indeed a Muggle-born." Snape interrupted her, his tone growing cold and detached. "Professor McGonagall, should you have any concerns, address them directly with Headmaster Dumbledore." He paused, locking eyes with Professor McGonagall, adding, "And do not target her any further." Professor McGonagall stood frozen, bewildered by the continued defense of Loia Grindelwald. Snape disregarded her protests, leading Loia straight to his office. Upon opening the door, Loia wearily collapsed into his chair. The dimly lit office was lined with shelves neatly filled with various bottles and potion ingredients. Loia reclined in the chair, drowsily gazing at the ceiling. The quiet room was just the two of them. There were no arguments, and no one would target her. This was a place where she could finally relax her mind. Snape lit a soothing herbal candle, with the calming aroma enveloping her, allowing her emotions to finally settle. Loia steadied herself as she fought to suppress the dark matter within. Snape leaned closer, rolling up her sleeve. The bandages were matted with blood, stuck together. He carefully unwrapped the bandages that Loia had haphazardly applied. The wound was bruised and oozing dark blood, clearly indicating that her master had neglected to treat it properly. Snape furrowed his brow. Was this injury from the restricted section? Luo Ya responded with a hint of hesitation. She heard Snape emit a barely perceptible sigh. Even though she concealed her injuries, Snape bore no intention of approaching her. He understood Luo Ya's nature. She never displayed weakness, was fiercely proud, and abhorred revealing any vulnerable facets of herself. However, the fact that she allowed her wounds to fester for so many days without seeking him out stirred a sense of unease within him. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Why haven't you come to me these past few days? I did come to find you a few days ago, but you weren't in your office." "I assumed you would be gone for quite some time," Luo Ya retorted defiantly. Snape fell silent for a moment, recalling that he had departed for a few days upon learning of new herbs that might prove effective in suppressing the entity within her. He had not anticipated that something would occur during his absence. It was not her fault. He should not have chosen that moment to leave Hogwarts. Had he returned 2 days earlier and noticed her distress, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. Snape lowered his gaze to examine the wound on Luo Ya's wrist. It was a type of snake venom, capable of disturbing one's mind and emotions, inciting the entity within her to erupt. When a host experiences extreme emotional stimuli or faces life-threatening situations, the entity can easily spiral out of control. This particular venom exacerbated the host's negative emotions, indirectly leading to the entity's outburst. Snape lifted his gaze to regard Luo Ya, recognizing that typically, children harboring such entities do not survive past their teenage years. The sole reason Luo Ya remained unscathed was undoubtedly due to her formidable lineage. He retrieved herbs from the apothecary and ground them into a paste, applying it to her wrist with meticulous care, wrapping in bandages to avoid causing her pain. The moment the wound came into contact with the herbal remedy, a cool sensation enveloped it, and Luo Ya felt no discomfort. He turned to rummage through a collection of vials and flasks on the wooden cabinet, ultimately finding one containing a potion. Watching Snape's busy silhouette, Luo Ya murmured, "I'm glad you returned early." She could scarcely fathom the chaos that would have ensued had Snape not been there to whisk her away from the Great Hall in time. Her entity could have wreaked havoc. With a sigh, she remarked, "I feel like an unstable nuclear bomb." While Snape slowly poured the powdered potion into the vial, his focus remained firmly on the girl behind him. It was only when he noticed her voice trailed off into silence that he turned to find her head bowed, her gaze vacant and devoid of vitality, as if her spirit had fled. Snape crouched before her, gently lifting her chin. "Miss Grindelwald, can you hear me?" The girl, still with her head down, showed no response. The snake venom clouded her cognitive abilities. Though her eyes were open, her consciousness had nearly vanished. He positioned the vial of potion at her lips, but Luo Ya kept her mouth tightly shut, making it impossible for him to administer the remedy despite several attempts. After a moment of hesitation, he resorted to prying her lips apart with his fingers, forcing the potion into her mouth. The bitter concoction cascaded down her throat, prompting her to cough involuntarily, momentarily awakening her senses as excess liquid trickled from her mouth. Snape gently soothed her back, repeating his inquiry, "Can you hear me?" With her faculties returning, Luo Ya nodded. Accepting the handkerchief Snape offered to wipe her mouth, he then retrieved a vial of purple potion from a shelf. "Must I drink more?" she lamented, her face drawn in dismay. The previous potion had been an antidote for the snake venom. This new vial contained a remedy to suppress the entity within her. Formulated with new herbs and recipes, it promised far better efficacy than any she had previously taken. With a sense of resignation, she gulped it down to "It's absolutely dreadful." Snape, remaining silent, opened a drawer and produced a box of sweets. Placing it in her palm, that he recalled the days before her enrollment, during which she would invariably complain about the bitterness of the potions he brewed, prompting him to buy numerous muggle candies to offer her afterward. This habit had unwittingly persisted to the present. By the time he realized it, his office drawer was filled with sweets. Although Luo Ya typically took her potions and departed without lingering, the candies had remained untouched. After consuming a piece of candy, Luo Ya felt the bitterness in her mouth dissipate significantly. The antidote for the snake venom was taking effect, and Snape observed her breathing become more even, her complexion improving compared to before. The effects of the entity-suppressing potion would require some time to manifest, and he instructed her to remain there until he could ensure the entity was thoroughly subdued before allowing her to leave. With nothing else to occupy her, Luo Ya settled into the office chair, consuming candy one after another. Meanwhile, Snape meticulously measured and mixed newly acquired herbs in a cauldron, igniting it with his wand to prepare a larger batch for future use. Feeling a sense of boredom, Luo Ya began to engage Snape in idle chatter, though most of the conversation consisted of her speaking while he remained expressionless, merely listening. "Did you know, Mr. Weasley once showed me an old prophecy newspaper. It contained an academic paper on the entity. The candy box neared emptiness." Luo Ya, regaining some strength, began rummaging through Snape's drawer, to which he allowed her free rein. She unearthed several more boxes of sweets. It mentioned that the entity could cause memory confusion and fragmented amnesia. Mr. Weasley concluded that I must have forgotten something. Snape's stirring of the cauldron faltered momentarily, but I have no idea what I might have forgotten. I've tried to think, yet nothing comes to mind. I hope I don't end up with dementia. It's a terrifying thought. Luo Ya continued. If you hadn't intervened in time, and the entity had overwhelmed me, perhaps by the next day, I would have forgotten you. She paused, then donned a mischievous smile, elongating her words. Who knows, maybe we were acquainted once before, and I completely forgot you. Snape's hand froze, and he abruptly turned, inadvertently knocking over several vials on the wooden table. The image of the great hall ablaze with blue flames flashed in his mind. Instinctively, he glanced at her, while Luo Ya returned his gaze with a look of confusion. Snape set down the stirring rod, hurriedly approaching her, and scrutinized her eyes intently. Their dark and sapphire gazes locked for what felt like an eternity, time seemingly suspended. Luo Ya felt bewildered by his scrutiny. It had merely been a jest. How could she have possibly known Snape before? His reaction was peculiarly intense. Snape swallowed hard, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet hesitated, fearing a negative response, with utmost caution. He asked, "Are you?" Luo Ya was taken aback, hearing the tremor in his voice. Huh? Who? Lily Evans. How could she possibly resemble Lily? She had blonde hair and blue eyes, while Lily had red hair and green eyes. There was no resemblance whatsoever. Luo Ya's expression darkened. I am a Grindelwald, not an Evans. Snape momentarily stiffened. Then he averted his gaze in despair. He bitterly mocked himself for being so foolishly enchanted, lamenting his deep longing for the departed, to the point of momentarily believing in the absurd notions of reincarnation found in Muggle literature. Moreover, she was merely an 11-year-old child. Luo Ya, distressed, bit down on another piece of candy, contemplating how her recent surge of magic had wreaked havoc in the Great Hall, and how she would face Professor McGonagall's stern expression. The thought caused her to feel that the candy in her mouth had lost its sweetness. Tossing the wrapper into the bin, she impulsively remarked that she would have been better off attending Durmstrang to avoid being disliked here. Snape hesitated for a long moment as he gazed at Luo Ya's face. If you truly wish to transfer, Headmaster Dumbledore will assist you with the paperwork, but I would prefer you to remain at Hogwarts. Luo Ya was aware of the gentle, white-bearded old man who had shown her great kindness. Leaving him for Durmstrang would be rather ungrateful. I was just joking. Snape, why did you take it seriously? Besides, weren't you tasked with creating a potion to suppress the effects of the murmuring? Clearly, I cannot go to Durmstrang. Snape, staring into her blue eyes, finally spoke. If you wish to go to Durmstrang, I shall accompany you. He understood that Durmstrang's invitation was merely Karkaroff's attempt to exploit her. Like himself, Karkaroff was a Death Eater, and his words could not be trusted. Yet, as Karkaroff had suggested, with Luo Ya's abilities and talents, she would undoubtedly become an exceptional dark wizard at Durmstrang. However, he could not bear the thought of her going alone. Upon hearing Snape's words, Luo Ya slowly raised her head, perplexed. Why? Why would you do this? Why go to such lengths? Before she could finish her thought, blood began to flow from her nose, dripping onto her robes. Snape, unusually flustered, watched as Luo Ya grimaced, her body trembling slightly, and the dark substance began to materialize around her once more. Luo Ya gripped the armrests of her chair tightly. Snape, your new potion seems to be too slow-acting. I can't contain the murmuring anymore. Your office is at risk. She hoped Snape had bought insurance for his office in advance. The entire room trembled. Objects around them began to shatter, one after another. The dangerous black substance emanated from Luo Ya's body. Her form suddenly bent unnaturally, and Snape swiftly pressed down on her shoulders, forcing her back into her seat. You must regain control. I have warned you about the severe aftereffects of the murmuring. It could even cost you your life. Luo Ya struggled against the overwhelming force threatening to erupt, her nails clawing at the armrest in a frantic release, exerting such pressure that several of her nails splintered. Snape was compelled to grasp her hands, feeling the chilling cold of her fingertips. The Daily Prophecy stated that the murmuring could cause memory confusion and fragmented amnesia, that if you hadn't stopped me just now, I might have lost all memory of you by tomorrow. Luo Ya's earlier words echoed in Snape's mind. For a fleeting moment, a wave of panic engulfed him. Would Luo Ya still remember him after the murmuring's chaos? He could not bear to imagine her looking at him as if he were a stranger. His chaotic thoughts drained the color from his face. Yet he endeavored to soothe Luo Ya, wishing to help her find calm. It's easy for you to say. My body feels like it's about to tear apart from within. She gasped, her breath erratic as the floating black substance multiplied at a visibly alarming rate. Struggling to remain conscious, she pondered whether the murmuring could be halted if the host were to unexpectedly fall into a coma before it erupted. With a sense of desperation, she called out to Snape, "Why not cast a spell to knock me unconscious or something? Just a quick spell to put me out cold might stop the murmuring from going haywire." Snape looked at her in astonishment, his expression a complex mix of emotions that, "If you don't put me to sleep, your office will bid you farewell. I feel like a nuclear bomb, and if I blow up Hogwarts, I certainly don't want my own murmuring to demolish this 1,000-year-old castle." "Enough," he declared, unable to bring himself to act. Observing Snape's inaction, Luo Ya, in frustration, couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you capable or not? If you can't, I'll do it myself. I'll knock myself out." With that, she snatched Snape's wand from the desk and this desperate moment. It didn't matter whose wand it was crucial to use it. She tightly gripped the wand's tip, aiming it at her temple. But before she could utter the incantation, Snape swiftly seized the wand to prevent her from harming herself. Snape's mind was in a turmoil. The new potion ingredients he had painstakingly acquired were yielding results far below his expectations. The efficacy was significantly slower than the potions Luo Ya had previously taken. Regret washed over him. He should never have used this new concoction. A tempest of dark energy began to swirl around Luo Ya, wreaking havoc on everything it touched. Potion bottles on the shelf shattered one after another, shards flying in all directions. The ceiling, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, began to crack, with large chunks of debris threatening to fall. Snape dropped to one knee, one hand cradling Luo Ya's disheveled hair to protect her head while pulling her firmly into his embrace. Luo Ya's forehead rested against his chest. It was only when the debris fell and struck him that she heard Snape emit a muffled groan. Fortunately, just in the nick of time, the new potion's effects kicked in, suppressing the murmuring before it could explode. The office lay in utter disarray. The master of the murmuring, having exhausted her magical energy, had lost consciousness. Snape gasped for breath. Looking down at Luo Ya, he brushed the dust and debris from her golden hair, calling her name with concern. Luo Ya hung her head, offering no response. Suddenly, a gasp and the sound of books dropping echoed from the doorway. Snape turned towards the sound. Two Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff girls stood frozen in shock behind the door, which had been flung open by the chaotic magic. Qiu Zhang and a second-year Hufflepuff girl had been standing outside Snape's office, clutching a stack of potion assignments, just as Qiu Zhang was about to knock. She heard the explosive sounds from within and instinctively stepped back. The door burst open under the force of the magical backlash, revealing a scene of utter chaos. Amidst the swirling dust, Qiu Zhang spotted two figures. Professor Snape was half kneeling on the ground, cradling a girl in his arms. Qiu Zhang stood in stunned silence, astonished to see their typically icy potions professor now wearing a look of deep concern for the girl. The golden-haired, blue-eyed Gryffindor girl was instantly recognizable to Qiu Zhang. "Luo Ya Grindelwald," she murmured, the girl who had captured the affection of her secret crush. "Luo Ya Grindelwald," she repeated, barely able to contain her astonishment. "Get out!" Snape's voice suddenly turned harsh, causing Qiu Zhang to flinch in fear. Rising to his feet, he shielded Luo Ya with his black cloak and cast a stern glance at the two girls by the door. "Who permitted you to enter?" The second-year Hufflepuff student appeared visibly distressed as she tremulously implored. "Professor, we did not mean to intrude. We merely came to deliver our homework." Severus Snape's expression darkened ominously. The young Hufflepuff continued to apologize in a flustered manner. "I truly did not intend to disturb you." Snape's countenance grew even more forbidding. Qiu Zhang stood frozen in place, equally at a loss. With a vigorous flick of his wand, Snape forcefully closed the wooden door of his office, barring them from entry. The little witch from Hufflepuff bent down to retrieve the scattered homework on the floor, her brow furrowed as she lamented the unfortunate timing of her visit alongside Qiu Zhang. The mere thought of Professor Snape's grim and intimidating visage sent cold sweat down her spine. Surely, he was furious, so much so that he even forgot to deduct points. Having seen what she should not have, she resolved never to deliver homework again, secretly fearing that she might receive a 0 for the final exam. She dusted off the homework and neatly stacked it. Turning back, she noticed Qiu Zhang still in a daze, The homework sprawled at her feet, her gaze contemplative as she looked towards Snape's office. The kind-hearted Badger assisted her in picking up the homework, prompting Qiu Zhang to thank her hurriedly as she snapped back to reality, observing Qiu Zhang casting furtive glances towards the office. The Badger inquired, "Do you know the Gryffindor inside?" "Yes, it's Loia Grindelwald, a first year from Gryffindor. I met her on the Hogwarts Express, but we're not very familiar to a group of senior students, just emerging from class." Jovially brushed past them. Qiu Zhang spoke in a subdued tone. "Why is Loia Grindelwald so close to Professor Snape?" The seniors, catching wind of the mention of Snape's closeness to someone, directed curious looks towards them, seemingly eager to inquire further. The Badger quickly nudged her with an elbow, whispering, "Don't speak carelessly. Someone might overhear." Yet, Qiu Zhang insisted, "But I clearly saw Professor Snape and Loia." The seniors standing nearby perked up their ears. The Badger immediately interrupted her, patting her shoulder and gently urging her to move away from the corridor. "Come on, Qiu, let's go before Professor Snape comes out and deducts points." The chaotic office finally returned to silence, occasionally disturbed by the sound of crumbling dust falling from the cracked ceiling. The impending eruption had transformed the office into a desolate ruin. Snape crouched down, attempting to assess Loia's condition. A flickering glow emanated from the tip of his wand, illuminating the scene that he observed Loia's fingers twitch slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. That Snape's taut heart could finally ease a fraction, and he extended his hand to help Loia rise. The girl gradually lifted her head, her cold, mocking laughter reaching Snape's ears. A sickening sound echoed, akin to flesh being pierced, as everything before Snape suddenly froze. Excruciating pain jolted his senses, and he slowly shifted his gaze. In Loia's hand was a shard of sharp glass, now embedded in his abdomen. His dark eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. This was not Loia. Loia would never regard him with such a gaze, nor would she smile in that manner. Snape felt the dark mark on his arm begin to burn. That it was Voldemort. The silent surge of power had drained Loia's strength, and in her most vulnerable, unconscious state, Voldemort had seized control over her. Snape clutched his abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers. Loia tightened her grip on the shard, driving it deeper into his wound. Her hand, gripped so fiercely, was cut by the glass, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. Even squinting in delight at Snape's suffering, Snape's bloodied fingers trembled as they grasped Loia's hand, their blood mingling and dripping onto his dark robes. Leaning closer, Loia whispered in his ear, "My servant, Severus, have you chosen whom to pledge your loyalty to?" She erupted into laughter, suddenly yanking the shard out. Snape coughed violently. Blood gushed from his wound, pooling onto the floor in vivid crimson. The heavy stench of blood filled the air. Beads of sweat streamed down his body as the searing pain in his abdomen drained him of strength, leaving him unable to stand, collapsing weakly beside the wooden table. Snape pressed his hand against the gaping wound on his right side, biting down on his lip to stave off unconsciousness, raising his gaze to Loia. She paced the ruined office, her tone leisurely as she remarked, "Severus, you once held great value to me." She cast a glance at the weakened Snape. "Now, however, you are quite disappointing." In the dim light, she slowly raised her hands, admiring the bloodstains in her palms as one would a perfect work of art. Snape heard Voldemort lamenting the purity of her bloodline, yet regretting its immaturity. Suddenly, Loia appeared to recall something amusing. Halting abruptly, Snape's heart raced as he beheld Loia as pale, bloodied hand pressing the glass shard against her own throat. Life is fragile. A mere cut would cause her delicate throat to bleed profusely. Voldemort was using Loia's life as leverage against him. "Please, do not harm her." The Loia, under Voldemort's control, tilted her head, as if deliberately provoking Snape, making a shallow cut across her slender neck with the sharp shard. "So, Severus, have you truly decided for whom your loyalty lies? I beg you, spare her." Snape's voice trembled with desperation. Voldemort scoffed disdainfully, surveying Snape from a position of superiority. "What are you willing to offer?" "Severus, author's note, there's truly no cruelty." Voldemort sneered wickedly. "What are you willing to offer, Severus?" Snape weakly clutched his wound, the blood flowing from it gradually sapping his strength. His consciousness began to blur. Yet he remained fixated on the girl controlled by Voldemort. Everything. Just when Voldemort believed he had firmly grasped his servant's fatal weakness, capable of coercing him to fulfill his plans, it seemed that not all was unfolding as he desired. The ruined office welcomed another uninvited guest. A shroud of black veils enveloped the entire room. Voldemort's eyes widened in shock. The swirling black veils suddenly penetrated Loia's body, followed by the consciousness of the uninvited guest rushing in alongside the veils. Centered around Loia, magical energy coalesced into a storm, wreaking havoc upon everything, further exacerbating the already dilapidated state of the room. Her closed eyes slowly opened, revealing an unusual gaze, her blue irises radiating an icy chill. Loia's voice, infused with a haughty and untamed spirit that did not belong to this body, echoed, "Get out of her body!" Two distinct magical forces collided with one another. Voldemort's consciousness emitted a piercing wail as the uninvited guest's formidable magic compelled him to flee. Once tranquility was restored, Snape observed the girl sporting a contemptuous smile as she critiqued Voldemort. Merely a terrorist from a remote village. Loia directed her gaze toward her bloodied palm. Frowning, she scrutinized the crimson stains for a long while, and eventually, her furrowed brow relaxed, accompanied by a hint of compassion. It was only then that noticed Snape, half alive and leaning against the ruins, a figure of little significance or value to her. She raised an eyebrow, her tone imbued with undeniable authority. "What are you dawdling for? Do tend to my daughter's wounds." X33XS.com. It was Gellert Grindelwald's consciousness that had taken residence within her daughter. Gellert Grindelwald could scarcely recall how long he had been imprisoned in Ermengarde. Here, the distinction between day and night seemed to blur, with only the roar of crashing waves echoing around him. As usual, he sat in the dim corner of his cell until he felt a blinding light envelop him. When the radiance subsided, he discovered his consciousness drifting like a specter in an unfamiliar room. This chamber had recently endured a violent assault. At its center stood a girl with golden hair and blue eyes. The call of blood resonated within him. Grindelwald instantly recognized her as the child of himself and Dumbledore. That summer in Godric's Hollow, their youthful hearts entwined, forging bonds through shared ideals. Their blood mingled. And through the life they sacrificed, a forbidden magic birthed a boy and a girl. They had hoped that when their children opened their eyes, they would be greeted by a world remade by their hands. Grindelwald and Dumbledore had resolved to temporarily encase the two slumbering infants in magical stasis, hidden within a desolate mountain range, surrounded by layers of protective and concealing spells. Little did Grindelwald anticipate that the hearts of others would soon turn covetous. Years later, his children were stolen in a fit of rage. He nearly razed the entire forested mountain to the ground, while his followers trembled behind him. Even after his rift with Dumbledore, they never ceased their search for their bloodline, yet remained fruitless. And now, his reclaimed daughter stood before him, her consciousness ensnared by a vile force. Who dared to challenge him? His overwhelming magic expelled the foul entity. Grindelwald now inhabited his daughter's body. And before her consciousness awakened, he had a brief window of freedom that he longed to see as Albus. Loia toyed with a wand ensnared by dark mist. Truly, she was his daughter. Even her wand was extraordinary. Crafted from the spine of a dark wizard, Loia, Gellert Grindelwald, strode down the corridor towards the headmaster's office, hands clasped behind her back and head held high, exuding an imperial presence. Merely her presence caused portraits to shriek and flee, some even scrambling into others' frames. In truth, Loia was well-liked at Hogwarts. With her sweet and charming appearance and formidable prowess, she garnered affection from all but Slytherin. Yet now, an oppressive aura emanating from her, far beyond her years, sent shivers down the spines of those around her. A mere glance from her sharp eyes silenced the corridor, as pedestrians instinctively retreated, none daring to approach her. How could an 11-year-old girl possess such a piercing gaze? To Grindelwald, these Hogwarts students were merely a gaggle of naive children. Loia turned to encounter a golden-haired boy, accompanied by two frightened, portly companions, rushing toward her with reckless abandon. The boy, concerned, inquired about her daughter. Malfoy stared into Loia's mismatched eyes, instinctively asking, "What happened to your eyes?" Grindelwald scrutinized the boy, whose meticulously slicked hair gleamed like an eggshell. Malfoy shivered involuntarily, while his two bumbling companions trembled visibly. With a disdainful huff, Grindelwald flicked his sleeve and strode away. His senses always keen, he easily overheard the two little miscreants adorned in green Slytherin robes muttering, "Isn't Loia Grindelwald serving detention in the Forbidden Forest? How dare she show herself here?" Grindelwald's expression darkened. The two Slytherins fell silent. Moments later, he seized one by the collar and hurled him out the window. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he marched toward the Forbidden Forest. He encountered a half-giant, Hagrid, who bore a massive stone crossbow slung over his shoulder. With a quiver full of arrows hanging at his side, Fong trotting closely behind, the affable Hagrid greeted Loia, yet Grindelwald could not be bothered to return his gaze. Hagrid had already heard of Professor McGonagall's punishment, sending her to the Forbidden Forest for a week of detention, and with his customary warmth, he intended to console Loia. Filch, passing by, chuckled maliciously, relishing the prospect of this little girl facing her comeuppance. However, the very subject of their conversation stood before them, unfazed, as she waved her hand and ignited the Forbidden Forest with blue flames. In the astonished gaze of Hagrid and Filch, whose jaws dropped in disbelief. Grindelwald departed with effortless grace that he soon stumbled upon a wrinkled old woman around a corner of the corridor. Professor McGonagall regarded her with a complex expression after the ruckus in the Great Hall. Dumbledore had sought her out for a private conversation. She had struggled to digest the fact that Dumbledore had a daughter, and one with such a reputation. She finally processed this revelation. Seeing Loia before her, she appeared as though she wished to speak, but could not find the words. After all, her previous biases had not inclined her to treat Miss Grindelwald with kindness. Filch, covered in smoke and limping, rushed to Professor McGonagall, seeking her aid. Professor McGonagall, Loia Grindelwald set the Forbidden Forest ablaze with blue flames. The centaurs were frantically attempting to extinguish the fire that McGonagall gazed at Loia in shock. "How could you?" Grindelwald's eyes flashed with impatience. "Are you instructing me?" McGonagall stood frozen, rendered speechless. Grindelwald suddenly felt something tugging at his daughter's pant leg. He looked down to see a niffler. His daughter's pet was a niffler. Where had Dumbledore acquired such a creature? It must be that cursed Newt Scamander. His Albus must have met with his beloved student, Newt Scamander, behind his back, and could see this thought. Grindelwald's temples throbbed. He seized the niffler, and amidst its pitiful gaze, tossed it into a nearby trash bin. If, upon meeting Albus, he still possessed awareness, and his soul had not yet returned to that prisoner's body, he would certainly procure a more suitable pet for his daughter. One that was decidedly not a creature from the Scamander family. The grievously wounded flesh throbbed with excruciating pain as the blood seeping from the injury gradually saturated the floor. Severus Snape was hastily attending to the wound. Fortunate that this office, ravaged by a surge of magical chaos, concealed a little-known underground chamber. The remnants of some potions within the chamber had miraculously escaped destruction, dragging his increasingly numb body, weakened from excessive blood loss. Each step jostled the wound, igniting a spasm of pain. Sweat trickled down from his brow as he strained to retrieve a healing potion from the shelf. After Snape had bandaged the wound on Gellert Grindelwald's daughter, the infamous dark wizard swaggered off to seek out Albus Dumbledore. If the entity possessing Loia was indeed the true Gellert Grindelwald, Snape felt an unexpected sense of relief. This Dark Lord would undoubtedly safeguard his lineage. While tending to Loia's injury, Grindelwald casually gestured with his left hand, an act that might have gone unnoticed by ordinary wizards. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Snape discerned it as a silent, wandless spell, a protective enchantment. In his youth, he had stumbled upon similar magic within the pages of forbidden tomes in the library. This spell shielded the consciousness and soul of its recipient from any external forces. Grindelwald had cast a protective charm on his daughter, ensuring that as long as he drew breath, the spell would endure, rendering her invulnerable to Voldemort or any of his dark machinations. Such a protective incantation would be exceedingly difficult to break. Snape was certain that even spells aimed at extracting thoughts or administering truth serums would falter against the Dark Lord's safeguard. For the time being, Loia would remain secure. However, Snape's own injuries were far from promising. He managed a bitter smile, recalling his earlier promise to find time to teach Loia the spell she wished to learn. Given his current state, such an undertaking was now implausible. after addressing his wound. He still felt an overwhelming chill. Leaning against the wall, he unknowingly succumbed to unconsciousness. Such is the irony of this world that after casting a Niffler into the refuse, Grindelwald encountered his most detested adversary, Newt Scamander. Oh, but wait. Having languished in the confines of Nurmengard for half a century, Newt Scamander should have transformed into a frail old man, toothless and balding, with a shuffling gait, the diminutive figure before him. Resembling a younger version of Newt Scamander must surely be his grandson, by virtue of his lineage. Newt Scamander's grandson instantaneously became the target of Grindelwald's malevolence. The young Scamander, visibly anxious, gazed at Loia, who had suddenly obstructed his path. Unacquainted with his first-year Gryffindor, he nonetheless recoiled from the fierce aura radiating from her, a stark contrast to his grandfather's introverted disposition. As a Hufflepuff, he observed the increasingly perilous expression on Loia's face. Scamander's grandson pondered, what could possibly explain Albus Dumbledore's fondness for your grandfather? How could he possibly know? The boy, drenched in cold sweat and driven by a primal instinct for survival, stammered that his father might not have even been born at that time. Thus he was utterly oblivious to the connection between his grandfather, Dumbledore, and the formidable figure before him, T.O. Grindelwald. It mattered not. Since he could not capture Newt, he would seize his grandson instead. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. The Hufflepuff youth was so intimidated by the darkness in his adversary's gaze that he promptly fainted on the spot. Grindelwald, hands clasped behind his back, coldly regarded the unconscious boy sprawled on the ground. His expression icy. Mr. Scamander, do you believe Dumbledore will mourn for your grandson? Ultimately, the unfortunate grandson of Newt was hoisted away by two well-meaning badgers. Grindelwald looked on with disdain at their hasty retreat. He then keenly overheard a few youngsters whispering about Dumbledore's recent visit to the hospital wing to check on the limping Harry Potter. Harry Potter? Grindelwald belatedly realized that he was out of touch with the current times. Dumbledore's favored pupil had shifted from Newt Scamander to Harry Potter. Jealousy twisted his features, and a raging fire ignited within him. The Dark Lord resolved that although he was unfamiliar with Harry Potter, he would first confront Dumbledore and subsequently deal with the other leg of the boy whom Dumbledore so dearly cared for. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, until he finally laid eyes on Albus, at which point his previous fury evaporated without a trace. The elder with the white beard stood with his back to Grindelwald, engaged in discussion with several professors. Grindelwald observed him. It had been half a century since their last encounter. Dumbledore appeared significantly aged, the passage of time having etched its marks upon him. Yet he remained as Albus. Just before Dumbledore turned to face him, Grindelwald considered whether to first tidy his unruly hair. Given that his consciousness was currently residing in his daughter's body, he thought it might be unwise for her to sport a disheveled pineapple hairstyle. Ultimately, he decided against it. Dumbledore sensed a gaze upon him and turned to look in Grindelwald's direction. Their eyes met, and his bright azure irises widened slightly, a fleeting emotion passing between them that was inscrutable to any onlooker, yet he seemed to whisper his name. They regarded one another for an extended moment, uncertain of who initiated the step toward one another. However, fate intervened. A bludger whistled past, striking his daughter squarely on the head. Loia collapsed instantly. While Grindelwald's consciousness was forcibly yanked from her body, he witnessed Albus hurriedly approaching him. Just as his consciousness threatened to dissolve back into the confines of Nurmengard, he gritted his teeth, spotting a Gryffindor lad on a broomstick, frantically tugging at his hair in a state of disarray after inadvertently striking someone. Wood, not far off, was explaining the rules of Quidditch to several new recruits, including how to hit bludgers away. As he swung his bat, he inadvertently sent the bludger soaring far beyond what he anticipated. Squinting into the distance, he sensed something was amiss. Fred and George Weasley, ever the instigators, poked their heads out from the corridor and shouted, "Wood, your bludger knocked out Loia." Dumbledore's expression darkened at the scene. "Wood, you're in trouble. Pray for your salvation." Upon hearing the twins' gleeful remarks, Wood's vision darkened, his face a mask of despair. The 33 Novel Network, the new recruits behind hurried to support the swaying captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. This abrupt blow indeed caused Luo Ya to spend an entire day in the infirmary. Fortunately, Dumbledore, in consideration of Lea's hospitalization, unilaterally suggested to Principal McGonagall that the final of the spell competition be postponed for a few days, allowing Lea to recuperate in peace during this time. The author has something to say. In the next chapter, the perspective will return to our female protagonist. Loia reclined on the pristine white sheets, as the snow outside cloaked Hogwarts Castle in a silvery sheen. She was recovering rapidly. Merely 2 days had sufficed for her condition to be described as lively and sprightly, entirely devoid of the demeanor typical of a patient. She longed to request her discharge, yet Madame Pomfrey sternly refused her plea. Although Madame Pomfrey was equally astonished by Lea's miraculous healing speed, she firmly believed that Loia required further observation and rest in the infirmary. Left with no choice, the idle Lea asked Hermione to bring her the unfinished scarf she was knitting for the Niffler. Her bedside was piled high with mountains of snacks and flowers sent by visiting little lions. Hermione prepared a small plate of cake for her, and throughout her hospitalization, her kind roommate Hermione provided her with meticulous care, drawing the envy of the few solitary patients in the adjacent beds. Ron's feet were surrounded by heaps of snack wrappers. Due to Lea's generous nature towards her friends, she willingly shared her treats, prompting Ron to carelessly tear open another chocolate frog and pop it into his mouth. With his mouth stuffed, he mumbled, "What is this hideous thing you've knitted?" "It's a scarf for the Niffler," Lea replied. Ron grimaced. "I thought it was a pair of tattered socks. It was indeed a rather failed attempt." Loia realized that, as a girl, whether in her previous life or this one, she was utterly inept at the domestic skills that ordinary young ladies excelled in. This ensured that she would never become the gentle and dutiful wife envisioned by some men. And besides, she herself did not mind. Being single was not a bad thing at all. It seemed that all her talents were dedicated to the magical arts of combat. Dumbledore had visited her on the very first day. She was struck unconscious by the bludger. Her hospital room had not been desolate these past few days. In fact, it was bustling to the point of altering Madame Pomfrey's demeanor, as it was always filled with visitors. George and Fred would drop by after classes, while the guilt-ridden Oliver would only dare to enter when Dumbledore was absent. Soon as George and Fred arrived, they began their usual game of Guess Who I Am, not giving them a chance to finish. Lea interjected, Stop! I refuse to partake in such a tedious game." She had no interest in such childish amusements. She recalled that Fred bore a permanent scar from his injury at the temple, making it easy to distinguish who was who. Why were they still playing this guessing game? However, today Fred's face showed no sign of injury. Loia observed with mild surprise, and Fred, in a cooperative manner, leaned forward to close the distance, allowing her to scrutinize him closely. "Fred, where has your scar gone?" Fred displayed a triumphant smile. The other twin burst into laughter. "I'm Fred. You guessed wrong. How infuriating to have fallen into their trap." Loia rolled her eyes. George pulled a glass vial from his pocket. "This is our newly developed scar removal potion. In just a few days, the scar will be as good as new. Here, for you." Loia took the small bottle George handed her, somewhat worried it might be one of the twins' tricks, such as turning her into a bird. Seeing Leia's doubtful expression, Fred calmly opened the cap and poured a drop into his palm. Applying it, and after a few minutes with no signs of strange mischief occurring, Loia finally felt reassured. She dabbed the potion onto the scar on her palm. In truth, her scar was not very noticeable and seemed to fade more each day. Even without the potion, she believed it would disappear in a few days. Sometimes she wondered if this body had some sort of cheat. However, recalling that they had lost all their savings due to losing the first match of the spell competition, Loia applied the potion while apologizing. "I'm sorry for causing you to lose all your pocket money in the first match." The twin smiled and assured her it was no concern. They continued, "We plan to open a magical prank shop." Loia looked at them in astonishment. Did twins in movies really start businesses this early? Moreover, did they have enough pocket money to open a shop? Seemingly sensing Loia's confusion, George proudly declared, "Thanks to you, we bet everything on you for the subsequent matches, and your 7 consecutive victories allowed us to earn quite a fortune." The righteous Ron interjected, exposing the twins' lie. "In your first match, they didn't bet on you. They bet on the opposing team and made a killing. Are you really my friends? Betting against me?" Upon being exposed, George and Fred's eyes became shifty, and they awkwardly explained, "You were teamed up with Malfoy, Everyone bet against you, while Slytherin bet on Malfoy, that we initially planned to bet on you, but the last moment we thought if we bet against, we might strike it rich overnight. In truth, they had not only earned from Gryffindor and Slytherin's money. In the first match, most of the four houses had bet on their own teams. By betting against, George and Fred effectively earned from all of Hogwarts. Loia scowled, uttering two words. Friendship over. I said over. Fred and George clutched their chests, feigning a tragic expression. Loia replied, if friendship is over, then how far can love be? Beautiful lady, shall we? Stop. What on earth is this? Loia sighed in exasperation, conceding, all right, fine, I can't win an argument against both of you, but I'm not angry. The comedic duo of Fred and George chuckled. These two were always up to mischief. In the finals, we'll bet everything on you to as long as you win a match. Our funds will be secured, and we'll consider you a silent partner. You could be the boss of our magical prank shop, and the profit sharing will be at your discretion. I will do my utmost in the match, but please spare me the title of boss. It sounds odd, and I have no need for a partnership. I'm not short on money. Fred then pulled out a bizarre candy from his pocket. We have a new product, nosebleed nougat. After consuming it, one will have a nosebleed that one tea stop is sure to become a hot seller. Want to try? Fred eagerly introduced that this your reason for visiting a sick person, to make the patient a test subject? Delivering pranks disguised as snacks for the patient. They indeed had their intent. Fred and George, having been caught, still laughed heartily, showing no signs of remorse. Loia was certainly not going to be a test subject. Nor would she allow her caring best friend Hermione to become one. Ron, well aware of his two brothers' mischievous nature, refused to partake who would become the test subject. All eyes unconsciously turned toward another person in the hospital room. Oliver Wood, suddenly becoming the focus of attention. Wood's face was one of panic. His gaze also fell upon him. Indeed, Wood was a suitable candidate. Convinced of his wrongdoing, Wood bravely swallowed a piece of nosebleed nougat. Before long, he began to bleed profusely from his nose. George and Fred excitedly observed the gushing Wood, applauding. Excellent. The effect is fantastic. This dosage seems just right. It will surely sell like hotcakes, observing Wood's pitiful state. Loia kindly suggested to Fred and George, perhaps you should give Oliver the antidote. Antidote? What antidote? We have yet to discover an antidote. Wood lamented despairingly. Loia, could you summon Madame Pomfrey to come to my rescue? Loia's hospital room was perpetually crowded with visitors, including the Quidditch players from Gryffindor, who had come to pay their respects. A young wizard among them had casually brought a radio, which now played the peculiar songs of the Weird Sisters in an almost Muggle rock style. The volume of the radio grew increasingly loud, transforming the ward into what felt like a dance party. Madame Pomfrey's expression was one of dismay. This was no hospital room. It resembled a bustling market. Due to Dumbledore's special allowance for the youth, she had no choice but to endure the chaos. The ward was in disarray, and Loia remained oblivious to the shadows flitting about in the corridor. Cedric from Hufflepuff stood hesitantly outside the door, unsure whether to knock. News of Loia's hospitalization spread quickly among the boisterous Gryffindors, and upon learning that she had been gravely injured by a bludger and was unconscious, Cedric rushed to the hospital wing, his forehead damp with sweat. He lingered in the corridor, too timid to step inside the room. His housemates, who had come to join the commotion, observed him with concern. Noting his reluctance to enter and check on the Gryffindor girl, one of them urged, Cedric, if you're so worried about her, why not go in and see her? Cedric's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. I'm afraid she doesn't wish to see me. For Cedric, Loia's absence from his Quidditch practice, following her silent rejection of his invitation, had diminished his courage to intrude upon her now. However, upon hearing of her injury and hospitalization, he found himself unable to restrain his instincts. Fearing that his presence might be a burden to Loia, he dared only to stand outside the door, cautiously peering through the gap in the wooden door at the blonde girl within. His friends sighed silently. Although they were not Gryffindor, being mere Hufflepuffs, they possessed courage in critical moments. The friend chattered on while nudging Cedric toward the ward. You must speak to her face to face. Standing foolishly outside isn't the solution. Unfortunately, just as Cedric was being pushed into the room by his friends, the noise escalated to such a degree that even Weasley fireworks erupted from the ward, prompting Madame Pomfrey to finally lose her temper. She admonished that patience needed tranquility, and the group of lions fell silent at last. Madame Pomfrey stormed out of the ward, firmly shutting the door behind her, determined to prevent any further visitors, including Cedric, from entering. Cedric's friends immediately defended him, saying, "Madame Pomfrey, there are so many Gryffindors inside. Why can't we go in?" "Miss Grindelwald requires rest and recuperation," she replied, "and that is final." Dejected, Cedric lowered his head, and after a moment of silence, he entrusted Madame Pomfrey with a gift he had intended for Loia. Observing Cedric's obedient demeanor, Madame Pomfrey accepted the gift with satisfaction. Cedric cast one last lingering glance at Loia in the ward before reluctantly stepping away. The hospital wing soon brought in several young wizards with broken arms from the Quidditch pitch. The young wizards cried out in pain, causing Madame Pomfrey to become overwhelmed. She set the gift aside on a bench in the corridor as she rushed to tend to the new patients. Fred and George emerged from Loia's room and quickly noticed the unclaimed gift sitting on the bench, which piqued their curiosity. George, intrigued, unwrapped the box to discover a trendy couple's gift from Diagon Alley. The exquisite music box was designed as a crystal sphere, within which spun the Hogwarts castle. The enchanted music box radiated warmth when held, serving as a cozy hand warmer for girls during the cold winter months, and was highly favored among Hogwarts students. That it was likely a present from some boy to his hospitalized girlfriend. Given its popularity, the music box sold out almost daily, with boys braving the early morning snow to queue up for it, truly a labor of love. George played with the music box, tossing it into the air and attempting to catch it with a difficult spin. Fred cheered him on. However, when George repeated the precarious juggling act, the music box slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor, the castle inside crumbling to pieces. The twins finally realized the gravity of their blunder. They furtively glanced around the corridor to ensure no one had witnessed the mishap and hurriedly cleaned up the scene of the crime before making their escape. Once Madame Pomfrey finished her duties, she recalled the gift Cedric had asked her to deliver to Loia. By the time she returned, the box had vanished from the bench. Madame Pomfrey thought little of it, assuming that Loia had already taken the present, as the bench was directly across from her hospital room. The ward eventually fell silent, with two of Loia's fellow patients discharged early that morning. Loia nestled into her soft pillow until she was awakened by a mechanical electronic voice. "System, host, are you dead? If not, wake up quickly. If you die, I'm out of here. I'm very much alive." "No need to fret," she replied. "System, during your time under Voldemort's control, I summoned the consciousness of the Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald. You possess such abilities? Why not summon him again? System, such actions cannot be taken lightly. And summoning Gellert Grindelwald drained all my power." Loia pondered deeply. No wonder she had heard others say that she had burned the Forbidden Forest with blue flames, earning praise from the twins. Mischievous students had expressed their gratitude, relieved that they no longer had to perform community service in the Forbidden Forest for their misdeeds this term. However, the act of setting the Forbidden Forest ablaze was a feat accomplished while under Grindelwald's influence. Frankly, Loia felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of encountering Professor McGonagall again. She could only imagine how dark her expression would become, convinced that Loia was responsible. Loia could only shrug helplessly. "I remember completing the 7 consecutive victory tasks, yet your reward has yet to arrive." System, "About that. You wouldn't happen to be out of stock, would you?" System, "Nonsense, I am not such a destitute." System. Listening to its increasingly feeble voice, Loia felt skeptical. The system cleared its throat. "During your time under Voldemort's control, I summoned Gellert Grindelwald's consciousness to save you. Consider this your reward. Thus we are even." The system coughed a few more times. "The consciousness of your father in this world, Gellert Grindelwald, left you a gift before departing." Gellert had left her a gift? Loia's sapphire blue eyes sparkled as the system suggested she try using her wand to find out. Loia grasped her wand, mentally chanting, "Gellert's gift, manifest before me." Suddenly, blue flames erupted around her, forming a circular fire wall centered on her and a protective fire shield. The dazzling blue flames encircled her. Loia tentatively reached out to touch the flames. Her slender fingertips passed through the fire without causing her any pain, showing no signs of harm but a protective fire shield, one of Gellert Grindelwald's great spells, while the name of the spell might be misconstrued as a defensive incantation. It was, in fact, a fusion of offense and defense in her previous life. Loia recalled it being humorously referred to as Grindelwald's gas stove, imported from Europe, natural and pollution-free. You deserve to own one, however. Gellert's gas stove was undeniably impressive. However, the question that has perpetually eluded her understanding is whether the fire shield spell is classified as black magic or white magic, while the blue flames posed no threat to their master. Her sickbed was far less fortunate. The sheets and blankets were nearly ignited in an instant, but fortunately, the fire was contained and dealt with promptly before Madame Pomfrey could notice. System. Friendly reminder. Your spinewood wand is unsuitable for casting the fire shield spell, as it may lead to uncontrollable consequences. Exercise caution with the borrowed wand to avoid potential liabilities resulting from an explosion of the fire shield. We recommend you visit Ollivanders for a new wand. Since the shattering of her dragon heartstring wand, Loia had been borrowing wands from others due to recent competitions. Relying on borrowed wands was not a sustainable solution. It seemed she needed to call upon her temporary guardian, Snape, to accompany her back to Ollivander's wand shop. System. Due to the summoning of Grindelwald depleting all my energy, I must temporarily enter sleep mode to replenish my reserves. During this time, I hope the host will take care of themselves and refrain from reckless behavior. Loia dismissively waved her hand at the system. The following day, she knocked on Snape's office door. After a long wait with no response, she wondered if Snape had gone out to procure potion ingredients again. Just as she was about to turn away, the sound of an old wooden door creaking open caught her attention. Snape stood at the entrance, looking noticeably thinner and more pallid than before, his countenance marked by fatigue. Loia had never seen Snape appear so weak and worn. She reached out to tug at his sleeve. Her concern evident as she asked, "Are you unwell?" Unbeknownst to her, Loia lacked the memories from the time she was possessed by Voldemort and Grindelwald, and thus was unaware of the deep stab wound she had inflicted upon Snape's abdomen. Snape's gaze fell upon the girl's hand, gripping his robe. The snake venom wounds on Loia's palm and wrist had completely healed, leaving no trace of scars, which offered him some reassurance that I am fine. Snape replied, quietly, "It's hard to believe," she countered, noting his hoarse voice and the cancellation of recent potions classes, which had kept her from seeing him for days. "You are lying." Narrowed her eyes. Fully convinced of Snape's deception, she provocatively added, "If Professor Snape lies to me, then I shall lie to you every day." Snape regarded the girl in silence. Letting out a faint sigh, he gently ruffled her hair with his broad hand, his typically indifferent demeanor softening somewhat. Loia listened to his raspy voice as she reiterated, "It's nothing to worry about." Observing the obstinate Professor Snape, Loia decided to refrain from further comments, merely advising him to rest well. The matter of the wand would have to be set aside for the time being. She did not wish to burden the ailing Snape with her errands, preferring instead that he recuperate in peace. Qiu Zhang absent-mindedly poked at the food on her plate. Seeing that her friend Dana was entirely preoccupied with her meal, she inquired about the source of her distraction. "That I once visited Professor Snape's office to deliver my homework, and I saw him being quite close with a Gryffindor girl." That Dana's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a fit of laughter. "Qiu, you must be joking with that gloomy face of Professor Snape. What girl would dare approach him?" Faced with skepticism, Qiu frowned and angrily set down her fork. "I saw it with my own eyes. Professor Snape was holding Loia Grindelwald." Her friend remained unconvinced, her shoulders shaking with laughter. "Qiu, instead of worrying about such matters, why not focus on your own affairs?" Dana cast a glance at the Hufflepuff table. Following her gaze, Qiu spotted Cedric and his friends just taking their seats. This third-year Hufflepuff, known for his excellent academic performance, handsome appearance, and gentle disposition, drew the attention of many young ladies the moment he entered the hall. Adding to his allure, rumors of a recent heartbreak lent him an air of melancholy that only heightened the sympathy of the girls present. Dana took a bite of her bread and remarked, "I heard Cedric was dumped by a Gryffindor girl he secretly admired. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? We all know you like him. You should show him more concern and give him some hints to let him know your feelings. Good boys are becoming rarer, and opportunities once lost are hard to reclaim. I've tried, but..." Yet, she swallowed the latter part of her sentence, which revealed that Cedric had not reciprocated her feelings. Qiu Zhang gazed at Cedric, who had just noticed her eyeing him. During Cedric's recent illness, news had somehow spread to Ravenclaw. This diligent Ravenclaw student had been standing outside the Hufflepuff common room daily, hoping they could help deliver her concocted potions and snacks to Cedric. A time or two was manageable, and they did assist her. However, as days turned into weeks, her persistent visits became a nuisance, often blocking the common room's entrance. Cedric, in turn, returned her gifts unopened, causing her to remain undeterred in her requests. Putting his friends in a difficult position, he even feared that this Ravenclaw girl would come seeking his help again. Cedric, meanwhile, had noticed Jo's attention but kept his head down, saying nothing. One of his friends casually remarked, "Cedric, that girl you fancy is quite something. She set the Forbidden Forest ablaze, and now they're calling her the burner of the Forbidden Forest." His friend then nudged him, spotting someone entering the hall. "Cedric, the girl you've been thinking about has arrived." Cedric quickly turned to see the entrance. Loia, who rarely arrived at mealtime punctually, had just emerged from the hospital wing, immediately becoming the center of attention. The entire dining hall fell silent. She was indeed a prominent figure at Hogwarts. Not only was she an exceptional Quidditch seeker for Gryffindor, but she had also openly clashed with students from Slytherin, confronted Professor McGonagall in front of everyone, and physically fought a third-year student named Marcus. Moreover, her unprecedented act of igniting the Forbidden Forest would surely etch her name into Hogwarts history. Not to mention, she had not been expelled. During her hospitalization, she had even received a personal visit from Professor Dumbledore, indicating that her background was likely quite extraordinary. The Gryffindor lions at their table greeted her warmly, their faces radiant with smiles. Cedric silently observed Loia from across the table. She seemed to possess an innate charm and grace, drawing attention wherever she went. Author's note: "This is my debut. I feel quite distressed without a rating. Sob. Loia's miraculous healing speed left Harry, who was still limping and hospitalized, envious, sitting at the dining table. Ron was devouring meat with one hand while clutching a piece of cake with the other, entirely lacking decorum. Hermione shot him a disapproving glare. Is there anything you can do besides eat?" The future couple was engaged in playful banter as Loia sipped her oatmeal. Dozens of owls flew into the dining hall, carrying letters. They circled above the long tables, searching for their respective owners, dropping letters or parcels into the hands of their little masters. Ron received a letter from Mrs. Weasley, while Hermione got the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. The front page featured a large photograph of the charred Forbidden Forest, and Hermione buried herself in reading the newspaper. The Forbidden Forest has been ravaged by flames. Is this a reflection of moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Stay tuned for the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, as reporter Rita Skeeter unveils the truth behind this mystery. Loia leaned in to examine the newspaper, noting that the content edited by Rita Skeeter was pure fabrication. Just then, a large crimson bird fluttered its bright red wings as it entered the hall, boasting a tail and claws that shimmered like a peacock's feathers. Ron exclaimed, "Look, it is the phoenix of Professor Dumbledore," and Hermione turned her head to follow. Fawkes clutched a parcel in his talons, flying directly towards the Gryffindor table. Amidst the curious gazes of the young witches and wizards in the Great Hall, Fawkes dropped the parcel into the hands of Loia, then gracefully landed on her shoulder. Folding his magnificent wings, the entire hall was astonished by the extraordinary act of sending a parcel via phoenix, especially one belonging to Professor Dumbledore, while Loia calmly unwrapped the package. Inside was a box containing a wand that deviated from the usual design, shimmering with a silver hue and appearing to be meticulously maintained. Accompanying the wand was an old photograph, depicting a smiling young boy with a head of red hair and bright blue eyes. Seemingly in his teenage years, the boy wore a vintage Gryffindor robe, distinct from those worn by Loia and her friends. Upon flipping the photograph, she discovered the date inscribed on the back, 1894. This year marked the time when Dumbledore enrolled at Hogwarts. That a look of realization dawned on Loia. The boy in the photograph was a youthful Dumbledore, and this wand had once belonged to him during his school days. Dumbledore had gifted his student wand to Loia. Overwhelmed with excitement, she grasped the wand tightly, for it was a relic of the great white wizard's past. She casually attempted a few spells with a teacup, wielding the wand with a light flick, experiencing an astonishing flow of magic without any discomfort. It felt as if the wand had been crafted specifically for her. Moreover, there was no doubt that Dumbledore's wand could withstand her advanced spells. She was eager to find a discreet place to practice Grindelwald's Fiendfire Shield with Dumbledore's wand. Fawkes, perched on her shoulder, gazed at her with his shimmering eyes as she carefully polished the wand like a treasured heirloom. Roya absent-mindedly stroked the golden feathers of Fawkes' tail, admiring their exquisite texture, before saying something that disrupted the ambience. "Fawkes, you are too heavy. You are crushing me." Fawkes let out a couple of awkward calls, flapping his wings and landing on the table in front of Roya. The nearby young wizard stared in awe at the proximity of Dumbledore's phoenix, speechless. The twins, in a moment of mischief, dangled a chicken leg in front of Fawkes, attempting to lure him like a parrot. Fawkes turned his head, completely uninterested in their antics. With the matter of the wand resolved, she no longer needed to visit Ollivander's wand shop for a new wand. What she lacked now was a suitable venue to practice her Fiendfire Shield. Previously, she and Malfoy had been accustomed to practicing spells in Hagrid's yard. However, the bitter cold and frequent snowfalls rendered the outdoors nearly uninhabitable, causing her wand-holding hand to turn red from the cold in no time. Furthermore, she had yet to fully master Grindelwald's Fiendfire Shield, fearing that an accident might set Hagrid's hut ablaze. The most suitable training ground was undoubtedly the Room of Requirement. As depicted in the films, T.O. frequently accessed the room without drawing attention. She first needed a Marauder's map. If memory served her correctly, the map should be in the possession of Fred and George. Thus, Roya positioned herself in a marble corridor, awaiting the passage of Fred and George after class. Among the bustling crowd, she easily spotted the two red-haired twins and waved to them, rising on her toes. Fred and George were led by her into an empty classroom. Roya gently pushed the door shut and cast a silencing charm. Fred, observing her furtive demeanor, feigned an evil grin and asked, "Are we up to no good?" Ignoring his jest, she got straight to the point. "I need to borrow your Marauder's map for a while." Marauder's map? What Marauder's map? Fred and George exchanged puzzled glances. This time, it was Roya's turn to be taken aback. "It's a map that reveals the location of everyone in Hogwarts. Such a marvelous thing exists." Roya was astonished by the genuine surprise on Fred and George's faces. They did not seem to be feigning ignorance. She felt a wave of frustration. Damn the butterfly effect. The twins had yet to steal the Marauder's map from Filch. The Marauder's map was indeed one of the significant artifacts in this magical world, and Roya yearned to acquire it. Seeing her exasperation, George, ever the loyal friend, winked at her. "Where's the map? If you want it, we'll just steal it for you." "Leave it to us," George said, lounging against the desk. "We'll go with you to Filch's office." Upon hearing the mention of Filch, the twins erupted into laughter. Fred and George had always loathed Filch, having been caught in their pranks numerous times, their detentions too many to count. The thought of tormenting Filch excited them immensely, and they were eager to set off immediately to obtain the map. Roya quickly intervened. "Wait, we need to devise a plan first." The three of them huddled together, scheming. "I'll draw Filch out, and then you two can sneak into his office. Be cautious of Mrs. Norris. She is Filch's loyal assistant. That's easy enough. The best way to distract a cat is with a mouse." Roya resolved to ask Hagrid to catch a few mice for her. She encountered a few centaurs near Hagrid's hut, just returning from the Forbidden Forest. These centaurs, with human heads and equine bodies, regarded her with disdain, snorting in her direction as they recognized her as the one responsible for the fire that nearly rendered them homeless. Fortunately, the centaurs adhered to a noble tradition of never attacking children. Otherwise, Roya could scarcely imagine being chased by a herd of centaurs. The kind-hearted Hagrid did not blame her for the incident, instead asking, "What do you need mice for?" "My Niffler has been feeling under the weather. I want to get it some meat for nourishment." Roya fabricated a story, her reasoning flimsy and unconvincing. Nifflers don't eat mice. Hagrid, who was devoted to caring for and exploring magical creatures, was well aware of the dietary preferences of Nifflers. "If your Niffler needs a companion, perhaps we should write to Newt Scamander. He would be delighted to send you a female Niffler." The conversation veered further off course, prompting Roya to clarify. "Actually, my Niffler just needs a few playmates." She merely required some live mice to divert Mrs. Norris's attention. She certainly did not want to trouble Newt into sending her another Niffler. One Niffler wreaked enough havoc in the dormitory. The diligent house elf was already overwhelmed. Two Nifflers would surely result in complete chaos, and if they were to reproduce, the Gryffindor common room would be utterly demolished. Roya dared not imagine such a scenario. It seemed her Niffler was better off remaining a singleton. Hagrid scratched his messy hair, puzzled at the notion of using mice as companions for Nifflers, which seemed rather absurd. However, upon seeing Roya's resolute expression, he relented and helped her catch a few small mice, placing them into a bottle. That evening, Roya met up with Fred and George at the designated location. They cautiously concealed themselves in the shadows around the staircase corner. Filch, with Mrs. Norris in his arms, patrolled the corridor outside his office, ready to catch any students out after curfew. Fred suddenly recalled something, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced with an unusually conflicted expression. "Hey, Roya, we found a gift box outside your hospital room that day." George added apologetically, "Later, we realized you were the only patient on that floor. We speculated it might have been a gift for you. Then we accidentally broke it." Roya was perplexed. An anonymous gift for her? Why leave it anonymously at her door? Was the sender too shy to present it openly? Still reluctant to let her know who sent it, Luo Ya was puzzled. Observing Luo Ya's silence, the twins asked with concern, "You're not angry, are you?" "No. I simply do not know who sent it, and thus have no opportunity to express my gratitude." Seeing that Luo Ya was not upset, the twins let out a sigh of relief. After noticing that Filch had been loitering nearby for quite some time, he finally entered his office. The first step was to lure Filch out. Luo Ya volunteered to knock on his office door. Filch was applying burn ointment to his face and hands. Hearing the loud knocks, he opened the door with a look of impatience, his eyes wide as saucers. The moment he saw Luo Ya standing boldly at the door during curfew, he immediately wore an expression of utter despair. Not to mention her peculiar relationship with Professor Snape, he still shuddered at the memory of that day when she, Gellert Grindelwald, had set the forbidden forest ablaze, even directing blue flames to pursue and bite him. The terrifying scene from that day lingered in his mind, leaving him with lingering dread. Luo Ya calmly stated, "Sir, I report that someone is wandering at night." Before Luo Ya could finish her sentence, Filch slammed the door shut. Luo Ya stood there, stunned. Given Filch's temperament, if he were to report a student wandering at night, he should have rushed out excitedly to catch the culprit. However, no matter how much Luo Ya knocked, Filch refused to open the door, having realized that encounters with this young lady never led to anything good. Undeterred, Luo Ya continued to knock insistently. Ignoring the knocking, Filch remained inside, frying fish and sipping a drink. The knocking grew increasingly louder, the knocker nearly resorting to kicking the door. "Open the door! Open the door! Hurry up! You have the audacity to hide inside. Why don't you open the door?" Luo Ya pounded on the door for a full 5 minutes. Filch continued to enjoy his midnight snack in the office, steadfastly refusing to open the door. The current situation had diverged inexplicably from the original plan. Luo Ya had intended to concoct a plausible excuse to trick Filch into chasing non-existent nighttime students, allowing the twins to sneak into the office and steal the Marauder's map. Yet for reasons unknown, Filch remained stubbornly in his office. Meanwhile, Fred and George, observing the initial plan's failure, had a flash of inspiration and sent a Weasley firework racing down the corridor. Filch, keenly hearing the explosion of magical fireworks outside, thought, it must be the Gryffindor twins violating curfew. He gritted his teeth and bolted out, slamming the door behind him. From a distance, he spotted the fleeing figures of the twins and angrily gave chase. Fred and George successfully drew Filch away. Luo Ya took out her wand and tapped the door lock. Alohomora! With a click, the door swung open. Standing at the threshold was Mrs. Norris, her keen eyes fixed on her. The moment Luo Ya stepped in, Mrs. Norris would surely dash off to inform Filch. Fortunately, Luo Ya was prepared. She pulled a bottle containing small mice from her bag and tossed them down the stairs. Upon seeing the mice, Mrs. Norris darted after them, racing back and forth down the corridor. Luo Ya stepped into Filch's office, which was dimly lit and filthy, with chains and shackles hanging from the walls, items that Filch polished to a shine daily. Ready to punish misbehaving students at a moment's notice, Luo Ya found a wooden filing cabinet, one drawer marked with the bold words "confiscated items." Highly dangerous. She pulled open the drawer to reveal a square piece of old parchment. This parchment was the Marauder's map. Luo Ya unfolded the map, but it appeared blank. She recalled how the twins activated the map in the original story, gently tapping the parchment with the tip of her wand. She cleared her throat and intoned aloud, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Delicate black lines began to appear from where her wand had touched, spreading out to reveal a map of all Hogwarts locations and secret passages. Small ink dots emerged, each marking a name. Loia noticed the ink dots labeled Fred and George moving, with Filch S. hot on their trail that Mrs. Norris S. was chasing mice in the third-floor corridor. Snape's that remained motionless in his office, likely asleep. Dumbledore's that was pacing and studied on the Quidditch pitch. She spotted Cedric and several Hufflepuff dots moving, with a dot representing Cho Chang seemingly having spotted Cedric and approaching him. Cho Chang appeared quite proactive in pursuing Cedric. Loia had long forgotten who pursued whom in the original story. What a marvelous map, capable of detecting the locations of everyone at Hogwarts, akin to a Muggle radar. Loia meticulously searched the parchment for her own ink dot in Filch's office. She discovered an ink dot, which must be hers. However, that did not bear her name, Loia Grindelwald, but instead labeled her as the future Dark Lord. Loia's lips twitched. Skeptical, she took a few steps back, and the ink labeled Dark Lord retreated in tandem. Upon exiting Filch's office, that ink followed suit. Undoubtedly, this was indeed her own, although she was unsure if the Marauder's map had a bug displaying the wrong name. She was a person of good character, quite unlike the noseless fellow. Speaking to the map, she declared, "The prank is over," and instantly, the ink lines vanished, leaving the Marauder's map as a blank piece of parchment once more. Loia carefully folded the parchment and tucked it into her backpack. Although in the original narrative, the twins would eventually give the map to Harry, she had acquired it first, thus taking it in his stead. The gentle moonlight spilled across the corridor as Loia, with the Marauder's map in hand, successfully evaded detection, making her way to the 8th floor without being seen. She concentrated on the map, noting that there were no ink dots nearby. Now was the perfect moment to summon the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement could only be entered when someone truly needed it. When it appeared, it was always arranged to meet the Seeker's needs. It was said that when someone needed a bathroom, it could even transform into a room filled with exquisite chamber pots. Was the Room of Requirement truly as miraculous as the rumor suggested? If she silently wished for a Quidditch pitch, could the Room of Requirement conjure one? With a spirit of experimentation, Loia faced the wall and mentally declared, "I need a Quidditch pitch that I in the next moment." A smooth door began to materialize on the wall. Grasping the brass handle, Loia pulled open the door. Before her lay a Quidditch pitch that perfectly replicated Hogwarts' the effect strikingly realistic, with a row of flying broomsticks neatly lined up on the grass. Loia couldn't help but murmur to herself, if the Room of Requirement could create something so lifelike, could it also simulate the weather? No sooner had she thought this than a fierce wind swept in, accompanied by a blizzard that engulfed the entire Quidditch pitch in snow. Gripping a flying snitch, and were tossed about by the tempest. She shouted toward the door in her mind. "Enough, enough. All I require is an empty space to practice my spells in an instant." The blizzard and the Quidditch pitch vanished, replaced by an underground classroom. In the center of the classroom lay a suitable area for spell casting. Flanked by flickering torches, Roya stood at the heart of the space. Retrieving the wand gifted to her by Dumbledore, she strained to recall the elegant movements of Grindelwald employing the fire shield, endeavoring to mimic them with precision. Protodiabolica, the fire shield. She raised her wand, her arm extended, her body twisting as the wand traced a circle through the air. With her motion, a circular wall of flames enveloped her completely. Roya, standing at the center of the blaze, scrutinized her fiery barrier. Through her tests, she discovered that the blue flames could incinerate any adversary who dared to approach while simultaneously safeguarding those within the ring. Anyone who bore her no ill will and entered with her conscious consent could pass through the flames unscathed. For instance, the Niffler was scurrying between the flames without fear of being singed. However, the 2 practice dummies provided by the House of Requirement were instantly reduced to ashes the moment they attempted to breach the fiery barrier. She compared the wall of flames before her with a memory of Grindelwald's fire shield. It appeared significantly smaller. Her wall of flames had a diameter scarcely half that of Grindelwald's shield, resembling a miniature version. Was this the disparity between a master and a novice? As the saying goes, the student surpasses the teacher. Roya firmly believed that with diligent practice, one day her fire shield would expand to encompass the entirety of the Quidditch pitch. Next, she intended to practice how to manipulate the flames within the wall to transform into a fire dragon to assault her foes. Focusing intently, she aimed her wand at the flames, gesturing animatedly towards the fire. After some time, several sparrows, born of blue flames, finally emerged from the wall. Indeed, as you can see, they were sparrows, while Grindelwald could command the magical flames to morph into a colossal fire dragon to attack Aurors. Her flames had merely manifested as a handful of fist-sized fire sparrows. Was this the difference between a father and daughter? The sparrows flapped their wings mockingly before crashing to the ground, scattering sparks everywhere. Roya clenched her small fist. Refusing to be disheartened, she continued her efforts to control the blue flames. The House of Requirement cooperated by producing more practice dummies. After several days of relentless training, her flames finally ceased to transform into tiny sparrows. Now, they could morph into firebirds resembling adult giant eagles. While they still paled in comparison to Grindelwald's fire dragon, the key lay in perseverance. Before long, the finals of the spellcasting tournament arrived as scheduled, and invigorated Malfoy was prepared to redeem himself. The wizarding finalists for Vagado brushed past them. Malfoy struck a pose, unabashedly glaring at Aelfes Sona, the black wizard who had drawn first blood. However, the latter paid him no heed and proceeded toward the arena with an odd gait. Roya, catching a whiff of a putrid odor, turned to Malfoy and inquired, "Do you not find Aelfes to be rather peculiar?" Malfoy looked at her in confusion. Roya furrowed her perfectly shaped brows and continued, "When he passed by, I detected a foul stench emanating from him, akin to the scent of decay." Malfoy glanced in the direction Aelfes had departed. "Are you suggesting he is a corpse?" "How could that be? Corpses do not walk about. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Is it the pre-match nerves, as the muggles often say?" Malfoy retrieved sweets sent by Narcissa from his pocket. He recalled her saying in his childhood that candy could alleviate tension and anxiety. He handed the sweets to Roya, proudly stating, "These are homemade by my mother." Subsequently, Malfoy raised his head with an air of arrogance. "Rest assured, I shall lead you to victory. Thank you for the candy. But I am not nervous. There is no need for your assistance," Roya replied, and Malfoy huffed lightly as they entered the arena together. The stands for the finals were filled to capacity, with cheers erupting in waves. Hermione had torn up Ron's new bedsheet to create a giant banner emblazoned with victory for Roya. Fred and George had wagered all their winnings on Roya, shouting through magical trumpets, "Madam, the show can only commence with your success." Malfoy shot a disdainful glance at the raucous Gryffindors in the audience, who were lacking any semblance of decorum. With the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Aelfes opened with an indiscriminate area of effect attack spell, inadvertently launching his bewildered teammates into the Black Lake. Roya and Malfoy stared in shock at the absurdity of the enemy wizard's actions. Even the referee was taken aback, uncertain whether to declare Hogwarts the victor on the spot. Yet, Aelfes, with a grotesque visage, continued his advance. It dawned on Roya that this individual was not fighting to win at all. Aelfes unleashed a sandstorm spell, shrouding the entire duel arena in a haze of dust, rendering the audience unable to witness the unfolding events. Within the sandstorm, Malfoy too could not locate Roya. He remained cautious, anticipating a potential sneak attack at any moment. But it was only when the tempest subsided that he realized both Aelfes and Roya had vanished from the dueling ground, leaving him alone at the center. Even the typically biased black referee from Vagado was at a loss, as two competitors had inexplicably disappeared from the finals, without having fallen into the Black Lake. Where could these two wizards have gone? Malfoy stood there in stunned silence for a considerable time, until the referee, under pressure from the audience, was compelled to announce Hogwarts as the league champion. Was that it? Winning the championship without lifting a finger, Malfoy could not find joy in the victory. As he exited the arena amidst the throngs of Slytherins offering their insincere praise, he could not summon the energy to respond. He pushed through the crowd, more eager to discover Roya's whereabouts. In the long-abandoned old classroom, numerous desks and chairs were piled against the walls, casting dark, ominous shadows. Roya stood there in bewilderment. Just moments ago, she had been on the field, enveloped in dust, and now she found herself inexplicably in this unfamiliar classroom. Aelfes lay sprawled on the ground, mouth agape and eyes vacant. Approaching him, she noted the nauseating stench of decay emanating from his corpse, his exposed skin riddled with putrefactive marks, and even maggots crawling from his eyes and nostrils. It was evident that Aelfes had been dead for many days, and she had competed against a mere corpse. Loia fell into deep contemplation, realizing that someone had taken control of Alidus's lifeless body, perhaps with the intention of transporting her here. Gripping her wand tightly, Loia immediately adopted a defensive stance. She cautiously traversed the deserted, dilapidated classroom until she arrived at a room. Within, there stood an imposing mirror. The Eris mirror, stretching majestically to the ceiling, that moment. Quirrell was gazing at her with a chilling glare before the mirror. Suddenly, it dawned on Loia. It was Quirrell, under Voldemort's command, who had early on murdered Aeltiz and manipulated her corpse to bring her here during the competition. As Loia slowly advanced, her foot inadvertently bumped against something soft at her feet. She bent down to investigate, only to find Harry, unconscious. It appeared that while she had been preoccupied with practicing spells for the competition, the Savior had been guided by fate, diligently fulfilling his mission, and had stumbled upon the boss level of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Loia leaned down to assess Harry's condition. Relieved to discover that he was merely unconscious, with a few superficial injuries on his forehead and right hand, but no life-threatening danger. Truly, he was the chosen one. Despite his legs still healing, he had persevered, leaning on a crutch to navigate his way to the main storyline. Harry was clad in a hand-knit sweater from Mrs. Weasley, slightly oversized, with long sleeves concealing the Philosopher's Stone nestled within his palm. If Loia hadn't been so close, it would have been difficult to notice. Seizing the moment before Quirrell could detect the stone, Loia quickly crouched down to shield Harry's hand, clutching in Quirrell's blind spot. She swiftly tucked the stone into Harry's pocket. Quirrell, standing before the mirror, wore a sinister grin. It was I who sought to end Harry Potter's life that day. During the Quidditch match, had it not been for Snape's counter-curse to save him, I would have thrown him off his broom long ago. Interrupting for a moment, I did not pose a question. Could you refrain from your lengthy explanations? Quirrell huffed disdainfully, continuing his monologue, and you dare to hit me with a bludger, disrupting my spell casting. If only I could have held on for a few more seconds, I would have resolved the Harry Potter issue. The troll? That was my doing. You all underestimate me. I see. Could you please cease your incessant chatter? Quirrell then retrieved a note from his pocket, glancing at its contents before continuing his self-aggrandizing tirade. Loia couldn't help but smirk. It seemed Quirrell in this world lacked both memory and eloquence, requiring a prepared speech even for his outbursts. A rather tedious endeavor. I devised a unique method to control the troll, yet it failed to kill Harry Potter. While everyone was frantically searching for the troll, Loia, exasperated, thought to herself about how long this villain would continue his monologue. Villains always felt the need to recount their glorious deeds before the final battle, having foreknowledge of the plot. Loia found Quirrell's ramblings insufferable, and her attention was drawn to the Eris mirror behind him. The Eris mirror said to reveal one's deepest desires. Intrigued, Loia pondered what she might see within its depths. Ignoring Quirrell's incessant monologue, she fixed her gaze upon the mirror. The surface began to shift, and she beheld a barn where a red-haired boy and a blonde-haired boy were gazing intently at each other. In their youth, they made a blood pact, cutting their palms and clasping hands. Loia couldn't suppress a smile, her excitement bubbling forth as she whispered, "How delightful!" Noting Loia's rapt attention and disinterest in his speech. Quirrell seethed, "What is that mirror? What does it do? What did you see?" "I witnessed two handsome boys making a blood pact." Quirrell dismissed her words as nonsense. "That wizard, Aeltiz from Hogwarts, is long dead that I controlled his corpse to bring you here. For my master wishes to meet you." Loia was puzzled. Voldemort wishes to see her, to converse face to face? A shrill voice echoed in her mind, though Quirrell's lips remained stilled. It was Voldemort. Quirrell obediently unraveled the scarf wound around his head, slowly turning to reveal a grotesque visage on the back of his skull. The Voldemort before her was hideously more deformed than depicted in films, and the thought of having been possessed by such a creature made Loia recoil. Dry heaving slightly, Voldemort's face darkened. Look at what I've become, a parasite, forced to inhabit another's body, sharing one form. Indeed, you are quite the hideous two-faced creature, Loia replied coolly, and your nose seems to be flattening further. Perhaps it is the result of Quirrell's sleeping position. Voldemort was momentarily speechless, stung by her words. The blood of unicorns can prolong my life. That day, Quirrell slaughtered a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. The unicorn's blood was within reach, and had you not burned the forest, I could have regained my strength. You cannot unjustly accuse me. It was truly not my doing. Quirrell, furious, pointed an accusing finger at her. You interfered with my spell, saved Harry Potter, and thwarted my plans at every turn. You are a considerable threat. I once contemplated eliminating you. I commanded Quirrell to cast a venomous curse on the sheepskin book. Yet you survived. Voldemort's serpent-like gaze bore down on her. Moreover, my former servant Severus dares to protect you, utterly bound to you. Quirrell, emboldened by his master, mocked. Snape looks like a villain, unliked by students, with that old bat around. Who would suspect that the stuttering Quirrell is responsible for all this? Hey, I find the old bat acceptable. What gives you the right to insult him? You, with your garlic-scented bald head, have no standing to criticize him. Snape is whole and healthy, while your master may one day have no nose, Loia protested, hands on her hips. Voldemort gritted his teeth, seething at the humiliation she inflicted upon him in front of his servant. He suppressed the urge to hurl something at her, his malevolent grin reappearing. You are of pure blood. Thus, I may overlook past grievances. However, Loia chuckled, sensing that Voldemort's apparent benevolence was likely laced with ulterior motives. Voldemort approached her menacingly, and in Loia's eyes, it appeared as if Quirrell was comically retreating. Daughter of Grindelwald, you should understand my ambition, to have you as my subordinate, to join my noble cause. And together, we shall rule the world. Loia contemplated for a moment before coldly uttering, No, thank you. Voldemort unleashed a stream of curses in a language she could not comprehend. He then glared down at the unconscious Harry, his voice dripping with malice. If you refuse to ally with me, your fate will mirror that of his parents, begging for mercy until your last breath. Loia recalled that in the film, Quirrell met his demise by touching Harry. So she slyly tempted Quirrell. Harry Potter still draws breath. This is a rare opportunity for you to finish him off. Voldemort scoffed, remaining motionless. You think I am unaware of the protective charm he possesses? Well, it seems that Voldemort here has a bit of intelligence. The enraged Voldemort commanded Quirrell violently. Kill her! Kill her! Act quickly! Quirrell withdrew his wand, and a beam of green light shot forth from it. Loia swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the curse that grazed her shoulder. Voldemort cursed his servant vehemently. You useless fool! A look of terror crossed Quirrell's face as he instinctively lowered his head, tremblingly pleading, Master, I beseech you, grant me another chance. I swear I will not miss. From behind him, Loia's voice rang out. You have no chance left. Quirrell abruptly lifted his gaze, only to see the unconscious Harry Potter being levitated by Loia's spell. With a vigorous flick of her wand, Harry's body soared through the air like a projectile, crashing directly into Quirrell. Taken by surprise, Quirrell fell heavily to the ground, pushing Harry aside and scrambling to his feet, furious and ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, he soon realized that his fingers were gradually turning to stone, and he stared in disbelief at his petrifying palm that a triumphant smile crept across Loia's lips. Since Voldemort had wised up and prevented Quirrell from coming into contact with Harry to trigger the protective curse, she had cleverly thrown Harry at him, forcing that contact and triggering the curse. Though she felt a pang of guilt for Harry, at least he remained unconscious. Otherwise, the sound of his bones colliding would surely have been excruciating. Quirrell bent over in agony as cracks began to form on his petrified hand. Spreading up his arms, in the blink of an eye, he lost both arms, his anguished screams echoing throughout the room. Meanwhile, Voldemort bellowed menacingly, Kill her! Kill her! The loss of his arms sent Quirrell into a frenzy, acting like a deranged muggle intent on taking Loia down with him. Loia's spine-chilling wand was already aimed at Quirrell. Behind her materialized the specter of a dark wizard, and simultaneously, a blinding green light erupted from her wand. Avada Kedavra, the unforgiving green light struck Quirrell's chest, eliciting a piercing scream as he collapsed to the ground. The room fell silent once more. The killing curse was a profoundly sinister incantation, typically wielded only by the most malevolent of individuals. To successfully cast it, two conditions must be met: a formidable magical power as the foundation of the spell, and a heart brimming with vicious intent. Loia recalled that in the film, young Barty, while impersonating Moody, mentioned that if a lower years student attempted the killing curse, it would merely cause the victim to bleed slightly. Loia's current form, bolstered by her bloodline, possessed a magical essence perfectly suited to fulfill the first requirement. Moreover, the wand crafted from the spine of a dark wizard inherently carried malevolent intent, conveniently satisfying the second condition. Had she used the wand gifted by Dumbledore, devoid of such wickedness, she might not have been able to take Quirrell's life in a single blow. This seemingly unremarkable spine wand occasionally proved immensely helpful to Loia. Approaching Quirrell's lifeless body cautiously, she prepared to deliver a final blow if he showed any signs of life. She kicked Quirrell's leg, but he remained utterly unresponsive, confirming that he had indeed drawn his last breath. However, she could not afford to let her guard down. Voldemort's parasitic presence would not relinquish its hold so easily. Suddenly, a roar pierced the air as Voldemort, like a wisp of smoke, surged forth from Quirrell's corpse. Loia quickly stepped back to create distance. To Voldemort's target was not her, but the body of the wizard Aelfest from Hogwarts. The corpse hunched over, rising slowly as if in a slow-motion scene from an old film, maggots tumbling from its eye sockets. Voldemort twisted the head of the corpse, producing a chilling creak, his mouth stretching into a horrific grin. Loia frowned. Ever since she discovered her limited magical capacity, her tests had revealed that she could only summon enough power to cast 2 high-level spells in a short span, having just unleashed the killing curse. Using it again would deplete her magical reserves entirely. Her greatest fear was that if the curse proved ineffective against the corpse, her remaining power would barely suffice for minor spells, leaving her utterly defenseless. Even if she levitated Harry away, the protective charm on him might not work against a lifeless body. She could not gamble with the lives of 2 individuals. The specter of the dark wizard behind Loia vanished upon confirming her unwillingness to cast the unforgivable curse a second time. The corpse, controlled by Voldemort, raised its wand, its monstrous voice screeching, "Shatter!" The body unleashed a relentless barrage of the shattering curse, causing the ground to crack and debris to explode, while the walls suffered catastrophic damage. Voldemort had lost all reason, hurling curses in a fit of rage, desperate to eliminate her. The vast emptiness of the room left Loia and the unconscious Harry vulnerable to becoming living targets. Recalling the abandoned classroom filled with discarded furniture, she resolved to take refuge there. Before Voldemort could unleash another vile spell, she conjured a miasma of mist. The fog obscured Voldemort's vision, inciting him to lash out wildly with his wand, attacking everything in sight. Amidst the mist, Loia called out to Harry, "Harry, wake up! We must leave this place at once." Harry remained unresponsive, compelling Loia to drag him toward the abandoned classroom as Voldemort's erratic shattering curses barreled toward them. She pulled Harry desperately to evade, feeling the spell graze her calf. Blood immediately oozed from the wound, and Loia glanced at her injury. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial cut, not severe enough to impede her movement. She concealed herself and Harry behind an old cabinet in the dilapidated classroom. The heavy footsteps of Voldemort echoed in the corridor, with each step he took accompanied by the cackling laughter of Voldemort. The controlled corpse obliterated the old desks and cabinets one after another. Loia cautiously surveyed the classroom, noting the absence of valuable items, but the presence of numerous flammable materials, ideal for her plans. As a student at Hogwarts, she was determined to set the classroom ablaze. The wand gifted by Dumbledore slipped from her sleeve into her palm. Protego Diabolica, fire shield. The wand traced a circle in the air, conjuring a circular wall of flames that encircled and protected her and Harry. The surrounding furniture ignited into a roaring blaze upon contact with the blue flames. Voldemort squinted his crimson eyes. Cursing, you think you can defeat me? Foolish. Flames erupted from the tip of his wand, transforming into a colossal serpent of fire. Fierce fire. Loia paused momentarily, realizing she had incited Voldemort's wrath to an extreme degree, provoking him to unleash fierce flames against her. Thus, it became a contest between the fire shield and the fierce fire, who would emerge victorious. Thus, the confrontation between the fire shield and the fiery fury begs the question, which proves superior? In truth, it is a duel between the miniature versions of the fire shield and the fiery fury. The corpse possessed by Voldemort is merely that of a student currently unable to unleash its full potential, yet capable enough to eliminate a few wizards. Loia's fire shield is also in its nascent stages, naturally falling short of Grindelwald's prowess. The blue flame, transformed into a firebird, and the red flame, morphed into a venomous serpent, collide with ferocity, sending sparks flying and blinding onlookers. The entire classroom is engulfed in the contrasting colors of the inferno. Fortunately, the fire shield serves both offensive and defensive purposes. The surrounding firewall safeguards Loia and Harry within, preventing the red flames from penetrating. However, the possessed corpse of Voldemort is not so fortunate. It cannot withstand the searing heat, and the arm grasping the wand begins to ignite. Seizing the opportunity, Loia commands several firebirds with her wand, propelling them towards Voldemort's controlled corpse, which they swiftly consume. Cunningly, Voldemort transforms into a white mist, extricating himself from the corpse and vanishing in an instant. It is not until every object in the classroom is reduced to ashes that the blue flames fade away. The air is thick with the acrid scent of charred remains. Loia coughs a few times, steps over the carbonized body on the ground, and drags Harry out of the room. Finally, they emerge from the ordeal relatively unscathed, and Loia breathes a sigh of relief. It is fortunate that the body Voldemort possessed was of the same age as her own. Had it been Voldemort in his prime, the outcome would have been far less certain. After all, she is no overpowered protagonist from a time-traveling narrative, capable of obliterating the earth with a mere flick of her finger. She has unwittingly filled a portion of the Savior's unfinished quest. Yet she notices that Harry seems taller and heavier. After a few steps supporting him, her strength wanes. The exertion from 2 high-level spells has drained her magical energy, and she finds herself utterly incapable of dragging Harry any further. She rests him against the wall. From a distance, a small figure scurries towards her. The creature, known as a Niffler, leaps into her arms, nuzzling against her while attempting to pilfer Loia's necklace and stuff it into its pocket, only to be thwarted by her quick reflexes. Niffler, you have arrived just in time. After all this time I've cared for you, it is now your turn to assist me. Help me drag Harry out. Loia grips one of Harry's arms while the Niffler bites onto the sleeve of his other arm. Together, they make little progress before panting and collapsing onto the ground. Loia, now seated cross-legged, convenes an impromptu emergency meeting. She gazes earnestly at the Niffler and states, "This won't do. The 2 of us cannot carry him." After a moment of contemplation, she issues a command to the Niffler. Go find someone to help. Hermione, Ron, Fred, George, or Hagrid, anyone will do. Just not Malfoy. He might take the opportunity to kick Harry while he's down. The Niffler places its paws thoughtfully on its chin, mimicking an adult, and nods that in essence, anyone alive will suffice. Just bring someone to assist with carrying him. The Niffler scurries off to summon aid. Loia massages her sore shoulders. Upon returning to her dormitory, she plans to indulge in a hearty meal, followed by a hot bath, and then sleep until noon the next day. A group of girls, brimming with excitement, have secured the best seats in the front row, eager to catch a glimpse of Cedric's gallant presence. It is merely an impromptu Quidditch practice organized by Hufflepuff. Yet despite the less-than-ideal weather, the stands are filled with eager young ladies, all drawn by Cedric's charm. The Hufflepuff captain, envious after several years of being single, opens a wooden chest, tossing the quaffle into the air, releasing the feisty bludger that follows suit. Just as he prepares to unleash the golden snitch, a furry figure bounds in, leaping and capturing the snitch in its mouth. The Hufflepuff captain is momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of a Niffler on the Quidditch pitch. He notices the creature adorned with a rather unappealing scarf, indicating it likely has an owner. The players on the field murmur amongst themselves. A niffler? Someone actually owns a niffler. Whose pet is this? How did it end up on the pitch? In an attempt to reclaim the golden snitch, the captain lunges towards a niffler, which deftly evades him, wiggling its rear in mockery. The struggling snitch is tucked away in the niffler's belly pouch. The Hufflepuff captain, exasperated, calls out to his teammates, "Quick, catch that niffler. It has stolen the golden snitch." The niffler, now entirely oblivious to its owner's instructions, joyfully sprints around the pitch, with several Hufflepuff players on broomsticks giving chase. The niffler even ventures into the stands, snatching shiny hair clips and bracelets from the girls and stuffing them into its pockets. Though it appears small and adorable, it shows no mercy when seizing glittering treasures. A cacophony of screams and chaos erupts from the audience, like a bolt of lightning. A figure soars from the ground to the stands, executing a graceful arc on his broomstick. Cedric swiftly captures the niffler and lands gracefully. The Hufflepuff captain rushes over, intent on retrieving the snitch from the niffler's pouch, only to receive an unrelenting bite from the creature. Ouch! This must be a niffler owned by a girl, spoiled rotten and with such a temper. The niffler huffs and climbs onto Cedric's shoulder. Noticing their apparent familiarity, the captain inquires, "Do you two know each other?" Cedric nods. It's Loia's pet. The captain rubs his bitten hand, casually remarking, "Ah, so you fancy a girl's pet. No wonder it is so affectionate towards you." With the niffler present, Cedric begins to hope for a glimpse of its owner. He scans the stands but fails to spot Loia. The niffler tugs at Cedric's ear, pointing in a certain direction and chattering incessantly. The Hufflepuff captain, puzzled, asks, "What is it saying?" The niffler retrieves one of the shiny hair clips from its pocket, places it on its head, and then points towards the castle. Cedric ponders aloud. "Are you saying there is a girl over there?" The niffler gives a thumbs up. The captain cannot help but scoff. "Cedric, how did you figure that out?" "Just a guess," he replies, that eye in the captain's eyes. The niffler, donning a girl's hair clip and prancing about, evokes the image of an African tribal chief. The niffler raises its right leg, mimicking a limp. "Are you indicating that there's a girl over there who is injured?" Cedric suddenly realizes. "Are you saying Loia is hurt?" The niffler leaps from his shoulder and scampers towards the castle where Loia is located. Filled with urgency, Cedric mounts his broom and follows the niffler's lead. "Hey, Cedric, where are you going?" "Wait for us." Seeing this, the Hufflepuff players all hop on their broomsticks, pursuing him into the sky. The girls are left in a daze, standing in the stands as the Quidditch practice area lies empty. Save for the Quaffle and Bludger playing by themselves. What was supposed to be a practice session concluded before it even began, leaving them to wonder why all the Hufflepuff players had vanished. Loia leans against the wall, munching on snacks from her pocket. In the distance, the niffler is leading a group of individuals towards her. Truly, is her niffler efficient in its tasks? She observes from afar as the niffler stands atop a Hufflepuff boy's shoulder, followed by several others clad in Quidditch uniforms. When the boy, panting, finally stands before her, concern etched across his face, Loia instinctively exclaims, "Cedric?" The niffler has brought Cedric to her. How long has it been since they last saw each other? Hearing her softly call his name, Cedric's heart leaps at the sound. Loia lifted her gaze to the towering Hufflepuff boy before her. Cedric's heart brimmed with unspoken words, yet in that fleeting moment of their eyes meeting, he found himself at a loss for what to say. For as long as he was held captive by those clear, luminous eyes, all the bitterness within him evaporated entirely. An untimely voice intruded upon their moment. "Excuse me, your niffler has pilfered our golden snitch," Cedric's teammate spoke, his tone laced with frustration. Loia glanced down to see the niffler gleefully toying with the golden snitch at her feet, utterly oblivious to its thieving nature. Upon noticing Loia's gaze, the niffler swiftly tucked the snitch into its pocket. Loia seized the creature by its 2 feet, turning it upside down and giving it a gentle shake that a cascade of shiny trinkets, hairpins, bracelets, and earrings tumbled from its pocket, forming a small mountain on the ground. "Niffler, I told you to fetch help, not to come back with a hoard of stolen goods," Loia exclaimed, pressing her forehead in exasperation. With so many items to return to their rightful owners, she felt a headache brewing. Just as she was wallowing in her troubles, Cedric extended his hand to assist her in gathering the scattered belongings. "I'll help you return these," he offered, though How kind of you. But I can manage finding the owners myself, Loia replied, feeling a rare twinge of embarrassment, setting aside the fact that Cedric was always there to assist her. She felt guilty for having stood him up once again. Hearing Loia's refusal, Cedric fell silent for a moment before resolutely bending down to collect the items into a bag. His gray eyes bore into Loia's, and he earnestly said, I truly wish to help you. Please do not refuse me again. Loia was momentarily taken aback, sensing a hint of grievance in Cedric's voice, as if she had wronged him. She had always prided herself on her independence, and had grown accustomed to handling everything on her own. Yet, Cedric's insistence on helping left her at a loss for how to decline. All she could do was feign a smile to mask her embarrassment. Rising to her feet, she inadvertently placed too much weight on her injured right leg and stumbled slightly. Cedric immediately steadied her, concern lacing his voice as he asked, Is your leg hurt? I'm fine. I just need you all to carry Harry away first, Loia replied, only to find Cedric squatting before her. I'll carry you back, he declared. Loia hesitated, feeling that her minor injury didn't warrant such attentiveness. However, the ever-kind Cedric insisted on carrying her. When she declined, he stubbornly refused to rise. With no choice left, Loia bent down, wrapping her arms around his neck, resting her weight against him. Their bodies pressed closely together, and a strand of her golden hair slipped down to rest on Cedric's shoulder. He could distinctly feel the warmth of her breath against him, and an involuntary flush crept onto his cheeks. Cedric's teammates, witnessing his reddened face, struggled to suppress their laughter and teased him. Cedric, I too was hit by a quaffle. Carry me as well. What if my leg breaks while walking? Come on, mate. The whole team is injured. You should carry us all. Their raucous banter grew ever louder, and Cedric's face turned crimson. The team captain quickly shooed the rowdy badgers away, noticing the flush on Cedric's ears. Loia leaned in closer and softly asked, Cedric, why is your face so red? Are you unwell? The gentle timbre of her voice brushed against Cedric's ear like a feather, settling heavily on his heart, causing his pulse to quicken uncontrollably. Cedric, flustered, murmured, I'm not ill, I promise. I'm just taking you back. As he carried her along the path, sunlight bathed them in warmth, their overlapping shadows stretching long and languid. I am sorry for missing your Quidditch match. I promise to be there, Loia said, her tone laced with regret. No, it's not your fault. I was too eager and didn't consider your feelings. Cedric stammered, flustered by her apology, struggling to articulate his thoughts delicately. He had never blamed her. He simply yearned to bridge the gap between them, to step into her world, yet he had acted too hastily. With utmost care, he asked, Could you grant me another chance? Another chance for what? Loia inquired, puzzled. Cedric finally let out a soft laugh, shaking his head lightly. This girl was so innocent. He could only start from the friendship he so desired. He subtly shifted the subject, saying, Allow me to escort you to the hospital wing. That I want to go to the hospital wing. Just take me back to the Gryffindor common room. But you need to treat your wound first. I can handle this minor injury myself. You have no idea how terrifying Madame Pomfrey can be. She would confine me to the infirmary, forbidding my return. Though she is a lovely person, when she gets riled up, she yests like a roaring dragon. Listening to Loia's animated complaints, Cedric couldn't help but chuckle softly. The two were ensconced in their little world, completely oblivious to the myriad of eyes upon them. Whispers and gossip swirled around, particularly from the younger girls who harbored affections for Cedric, casting envious glances at Loia. Xiaozhang, her eyes reddened, fixated on Cedric's form, her books and quills falling forgotten to the ground, her nails digging into the wall in frustration. Her friend, Dana, found herself at a loss as to how to comfort her, or perhaps it was simply impossible to do so. Even she had not anticipated that Cedric's affections would be directed toward the infamous Loia Grindelwald of Hogwarts. Publicly challenging authority, practicing dark magic, and even igniting the Forbidden Forest, Loia had done it all, evading the consequences that left other students trembling in fear. Headmaster Dumbledore seemed to protect her at every turn, leading some to speculate whether Loia Grindelwald was perhaps a long-lost granddaughter of his. With nothing left to distinguish them, that in truth, both she and Xiaozhang should have realized that someone as exceptional as Cedric, flawless in nearly every regard, would not be enamored with an ordinary girl. This time, Qiu Zhang had suffered a complete defeat, with no chance of redemption unless Loia willingly stepped aside. Malfoy, having searched high and low, finally spotted Loia as several Hufflepuffs carried the unconscious Harry past him on a stretcher. Malfoy scoffed, turning back to see the third-year Hufflepuff carrying Loia on his back, observing their flirtatious exchanges and hearing their affectionate banter. He grimaced in annoyance. What is so special about carrying her to the hospital wing? Malfoy shuddered, repulsed. Please, I could command Crabbe and Goyle to carry her back without breaking a sweat. The news of Professor Quirrell's possession by Voldemort spread swiftly after the shocking discovery at the site of Alastair Moody's demise, prompting the students of Hogwarts to follow their professors back to the Moon Mountains. The identity of the Death Eater, Quirrell, soon became common knowledge. Weekends were a time for sleeping in, yet Hermione rose early. Loia, still bleary-eyed, parted the curtains to find Hermione diligently tending to her unruly curls before the mirror. Upon the table lay the Witch Weekly, its pages open to the season's 20 most fashionable hairstyles. Loia stifled a yawn and asked, Hermione, are you going on a date? Who would go on a date with Ron? It was Ron who inadvertently let the cat out of the bag, prompting Hermione to clear her throat in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. Fortunately, she was aware that Loia was as dense as a plank and would never tease her about it. Indeed, when she turned around, she found Loia had once again buried her face in the pillow. Deep in slumber, Hermione approached, tugging at one of her hands with all her might to rouse her. Stop sleeping. Help me decide which outfit to wear. Goddess, you would look splendid in anything. I haven't even tried them on yet. Don't think you can brush me off. Get up. Hermione resorted to summoning a splash of water, drenching Loia's face, the pillow and sheets thoroughly soaked, finally waking her from her slumber. The house elf diligently entered to change the bed linens. Hermione rummaged through her wardrobe, holding up a myriad of outfits in front of the mirror, hesitating over what to wear. Loia suggested a pink jacket for her. Recently, Ron had joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a reserve chaser. A lifelong enthusiast of the sport, he had dismissed Loia's advice to consider trying out for the reserve keeper, believing that chasing the quaffle was far more dashing. Hermione muttered, with his clumsy demeanor, It would be a miracle if he doesn't fall off his broomstick first. She continued, If the library weren't closed for a thorough cleaning this afternoon, I would even bother watching his practice match. Then why did you wake up so early and put on such a delicate makeup? Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. It seemed that this version of Hermione had harbored feelings for Ron for quite some time. Wait a minute. Ron has a Quidditch practice match this afternoon. Loia had also received an invitation from Cedric for a practice match, which was scheduled for the same afternoon. So, the Quidditch match this afternoon is Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. A clumsy little owl carrying a package collided with the window, and Loia quickly opened it, casting a levitation charm to catch the package, narrowly avoiding disaster. Upon opening it, she found 2 food containers filled with a delicious breakfast. She heard someone outside calling her name. Loia poked her head out the window, still clad in her pajamas. Fred and George waved at her from below, shouting, We didn't see you in the dining hall this morning. So we figured you were sleeping in. We just came back from the dining hall and brought you breakfast. Thank you. You're too kind. It seems you won quite a bit in the finals. Don't mention it. You provided us with the opening funds for the theater. Fred and George chuckled, having struck it rich thanks to Loia's luck in the finals. A cold breeze swept in through the window, causing Loia's nose to twitch, and she could no longer resist sneezing. You should head back now. Don't catch a cold. The twins waved goodbye to her. Loia shut the window, and the 2 girls immersed themselves in their warm breakfast. When they arrived at the Quidditch pitch, the stand were already filled with spectators. Cedric had arrived early, nervously pacing on the field, fearing that Loia might not show up. His fidgeting was giving their captain a headache. It wasn't until he finally spotted the familiar golden-haired figure approaching the platform that he stopped. He had reserved the best seat in the stands for Loia, even thoughtfully placing a warm cushion there. Cedric flashed a sunlit smile in Loia's direction, causing a wave of shrieks from the girls around them that made Loia's ears ring. Merlin, he is just too handsome. Mr. Diggory must be smiling at me. Give it up. He is already taken. What do you know? The unattainable is always the most desirable. That day, the tale of Cedric carrying Loia back to the Gryffindor common room spread into various delightful versions. Hermione glanced at Loia, observing how Cedric was the topic of conversation among the surrounding girls, while Luo appeared utterly indifferent. Unable to restrain herself, Hermione posed a question that had long troubled her. Loia, I have always wanted to ask you something. If you, Professor Snape, Cedric, Harry, and Draco Malfoy were all to fall into the water simultaneously, who would you save first? Of course, I would swim to shore myself first. Won't your conscience be troubled? Can I even lift them? Wouldn't it be better if they swam up themselves? The academically gifted Hermione was momentarily left speechless. That does sound quite reasonable. The Gryffindor players were making their way to the pitch. Couldn't he attend the practice match due to other commitments, so Ron was temporarily assigned as the keeper. He mounted a rather worn-out broomstick, appearing somewhat nervous. Hermione pretended to look casually in his direction until she overheard a round-faced girl named Lavender Brown in the back row of the stands excitedly shouting, "Ron, you look so handsome in your Quidditch uniform." Hermione's expression darkened instantly. Ron was taken aback by the sudden confession from a stranger. It was too long before he puffed out his chest with newfound confidence. Grinning foolishly, Hermione's face turned a deep shade of displeasure. She cast a sonorous charm, her voice booming across the entire pitch. "Ron, you might as well fall off." In her anger, she grabbed her bag and hurled it at Ron, who was taken by surprise and struck on the back of his head, causing him to tumble off his broomstick. Silently thanked her luck that at this moment, Hermione was not unleashing a barrage of spells. Lavender Brown gasped, covering her mouth, "Merlin, my darling." The match had yet to begin, and Ron had already fallen from his broom, while Fred and George laughed uncontrollably, making one question if they were truly brothers. Poor Ron was eventually hoisted up by Fred and George, each supporting one of his arms. Clumsily remounting his broom, Ron swayed precariously, leaving Loia doubtful of his ability to guard the goal. The twins noticed Loia in the stands, and Fred whistled, "Is the boss here to cheer for us?" Cedric, upon hearing Loia referred to as the boss, momentarily froze, unease washing over his face as he instinctively glanced toward Loia. The Hufflepuff captain nudged him. "Don't pay attention to what the Weasley twins say. They're notoriously frivolous, always flirting around. Trusting them is foolish." Loia cupped her hand to her mouth and shouted at the twins, "I'm temporarily defecting today to cheer for Hufflepuff." Fred feigned heartbreak. "Boss, how could you betray us?" George joined in the lament. "This is truly disheartening." Upon hearing Loia's declaration, Cedric's anxious heart gradually began to calm. Just as the temporary referee was about to toss the quaffle into the air, a commotion erupted nearby. Several tall, burly Slytherins approached the pitch. Leading them was the arrogant and rude Dorian Pusey, who disdainfully declared, "We reserve the pitch. Take your brooms and get lost." Lucius Malfoy had outfitted the entire Slytherin Quidditch team with the latest Nimbus 2001. This upgraded model of the Nimbus 2000 not only boasted exceptional flying capabilities, but was also outrageously expensive. The Slytherin players, eager to test their new brooms, wasted no time in claiming the field. Dorian Pusey smirked condescendingly, disregarding the other two houses present. If we were to see the Slytherins equipped with Nimbus 2001s, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. "This pitch is ours. We read trying out the new Nimbus 2001s, so take your old brooms and scram." Fred and George retorted angrily, "We reserved this pitch yesterday." Dorian scoffed impatiently. Glancing at Ron's battered broomstick, he mocked once more. "Can your old broom even fly? You might as well purchase a Nimbus 2001. Oh, I nearly forgot. The Weasley family is so impoverished that they are still using outdated gear. You may never afford it in your lifetime." The Slytherin players behind him erupted into laughter. Ron clenched his fist, as if the Nimbus 2001 were yours to buy, implying that you yourself cannot afford it. "How dare you speak of others?" Dorian was left speechless, feeling a flush of embarrassment wash over him, and he angrily shoved Ron aside. Loia and Hermione were seated in the stands, and they noticed a Slytherin team barging onto the training field. Slytherin was clearly looking for a confrontation with Gryffindor. Upon witnessing the Slytherin leader roughly collide with Ron, Hermione anxiously dashed down the stands, racing towards the center of the training ground. The Hufflepuff captain looked on, troubled by the sudden turn of events. It was not the first time Slytherin had encroached upon their training grounds. The honest and gentle Hufflepuffs had always been accustomed to enduring, making concessions each time. He hoped to mediate and avoid this conflict, but that rowdy Gryffindor group would not swallow their pride. Although it was not present, the other players lacked confidence. Yet the Weasley brothers still led the charge in a heated argument with Slytherin. Amidst the clamor, a girl's voice interjected, "I have a solution." Loia stepped lightly into the fray, placing herself between the opposing sides. All eyes turned towards her. Why not have each side appoint a representative to engage in a magical duel to determine the rights to the training ground? She scanned the Slytherins, her gaze settling on Dorian. "You are the newly appointed captain of the Slytherin team, so it must be you representing them to AS for us. I shall serve as Gryffindor's representative." She smiled brightly, suggesting, "Let us decide the rights to the field through a magical duel. The losing side will have to crawl off the field on their knees. How does that sound?" Cedric moved beside Loia, pulling her behind him and standing protectively in front of her, his voice firm. "Dorian Hughes, I shall duel you." Dorian, being a senior, made Cedric worry for Loia's safety. The Hufflepuff captain wished to point out that public dueling would incur point deductions from the headmaster, so it would be better to concede the training ground to Slytherin. Loia pushed Cedric aside, taking a few steps forward. "Step back. I will handle this." Cedric called out her name anxiously. Loia turned to Slytherin, her demeanor resolute. "As the representative of both houses, I will not accept any objections." The Hufflepuff captain was at his wit's end, unable to interject. He certainly could not oppose her. Loia slowly approached Dorian, narrowing her eyes, the smile on her face fading. "Allow me to remind you, are you certain you can best me?" Dorian's expression instantly soured. Loia remained calm, her voice chilling. "I will make you look quite foolish, rendering you unable to hold your head high in front of everyone." Dorian's face contorted with rage, clearly incensed by her words. Terence Higgs quietly urged Dorian, "Do not provoke her. Have you forgotten how Professor Quirrell ended up? That Death Eater." Although Professor Quirrell typically appeared quite stammering to become the defense against the dark arts professor, one skill must not be underestimated. The tale of Loia Grindelwald defeating Quirrell and exposing his Death Eater identity had spread throughout the school. Dorian was not foolish and would not easily engage her in a duel. Loia remembered Terence Higgs, the Slytherin Seeker, who was notably polite and did not resort to underhanded tactics to win. Terence regarded her warily, stating the harsh truth. "If you truly injure her, Professor Snape will not let you off easily. You'll have a hard time for the remaining years, unless you wish to forfeit your graduation altogether." Dorian huffed in irritation, forcing himself to maintain composure as he adjusted his collar and reluctantly waved his teammates to prepare to leave. However, dealing with villains necessitates a response that is more vicious and ruthless than theirs. Cowards fear authority rather than virtue. The more you relent, the more they will take advantage of you. Hufflepuff had been overly accommodating, resulting in constant bullying. Loia had no intention of letting them walk away. She endeavored to make her voice sound even more arrogant than the villains, more menacing. "You, Slytherin, crash our Gryffindor training match uninvited, and now you think you can just leave?" Dorian shot her a fierce glare over his shoulder. Loia provocatively challenged Dorian. "If you do not accept my duel, I shall take it as a forfeit, so kindly crawl out on your knees." Dorian spat through clenched teeth. "You truly do not know your place." Seeing their momentum shift, the Gryffindors, led by Fred and George, began to jeer. "Coward! I dare you to crawl. Go on." Dorian felt sweat bead on his forehead. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Yet he could not swallow his pride. "I will count to 10, giving you two choices. Either crawl back or draw your wand and duel me fairly. When I reach 10, I will attack you." Dorian froze, his expression blank. Loia was steadily applying psychological pressure on him. Terence was exasperated. It appeared Miss Grindelwald was determined not to let Dorian off the hook. He had already warned him against attempting to seize their territory. Yet Dorian, the new captain, had refused to listen. Why was it that every Slytherin captain seemed to delight in causing trouble? Just the other day, Marcus had ignored his advice and ended up severely beaten by Loia Grindelwald. Having only just completed his expulsion paperwork, the Hufflepuff captain was rooted in place, bewildered. Why could they not simply settle matters amicably? Yet Gryffindor was the complete opposite, a pack of lions cheering enthusiastically. 1, 2, 7, 8. Loia began to count. "Wait, what about the middle numbers?" Terence was dumbfounded. Was this really how one counted? Loia emphatically declared. "I have consumed them." Terence interjected. 9, 10. Loia brandished her wand. its tip sparking with blue flames. Dorian was taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. Protego Diabolica. Fire shield. No sooner had Loia spoken than a towering wall of flames erupted. Everyone instinctively stepped back. The Slytherin players stared in shock. The Gryffindors, who had been cheering moments before, gaped in astonishment, retreating. Dorian was struck with horror, his hand trembling as his wand clattered to the ground. The circular wall of fire grew larger, spreading outward. He was forced to retreat, unable to even retrieve his wand. The moment his poor wand came into contact with the blue flames, it erupted in sparks and was reduced to ashes. Yet Loia, standing at the center of the blue fire, showed no signs of being burned. www.x33xs.com, she languidly folded her arms, instantly feeling quite pretentious. The opponent's wand had turned to ashes, which indirectly signified a surrender. Bullying someone without a wand seemed rather dishonorable. However, the sight of Delrian swaggering in to assert his dominance was quite repugnant to her, and she felt it necessary to teach him a small lesson. With a snap of her fingers, blue flames took the shape of several sparrows, emerging from the wall of fire and lunging toward the astonished Delrian. The fiery sparrow collided with his shoulder, igniting his jersey in an instant. Realizing that his shoulder was ablaze, Delrian flailed helplessly, desperately trying to extinguish the flames while howling in agony. Terence, in a panic, attempted to douse the fire on Delrian's shoulder with a torrent of water. Yet, the blue flames refused to extinguish. Two more fiery sparrows surged toward his knees, causing his trousers to catch fire as well. Delrian contorted his face, completely disregarding his dignity as he rolled on the ground, trying to smother the magical flames on his shoulder and knees. A few Slytherin players, witnessing the commotion and the approaching fiery sparrows, hastily mounted their Firebolt 2001 brooms and fled, leaving Delrian behind. Loia managed to maintain control, though it was indeed a bit excessive to go to such lengths against Delrian. Yet, the grander the display, the stronger the deterrent effect. It serve as a warning to the Slytherin team to be more cautious in their future dealings and not to overstep their bounds, if she were to unleash a firebird the size of an Argentinian giant eagle. Delrian might very well find himself spending the rest of his life in St. Mungo's Hospital. Should that occur, his family would likely bring a suit against the Ministry of Magic, and despite the current ineptitude of the ministry, she could very well find herself facing a manhunt. It was hardly worth jeopardizing her own standing for the sake of a despicable individual. The last fiery sparrow, realizing it was a bit late to join the fray, found that the previous birds had already completed their mischief and felt somewhat redundant. With nothing else to do, it darted into Hufflepuff, flapping its sparking wings in disarray. The Hufflepuff players, alarmed, retreated in unison, leaving Cedric standing in the forefront. The fiery sparrow circled Cedric a few times before settling on his shoulder. To Cedric's astonishment, he discovered that neither his shoulder nor his clothing had been singed by the flames. The magical flames of the fire shield posed no threat to individuals who bore no malice toward the caster. Cedric tilted his head, and the fiery sparrow mimicked him, cocking its head before bursting into sparks and vanishing into thin air. "What are you all doing here?" Professor Sprout entered the training grounds. Her sudden arrival effectively halted the private duel. The Hufflepuff players have applied to use the training grounds. Professor Sprout's presence provided a diplomatic exit for both parties. No one wished to engage in a brawl before the headmistress. Unbeknownst to Professor Sprout, she cast a spell to extinguish the flames that had been tormenting Delrian, finally putting an end to the fire on him. Terence and a few players assisted the disheveled Delrian in leaving the training grounds. Meanwhile, the Gryffindors sighed in disappointment, lamenting the missed opportunity to witness Delrian crawling out on his knees. Professor Sprout glanced back at Loia, who was still surrounded by blue flames. Coupled with Delrian's unfortunate state, outsiders might easily misinterpret the situation as Loia engaging in one-sided bullying. "Professor Sprout, it was a private duel between me and the Slytherin players." Cedric, concerned that Professor Sprout might reprimand Loia, instinctively took the blame. Professor Sprout regarded Cedric with a resigned expression, letting out a long sigh. This boy is always so kind-hearted, too honest, always thinking of others. If he continues to be this naive, he might find his future affections straying elsewhere. Moreover, With such an ostentatious wall of fire blazing prominently in the center of the Quidditch pitch, who would believe that the girl within had no connection to the duel? Fortunately, Professor Sprout was a remarkably kind and forgiving individual. She did not exhibit any signs of anger. "Miss Grinwald, could you please extinguish your blue flames?" Professor Sprout requested amicably. With no ill intent, Loia offered a slightly embarrassed smile in return. "I apologize, Professor Sprout, but it needs to burn for a while longer before it can extinguish." This time, Professor Sprout neither deducted points nor reprimanded her. Instead, she left the training ground for the students. The fire shield had not released most of its energy and could only burn in place, waiting to exhaust itself before vanishing. This meant that the Quidditch practice would have to wait for the wall of fire to die down. Hence, the spectators in the stands waited for a full hour, nearly dozing off. Some even went to the Great Hall for dinner, only to return and find the flames still unextinguished. Ultimately, the Quidditch match proceeded. With Captain Wood absent, the Gryffindor team had a rookie goalkeeper, Ron, while Harry was still in the hospital wing with a limp, and they had to rely on a substitute who was also inexperienced. As a result, Gryffindor suffered a dismal defeat at the hands of Hufflepuff. Cedric, beaming with victory, descended on his broomstick before Loia. In the stands, he extended his hand, revealing the golden snitch nestled in his palm. His gray eyes locked onto Loia's. Loia, conflicted, gazed at the snitch in his hand and thought, I recall Harry having regurgitated the snitch before. I think I'll refrain from touching it as the first semester drew to a close. The young witches and wizards busied themselves preparing for their final exams. What troubled Loia was the fact that it had already been half a month since the departure of the Wagadoo Wizards, and they had yet to receive a single canute of the prize money from the spell casting competition. That it was rather disheartening that such a prestigious institution, the largest magical academy in the world, would resort to such ungraciousness. Loia sent a letter, and the response indicated that due to the headmaster's disappearance, the remaining professors were preoccupied with maintaining order within the school and were unable to address the matter of the competition's prize money. After all, it was a considerable sum. No professor would willingly dip into their own pockets for the sake of the school. Simultaneously, they sent a letter to Malfoy Manor, explaining the situation and asking for understanding. Malfoy, however, was indifferent to the prize money, as he had no shortage of galleons. Yet the professors at Wagadoo underestimated Loia's tenacity in pursuing her dues. She had played so many matches. Why should she not receive her prize? Even if she didn't need the money, Malfoy did not care for it, but that did not mean she felt the same. After sending countless letters of demand, the professors of Wagadoo could no longer endure her persistent harassment. Reluctantly, they convened a meeting and decided to excavate something from the Moon Mountains to present to her as a substitute for the prize, hoping she would cease her letters. One evening, just before dusk, two pitch-black owls delivered a box. Landing at her window, Loia was eager to discover what the Wagadoo professors had sent her as a substitute for the prize money. Upon opening the box, she was met with a pile of weeds. Frowning, she thought, if Wagadoo was attempting to swindle her again, she would send 100 more letters of complaint. She reached into the box and felt something round and hefty. Clearing away the weeds, she was astonished to find a dragon egg nestled within. The author has something to say. Regarding the male lead, I am genuinely uncertain for the time being. I am just going with the flow. If you enjoy the free content, please take a moment to show your support. Thank you. Loia cleared away the weeds and discovered a dragon egg. The obsidian shell was adorned with hard scales that shimmered in the moonlight, displaying a variety of peculiar patterns. Loia weighed the dragon egg in her hands. It was quite heavy. She had no idea what breed of dragon might hatch from it, and she would need to seek Hagrid's assistance on how to incubate it properly. Placing the dragon egg in her bag, she set off for Hagrid's hut. Darkness enveloped the sky. It was already past curfew, and she walked through the eerily quiet campus with her bag slung over her shoulder. "Ah, good evening, Mr. Filch," Loia greeted the patrolling caretaker as she crossed paths with him. Following Filch was a dejected first-year Slytherin student. Filch was in high spirits today, with the end of the first semester approaching. He had finally caught a student trespassing after hours. Filch glared at the law-abiding Loia, who was wandering around the campus at such a late hour, and quickly chose to take a detour. Behind him, a disgruntled Slytherin wizard, who had been punished with detention, muttered, Why, isn't that Gryffindor being confined? Filch cursed under his breath. Ask your headmaster, Snape. Loia knocked on Hagrid's wooden door. She noticed that the curtains of Hagrid's hut were drawn tightly shut, indicating something amiss. Hagrid, wearing an apron, opened the door in response. Sorry, Loia, don't hold it against me for being rude. I have matters to attend to today. Now, you should head back to your common room, Hagrid said, his expression flustered and his gaze darting about, before hastily closing the door. Standing outside, Loia pondered for a moment. The main plot had progressed to the point of Quirrell's demise, yet she felt something was still lacking. After some thought, she realized that Hagrid's dragon had yet to be discovered. Likely due to the butterfly effect, Hagrid's physical incubation of the egg was delayed compared to the original storyline. Loia addressed the wooden door. Hagrid, are you incubating an egg? The door swung open again, and Hagrid stepped out, looking astonished as he stammered. How did you know? Just an educated guess, Loia replied with a smile. Though I don't quite understand. You should come in quickly, Hagrid urged, glancing around outside before closing the door again. Inside the hut, the fireplace blazed warmly, and Hagrid poured her a steaming cup of tea. Loia turned her gaze to the fireplace, where a blackened dragon egg lay nestled in the center of the flames. Norwegian Ridgeback? Loia asked, scrutinizing the egg. Hagrid nodded with pride. That I won this dragon egg from a stranger while playing cards at the pub last month. I got sidetracked with repairs in the Forbidden Forest, so it got delayed. It became clear that the timeline for Hagrid raising the dragon diverged from the film's plot because Loia had burned the Forbidden Forest while under Grindelwald's possession, leaving Hagrid with little time to incubate the egg. Loia inspected the Norwegian Ridgeback egg, noting its smooth shell, which was quite different from her own dragon egg. A crack appeared in the shell, emitting smoke as something within wriggled persistently. Hagrid excitedly approached, his large hands clad in heavy gloves, and lifted the fire pit out. With a crisp crack, the egg split open, and a small dragon emerged, wobbling and flapping on the table. Hagrid reached out to stroke the little dragon's head, only for it to bite down on his finger. This little one must think I'm its mother. I've decided to name it Norbert, Hagrid said, joyfully cradling the dragon and rubbing his beard against it. Male caregiver, Loia remarked calmly. Hagrid, Sirius, said to her, You must keep this a secret. Don't let Professor Dumbledore find out. He'll have it sent away. I also have a dragon egg that I need your help to hatch, Loia said, placing her bag on the wooden table and revealing the dragon egg she had brought out. Hagrid gazed in surprise at the pitch-black egg on the table, noting its larger size compared to any dragon egg he had seen. It's a prize from the spell competition, but a wizard from Wagadu refused to give me my reward, offering a dragon egg instead, Loia explained. Hagrid examined the egg closely, noticing the dense, scaly shell shimmering in the firelight. Merlin's beard. I've never seen an egg like this, he exclaimed, pulling out a tattered book from beneath his pillow about raising dragons for profit. He spread the book open on the wooden table, flipping through its pages quickly. Loia leaned in to look as the book detailed how to hatch eggs and care for dragon hatchlings. The last few pages documented common breeds of dragons and their eggs in the wizarding world, along with illustrations. Welsh Green, Australian Billywig, Hungarian Horntail, Loia counted, while Hagrid also examined them repeatedly, yet none resembled her dragon egg. Curious, Norbert approached and sniffed the dragon egg, only to recoil in fear, baring its teeth and trembling, as if sensing a formidable threat within. It was a natural instinct for creatures to fear their predators. Hagrid quickly scooped Norbert into his arms, soothing him. Don't be afraid, darling. Your male caregiver is here. Watching Hagrid's affectionate interaction with the dragon sent shivers down Loia's spine. Since they could not identify the breed, she suggested, why not hatch it first and see? Hagrid nodded in agreement, carefully placing the dragon egg back into the fire pit in the hearth. How long will it take for the little dragon to hatch? Loia asked, propping her head on her hands with anticipation. Probably a few more days, Hagrid replied, tending to the coals in the fireplace while humming a cheerful tune. Regarding the dragon egg, Loia intended to keep it a secret from anyone but Hagrid for now. Dragons were a rare resource in the magical world. Their hides and cores could be crafted into protective gear and wand cores, while even their meat was a valuable potion ingredient. However, dragons were notoriously volatile and dangerous creatures, utterly unsuitable as pets. Not to mention, Dumbledore and Snape would never approve of her raising a dragon. In the following days, Loia visited the dragon egg every evening. When she entered Hagrid's hut one time, she found him with tears streaming down his face. Soaking his beard, a chill ran down Loia's spine. Surely her dragon egg had been roasted before it could hatch. With a sigh, she said, "Hagrid, if the dragon egg really is cooked, I'll blame you. We can cut it in half, and with some sauce, it should taste delightful." Hagrid, upon seeing her, burst into tears. "Your egg hasn't been cooked. My Norbert has been sent to Romania by Dumbledore. It's still just a baby. What if the other dragons bully it? My dragon egg hasn't been confiscated, has it? I hid in Fong's doghouse, and Dumbledore didn't find it." Loia patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Fong had not dared to step foot in his doghouse for days. Hagrid, still wiping his tears, retrieved the dragon egg from Fong's doghouse and returned it to the fire pit. In the days that followed, Loia made a point to visit daily, yet the dragon egg showed no signs of hatching. Even Hagrid found it strange, as he had been following the book's instructions meticulously. Hagrid muttered, "It seems we need a professional magizoologist." Loia looked up at him in confusion. "I've sent a letter to Newt Scamander, hoping he can assist and perhaps identify the breed of this dragon egg," Hagrid explained. Soon enough, Hagrid received a reply from Newt Scamander. In the letter, Newt expressed his apologies, stating that he was currently preoccupied with caring for ailing Tina, but he had dispatched a promising future magizoologist to aid Miss Grindelwald. "A future magizoologist?" Loia asked, perplexed as she finished reading the letter. Hagrid was busy cooking the dragon egg in the fire pit. "The person Newt recommended will surely be of assistance to you." As Loia sat in the rocking chair, pondering who this future magizoologist could be, a knock echoed at the door of the hut. She rose to answer it, finding a young boy clad in Hufflepuff robes. His warm brown curls falling over his shy, downturned face. Loia's eyes widened. "Newt Scamander? Greetings, I am Rolf Scamander, a second-year student from Hufflepuff. Why grandfather has sent me to assist Miss Grindelwald with a quiet self-introduction. The brown-haired youth before me is, astonishingly, the grandson of Newt, resembling him almost to the last detail. The future magizoologist that Newt spoke of turns out to be his very own grandson, which feels rather like an indirect way of boasting about one's progeny. Moreover, this young lad has perfectly inherited his grandfather's socially anxious traits. Since entering the room, Rolf has kept his head bowed, his gaze fixated on the floor, never once lifting it. Loia responds politely, "Hello, I am Loia Grindelwald, a first year from Gryffindor." The enthusiastic Hagrid immediately invites Rolf inside. As Rolf steps into the small cottage, he inadvertently catches a glimpse of Loia's face, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This Gryffindor girl is none other than the one who had confronted him in the corridor, questioning why Dumbledore's favorite student was his grandfather's girl. Rolf remembers her terrifying aura that day, as if she would incinerate him on the spot if he failed to provide a satisfactory answer. "What's wrong with you?" Loia asks, looking at him in confusion while rolling up her sleeves. Rolf, terrified by her approach, faints on the spot. Loia, taken aback, thinks to herself that she merely intended to retrieve the dragon egg. How could Newt's grandson faint? What on earth had Grindelwald done to him? It is hardly all the fault of the old man. With Rolf standing before her, he is the very image of Newt. From Rolf's pocket emerges a palm-sized, tree bark and twig creature known as a bowtruckle. The bowtruckle, blinking its brown eyes, nudges Rolf with concern. Loia laments that she should have brought her Niffler along today to take a picture with the bowtruckle. Eventually, Rolf is roused from his fainting spell by Hagrid's voice. Upon waking, he still appears restless, retreating to a corner and maintaining a distance from Loia. Loia concocts a hasty explanation. "I accidentally consumed a peculiar potion that left me dazed. This isn't my usual demeanor." Hagrid corroborates, assuring Rolf that Loia possesses a splendid temperament. Indeed, the Gryffindor girl before him lacks the fearsome aura from that day, allowing Rolf to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Loia retrieves the dragon egg and places it upon the wooden table. "This is my dragon egg. I am uncertain of its breed. Hagrid has been trying for several days, but has been unable to hatch it. Could you please take a look upon encountering anything related to magical creatures?" Rolf transforms entirely, akin to his grandfather Newt, as if all previous fear has dissipated. Donning gloves, he carefully rotates the pitch-black dragon egg, immersing himself in his own world of research under the flickering candlelight. Rolf meticulously examines the scales on the dragon egg. Loia hears him muttering, "Black Death." Both she and Hagrid exchange puzzled glances at the hunched boy, wondering what breed this could be. One of the ancient evil dragons. Rolf declares, his previously timid demeanor vanishing whenever a magical creature is involved, becoming exceedingly animated. He opens his portable case and retrieves a tattered manuscript, quickly flipping to a page. The Black Death, the largest evil dragon of ancient times, could swallow an entire mammoth in a single bite. Its fiery breath could melt steel and stone, and its scale hide could withstand all forms of magic. Loia's eyes brighten. Folklore recounts that Conqueror I once rode a Black Death to dominate an entire continent. While the authenticity of these tales remains uncertain, I believe such a dragon must exist. Loia grows increasingly excited. However, Rolf's expression suddenly shifts to one of discomfort as he delivers an unforgiving truth, regrettably. Miss Grindelwald, the egg you possess is a fossilized dragon egg, at least several tens of thousands of years old. What? Loia gasps as if struck by lightning. Rolf sets the egg down, reverting to his usual meek self. This dragon egg has turned to fossil after millennia and can no longer hatch. Essentially, it is merely a beautiful stone now. Hagrid shakes his head in disappointment, having not only lost his hoped-for baby dragon, but also the dream of witnessing a new hatchling's birth in a fit of anger. Loia sends hundreds of furious letters to the professors at Hogwarts, who had deceived her with a fossil as a prize. Overwhelmed by her barrage, the school ultimately agrees to send her an entire set of Firebolt 2001 brooms from their storeroom as compensation, assuring her that they have only been used a few times and are in excellent condition. Reluctantly, Loia accepts this arrangement. She intends to temporarily store the fossilized Black Death egg in the Room of Requirement, which has now become her personal storage space. Relying on the Marauder's map, Loia sneaks to the 8th floor to open the door to the Room of Requirement. IT remains arranged as she initially envisioned, a subterranean classroom. Dejected, Loia places the dragon egg into a box, having hoped for a soaring dragon that breathes fire, only to discover is a fossilized egg. With a heavy sigh, she closes the wooden box and approaches the door. When the egg stirs slightly, her niffler hops down from her shoulder, turning its head and staring intently at the box. Typically, the niffler is a bundle of energy, so it is unusual to see it quietly standing there, lost in thought. "What's the matter, niffler? Come back quickly. I need to close the door." The niffler refuses to follow her, scampering to the box and chattering away as if speaking to the dragon egg. Loia walks over to investigate again. The egg lies still within the box, showing no signs of irregularity. She scoops up the niffler and leaves the Room of Requirement, but a flock of owls swoops into the Great Hall, clutching long parcels, each dropping one at Loia's feet. Hermione and Ron assist her in unwrapping the packages. Inside are nearly 10 shimmering Firebolt 2001 brooms. The author has something to say. I do not wish to trouble Newt at his advanced age. Rolf's commander is indeed a character from lore. The dragon egg is genuinely a fossil, and Rolf has not misspoken. However, there has never been a recorded instance of a fossil egg hatching a dragon. The egg will hatch in the future, but not at present. Nearly 10 gleaming Firebolt 2001 brooms are neatly arranged on the long table before Loia, which stares in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. Ron, mouth agape, reaches out to touch a broomstick. Though these brooms are not brand new, one would hardly notice the minor imperfections without a magnifying glass. They're a vast improvement over the nearly bald brooms in the Gryffindor broom cupboard. Furthermore, even as secondhand goods, these Firebolts would fetch a handsome sum. Loia is not currently in need of money, so rather than hoarding so many brooms, she decides to sponsor the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Loia tosses a colorful marble into the air, which explodes into ribbons and fireworks, transforming into a small horn. This is a prototype of Fred and George's latest magical prank product, and the horn resembles Mrs. Weasley's howler. The little horn floats in the air, loudly calling, "Gryffindor Quidditch players, come quickly to line up for your Firebolt 2001 brooms." The resounding voice reverberates throughout the Great Hall, causing students from all 4 houses to turn in astonishment. The Gryffindor table erupts in excitement as players cheer and crowd around Loia. The students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff cast envious glances, while Slytherin scowls in displeasure. The Gryffindor house is in a frenzy. Scrambling for the Firebolt 2001's, Ron swallows hard, incredulously exclaiming, "Loia, can I really have a Firebolt 2001 too? Certainly, in the future, you shall be the principal goalkeeper for Gryffindor." Luo Ya continued, "Hurry and choose a relatively new one, or else all the good ones will be snatched away." Among the packages lay a brand new, even unopened, Firebolt 2001, which Luo Ya selfishly reserved for Harry Wood, touched by the sight of the Firebolt 2001. Felt tears of joy welling up in his eyes. He had never imagined he would possess one in his lifetime. Fred and George, eager to test the flight capabilities of the new broom, boldly mounted their brooms and soared out of the hall point one by one. The Gryffindor players followed suit, riding their firebolts into the sky, amidst the distant sound of Professor McGonagall's furious admonishment against riding brooms within the castle. With the new flying brooms, Gryffindor, under Wood's leadership, faced Slytherin in a fierce match that day and emerged victorious. Everything was gradually returning to normal as the first academic year was drawing to a close. Due to Snape's relentless deduction of points from their house, this year's Great Hall was devoid of the grand banner depicting the Slytherin serpent, after a 6-year reign of triumph in the House Cup. Slytherin's winning streak was finally brought to an end, and the little snakes cast venomous glares at the culprit. Luo Ya, leisurely propping her chin on her hand, gazed towards the professor's table, listening to Dumbledore's proclamations. The headmaster was adding points to Gryffindor for various reasons. In the end, through Dumbledore's favoritism, Gryffindor claimed the House Cup. The ribbons hanging in the hall transformed into a vivid crimson, and the banner was replaced by the majestic Gryffindor lion. The roars of the lions were deafening, as the eagles and badgers celebrated Slytherin's unexpected downfall. The examination results soon followed, with Hermione once again emerging as the top scholar of the year. As the first academic year concluded, Hagrid led them onto the fleet of boats across the lake, and they arrived at the Hogwarts Express. The platform was bustling, filled with throngs of people, as young witches and wizards prepared to board the train and return home for the summer. Amid the cacophony of the station, Luo Ya could not hear anyone calling her name. Just as she and Hermione were about to board the express, the crowd parted, and a strong hand grasped her arm. Cedric had intercepted her. Luo Ya turned around and inadvertently locked eyes with Cedric's gaze. He had searched through the crowd for her for quite some time, running in a hurry, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Cedric pressed a note into her palm. Luo Ya glanced down to open the note, which bore neatly written addresses. Cedric, striving to suppress his mounting anxiety, said, "Please be sure to write to me over the summer." His eyes were filled with anticipation, fixed intensely on Luo Ya. The girl's eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness, so enchanting that he found it difficult to look away. Hermione cast a sidelong glance at Luo Ya's arm, then at Cedric, clearing her throat discreetly. Cedric, suddenly realizing he was still holding her arm, felt a flush creep up his ears and hurriedly released her, repeatedly apologizing. "Young lovers, it's not like you're parting for good." Someone quipped, "Summer will pass quickly, and you'll see each other again. Let us clear a path. My leaf is missing." Laughter and teasing comments erupted from the surrounding onlookers, mingled with Neville's shrill screams. Cedric noticed they were blocking the train door, preventing others from passing. All eyes were upon them. The flush on Cedric's ears was rapidly spreading down his neck. Inside a compartment, Malfoy and his 2 cronies peeked through binoculars in their direction. Munching on snacks while humming, Fred and George leaned out of the window, half of their bodies visible, calling out to Luo Ya, "Luo Ya, we've saved you a seat. Hurry up. I'll be right there." Luo Ya called back to Cedric, promising to write him a letter before hastily following Hermione into the compartment. Cedric watched her figure disappear into the crowd as the train sped along. The scenery outside blurred by, vast expanses of wilderness and quaint Muggle towns, until it finally came to a halt at King's Cross Station. Luo Ya returned to Spinner's End, where the house elf had been waiting patiently at the door for quite some time. Throughout the summer, Snape remained secluded, either shut in his study or busy concocting potions. During the summer, Luo Ya lounged about like a lazy fish, having nothing to occupy her time. Hedwig soared out of the window with a letter clutched in her beak, while another owl, Cedric S., landed on her desk with a letter. Luo Ya regarded the pile of letters that had accumulated with a complex expression. She was puzzled as to why so many individuals were writing to her, as different owls seemed to knock on her window almost daily. She truly did not comprehend what there was to write about. She was unaccustomed to such antiquated forms of communication, as in her time. A simple WeChat message would suffice for contact. However, being as clever as she was, no matter what was written in the letters, she replied with identical content to each sender. A simple copying charm made it effortless. Eventually, in her laziness, she resorted to replying with just a brief note saying, "Read. Well, no need to worry. The author has something to say. A small gift fueled by love for free. I kindly ask everyone to give a little support." FedEx33XS.com. Snape stored several bottles of potion he had prepared for Luo Ya in the cabinet. He withdrew a book from the shelf and settled in the chair by the fireplace. The crackling of the firewood filled the air, and a hint of fatigue creased his features as he rubbed his temples, attempting to dispel his weariness. Having barely turned a few pages of the book, he heard the familiar sound of footsteps approaching, accompanied by her voice echoing down the corridor, calling his name. "Snape?" Luo Ya pushed the door open, cradling a large cauldron that nearly obscured her upper body. As she ascended the stairs, she almost stumbled, forcing her to tread carefully with each step, wary of tripping again. She had forgotten to bring back her cauldron from school. Luo Ya rummaged through Snape's storeroom and found a cauldron meant for an adult, significantly larger than the one she used in class. Observing her petite frame struggling with the oversized cauldron, Snape instinctively closed his book, approached her, and took the cauldron from her grasp, setting it down on the wooden table. "Snape, do you have a moment?" Luo Ya looked up at him. Snape regarded her coolly and nodded slightly. "Could you teach me how to brew the polyjuice potion?" Snape did not inquire why she needed the polyjuice potion. Wordlessly, he turned away and retrieved the necessary ingredients from the shelf. With his back to Luo Ya and out of her sight, his complexion appeared unusually pale. 2 empty cauldrons were positioned on the workbench. Snape methodically added fluxweed and powdered lacewing leaves into the cauldrons. Luo Ya diligently followed his lead, though her potion-making skills were rather poor, perhaps even abysmal. She had long believed that her talents lay predominantly in charms. Moreover, during the Cold War between them, when Snape confiscated her wand, she had missed several classes due to her absence. Snape had never considered offering her extra lessons, as he could see that she had little interest in potion-making. She had her strengths and areas of expertise. Even Professor Flitwick had praised her as a genius in charms, destined to become the next champion of the dueling tournament. There was no need to impose a subject she did not favor upon her, as it would only serve to burden her to the end of the term. Snape had privately exercised his authority to ensure she passed her exams. "Wait, slow down. How many times did you turn clockwise just now? Why did you turn counterclockwise again?" This is the consequence of not paying attention in class. Now, even with the professor personally guiding her, she remains utterly confused. Severus Snape deliberately slows his movements, allowing her to observe clearly as he patiently demonstrates step by step. Even in the potions class, he has never shown such forbearance towards any student before. Snape adds the remaining ingredients into the dry cauldron. Suddenly, his vision begins to swirl, and he sways unsteadily. Loia discards the ingredients in her hands and rushes to support him. The age of her current body is too young, and she is also too short, so Snape nearly leans entirely against her. She watches as his lips turn pale, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. "Are you all right?" Snape presses a hand against his healing wound. Furrowing his brow without uttering a word, he grips her shoulder with one hand, using some strength to slowly rise. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he hoarsely replies, "It's nothing. What exactly is wrong with you?" Loia gazes directly into his eyes, while Snape, lowering his gaze, meets hers, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. The two are enveloped in a silent stillness. The cauldron bubbles and simmers. Snape is the first to avert his gaze, swiftly changing the subject. "Miss Grindelwald, you now need to pay more attention to your cauldron." Snape resumes his usual indifference, as though nothing had transpired moments ago. When Loia turns around, she is met with billows of thick black smoke emanating from the cauldron she had forgotten about, threatening to explode if left unattended. This is bad. My cauldron. Loia frantically stirs the cauldron, her focus returning to her work. and she momentarily dismisses Snape's earlier odd behavior. After a long while, she exclaims, "My polyjuice potion is complete." Joyfully clasping her hands together, she scoops the potion into a vial. She gazes at her creation with satisfaction. However, Snape merely glances at her potion before taking the vial she had painstakingly prepared and setting it aside. "The effect of your polyjuice potion will last at most 15 minutes. Snape declares, deeming her potion inadequate. Loia, feeling dejected, casts a furtive glance at Snape's potion. Her small concern does not escape Snape's notice. Understanding her unspoken thoughts, he pours his own polyjuice potion into a vial and places it before her. "It can last over 10 hours. Take it." Truly, he is a top-notch potion master, capable of brewing a potion with such prolonged efficacy. "Thank you, Professor Snape," Loia exclaims, embracing him in her excitement. She fails to notice that in that brief moment of embrace, Snape's brow furrows, his expression tense, as if he is enduring some unseen pain. Snape lowers his head and begins to tidy up the workbench. He does not forget to remind Loia, "You are still missing one very important ingredient, a part of the person you wish to imitate." "I know. I prepared it," Loia responds, retrieving a strand of hair from her back. Though her potion-making skills are lacking, she recalls from the films that Hermione once brewed a polyjuice potion and remembers that a hair from the subject must be added. "Aren't you curious about what I need the polyjuice potion for?" Loia inquires with a look that suggests she wonders if he fears she might engage in mischief. Snape silently regards her. After a long pause, Loia hears his deep voice. "If I were to ask, would you tell?" "Of course not." Snape understands her far better than she realizes. Loia takes the vial of polyjuice potion he provided and turns to leave. As Snape continues to tidy up the table, he watches her retreating figure and solemnly cautions, "Don't do anything dangerous." All right, I won't do anything dangerous," she assures him, merely intending to take care of something in the Muggle world. Once Loia departs, Snape can no longer contain himself. Beads of sweat form on his forehead as he struggles to grip the edge of the table. Snape loosens his robe. The wound on his abdomen, which had seemingly healed, now gapes grotesquely, oozing blood. The horrifying wound is marred by dreadful dark magic markings. When Voldemort had controlled Loia, a cruel dark curse was left upon him through her as a medium. Even though the wound had healed, whenever Loia draws near, the curse activates, causing the wound to gradually reopen as long as she is close enough. He can even relive the sensation of the wound being pierced anew. Sitting on the sofa, Snape fixates on the flickering flames in the fireplace. The correct course of action would be to isolate himself in his study until he finds a way to lift the curse. Maintaining distance from Loia, he should not have allowed her in today. Yet, upon hearing her knock and the sound of her voice, Snape finds himself unable to resist the urge to catch a glimpse of her. Perhaps he should be grateful for his customary dark robes, for even if blood seeps onto them, it will be difficult for others to discern that author's note. Thanks to Brother Cheen from Dazazu Island for the explosive updates and the support. Thanks to the inspiration capsule from Chibai. Thanks to the life and death talisman from Hunzy Dog. Loia arrives at the Burrow, dragging her suitcase, where Mrs. Weasley greets her warmly, wearing a floral apron. "My dear child, how wonderful it is to see you." Mrs. Weasley enthusiastically ushers her inside. Loia removes her coat, intentionally wearing the sweater knitted by Mrs. Weasley herself. Mrs. Weasley beams as she takes in Loia from head to toe, noticing she has grown a head taller and looks even more adorable in the sweater. "Initially, we were quite concerned when Dumbledore appointed Snape as your temporary guardian. How could he possibly care for a child? But now, I see he has done quite well." Upon learning that Snape had become Loia's temporary guardian, Mrs. Weasley had vehemently opposed the idea, doubting that an unmarried man without children could competently look after a young girl. She even discussed with Mr. Weasley the possibility of approaching Dumbledore to arrange for Loia to be fostered at the Burrow instead. They had ample experience caring for children, and having peers of the same age would be far better than growing up with a perpetually gloomy middle-aged man. Now, it seems her worries were unfounded. Snape has proven to be quite capable of taking good care of her. Loia cannot comprehend why everyone harbors such misconceptions about Snape. Aside from his perpetually icy demeanor, he is genuinely quite decent. As a temporary guardian, he has never deprived her of the best and most expensive essentials. When Snape took her to Diagon Alley to purchase school supplies, Mrs. Moak mistakenly assumed she was the daughter of a noble family. while Snape was perceived as her butler, accompanying her on a shopping trip. After spending some time in the kitchen, Mrs. Weasley emerges with several plates of delicious food. She heaps cake and pie onto Luo Ya's plate, so exuberant that Luo Ya can hardly keep up. Glancing at the clock, Mrs. Weasley gasps softly, "Oh dear, it's already this late. I must hurry to the book signing event with Lockhart." As she speaks, she hurriedly removes her apron. "Dear Luo Ya, you stay here. Fred, George, and Ron will keep you company." After Madame Weasley finished speaking, she took Ginny's hand and led her through the fireplace to queue for Diagon Alley. Only the Weasley twins and Ron remained in the burrow. Fred, chewing on a pie, remarked, "My mom is a devoted fan of Lockhart. She won't be back anytime soon from a signing event." George chimed in, "We have plenty of time. We can make our move." Loia nodded, retrieving the polyjuice potion from her trunk in Ginny's room, and added the hair she had collected from the Transfiguration classroom into the mixture before taking a gulp. The effects were swift. She made a frowning expression in the mirror, perfectly mimicking Professor McGonagall's angry face. She then changed into Muggle clothing as Loia emerged from the room, her face resembling that of Professor McGonagall. Ron nearly choked on his sandwich. He pounded his chest to catch his breath and asked, "Loia, how did you transform into Professor McGonagall?" Fred and George pinched their throats and mimicked McGonagall's voice. "No flying on brooms inside the castle." 10 points from Gryffindor. Ron shivered at the thought. Fred and George produced 2 small vials filled with a potion that was clearly not Polyjuice potion. The twins shook the bottles with pride. "Our latest invention, an aging potion. We found a note in the library by someone named Ailey." Loia recalled a scene from a movie where the twins turned into old men after drinking an aging potion. She kindly warned them, "You might want to reconsider drinking that aging potion. Its effects may not be as expected." Fred and George exchanged glances and chuckled. Failure is what makes it exciting. The twins downed the potion in unison. An explosion of sound erupted, and they transformed into elderly men with white beards. Loia expected them to bicker over the potion's failure, yet they instead stroked their beards with satisfaction. "This is fantastic. I have more wrinkles than Dumbledore. We could market this as an aging potion." Curious, Loia tugged at Fred's beard, discovering it was indeed real hair. A wondrous surprise. Fred dramatically lamented, "You've pulled my beard. You must take responsibility." Ron, munching on a ham sandwich, looked on in bewilderment as Loia and the twins prepared to depart the burrow. Ron's voice, filled with resentment, echoed from behind. "Where are you going to play? Why aren't you taking me?" Fred replied, "You stay behind to guard the house." Ron protested, "That's not fair. I'm your brother." George added, "That is all the more reason for you to stay and guard the house." At number 4. Privet Drive, in the little whinging district of Surrey, another quarrel erupted at the Dursley dining table. Uncle Vernon cursed at Harry, "You little brat. I'll lock you up so you can never return to school. If you escape using magic, they'll expel you," amid Aunt Petunia's and Dudley's mocking laughter. Harry's spellbook, wand, robes, and the firebolt 2001 that Loia had gifted him were locked away in the small, dark cupboard under the stairs. Harry was confined to his room, the windows barred by Uncle Vernon. The Dursleys provided him with mere scraps of food each day, which he had to share with Hedwig, who was also caged. Previously, he could sneak Hedwig out to send letters to Loia while Aunt Petunia napped, but now Hedwig was imprisoned too, leaving him unable to communicate with her. Correspondence with Loia was his sole solace in a world of solitude, although he noticed her replies growing increasingly brief, eventually reducing to just a few words. Lying on his bed, he repeatedly read the 6 words on the envelope. "Read fine. Don't worry, he couldn't help but wonder if Loia's reply to that third-year Hufflepuff would be just as brief." In the Gryffindor common room, he often overheard girls whispering that Cedric, the finest student from Hufflepuff, was pursuing Loia. He felt something quietly slipping away from him, staring blankly at the sky beyond the window bars. He pondered how much longer he would be confined. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door downstairs. Jumping from his bed, he leaned out the window to see none other than Professor McGonagall in Muggle attire. Behind her trailed 2 fidgety old men with white beards, dressed in black, clutching briefcases and wearing sunglasses, resembling secret agents from television rather than elderly gentlemen. Aunt Petunia opened the door to find Fred and George, sporting their white beards and sunglasses, boldly declaring, "This is our president of the Child Protection Association, Professor McGonagall. We are her secretaries. Loia, suppressing her voice to mimic the old men, added, "Hello, I am the president of the British Child Protection Association. Someone has anonymously reported you for long-term child abuse." Seated on the sofa, Loia, having consumed the polyjuice potion to transform into McGonagall, displayed a forged Child Protection Association identification to the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon wiped the cold sweat from his brow in agitation. Loia spoke in a formal tone. "There has been an anonymous report alleging you and your wife have been abusing Mr. Potter and threatening his safety. Someone must be making malicious accusations against us. We are a kind family. How could we abuse Harry? His parents died in a car accident, and we have been taking care of him. Harry is grateful to us?" Aunt Petunia exclaimed, flustered. "Indeed, that boy gets along splendidly with us." Uncle Vernon awkwardly nodded in agreement with Petunia. Loia scoffed lightly. In that case, we need to see Mr. Potter." Vernon and Petunia exchanged anxious glances, realizing that a visit from the Child Protection Association was an unanticipated and precarious situation. If Harry were discovered locked away upstairs, it would confirm the allegations of abuse that he went to school. Aunt Petunia stammered, her words riddled with inconsistencies. Loia chuckled softly. "Are you joking? It's the holiday. I truly worry for your memory. Since you refuse to cooperate, we shall conduct an inspection ourselves." Loia stood and headed straight for the stairs. Petunia and Vernon desperately attempted to block her path. But Loia was flanked by two robust old men, who easily pushed them aside. She arrived at the door of Harry's confinement. Vernon's face darkened, and he resignedly unlocked the door. Loia entered, finding Harry standing the threshold, wearing Dudley's oversized old trousers, which were dragging on the floor, while Hedwig remained caged. Loia frowned at the Dursleys. "Is this how you care for children? You imprison him?" She held up a bowl from the table, finding it contained only a few wilted vegetable leaves. "You feed the poor Mr. Potter leftovers?" Loia exaggerated her expression of outrage. The evidence was undeniable, and Vernon and Petunia were left speechless that we, the British Child Charity Association, provide social relief to orphans every month. Is this how you care for Mr. Potter after receiving his relief funds? Loia glared at Dudley, who was still indulging in cake, his hefty form spilling over the sides of the chair. "Or perhaps you have embezzled Mr. Potter's relief funds for other uses?" Dudley trembled under her gaze, terrified, and fell from his chair, hiding beneath the table. "We will prosecute you for child abuse. You will pay dearly for this," Loia declared. Fred and George, playing the role of secretaries, added, "Just wait for your time in Azkaban." "Oh no, we mean prison." Uncle Vernon turned pale, nearly fainting. Harry saw Professor McGonagall in Muggle clothing turn and mischievously wink at him. "Is that Loia?" Harry could not help but whisper. George quickly gestured at him with a raised eyebrow, signaling him to keep quiet. Realizing his mistake, Harry immediately covered his mouth. Petunia, her face ashen, explained, "We have previously neglected Harry's care. We implore the Child Protection Association to grant us another chance." Suddenly, Harry's stomach let out a loud growl. Loia squinted at Aunt Petunia. In a hurry. Aunt Petunia nodded and bowed, saying, "I will go prepare a meal for Harry right away." With that, she dashed to the kitchen, tripping along the way. Vernon scrambled to the window, hurriedly removing the iron bars. Hyde was also freed from his cage. Meanwhile, Loia paced around the room, searching for faults. "Goodness, this lamp is so old that the bulb is shattered. Is this how Mr. Potter does his homework under such dim light?" Vernon wiped the sweat from his brow. "You are right. I will replace it immediately. This bed is so shaky. The bed slats are as thin as paper, and it creaks when you sit on it. There isn't even a television in this room. And look at all the holes in the curtains. You are absolutely correct. I will replace everything." Vernon continued to wipe his sweat, his handkerchief now stained and filthy. Before long, a lavish dinner was laid out before Harry. The shabby furniture in Harry's room was also replaced with new pieces. Harry stared in astonishment at the steaming dishes. Having never been allowed to dine at the table by the Dursleys before, Loia tilted her head at Harry, placing a piece of food onto his plate. "What is it, Mr. Potter?" "It's time for dinner." Harry's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at her. The Dursley family stood trembling behind them, hesitant to take a seat, while Dudley gulped, eyeing the plentiful food. It was now the guests who dined, while the host stood by serving. Fred poked Loia in the back. As she turned to see Fred and George's white beards seemed to have shortened slightly. George winked at her, whispering, "The aging potion's effects are about to wear off. We must hurry and leave." Loia nodded in agreement, turning to face the Dursleys. "The Child Protection Association will conduct unannounced visits from now on. Should we discover any continued mistreatment of Mr. Potter, we will initiate criminal proceedings against you both. According to the Child Protection Act of Great Britain, you could face a minimum of X years in prison, and your child will be sent to an orphanage." Upon hearing the mention of an orphanage, Dudley screamed, wailing as he clung to Petunia. Loia turned to Vernon, her voice cold and laced with clear warning that if you do not wish for a lawyer's letter to reach your company first, and for your crimes of child abuse to be known to all, I trust you understand what you must do. For someone like Vernon, the most effective method of coercion was to threaten his livelihood. Trembling, Vernon nodded vigorously. Loia had considered taking Harry out of the Dursleys' home, but the question remained, where would he be placed? The Weasley couple was already overwhelmed with their 7 children, although there were vacant rooms at Snape's. Placing Harry in Spinner's End, where Snape would see a face resembling James's every day, was likely to drive him mad. After much deliberation, it seemed that Harry would have to remain at the Dursleys for the time being. With Harry's situation temporarily resolved, Fred and George bid her farewell and returned to their home. Loia spent another day in the Muggle world, returning to Spinner's End only the following evening. The house elf took her coat, and Loia noticed its conflicted expression, as if it had something to say. The house elf glanced anxiously toward the second floor. Their house elf was rather timid, and seeing it so uneasy, Loia asked, "What is it? Did Snape lose his temper?" The house elf quickly shook its head. Despite Mr. Snape's fearsome demeanor, he had never lost his temper in front of her, "Miss. Ever since you left yesterday afternoon, he has locked himself in his room, and the meals sent to him have remained untouched at the door." Loia, puzzled, looked toward the second floor. Snape often secluded himself in the potions room, but was he really neglecting meals? What could he possibly be occupied with? "I shall go take a look," Loia declared. Ascending the staircase to Snape's door, the untouched dinner still lay outside. She knocked on the door and waited a long while for a response, but none came. She knocked again, pressing her ear against the door, but the silence within was unnerving. Sensing something was amiss, she drew her wand and tapped the lock. Alohomora. With a creak, the door swung open. The dimly lit room revealed that the firewood in the fireplace had long since extinguished, leaving the space cold and permeated with a metallic scent. Snape sat with his back to her on a long bench. Loia gazed at his silhouette, softly calling, "Snape?" The figure on the bench showed no sign of acknowledgement. She approached and stood before him, her eyes widening in shock. Snape had his head lowered, unconscious, with a gruesome, blood-soaked gash on his abdomen, from which blood flowed profusely. Various hemostatic potions and bandages lay scattered across the table, alongside a bloody dagger. Could it be that a dark wizard or a Death Eater had broken into attack, or had he been assaulted with a Muggle's dagger? The logic of it all seemed nonsensical. She quickly scanned the room. All the windows were tightly shut, showing no signs of having been opened. Loia exclaimed in fury, "Which bastard did this? How dare they stab Snape?" System. "It was you. How could it possibly be me?" System. "When you were possessed by Voldemort, you stabbed him fiercely." "What?" Loia stared incredulously at Snape, bewildered as to why she had been kept in the dark. System. "To remove the curse from the wound." He seemingly resorted to the most primitive and brutal method, excising the flesh around the injury. Snape's potions room contained a simple and tidy bedroom, furnished with a single bed, a chair, and a desk. After considerable effort, Loia managed to drag Snape onto the bed. Breathing heavily, she stood beside him, berating herself for not thinking to use the levitation charm. She ignited the fireplace, and, as the wood crackled to life, warmth gradually filled the room. On the workbench lay the blood-stained bandages and dagger Snape had used to tend to his wound. Loia gathered hemostatic potions and clean bandages, staring at Snape's mangled wound. She momentarily hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. He had crudely excised the flesh from the wound. What a ruthless act! Just imagining the scene made her wince in pain. Loia sprinkled hemostatic powder on Snape's wound and wrapped it in layer after layer of bandages. Although her bandaging skills left much to be desired, at least the bleeding had stopped. She pulled a chair beside Snape's bed, watching him as he lay in a deep slumber in the flickering firelight. Snape's eyes were tightly shut, his brow furrowed, his complexion pale as paper. Loia rested her chin on her hands, murmuring to herself, "You, how could it be that you were wounded by me? Why did you keep it from me? Why do you always choose to endure everything in silence?" A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Snape's forehead. Loia extended her hand, pressing the back of her hand against his forehead. As she suspected, Snape had a fever. Just as she intended to rise and fetch a fever-reducing potion from the cabinet, she noticed Snape's closed eyelids fluttering slightly before they slowly opened. "You are awake?" Snape turned his gaze toward Loia. The Eastern girl with black hair and eyes sat at the bedside, her chin resting on her hands as she smiled gently at him. "You are awake?" Snape stared at her in confusion for a moment before he suddenly propped himself up, disregarding his injury, and struggled to sit up. With his movement, the bandages began to seep with blood again. "Wait, don't move. I've only just managed to bandage you up, and now the wound is going to reopen." Loia felt a chill upon her cheek as Snape's icy fingertip brushed against her face. She lifted her gaze to meet the face so close before her. Snape regarded her quietly, his eyes glazed and his pupils unfocused, still enveloped in a state of muddled consciousness. When a person is injured and their awareness begins to blur, they often experience vivid hallucinations, typically envisioning those who hold the utmost significance in their hearts. Who Snape was gazing at through her eyes, whom he perceived her to be, she need not ponder. Suddenly, Snape lost his strength, his entire form slumping against her. His forehead rested upon her shoulder, and even through the fabric, Loia could feel the heat radiating from him, were it not for the chair supporting them. Loia was certain that their combined weight would have sent them crashing to the ground. "I'll help you up. You just lie down and rest while I fetch you some fever-reducing potion," she declared. Yet, Snape remained motionless against her, rendering her unable to move. Maintaining this position was taxing for Loia, and she hesitated to shift Snape, fearing it might aggravate his injury. She contemplated whether to summon a house elf for assistance. She noticed Snape trembling slightly. After all, during her hospitalization, Snape had dutifully cared for her. Witnessing his current frail state evoked a sense of compassion within her, prompting her to play the role of a temporary caretaker. It was time to showcase her true acting skills. Gently, she patted Snape's back, adopting a soothing tone akin to that used with a sick patient. "Severus, I am Lily Evans. I have not married James Potter, nor have I borne Harry Potter. I am right here, sitting before you." Loia felt a burgeoning talent for performance within her, and as she continued her comforting gestures, Snape gradually calmed. "And you must obediently heed Lily's words and lie back down to rest." "Understood?" The room fell into silence, the only sounds being the breaths shared between them. She heard his hoarse, low voice utter, "It has nothing to do with Lily." The chair creaked ominously, gradually losing its balance. "It has everything to do with her. We're about to tumble down." With a sudden slip, the chair tipped, and with a thud, they both fell to the floor, chair and all. Loia winced, rubbing the back of her head as Snape lay unconscious against her shoulder. After managing to get Snape back onto the bed, Loia approached the cabinet, rummaging through the myriad of vials and jars. The labels on the potion bottles bore names she did not recognize. A consequence of her lack of diligence during potions class she fumbled through the cabinet. A notebook inadvertently slipped out and fell to the ground. Picking it up, Loia flipped to a page that contained a feather quill. The handwriting was unmistakably Snape's. This was his notebook. Within its pages were meticulous records of his wounds, the potions used, and the progress of his treatment. As she leafed through, she found prescriptions for suppressing the curse's spread. The date marked on this page was a fortnight prior. It appeared Snape had already discovered a method to contain the curse's proliferation. He had known how to suppress it, yet chose instead to endure the pain. Loia found herself perplexed by the thoughts of this master of potions. She scrutinized the densely packed list of ingredients, and although her performance in potions was lackluster, the detailed notes suggested she could concoct the remedy. After administering the fever-reducing potion to Snape, she returned to the workbench. Rolling up her sleeves, she set up the cauldron as she read through the notes. She selected the appropriate ingredients from the cabinet to add to the cauldron. The final line of ingredients indicated the need for the blood of a medium, yet this line was heavily crossed out with a quill. The notebook's owner seemed to struggle with the notion of requiring the blood of a medium. What did that entail? The voice of the system echoed in her mind. System. To suppress the curse's spread, the most direct method is to reverse the dark magic. Voldemort inflicted the curse upon you, as a medium, through grievous harm. In other words, I am the medium, and reversing the dark magic to suppress the curse's spread requires my blood. Loia carefully examined the crossed-out line, noting the specified quantity of blood required. It was roughly half the amount typically donated in the Muggle world, which was manageable. However, after searching the cabinet thoroughly, she found no medical instruments like syringes commonly used by Muggle doctors. Very well. I shall resort to primitive methods, Loia resolved, retrieving a small knife from the drawer and pressing it against her palm. Just then, the bedroom door swung open from the inside. Snape leaned weakly against the door, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and neck. The collar of his robe hanging loosely, he looked up to see Loia poised to cut her palm with a knife, that a pang of alarm surged through him. His eyes widening with a flicker of panic. In an instant, Snape grasped her hand, the grip firm enough to convey urgency. What are you doing? Preparing potions. Your recipe only lacks the blood of the medium. So if you need my blood, you should have just told me. Snape's gaze darted to his notes sprawled across the table, and in that moment, he cursed himself for not concealing the notebook more carefully. Foolishness, Snape exclaimed, reaching for the knife in her hand. Yet, weakened as he was, he could barely stand, lacking the strength to wrest it from her grasp. Loia sidestepped him with a slight shift, evading his attempt. Give me the knife. This is my blood. I will decide what to do with it. No, I refuse. The sharp blade sliced in her palm, and blood began to flow, dripping into the cauldron below. Snape's pupils dilated in shock as he stood frozen in place. It's merely a bit of blood. Muggles do this regularly. Why the fuss? Loia observed Snape's lowered head, his dark hair cascading over his pale cheeks, obscuring her view of his expression, after a long silence. His thin lips quivered slightly, a bitter curve tugging at the corners of his mouth. His voice, tinged with self-mockery, bore an inescapable pain that I can protect nothing. This has been true in the past, and it remains so in the present. The author has something to say. A light-cut Snape seems to be angry. Snape refused to take the potion, merely sitting silently with his head bowed after Loia tended to her palm. He could not accept her self-destructive behavior while feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Internally, he berated his own inadequacy, a deep sense of helplessness spreading through him. Loia sat beside him, tugging at his sleeve, then poking his arm, but he remained silent and unresponsive. Could he really be angry? It was time for her to perform. Loia grasped Snape's arm with both hands, shaking it gently like a child seeking attention. Professor, please take the potion. Snape's fingers twitched imperceptibly. He reached out to grasp her freshly bandaged hand, gently moving it away. You will disturb your injury. Finally, Snape spoke, his voice hoarse yet still laced with concern for Loia, even in his anger. However, he continued to avert his gaze, making no mention of the potion. Loia studied his pale profile, realizing that even her coaxing had failed to sway him. He was indeed upset. When gentleness proved ineffective, she decided to employ a more forceful approach. If you do not take the potion, I shall move out. Who would want to live with a sickly person? Do you believe I won't pack my things and relocate to Harry's aunt's house right now? She successfully observed a momentary stiffness in Snape's body. He finally lifted his head and stared at her. Dazed, he moved his lips, seemingly eager to speak, yet no words emerged. Loia began to doubt whether her performance had been overly dramatic. The room was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound, as the two remained locked in a prolonged silence. Had it not been for Snape's wound flaring up again, causing him to lose consciousness, Loia would have been at a loss as to how to provoke him into taking his potion. His remedy merely served as a suppressive measure and could not entirely eradicate Voldemort's curse. Loia recalled the system mentioning that even if the wound healed, it would not be long before the curse would once again spread across it. System. Will he have to carve flesh again when that time comes? It is a tragic thought, huh? Why do I feel as though you've changed? Since the system resumed from its slumber, its tone was laced with sarcasm. System. I switched to a different personality upon recharging. This persona of yours is rather infuriating. You should revert to your previous one. System. Very well. Loia perused the heavy tomes of potions on the bookshelf, yet none contained methods for completely dispelling curses. She sat idly by Snape's bedside until the system kindly reminded her that the closer she was to him, the more pain his wound would inflict. Without hesitation, Loia grabbed a chair and retreated far away. To maintain her distance, she decided to leave Snape's room, gently closing the door behind her. As she descended the stairs, she muttered curses under her breath. That noseless Voldemort resorts to such despicable tactics. She finally understood why Snape had confined himself to his study throughout the holiday. The most straightforward way to alleviate his pain was indeed to keep a distance. But what would happen when school resumed? At Hogwarts, they would constantly cross paths. Was she to avoid attending his potions class indefinitely? Such a notion seemed utterly impractical. Was there truly no means to utterly eradicate Voldemort's curse? Lost in thought, Loia pushed open the door to her bedroom. A chill wind rushed in, as if her window had not been properly closed. The draft blew the window wide open, sending the curtains billowing into the air and scattering envelopes across the floor. The corner of the desk held a pristine book, untouched and never before opened, which was blown open, its pages rustling in the wind. Loia hastily secured the window. She gathered the scattered envelopes and returned them to their rightful place, only to notice the open parchment book that it was a hefty children's edition of Celtic myths. Since Snape had been entrusted by Dumbledore to act as Loia's temporary guardian, he had made many preparations in advance. At that time, he did not know Loia well and assumed she was no different from any ordinary child. Thus, he had procured numerous best-selling children's books from the wizarding world to fill her bookshelf. These child-friendly myth collections and magical biographies, with their simplistic descriptions and illustrations, held no appeal for Loia, who did not possess the psychological age of a child. She had carelessly pulled one off the shelf, hastily flipped through a few pages, and discarded it in the corner, never to touch it again. The widely circulated myth collection lay open to a page inscribed with the words "The Death of King Arthur." She picked up the book and glanced over it casually. King Arthur drew the Sword of Kings, inheriting the throne under the guidance of the great wizard Merlin. Merlin is a legendary sorcerer within the realm of wizardry. Revered by all wizards, in a sense, he is regarded as the ancestor of all wizards. Loia often heard wizards exclaim, "My God, Merlin," akin to how Europeans invoke their deity. The illustration depicted King Arthur's sword as being forged from pure silver, its hilt adorned with rubies, resembling the sword of Gryffindor. Loia suspected that the sword of Gryffindor was indeed modeled after Arthur's sword from the lake. In the illustration, the robed wizard Merlin presented a sword sheath to the young King Arthur, advising him, "The sheath is more precious than the sword itself. He who bears the sheath of the king's sword shall never bleed. You must never lose it. The sheath will heal all wounds and purify all dark magic and curses." The notion of purifying all curses slipped from Loia's lips unconsciously as she leaned against the window and continued reading. With the sheath in his possession, King Arthur became invincible, undefeated in battle, leading the Knights of the Round Table to unify the British Isles. However, he lost the sheath, and rumors suggested it was stolen by a traitor. Ultimately, King Arthur succumbed to grievous injuries and perished, his kingdom falling, and his remains were taken to Avalon by Merlin's boat. Merlin, in his unrequited hope, believed that King Arthur could be resurrected. He waited by the shores of Avalon for 1,000 years, growing old in solitude, yet never witnessed Arthur's revival. Loia sighed at this tragic tale. And no matter how powerful Merlin's magic might have been, his prowess could not shield his sovereign. He could only watch helplessly as Arthur died before his eyes, unable to save him. Perhaps Merlin truly existed in this magical world, but to Loia, King Arthur felt like a mere fictional character from a myth. System. Where there is Merlin, there is also Arthur. Loia asked in astonishment. So the sheath exists as well. She felt as if she were speaking nonsense. If such a divine artifact truly existed, the wizarding world would undoubtedly be engulfed in a bloody struggle to possess it. System. The sheath was destroyed 1,000 years ago, yet fragments of it remain. These fragments still inherit some of the sheath's powers, capable of healing wounds and purifying all curses. Loia immediately perked up. The fragments of the sheath could purify all curses, meaning they could remove the curse from Snape's wound. She promptly inquired of the system. Do you know where I can find the fragments of the sheath? System. Host, if I provide you with priority clues, you owe me a task to repay later. All right, I promise to repay the task. Now, tell me where the fragments are in Borgin and Burks. You will discover it once you arrive. The system concluded, unilaterally ending the conversation. Borgin and Burks, that was a dark magic shop in Nocturne Alley, specializing in the sale of all manner of sinister and foreboding artifacts, since arriving in this magical world. She had yet to visit Nocturne Alley. How was she to reach Nocturne Alley? She was not adept at apparition. Furthermore, she was uncertain whether Snape's fireplace was connected to the Floo network, and there was no Floo powder in his home. She suddenly recalled encountering a beggar wizard on the streets of Diagon Alley, to whom she had kindly tossed a few silver sickles. In return, the beggar had gifted her a tattered vanity case. Claiming it was a key to access both Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, she quickly rummaged through a drawer to find the palm-sized vanity case. The case was quite old, its carvings mostly worn away, and inside lay 2 old wooden combs of different colors. The beggar wizard had not specified which comb led to Diagon Alley, and which to Nocturne Alley. So, she thought it best to try each one. Luo Ya picked up the red wooden comb. In an instant, she felt a powerful tug on her body, the ground vanishing from beneath her feet. After a dizzying spin, she landed directly on a familiar street, the comb falling beside her. Hermione, clutching several parchment books, looked up in astonishment at Luo's sudden descent. "Luo, what are you doing here?" Dazed, Luo rose to her feet, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and surveyed her surroundings. She had chosen the wrong key, not only being transported to Diagon Alley, but also encountering Hermione, who had come to attend Gilderoy Lockhart's new book launch. The book launch had just concluded, and Gilderoy Lockhart emerged from Flourish and Blots, surrounded by a throng of witches. Most of the crowd consisted of witches of Mrs. Weasley's age, each cradling copies of Lockhart's newly released book. That Lockhart's face radiated with a charming smile as he gracefully waved to the witches behind him. Eliciting a chorus of excited shrieks, a weary-looking man, maintaining order at the entrance of Flourish and Blots, remarked, "Ladies, please do not crowd." Lockhart turned and spotted the blonde girl and the brunette girl across the street. His eyes lit up. The blonde young, which was none other than the champion of the spell competition. Lockhart had discovered the secret to popularity. He eagerly rushed over to Luo. "Miss Gringotts, are you here to attend the launch of my new book as well?" Luo Ya rolled her eyes at him, while Hermione was taken aback by the proximity to her idol, Lockhart, her cheeks flushing with excitement. She was so overwhelmed that her words tumbled out in a stammer. "Mr. Lockhart, I have read your work, Wandering with Werewolves and a Magic of Giants." Lockhart, however, paid Hermione no heed. It was Luo Ya before him who held the key to his fame. He turned to the crowd, exuberantly announcing, "This young lady is the champion of the Hogwarts Spell Championship. Although she arrived late and missed the press conference, I shall gift her my entire collection of limited edition works." The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Lockhart, not allowing Luo Ya a moment to speak, thrust an entire set of limited edition books into her hands. He then pulled Luo Ya close, resting a hand on her shoulder, and flashed a dazzling smile at the camera that he mused to himself. "A photo with the Spell Championship champion. I shall surely dominate the front page." Several reporters from the Daily Prophet jostled to push aside dissenting voices, frantically snapping photos as clouds of purple smoke erupted from their cameras. Luo Ya turned to Lockhart and bluntly stated, "Sir, you are mistaken. Firstly, I do not know you, nor have I read your works. Secondly, I did not come to attend your book launch. Thirdly, I have no interest in your books whatsoever." Lockhart was taken aback by the trifecta of blows. Completely caught off guard, he cleared his throat, hastily attempting to regain his composure. With a dazzling smile that could enchant middle-aged women, revealing a row of glistening teeth, he chimed, "This young lady from the Spell Championship is simply shy. Come now. Allow me to sign for you." The witches cast envious glances at Luo Ya, causing her to shiver with discomfort. After a moment, Lockhart finally departed Diagon Alley, enveloped by the throngs of witches. Luo Ya was relieved to find some peace. As soon as Lockhart was out of sight, she discarded his limited edition books into a trash bin as if they were refuse. Hermione frowned, her expression one of disapproval. "Luo Ya, how could you throw Mr. Lockhart's works into the bin?" because he is a charlatan that a few middle-aged witches who had failed to secure Lockhart's new book rushed towards the trash bin, tearing at each other in a frenzy to claim his works. Luo Ya felt a chill run down her spine. The fervor with which the wizarding world idolized their stars was far more intense than that of the Muggle realm. Not speak so of him. Mr. Lockhart has won the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly 5 times, and his autobiography has topped the bestseller list of the Daily Prophet for 27 consecutive weeks. Hermione clutched Lockhart's complete works as if they were precious treasures, fearful that Luo Ya might snatch them away and toss them into the bin. Luo Ya had no intention of revealing that Lockhart was merely a fraud and a tea present. Hermione was a devoted fan, and no amount of reasoning would awaken her from her adoration. Moreover, further discussion seemed futile. Time would eventually unveil the truth, and Lockhart's deception would ultimately be exposed. I intend to go to Nocturne Alley. I must have taken the wrong key to end up here. Nocturne Alley? Luo Ya, what do you intend to do there? To procure some items from Borgin and Burke's that I have heard that Nocturne Alley is inhabited by many malevolent dark wizards. It is perilous to venture there alone, that I shall accompany you. Luo Ya was well aware that Nocturne Alley was a treacherous hub of dark magic, perpetually shrouded in gloom and regarded with disdain by most wizards. She had come fully prepared, with 2 wands securely at her side. Should anyone attack her, she would retaliate in self-defense. In truth, she did not wish for Hermione to accompany her into what could be a dangerous situation. However, Gryffindor's reckless nature prevailed. The Lions were inclined to stand by their friends, and Hermione, having never set foot in Nocturne Alley, was resolute in her desire to join her. After numerous futile attempts to dissuade her, Luo Ya ultimately retrieved another key from her vanity, a black wooden comb. Together, they grasped the comb, and with a whirl of vision, they found themselves in a narrow, filthy alley. The skies over Nocturne Alley were perpetually overcast, as if sunlight could never penetrate this place. Contrary to the films, Nocturne Alley was vast, and they wandered for several circles without locating Borgin and Burke's. A biting wind assaulted them, and despite their thick clothing, the girls' faces turned a shade of deep crimson from the cold. Hermione suggested they warm themselves with a couple of hot drinks at a nearby pub, to which Luo Ya readily agreed. The pub was crowded and noisy. As they navigated through the throngs, they occasionally caught the unfriendly glares of dark wizards. Eventually, they found an empty table in a corner that a young server approached them, politely inquiring about their needs. "2 butterbeers, please. Your age, I fear, may not be suitable for butterbeer. We have other juices available." Luo Ya found the voice eerily familiar. Upon looking up, she recognized the server as Terence Higgs, the Seeker from Slytherin. Terence, equally astonished, regarded them with a look of disbelief. It was quite surprising to find a Slytherin Seeker working in a pub in Nocturne Alley. Luo Ya had assumed most Slytherins were of noble lineage. Terence did not betray any embarrassment at being discovered laboring outside his aristocratic status. He seemed indifferent to the opinions of others, his gaze fixating on the 2 Gryffindor girls. He did not recognize the brown-haired Gryffindor, but the blonde, blue-eyed one, Luo Ya Grindelwald, was renowned throughout Slytherin, notorious as their #1 enemy. Several Slytherins had suffered her wrath, and their house cup had ended at her hands. She had even become a nightmare for Slytherin. Almost every Slytherin harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her. Nonetheless, Terence was one of the few who did not exhibit the typical Slytherin arrogance. He was polite and preferred to avoid trouble, shunning underhanded tactics. He bore no malice towards her, despite their house's contentious history. However, upon realizing that the 2 first-year girls had ventured to Nocturne Alley unaccompanied by any adults, he expressed concern, saying, "You came in Nocturne Alley by yourselves?" Hermione, who held a strong aversion to Slytherins for their derogatory remarks about her Muggle heritage, shot Terence a glare. "But aren't you also here in Nocturne Alley?" "Miss, I am 5 years your senior. I have been working in Nocturne Alley for several years." He turned to Roya with a grave tone. "Recently, there have been gatherings of dark wizards in Nocturne Alley, and their comings and goings have become increasingly frequent. This place is far too perilous for first years like you. I intend to visit Borgin and Burke's, but we have yet to locate it." After pondering for a moment, Terence reluctantly stated, "Very well, I will escort you there shortly. Remember to complete your purchases swiftly and leave Nocturne Alley without delay." He cast a glance towards the bar, where the sharp-tongued proprietress, suspecting him of idleness and frivolous chatter with customers, glared at him intensely. Terence quickly realized the urgency and urged, "Hurry up. What do you need?" "I can only spare a moment longer. The boss thinks I'm slacking and is about to berate me 0.2 bottles of butterbeer. Please, Miss Grindelwald, spare me. If Headmaster Snape discovers that I dare to provide you with butterbeer, I might as well bid farewell to passing my potions class next year. I won't say a word," Roya replied with a sincere wink. Terence could only nod begrudgingly in agreement. The Higgs family had once been a pure-blood aristocracy. But by Terence's father's generation, their fortunes had declined, and the Higgs family was no longer recognized by the noble class. Terence returned with 2 steaming mugs of butterbeer, now clad in his everyday attire. It was the first time Roya scrutinized his appearance and stature. Terence, in 6th year, towered over her by nearly 2 heads, his posture upright and his features undeniably handsome, despite his lineage from a fallen noble family. Terence lacked the arrogance typically associated with purebloods, instead exuding a refreshing aura. "I managed to secure a 5-minute reprieve from that sharp-tongued proprietress. I will take you to Borgin and Burke's, but—" He looked earnestly at Roya. "Miss Grindelwald, you must promise me to leave promptly after your shopping and refrain from lingering in Nocturne Alley. Should anything happen to you, and if Headmaster Snape discovers I was nearby, I would never graduate." The group exited the pub, with Roya and Hermione following Terence through the labyrinthine alleyways. Occasionally, they encountered disheveled, vagabond wizards leaning against walls, begging for alms. They soon arrived at Borgin and Burke's that a graceful man with luxurious golden hair pushed open the shop door, and Roya inadvertently collided with him. The serpent-headed cane in the man's hand struck the platinum-haired figure following closely behind. Malfoy winced in pain and cursed the one who had the audacity to bump into him and his father. "Damn it! If I had known it was you, Roya, I would have swallowed my words." Lucius's cane rested on Malfoy's shoulder as he frowned slightly. "Draco, you ought to exhibit some courtesy toward the lady." Malfoy's voice carried a hint of grievance. "I didn't know it was Roya." Roya gazed at Lucius, suspecting that the Ministry of Magic had intensified its raids recently, prompting this individual to visit Borgin and Burke's to manage items that could pose a threat to him. "You are Miss Grindelwald? Draco has mentioned you frequently." Lucius maintained his faint smile, wielding his serpent-headed cane with the grace of nobility. Malfoy, upon being acknowledged by his father, could not hide his delight. Lucius introduced himself simply. "Lucius Malfoy, a pleasure to meet you." Roya returned his polite smile. Malfoy, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired, "Roya, what brings you to Nocturne Alley?" "I'm out spending time with friends," she replied, striving to present herself as a typical child of her age under Lucius's scrutinizing gaze. "Miss Grindelwald, if I may be frank, this is not a place for lingering." Roya understood Lucius's underlying warning. He was cautioning her that Nocturne Alley was indeed unsafe. Terence politely assured, "I will escort them out of Nocturne Alley shortly." Lucius cast a dismissive glance at Terence and Hermione before shifting his focus. Unlike his earlier demeanor towards Roya, a flicker of disdain for the fallen aristocracy and muggles flashed in his eyes. Despite his efforts to conceal it, Malfoy glared at the older Slytherin, questioning why Roya was in his company. Lucius produced a gold-embossed invitation and handed it to Roya. "Miss Grindelwald, you are always welcome at Malfoy Manor." Roya accepted the invitation, and Lucius seemed to recall something, gazing at her thoughtfully. "Miss Grindelwald, have we met before? Your voice seems familiar." "Indeed, you were exposed by her when you attempted to register first years in Slytherin." Roya replied innocently, blinking. Lucius nodded in understanding, realizing perhaps he had been overthinking. Malfoy appeared eager to converse with Roya, yet Lucius's gaze urged him to follow. He took Malfoy and turned to leave Nocturne Alley, his expression stern as he caressed his serpent-headed cane. "Draco, as a proper Malfoy, you must understand the importance of securing greater benefits for our family and maintaining a favorable relationship with Miss Grindelwald. My status does not permit me to court her directly." "But father, Roya is my friend," Malfoy protested, lifting his gaze to meet his father's for the first time. Lucius scoffed softly. "Among pure-blood families, only interests matter. From the moment I laid eyes on Roya, my mind was calculating. You must learn to leave yourself an escape route. Should that esteemed individual fall from grace, Miss Grindelwald's heir will be the second faction we may join." Terence anxiously glanced at the time. Oh no, I'm running out of time. The boss only granted me a 5-minute break. I must return to the pub. Once you finish your purchases, leave Noctur Alley at once. You do have the key to the exit door, don't you? Roya nodded in response, planning to use the key to return directly to Diagon Alley with Hermione after locating the fragment of the sword sheath. Terence hurried back to the pub while Roya and Hermione pushed open the door to Borgin and Burke's. The display cabinets showcased various withered hands, an assortment of bones, bloodstained cards, and a motionless glass eyeball. Hermione, suppressing her nausea, grimaced uncomfortably. Roya, I'll wait for you outside. The hunchbacked, oily-haired man appeared behind the counter, introducing himself with a voice as slick as his hair. Welcome, I am Mr. Borgin, the proprietor of this establishment. How may I assist you? We just received a fresh batch of shriveled heads at a very reasonable price. I can offer you a discount. Roya indicated her desire to browse casually upon entering the shop. She noticed an arrow that appeared out of thin air, visible only to her. Was this a system prompt? Following its direction, she found it pointing to a dusty little wooden box on a shelf. Inside the box lay a piece of metal wrapped in a tattered red cloth, emanating a faint glow as her fingertips brushed against the fragment. Ethereal whispers danced in her ears, repeating, "The sheath is more precious than the sword itself. You must never lose it." Roya could now confirm that this was indeed a genuine fragment of King Arthur's sheath. The voice she heard was the memory of Merlin contained within the piece. With the fragment of the sheath, she could purify the curse on Snape's wound, lifting the heavy burden from her heart. She placed the wooden box on the counter, and Mr. Borgin stared at her in disbelief. This item has been gathering dust in the shop for decades. My grandfather unearthed it from a cemetery in Cornwall, claiming it to be a piece of Arthur's sheath, treating it as a treasure. The dark wizards frequenting the shop scoffed at it. No one believed in the existence of the legendary Arthur, leaving the fragment to languish unsold for years. Now, it seems I have finally encountered someone with discerning taste, and I must make a handsome profit. Roya tossed several gold galleons onto the counter. Mr. Borgin adopted the expression of a shrewd merchant, feigning difficulty as he shook his head. Not enough? Loia placed a bag of galleons upon the counter, under the impression that Mr. Boking would continue to haggle with her. Mr. Boking's avaricious gaze fixated on a small segment of wand protruding from her outer coat pocket. "I demand that wand of yours in exchange," he stated, his eyes glinting with greed. Instinctively, Loia tightened her grip around the silver wand. This was a gift from Dumbledore, the wand he had used during his student days, and it held immense collectible value. She was truly reluctant to part with it. Mr. Boking pointed at another wand, declaring, "I want that green one." T turned out he coveted the spine bone wand. Loia hesitated for a moment. After all, it was her first wand, imbued with significant sentimental value. Moreover, one of the prerequisites for successfully casting an unforgivable curse was the presence of malevolent intent. To maximize the efficacy of the unforgivable curse, she could not do without the inherently sinister spine bone wand. If she relinquished it, using Dumbledore's wand to cast an unforgivable curse might not pose a lethal threat to her adversaries. Yet, the image of Snape in his weakened state gnawed at her resolve as she bit her lip. If she had to choose, Mr. Boking appeared exceedingly interested in the spine bone wand, rubbing his greasy hands together, saliva nearly dripping from his lips. With a scowl, Loia retorted, "You, an old man well into your years, desire a young girl's wand? Do you have a fetish for such things? Are you a psychological deviant?" Mr. Boking's lips twitched, the sagging flesh of his face quivering in embarrassment that a group of newly entered, grotesque-looking dark wizards, more akin to perverts themselves, cast disdainful glances at the shopkeeper upon hearing the term fetish. "Even if you were a customer, you cannot unjustly tarnish my reputation," Mr. Boking sputtered, indignantly pointing at Loia. Spittle flying, Loia quickly sidestepped to avoid the sprayed at Mr. Boking. In a fit of exasperation, conceded 200 galleons. Loia counted her coins in her pouch. Alas, she found herself 50 galleons short. Mr. Boking's keen eyes detected her financial predicament. Not a single galleon less. Not even an IOU. Loia contemplated whether to borrow some from Hermione, but upon glancing outside, she realized Hermione had long since departed, leaving her in uncertainty and it was unlikely Hermione would carry such a sum with her. Mr. Boking snatched the small wooden box containing the fragments of the sword sheath from Loia's grasp, deliberately stating, "We are closing soon. You should leave." He gestured impatiently for her to go. Frustration welled within Loia, her heart racing with anxiety over the curse afflicting Snape. The mere thought of his suffering unsettled her. Meanwhile, Mr. Boking appeared quite arrogant, arms crossed, and a smug grin plastered on his face. Unable to contain herself, Loia snapped, "You close up shop in broad daylight. Are you in such a hurry to return to the grave?" Mr. Boking looked at her incredulously. "How do you know my father's coffin has just been buried? Waiting for me to pay my respects? At such a young age, you can perform legilimency?" Resolutely, Loia slammed the spine-bone wand onto the counter. "The remaining 50 galleons shall serve as a temporary deposit for this wand." Without the spine-bone wand, she still had the water prison and fire shield for protection in the short term. Mr. Boking's face twisted into a smug grin, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "Listen carefully. I require you to write me a receipt that I shall return within 3 days to reclaim it if you sell my wand to another before the redemption date." Loia narrowed her eyes, a threatening demeanor emerging. "Shall I unleash 10 niffler creatures in your shop, or would you prefer a blue flame to incinerate it entirely? Choose wisely." The smile on Mr. Boking's face froze, his guilt manifesting as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Reluctantly, he pinned the receipt and signed his name, returning the wooden box to Loia. She slipped the box in her pocket and exited the shop, only to find Hermione approaching from another street. "Hermione, let us return to Diagon Alley," Loia said, retrieving a red wooden comb, but Hermione halted her. The dark wizards passing by cast predatory glances at her as she emerged from Borgin and Burke's, their demeanor suggesting an intent to rob. "There are too many dark wizards around. Let us take that alley over there with the door key," Hermione suggested, pulling Loia into a narrow passage. Loia followed her through a series of secluded alleys, sensing that Hermione seemed quite familiar with the route. Observing Hermione's empty hands, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Hermione, what about the limited edition new book by your idol Lockhart?" "It was too cold, and my hands were freezing. So I left it at a nearby shop," Hermione replied. "You were so fond of Lockhart's works. You carried it with you all day, even cradling it tightly while drinking butterbeer. Why would you suddenly leave it behind?" Seeing Hermione come to a halt, Loia pressed on. "And you, visiting Nocturne Alley for the first time, seem rather well acquainted with it." Hermione stood silently, her back turned, enveloped in an eerie stillness that stretched between them, instilling a sense of foreboding in Loia that a nearby vagrant wizard was curled up against the wall, snoring softly. Loia promptly tossed the wooden box key and a galleon to the vagrant. "Deliver this box to number 19. Spider's Tail Alley, immediately." Though these vagrant wizards appeared disheveled and grimy, they were remarkably efficient in running errands and asked no unnecessary questions. Awakened from his slumber, the vagrant wizard wasted no words, snatching the items and vanishing in an instant. A chilling breeze swept through the alley, and Hermione turned her head, irritably rubbing her neck. Loia noticed the coarse, dark skin on her hands, a stark contrast to that of a blossoming young girl in a flash. Loia drew her wand, causing Hermione to collapse to the ground. The figure slammed against the wall with considerable force, sliding down to the ground. As she staggered to her feet, her features began to shift. Her skin grew rough and dark, and her face became riddled with festering sores, gradually transforming into a menacing dark wizard. A sinister smirk crept across the dark wizard's lips. "How clever of you to see through my disguise. This accursed polyjuice potion lasted such a brief moment. I'd hoped to lure you into a trap." Knowing the villain's penchant for excessive monologue, Loia deprived him of the opportunity to finish his introductory remarks. A green light flickered from her wand, and a bone-crushing curse shot forth. The dark wizard was caught off guard by the sudden attack. He couldn't draw his wand in time before the green light struck his chest, eliciting a scream as his body convulsed uncontrollably. Yet the bone-crushing curse abruptly faltered, allowing the dark wizard to gasp for breath, momentarily relieved from the excruciating pain. Loia glanced at her wand. Indeed, without the infusion of malevolent intent. The curse's lethality diminished significantly, dissipating after a brief duration. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to incapacitate the wretch on the ground for a time. Loia advanced menacingly towards the dark wizard, who scrambled backward in a panic. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she embodied a greater villain than he. With a frigid gaze, she demanded, "Where have you taken Hermione?" The dark wizard swallowed hard, fear evident in his eyes, and shouted towards the depths of the alley, "Damn it, this girl is a dark wizard. Finra Greyback, hurry up and save me." Footsteps echoed ominously, approaching from the shadows as a fearsome-looking man emerged from the alley. Shouldering the unconscious Hermione, Greyback leveled his wand at Hermione's head, threatening menacingly, "You little brat, drop your wand. If you don't surrender peacefully, I shall take her life." Loia scrutinized him for a moment, recalling that Finra Greyback was a ruthless werewolf known for his gruesome enjoyment of tearing apart children. The alliance between werewolves and dark wizards suggested a sinister plot at play. Loia pointed her wand at the dark wizard's throat, her expression unwavering that if you do not release Hermione, I shall make the bone-crushing curse render him worse than dead. As the party that posed a threat found themselves threatened instead, Greyback felt a surge of anger rush to his head, and he spoke fiercely. "Is this how you educate students at Hogwarts? What of it if the words excruciating and bone-deep are uttered?" Greyback was momentarily rendered speechless by Luo Ya's sharp and succinct retort. "You little wretch, go ahead and dig his grave," Greyback exclaimed, his fury unabated. "You want to keep all the loot for yourself?" He directed his wand menacingly at Hermione's head, while Luo aimed hers at the throat of Greyback's accomplice, the dark wizard. Both sides remained at a stalemate, unwilling to yield. The dark wizard, his face contorted in agony from the lingering pain of excruciating, muttered to himself, "That mudblood drank the potion and fainted quickly. Why are you still conscious?" What did that mean? What potion did she consume? Luo Ya's mind raced. Suddenly, she felt her arm losing sensation, her hand trembling uncontrollably, nearly unable to grip her wand. Her pupils dilated in realization. Butterbeer. A wave of dizziness washed over her, her legs buckling beneath her, rendering her unable to stand. The dark wizard's malicious laughter echoed through the dim, filthy alley. She staggered a few steps, her balance faltering, and after a moment of disorientation, her consciousness slipped into darkness. The dark wizard picked up her wand, inspecting it as if it could fetch a handsome price. Before stowing it in his pocket, Greyback crouched down, gripping her chin tightly, leaving red marks on her porcelain skin, and smacked his lips. Such a pretty face. What a pity to sell it to that old hag. A spell zipped past his ear in an instant, causing Greyback to clutch his smoking ear. Several more spells shot towards him from the same direction, forcing Greyback to retreat a few steps to distance himself from Luo. Terence emerged from the alley, gripping his wand tightly as a Slytherin. He was compelled to muster the courage to step forward to ensure a smooth graduation. Deep down, they feared their headmaster more than the dark wizard or werewolf. He endeavored to calm himself to assess the situation. Before him stood two adult dark wizards and a werewolf. The distant brown-haired Gryffindor was beyond his ability to rescue. However, Miss Grindelwald was but a few meters away. If he could keep casting spells to push back the two adversaries and create distance, he could reach Miss Grindelwald in a moment and escape the alley with her, using a portkey. With this plan in mind, Terence prepared to cast a spell that a flash of red light zipped past him, disarming his wand. Terence gasped, incredulously turning to see another dark wizard blocking his path. These two ruffians had accomplices? They were surrounded. Luo Ya slowly opened her eyes to darkness all around her. She soon realized she was in a room resembling a basement, filled with a grim, eerie atmosphere and a damp, decaying stench. This space felt less like a basement and more akin to a dungeon that, as she propped herself up, her hand accidentally brushed against the unconscious Hermione beside her. Not only Hermione was there. Terence lay slumped against the wall, and several others were strewn about the dungeon. Luo Ya struggled to comprehend the situation. She recalled being captured by the werewolf and dark wizards. But how had Terence been ensnared as well? The wound on Terence's forehead was particularly conspicuous, but thankfully, the blood had coagulated, ceasing its flow. Dim moonlight filtered through the clouds, and the scant illumination from a barred window allowed her to discern her surroundings. In the far corner of the dungeon, a few children of similar age were huddled together. They appeared gaunt and emaciated, their frail wrists deformed by heavy shackles, festering wounds even attracting maggots. Their vacant stares and expressionless faces showed no recognition of Luo Ya and the others' presence. It was evident these individuals had been imprisoned in the dungeon for an extended period. Luo Ya suddenly realized they had fallen into the hands of human traffickers in the wizarding world. A man clad in tattered robes approached number 19, Spidertail Alley. He was disheveled, his dust-covered coat wrapped tightly around him, exposing only his nose and eyes. The vagrant wizard knocked on the door, handing a small wooden box to the house elf, who opened it in response. A little girl asked me to deliver this message. She wants you to place the contents of the box on the wound. The house elf accepted the box and inquired about their mistress's whereabouts. The vagabond wizard, typically not one to elaborate, usually completing jobs without question, hesitated, recalling the scene. He felt that this employer was likely in grave danger, and, with a sense of goodwill, said, "She is being targeted. Contact her family." With that, the vagabond vanished from sight. The house elf hurriedly rushed into Snape's room, clutching the box. The air was thick with the potent scent of potions and a faint trace of blood. Snape lay pale, breathing unevenly, showing no signs of awakening. Following Luo Ya's instructions, the elf placed the glowing fragment from the box on Snape's wound. To her astonishment, the shard began to merge into the wound. Disappearing as it did, Snape's injury visibly began to heal, slowly scabbing over and shedding to reveal fresh flesh. The cursed markings at the wound's edge gradually faded away. Author's note: Terence and the female protagonist share friendship as alumni. 3 chapters have been updated in one breath. Luo Ya awakened Hermione and Terence. After rubbing her swollen temples, Hermione finally grasped what had transpired. She recalled feeling dizzy outside the Borgin and Burke's shop in Nocturne Alley, only to be ambushed by dark wizards. She glared furiously at Terence. "You slipped a potion into our butterbeer, didn't you?" Terence's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. "That it wasn't me. I truly had no idea anyone tampered with your butterbeer." Hermione remained skeptical of Terence's claims. "You were in league with those dark wizards," Luo Ya quickly interjected. "I believe him if he were indeed their accomplice. He wouldn't be imprisoned in this dungeon alongside us, and we were likely targeted by the werewolf and dark wizards the moment we entered the pub." Luo Ya endeavored to soothe Hermione's agitation. Now was not the time for infighting. They needed to focus on how to escape the dungeon. Hermione turned her face away, choosing silence. Terence wore a look of guilt, feeling entirely responsible for the girl's abduction, convinced he should have foreseen that the butterbeer had been compromised.